Chapter 1. The Birth of Hongghu. In March of the 36th year of Kangxis' reign, the residence of the fourth prince, Yinzhen, was ablaze with lights. Yijun was jolted awake by a searing pain in her body, and as she opened her eyes, she heard Guhi's voice filled with delight. The Fujin has awakened. Quickly, the Fujin has awakened. Following that was the anxious shout of the midwife. Fujin, exert yourself a bit more, we can see the head of the little master. A series of words. Fujin, exert yourself. Little master crashed into Yijun's mind. Suddenly, she realized something, recalling her previous life where Hongghu was frail due to a prolonged labor. Yijun grasped the bedclothes and summoned all her strength. While the cry of a newborn echoed, "Congratulations, fourth master, the Fujin has given birth to a robust son. Su Peixiong, reward them." Striving to stay alert, Yijun recognized that familiar voice and, as if confirming something, she relaxed and succumbed to sleep. How was the Fujin? For the first time, Yinzhen's expression was devoid of its usual coldness. Seeing the fourth prince inquire about his Fujin, Mama Chun felt reassured and quickly replied, "The Fujin is merely exhausted, and sleeping there is nothing to worry about. The servants in the courtyard who assisted the Fujin in childbirth shall each receive 3 months' wages," Yinzhen proclaimed, and the servants hurriedly expressed their gratitude, their joy palpable. Among the Manchu customs, it is said that one may embrace a grandchild but not a child. As Yinzhen looked at the infant wrapped in swaddling, his palms began to sweat. This tiny being was his son, his legitimate firstborn, destined to inherit his legacy. The thought ignited a fervor within his chest. "Master, the eldest son is still fragile. He should be taken inside by the wet nurse," Mama Chun gently reminded him, noticing Yinzhen's fixation on the baby. "Quickly take him inside, care for the Fujin and the eldest son. When the Fujin awakens, tell her that I shall visit her tomorrow." With that, Yinzhen returned to his senses and strode towards his study, arranging for news to be sent to Kangxi and the Empress Dowager. Though Yijun's body lay in slumber, her consciousness remained alert. Empress Xiaojing, born of the Ulanara clan, daughter of the minister Fei Yanggu of the Plain Yellow Banner, the primary wife and empress of the Xunji Emperor, she was honored as the legitimate Fujin by the Kangxi Emperor. In the first year of Yongzheng, she was proclaimed empress. She passed away in the 9th month of the 9th year. One son, the crown prince Hongghu, who died young. Reflecting on her past life, Yijun found herself with an opportunity to relive her experiences. In this lifetime, she would strive to compensate for the child she could not raise beyond the age of 8. The news of the fourth Fujin giving birth to the fourth prince's legitimate son spread far and wide, bringing immense joy to Kangxi, who generously rewarded the fourth prince's residence the following day. The Empress Dowager of Yonghe Palace also opened her private treasury, bestowing just the right amount, neither too much nor too little, leaving no room for complaint. Upon waking, Yijun heard Mama Chen mention the Empress Dowager's gifts arriving at her courtyard, just as Yinzhen was present. With a frostbitten expression, he was inscrutable, and the memory of their strained mother-son relationship in her previous life prompted a soft sigh from Yijun. Why does the Fujin sigh? The most pressing matter now is to nourish your health. Those in the rear court, upon hearing of your giving birth to the eldest son, will surely be incensed. Usually composed, Gui couldn't help but be spirited by the jubilance that filled the courtyard. Yijun forced a smile and replied, "A mere girl in her teens, yet she learns to act like an elder." Guhi and Mama Chen only laughed, not reminding Yijun of her own past, and it appeared that the birth of the eldest son had lightened Yijun's spirit, which was indeed splendid. Now that I am in confinement, Mama must pay close attention to the affairs of the residence, ensuring no one finds an opportunity to exploit. We must not neglect the eldest daughter of the Li family either. As the fourth Fujin, any mishap with the eldest daughter would implicate her directly, especially since the eldest daughter had also been a pitiful child in her previous life. The Fujin is kind-hearted, rest assured. I shall guard the master's rear court diligently. Mama Chun, seeing Yijun's gaze drift towards the door, hastily added, "The eldest son is asleep and will require some time if you worry about waking him. You may have to wait." Laughter erupted in the room. The Fujin, the fourth master, has arrived. The servant's announcement shattered the joyful atmosphere that Yijun paused, for her previous relationship with Yinzhen had been marked by formality, especially after Hongghu's early demise, which had left her desolate and weeping daily. Thus, after Yinzhen ascended the throne, he would only visit her palace on the 1st and 15th of each month, following ancestral customs. But in this life, Hongghu would not perish prematurely. The future remained uncertain. Since uncertainty prevailed, she resolved to face it with steadfastness. With this thought, Yijun quickly regained her composure and spoke solemnly. Master, I have just given birth and remain unwashed. I fear I may disturb you, so you need not enter. Yinzhen's step faltered, his demeanor stiffening slightly. Then take care of yourself. I shall go see the eldest son. Observing Yinzhen's less than joyous expression, Su Peisheng could only smile wryly, realizing that even celestial beings clash, leaving the innocent to suffer. I have heard that women adorn themselves for the pleasure of their beloved. Surely the Fujin is concerned that her unkempt appearance might be seen by the master, which is why she discouraged him. Yinzhen nodded, his expression unchanged, yet his steps became lighter. Meanwhile, within the main courtyard, why does the Fujin? Seeing Guhi's puzzled expression, Yijun naturally could not disclose her rebirth, so she simply replied, would I, in such a disheveled state, be presentable to the master? Guhi and Mama Chun could not help but laugh at Yijun's self-deprecation. Do not worry, the old lady has already sent a midwife over, claiming she's the best at postpartum care, ensuring you will recover fully by the end of your confinement. Yijun smiled and nodded in agreement, her thoughts becoming increasingly clear. Since fate had granted her a second chance at the moment of Hongghu's birth, she was determined to secure all that her son, as the legitimate heir, rightfully deserved. In her previous life, she had foolishly neglected to provide Hongghu with what he was entitled to this time. She would present everything to him. Hongghu, Hongghu, Hongghu. Yijun repeatedly whispered the name she had long refrained from uttering, suppressing the tears in her eyes. Oh, my dear Hongghu. Chapter 2. The third bath. The newborn changed noticeably each day, and Yijun was utterly captivated by this transformation. The servants in the main courtyard could clearly see that the noble lady was eager to keep her eyes on the eldest prince every moment, while those attending to him were particularly cautious, fearful of even the slightest mistake. What they did not understand was that for Yijun, Hongghu was a precious treasure, a form of salvation, a cycle of rebirth. The preparation for the third bath of the fourth prince's legitimate eldest son commenced at dawn in an orderly manner. The crown prince, Ling, along with several other princes, arrived at the fourth prince's residence. Yinzhen's typically stoic demeanor softened slightly upon seeing the crown prince, eliciting a cold snort from Luo, who observed the interaction with a hint of disdain. Congratulations, fourth brother. You now have a legitimate eldest son, the crown prince remarked with a smile, as the surrounding princes also offered their congratulations. Where's my little nephew? I can hardly wait to see him. Yinzhen, unable to contain his anticipation, mused quietly. Fourth brother always presents a frigid face. I hope my little nephew isn't the same. The thought only heightened his eagerness to meet the child. In the front courtyard, Yinzhen entertained his brothers, while the crown princess, Courtship, accompanied by several noble ladies, made her way to Yijun's quarters. Upon surveying the area and not spotting the grand noble lady, Yijun couldn't help but reflect on her absence. Last year, after Grand Noble Lady Yinzhen had given birth to 4 daughters, she finally bore a son, but her health had deteriorated significantly. If her memory served her right, once the eldest prince was bestowed the title of duke next year, Yinzhen would depart, leaving behind 4 daughters and a son, a poignant situation indeed. The noble ladies exchanged pleasantries with Yijun before departing the main courtyard. Once they left, Yijun sighed in relief, feeling somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny of others in her current state. As the third bath commenced, servants had already prepared water infused with locust leaves and mugwort. The crown prince was the first to place a jade pendant made of sheep fat into the basin, followed by the other princes who contributed their offerings, a ritual known as adding to the basin. When the ninth prince, Yinzhen, placed a gold ingot into the basin, Yinzhen couldn't help but chuckle. Ninth brother. Let's not teach my little nephew to grow up with his head filled with gold and silver. Yinzhen smirked, thinking to himself, what do you know? Wealth has always captivated hearts. The midwife, observing the princes adding their offerings, smiled with squinted eyes as she stirred the water and recited blessings. With green onions, she gently tapped the infant 3 times while chanting, first tap for intelligence, second for cleverness, third to ward off evil. Suddenly, a loud wail erupted, and the midwife's smile grew ever warmer. The guests exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing that the fourth prince's legitimate son was robust and healthy. As the imperial decree arrived, announcing the third bath feast for the fourth prince's legitimate son, Kangxi was naturally inclined to express his sentiments. Hearing that the crown prince and several other sons had visited, he felt a sense of satisfaction, pleased with the harmonious relationships among his children. It was time for the child to be named, and in a moment of joy, Kangxi sent his chosen name along with rewards to the fourth prince's residence. Unbeknownst to Yijun, she had already been categorized as a good daughter-in-law in Kangxi's mind. Even if she had known, she would have marveled at the inscrutable nature of the emperor's thoughts. Upon learning that the eldest prince was bestowed the name Hongghu, Yijun felt a sense of resolution. When she heard the loud cries of Hongghu during the third bath, her heart swelled with joy at his vigor, while also feeling a pang of sympathy for his cries. "How is the prince doing now?" Yijun inquired with a hint of concern. Gui quickly replied, "Madam, the Hongghu prince has already been taken by the wet nurse for feeding." With that, Yijun felt reassured and instructed Gui to bring Hongghu to her room once he had finished nursing. Today, the prince will likely indulge in wine, so have the kitchen prepare some hangover soup to be delivered after the guests leave. Yijun thought of the joyous occasion of the fourth prince's legitimate son and knew he would drink more than usual, thus reminding Gui not to forget the soup. Though she did not seek a deep bond with Yinzhen in this life, she understood the importance of mutual respect. The growth of Hongghu required his father's presence, a simple truth she had failed to grasp in her previous life. In the back courtyard at Yiru Pavilion, Li Shi contemplated the news of the eldest prince's third bath and the emperor's bestowed name. Reflecting on her own daughter, who was already 2 years old, still referred to as the eldest daughter, she angrily hurled her teacup to the ground and glared at her daughter. "It inapos, that's your fault. If only you were a son, the heir would have emerged from me." The 2-year-old, frightened by her mother's expression, burst into tears, while the wet nurse could only soothe her softly from the sidelines. Seeing this, Li Shi felt even more frustrated with her daughter, believing she was obstructing her own chances of having a son. "Do not fret, my lady. Blossoms must bloom before fruit appears. As long as your favor remains, there is no worry about not having a little prince," her confidant, Tao Hong, advised. Hearing the mention of favor, Li Shi's mood brightened, revealing a hint of satisfaction. In matters of favor, the noble lady in the main courtyard was all about rules, while the fourth prince preferred to avoid her. Song Shi had not nurtured the eldest daughter well, spending her days in fasting and prayer, and the fourth prince occasionally visited her out of respect for the late Empress Xiaoi. Thus, he found solace in Yiru Pavilion, where he felt most at ease. "Enough. Take her away. All she does is cry and create annoyance," Li Shi commanded. The wet nurse, as if receiving a pardon, hurriedly carried the eldest daughter away, silently lamenting the injustice of it all. Chapter 3: The Transformation of the Concubine Good Nurse. With the windows and doors tightly shut, "I should be able to take a warm bath, shouldn't I?" The concubine expressed her dissatisfaction for what seemed like the umpteenth time regarding the prohibition against bathing during her confinement. Nurse Chun wore a look of helplessness, urging, "My lady, please bear with it. Your confinement will soon be over." As she spoke, Nurse Chun gestured to Gui, indicating she should check whether Prince Hongghu had finished his feeding, so he could be brought over before the concubine's mind wandered and she insisted on bathing. The young concubine, lacking an understanding of the complexities of postpartum recovery, needed to remain vigilant. "My lady, someone from the Yiru Pavilion has come to report that the eldest princess is ill." "Ill?" Quickly summoned the physician. The eldest princess had always been frail, having never caught the eye of the Li family since childhood. Careless oversight was commonplace, and having endured great difficulty during her own childbirth, the concubine recalled how her own recovery was far worse than it was now. The affairs of the rear courtyard were managed by Nurse Lu, who was in charge of the children. The concubine had no fondness for the Li family, so Nurse Chin would not bring up matters concerning them to trouble her. The fourth master was also informed, having heard that the eldest princess awoke with a high fever that had persisted for several hours without abating. Gui furrowed her brow as she spoke, pondering that the Li family could hardly escape blame this time. Gui, please go to the Yiru Pavilion and fetch a ginseng from the storeroom. As the concubine, if anything were to happen to the children in the rear courtyard, I will be the first to be held accountable. Yes. At the Yiru Pavilion, Yinzhen sat in silence, his expression tense. Lady Ling knelt beside him, her eyes glistening red, occasionally dabbing at the corners with a handkerchief. The wet nurse caring for the eldest princess walked with a slight limp, clearly having just been punished. Master, Miss Gu He from the main courtyard has arrived. Upon seeing Gu He, Su Peixiang speculated on the reason for the concubine's distress. Ever since the concubine entered the household, she had disapproved of the Li family's mannerisms, often avoiding involvement with the eldest princess. As a discreet servant, it was instinctual for him to gauge his master's thoughts. Servant greets the fourth master. The concubine, having learned of the eldest princess's illness, was unable to visit in person due to her confinement, so she had sent a servant with a century-old ginseng, instructing it be used for the eldest princess when needed. Gui handed the ginseng to Tao Hong, while casually surveying the courtyard's condition. Upon hearing this, Yingzhen's expression softened slightly. The concubine had shown thoughtfulness. Lady Li's face twisted momentarily as she exclaimed, Master, the eldest princess's fever won't subside. As her mother, it feels as though a piece of my heart has been ripped away. If anything were to happen to her, how could I live with myself? Yingzhen suddenly stood, his voice rising. Li, why has the eldest princess's fever not subsided? Despite having so many servants attending to you with meticulous care, how can my daughter suffer from a chill in this March weather? Lady Li was taken aback by his outburst, tears streaming down her cheeks like a spring. Master, how could you think this of me? I carried the eldest princess for 10 months. How could I wish her ill? Observing Lady Li's emotional display, Yingzhen couldn't help but wonder if Defei had ever cried for him. Perhaps she had shed tears when the emperor ordered him to be taken away. Enough. Take good care of the eldest princess. Let this not happen again. In the main courtyard, upon hearing Gu He recount the events at the Yiru Pavilion, Yijun rubbed her temples. Although the fourth master did not show it, he was deeply sentimental. If Lady Li continued to neglect the eldest princess, she would inevitably ensnare herself in misfortune. With that, she resumed playing with Hongghu, knowing full well that the eldest princess was, after all, born of Lady Li, and her over-involvement might not be proper. Hongghu, my dear son, may you quickly reach your full moon, so I may take a bath. If you delay, I may spoil. Nurse Chun and Gu He smiled at their young concubine's playful demeanor. In the front courtyard, the study. After the eldest princess's fever subsided, Yingzhen returned to the study without lingering, sighing deeply as he sat behind the desk. Have you found out everything? Replied my master. I asked the servants at the Yiru Pavilion, and they said that the young eunuch on duty last night dozed off, failing to notice when the wind blew open the window, while the wet nurse was sound asleep. Upon hearing Su Peixiang's report, Yingzhen couldn't help but scoff coldly. Dozed off. Sound asleep. These servants are utterly incompetent. They should all be dismissed. As he noticed Yingzhen's increasingly dark expression, Su Peixiang recalled some information he had unexpectedly gathered during his investigation and hurriedly added, I heard that after Hongghu's birth, the concubine had reprimanded the kitchen and the steward for neglecting the eldest princess. It seems she did not extend her concerns to Yiru Pavilion, likely to avoid upsetting Lady Li. Yingzhen was somewhat taken aback. He had welcomed the concubine into the household with great joy, entrusting her with the affairs of the rear courtyard. In the early days of their marriage, he often visited her, and they had shared a harmonious period together. However, since Lady Li and Appo's pregnancy, the concubine had seemingly transformed into a different person, fixated on propriety. Each time he visited, she would subtly advise him against favoring Lady Li, and he gradually lost the desire to visit the concubine's quarters. The birth of Hongghu had seemingly enlightened the concubine. Yingzhen's chilly demeanor began to thaw. How is Hongghu faring? Hongghu is robust, and the concubine cherishes him dearly. I heard from Nurse Liu that Hongghu resembles you to a remarkable degree, even healthier and fairer than you were at birth, Su Peixiang said with a cheerful smile. Nurse Liu had cared for Yingzhen since childhood, and comparing Hongghu to Yingzhen in his youth was indeed appropriate. Seeing Yingzhen's expression shift from grim to bright, Su Peixiang discreetly elevated the status of the main courtyard in his mind, knowing that pleasing his master and ensuring the well-being of the young master were paramount. Chapter 4. Visitors from the maternal home. The duration of the confinement period was arduous for Yijun, yet for those around her, time seemed to fly. The celebration of Hongghu's first month soon arrived. Yijun took a refreshing bath at the earliest opportunity, feeling rejuvenated, her entire being radiant. Thanks to the meticulous care provided by Grandma Chun during her confinement, combined with her own joyful disposition, she emerged from this period not only more voluptuous, but also more resplendent, captivating all who beheld her. The noble lady appeared stunning, akin to a celestial being, leaving the servants in awe. Boldly, Guhi jested that the noble lady was no longer the stern figure she once was, allowing them to occasionally indulge in light-hearted banter to amuse their mistress. With a playful reprimand, Yijun instructed, "Enough of your nonsense. Go check if Hongghu has finished his milk. If he has, bring him here so I can dress him in the outfit I personally selected. Today is a momentous occasion for both of us." Now a month old, Hongghu had begun to sense the emotions of those around him and exhibited a growing dependence on Yijun. When she coaxed him, he would smile, and if he cried, placing him beside her would soothe him. His large, grape-like eyes gazed intently at her, evoking a desire to pluck the stars from the heavens for his delight. Yijun lovingly dressed Hongghu in a vibrant red outfit and swaddled him in a matching blanket, resembling a festive red packet, such a joyous sight. Sensing his mother's elation, Hongghu waved his tiny hands, grinning at Yijun. He was indeed a child blessed by the heavens, born to repay love. Unlike Hongghu's previous modest celebration, this month-long banquet was bustling with life. As Yijun held Hongghu and made her entrance, the guests wore smiles, each harboring their own thoughts. When Yinzhen caught sight of Yijun, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face, and as his gaze fell to the swaddled infant in her arms, warmth enveloped him. Ulanara, the noble lady, observed Yijun closely, reassured to see both her and the eldest prince in good spirits. "Since giving birth to Hongghu, my sister-in-law seems like a completely different person," remarked the third noble lady, Dong Yishe. Third prince, Yinzhen, who often adopted a scholarly demeanor, preferred beauty but was indecisive when it came to matters of the household. His third sister-in-law had previously clashed with him often. Following the confinement of the eldest prince, Yinzhen focused intently on his writings. Yijun, believing that having more friends than foes was preferable, smiled and replied, "Only after becoming a mother does one truly understand the difference between those who are and are not mothers." Coincidentally, Hongqing is of similar age to Hongghu, and I suspect they will soon be up to mischief together. Upon hearing Yijun mention her Hongqing, Dong Yishe's smile became more genuine, indeed. "It is better for the princes to be a bit mischievous. Why does my nephew resemble the fourth prince with such an icy demeanor?" Yinzhen queried, glancing between Hongghu and Yinzhen, his face scrunched in concern. As expected, what is good does not come to fruition, but what is bad does. My greatest fears have materialized. Laughter erupted among the guests, as the child's innocence was evident. Yinzhen, observing his brother's unfiltered critique of his appearance, began calculating how to assign more tasks to Yinzhen starting the next day. Meanwhile, Yinzhen felt an ominous chill creeping up his neck and hastily rubbed it, exclaiming, "How can it still be so cold in April?" Yijun, amused by the interaction between Yinzhen and the 14th prince, found humor in her husband's emphasis on familial bonds. The noble consort in the palace must have also wished to draw nearer to the fourth prince. Otherwise, how could the 14th prince exhibit such natural affection? Yet, both individuals were stubborn, adhering strictly to their roles, which led to misunderstandings and discord. Perhaps, if the 14th prince visited Hongghu more often, he might influence Hongghu's temperament. Unaware that Yijun was jesting, Yinzhen pondered thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. Fourth sister-in-law makes a valid point, which elicited laughter from the guests. The venerable Emperor Kangxi, perhaps realizing the inappropriateness of naming the eldest son during the earlier ceremony, sent gifts to the month-long banquet, likely seeking to mend the delicate balance among his sons. As the festivities concluded, Ulanara, the noble lady, was led to the main courtyard by the servants. "Mother, finally able to be close to you, Yijun exclaimed, immediately embracing Ulanara's arm. You have no idea. Hongghu is so well-behaved, almost as obedient as I was in my youth. Ah, you were quite the handful, waking all night long, far less obedient than Hongghu. Ulanara retorted, prompting Yijun to pout. There truly is a special bond between generations. Today I can finally witness it. Seeing Yijun's demeanor, Ulanara was genuinely delighted. My dear daughter, you're my only child, spoiled since childhood. Before your marriage, you were lively and spirited. Yet who would have thought that after marriage, you would confine yourself so? I recall how you strove to adopt a mature and dignified demeanor. And it pains my heart to think of it. Noticing the glimmer of tears in Ulanara's eyes, Yijun quickly embraced her, saying, Mother, it was my fault before. Please don't be angry with me. If anyone should be angry, it should be about Hongghu. Yijun felt no remorse in presenting her son. Ulanara nodded at Yijun. Now that you have come to terms with things, I feel reassured. Hongghu resembles the fourth prince. I suspect your nature would have prompted you to complain about it a few times. The lady is wise, Guhi remarked, as the noble lady has mentioned several times. Aside from his complexion, Hongghu bears little resemblance to you. Laughter erupted among the group. Poor little Hongghu, unaware of his mother's dissatisfaction during her confinement, persistently waved his tiny hands, while the once reticent young prince faded into the swaddling cloth. Chapter 5. The couple in the study of the fourth prince's residence. Yinzhen sat at his desk, diligently practicing calligraphy. Ever since Emperor Kangxi had criticized him for being capricious and unpredictable, Yinzhen had confined himself within the bounds of propriety, concealing his emotions behind a stoic facade. Yet today, he found himself repeatedly distracted, unable to shake the image of Yijun cradling Honghui from his mind. Su Peixiang, is there any news from the main courtyard? Su Peixiang felt a stirring in his heart. It seemed that the Fujin had captured the prince's attention this time. His tone grew increasingly respectful as he replied, Your Highness, after yesterday and Appo's full-month banquet, Ulanara Fujin spent about 2 hours in the main courtyard and appeared genuinely pleased when she left. Yinzhen paused his writing, absently touching the ring on his finger, and sent word to the Fujin's courtyard, indicating that he would join her for dinner that evening. In the main courtyard, the Fujin received a message from Su Gonggong. The fourth master will come to our courtyard for dinner tonight. A smile of joy spread across Gu Hie's face. Yijun raised an eyebrow involuntarily. The usually aloof Yinzhen was indeed coming to her courtyard for dinner. In her past life, there had been so few occasions when Yinzhen had shared a meal with her, one might think the sun had risen in the west. However, Yijun would not reject Yinzhen's invitation. Regardless of their relationship in this life, Honghui must be the child that Yinzhen cherished most. She glanced at the little one in her arms, who was pouting adorably, and affectionately touched Honghui's small face. My little darling, you must be closest to your mother in the future. You have no idea that your father will have several more children after you. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Yijun's expression darkened slightly. She began reminiscing about the vibrant array of concubines in Yinzhen's rear courtyard in her past life. The delicate and soft Yin clan, the stunning and willfully clan, the composed and astute Gung clan. Yijun let out a scoff. Guhi, inform the kitchen that the fourth master is coming tonight. Prepare a variety of dishes, including some meat. I've developed a taste for sweets lately, so add some of those as well. Yinzhen preferred vegetarian dishes, prompting the kitchen to focus solely on vegetarian cuisine. Whenever he dined, meat was always a minor component, and even Yijun in her past life had prioritized his preferences without suggestion. Yiyun lahot somwhat unitikeri. If I make him eat some meat and then compensate with sweets, it should be seen as mistreatment, right? After all, in my last life, Yinzhen perished at the dragon table. A balanced diet is beneficial for the body. With this reasoning, any lingering guilt faded from her heart. It was Nian who first recognized Yinzhen's fondness for sweets, but she had never disclosed it to outsiders. Now, having seized the initiative, Yijun hoped Nian would not take offense. Feeling somewhat vindicated, Yinzhen arrived at the main courtyard just before the dishes were served. Esteemed fourth master, Yijun greeted, wearing a light purple robe adorned with large orchids, exuding elegance and grace. Upon seeing Yijun's vibrant appearance, Yinzhen was momentarily entranced, quickly clearing his throat to mask his surprise. No need for formalities. This attire suits you well. Tomorrow, I shall have Su Peisheng bring you some fabric to select for new garments. The joy on Yijun's face was unmistakable. I thank you, Your Highness. Witnessing her genuine delight at his gift uplifted Yinzhen's spirits. Women are easily appeased. Hearing Yinzhen praise her attire, Yijun felt pleased and quickly summoned the servants to prepare the meal. Your Highness, let Su Gonggong rest today. Let us dine as an ordinary couple. Perhaps it will offer a different flavor to our meal. Yinzhen felt a stirring in his heart. The main courtyard had indeed become increasingly intriguing. However, he maintained a composed demeanor and waved his hand, signaling Su Peisheng to take his leave. Gui caught Yijun in oppose, as glance, and promptly exited. Su Gonggong. The Fujin is attending to the fourth master, and after serving him all day, you must be weary. Allow Weiji to escort you to a side chamber to rest and dine, where he can help ease your shoulders. Su Peisheng, being astute, recognized that the Fujin had taken special care of him. As Weiji, the steward of the main courtyard, approached to serve him, Su Peisheng mused that such treatment was not afforded to him in other courtyards. Clearly, the Fujin was establishing her presence. Inside, Yinzhen glanced at the balanced meal laid out before him and looked at Yijun. I know you're aware of my preference for vegetarian fare, but one cannot entirely forego meat. After all, I have a child now. I cannot afford to be as picky as a child. Listening to Yijun Apus is Tienzel. Yinzhen found his mind wandering. His father was preoccupied with state affairs and would not concern himself with his dietary preferences. The noble consort in the palace likely did not know of his tastes either, and the concubines in the rear courtyard had no authority to advise him. The Fujin was his wife, genuinely concerned for his well-being. Experiencing this unfamiliar care warmed Yinzhen's heart. You're thoughtful. Yijun could tell from Yinzhen's expression that although he did not show it, he was likely contemplating many matters. Yijun picked up a piece of sweet and sourport from the plate, expertly prepared to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and offered it to Yinzhen. Your Highness, do try this dish. As Yinzhen tasted the food, the sweetness managed to overshadow his distaste for meat, allowing him to enjoy it without much reluctance. The couple conversed while dining, with Yijun sharing the recent amusing happenings of Honghui, truly resembling an ordinary couple in harmonious companionship. After the meal, Yijun soaked in the bath, reflecting on her interactions with Yinzhen that evening, unable to suppress a chuckle. In her past life, she had eagerly sought Yinzhen's favor, accommodating his every whim, yet it had failed to stir any feelings within him. Now, by acting contrary to his desires, she had surprisingly caught his attention. When Yijun returned to the inner chamber after her bath, she found Yinzhen sitting on the edge of the bed, engrossed in a book. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Your Highness. Having traversed a different life, it had been a long while since Yijun had experienced marital intimacy. However, she had no intention of easily yielding to Yinzhen. She was not merely a concubine at his beck and call. Pure as a lotus, natural and unadorned. Gazing at the freshly bathed Yijun, Yinzhen was overwhelmed by a wave of desire and, without hesitation, swept her into his arms, carrying her towards the bed. Startled, Yijun lightly pounded on his shoulder, whispering, Your Highness, my mother told me yesterday that it is best for women to wait 3 months after childbirth before resuming marital relations, as it is beneficial for future pregnancies. Yinzhen paused, his body rigid atop Yijun as he took a deep breath. After a moment, he muttered, Then I shall refrain for now, but I will seek a little interest first. With that, he captured her lips, which he had long desired since the evening began. Before long, Yijun felt herself softening against him. After placing a lingering kiss on her forehead, Yinzhen rolled onto his side, resting beside her. Let us sleep. Yinzhen felt a pang of regret. After 10 months of pregnancy and the subsequent birth, his Fujin seemed transformed, leaving him feeling like an inexperienced youth. Lost in his thoughts, he soon drifted into slumber. A peaceful night ensued. Chapter 6. The unfulfilled desires of fourth master Su Peisheng astutely observed that ever since his master had taken to resting in the consort's courtyard a few days prior, his interest in the main courtyard had surged significantly. For instance, He inquired about the daily meals of the consort and the amusing interactions between her and Prince Hongghu, demanding that reports be relayed to him in minute detail. However, whether his master's mood was one of joy or discontent remained elusive even to Su Peixiong, who prided himself on understanding his master. For several consecutive nights, the master dined in the main courtyard, yet after the meal, he did not linger there. It appeared not as if he wished to depart, but rather that the consort was urging him to leave. Su Peixiong found this peculiar. It seemed the master was indulging the consort's whims. Was it possible that his own lack of roots rendered him ignorant of the pleasures between men and women? Though he pondered this, he maintained a fade of composure. Yet, every night, as the master emerged from the consort's quarters and tossed restlessly in the front courtyard, he refrained from summoning the likes of Li Gij or Song Gij for relief. Su Peixiong grew increasingly anxious, fearing that his master's pent-up frustrations might be detrimental to his health. However, as the master did not call for assistance, he felt it inappropriate to overstep and summon the ladies from the rear courtyard. Finally, one night, after finishing his duties, Yinzhen returned home and was about to instruct the servants to prepare dinner in the main courtyard when Su Peixiong seized the opportunity to interject. "Master, Li Gij from Yiru Pavilion has sent word requesting that if you are free, you might pay a visit to the eldest Gij." Yinzhen paused, recalling that the eldest Gij had recently fallen ill and that the servants attending to her had not been diligent. It was indeed fitting for him to check on her and perhaps offer some reprimands. "Convey to your consort that I shall not be dining with her tonight, as I'm going to see the eldest Gij." In the main courtyard, after sending this message through Su Peixiong, Mama Chun turned her expression from one of compliance to one of worry. Would 3 months be too lengthy a duration for the consort? Mama Chun began to harbor doubts. Yijun stifled a laugh inwardly. The stipulated 3 months had been agreed upon with her mother, though it indeed carried the hint of a deliberate tease. However, it was also well established that a woman should not resume intimate relations too soon after childbirth, a fact her mother had painstakingly confirmed with experienced matrons in the capital. Otherwise, Yinzhen would not have allowed her to act recklessly. Perhaps due to Yinzhen dining in the main courtyard for several consecutive days, the household began to presume that he would visit daily, a notion that was far from favorable. Yijun, with her own considerations, subtly admonished Mama Chun and Gu He, saying, "You two have been by my side for many years, and I trust you both implicitly. I must impart a few words to you." Upon hearing Yijun's implied admonition, both Mama Chun and Gu He became serious. The master is the 4th prince of the current dynasty, and his word is law in this household. If he respects me, it reflects well on the consort. We must not lose our composure simply because the master has been frequenting our courtyard. The eldest Gij on Li's side is also his child. It is only natural for him to visit. If he were to neglect her, that would truly cause me concern. The servants in the main courtyard must also be restrained. They must not mistreat the servants of other courtyards simply because they feel favored by the master's attention. Should such behavior be discovered, immediate dismissal would follow. Mama Chun and Gu He promptly agreed, thinking that perhaps the old servant had misjudged the situation. Seeing their understanding expressions, Yijun felt reassured and resumed playfully engaging with Hongghu, contemplating that in her heart, her precious Hongghu held greater significance than Yinzhen. In Yiru Pavilion, upon hearing that Yinzhen would be visiting that evening, Li promptly summoned her attendants to prepare herself, ensuring she appeared radiant and graceful before calling for the eldest Gij to be brought to her, eagerly awaiting Yinzhen's arrival. When she saw Yinzhen striding toward her, she quickly performed her courtesies. "This servant greets the 4th master." "Rise," Yinzhen said, gently assisting Li to her feet before approaching the eldest Gij. The child was now able to walk steadily and could utter simple words like father and mother. Yet she was somewhat timid and not favored by Li, having been raised rather delicately. Upon seeing Yinzhen approach, she instinctively fled to her nurse's embrace. Li, observing this, thought to herself that the child was of little use. Yet her face remained cheerful. "Eldest Gij, your father has come to see you. Quickly greet him." The eldest Gij stared at Yinzhen for a moment, seemingly pondering whether this man was indeed her father. Just as Li's patience was waning, the child finally uttered a soft "father." Yinzhen grasped the little one's hand, his gaze warm. Li, you have done well in raising the eldest Gij. Li's heart soared at this praise, interpreting it as a sign that the previous incident regarding the eldest Gij's illness was now behind them. Caring for the eldest Gij is my duty, she replied eagerly. As the time to depart approached, the nurse at Li and Amp, Oppo's signal, announced that it was time to take the eldest Gij for her feeding. Yinzhen did not press the matter further, having intentionally distanced himself from Li after the previous incident. Today, seeing that the eldest Gij was well cared for, he noted that while she was still a bit timid, she would grow bolder with time, and he planned to take her to the front courtyard for his personal care once she was older. After dining, Li gazed at Yinzhen with sparkling eyes, reminiscent of how she had first looked at him upon entering the household, bringing life to the otherwise dreary courtyard. Subsequently, they had the eldest Gij, the first child he had cared for himself. Yinzhen compelled himself to disregard his lingering thoughts of Yijun and the inexplicable discomfort in his heart, merely nodding at Li. Make the arrangements. In the main courtyard, Consort Wei learned from Gu He that the master would be resting in Yiru Pavilion that night. Yijun, cradling Hongghu and gently rocking him to sleep, acknowledged with a slight nod that she was aware of this, continuing to soothe him until she was certain he was soundly asleep before carefully placing him in his cradle. Before the vanity, Yijun allowed Gu He to remove the hairpins from her tresses, gazing at her youthful and vibrant reflection in the bronze mirror, a gentle smile blossoming upon her lips. In her past life, she had devoted herself entirely to Yinzhen, transforming her once lively and spirited nature into a rigid and somber demeanor. This time, she intended to embrace her true self, nurturing Hongghu as he grew. As for Yinzhen, if they could share a lifetime together, it would be wonderful, but if not, she would not impose. Chapter 7. Entering the palace as May approached, the noble consort sent word through her attendants, expressing her desire to meet the young Prince Hongghu. This news was not unexpected for Yijun. Having been born in March, the chilly weather had made it impractical to take the infant outdoors. Even the imperial consorts had to exercise patience. Now, with the warmth of May settling in, Yijun had also intended to discuss a visit to the palace with Yinzhen. At 2 months old, Hongghu was no longer the sleepy newborn he once was. His waking hours had noticeably increased, and his tiny hands and feet moved energetically, as if tireless. Most strikingly, he had begun to recognize faces, particularly gravitating towards Yijun. The cherubic child would gaze at her, babbling continuously, with his eyes reflecting her presence. Each time Yijun looked at him, her heart felt as though it were immersed in honey. Fujin, someone from the front courtyard has come to inform you that the master is inquiring if you are ready. The carriage is already prepared at the gate, an attendant reported. Hearing this, Yijun picked up Hongghu and, accompanied by the wet nurse and Gu He, made her way to the entrance, leaving Granny Chun behind to manage any unforeseen matters in the household. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Yijun said upon reaching the gate, where she saw Yinzhen seated in the carriage. After handing Hongghu to the wet nurse, she performed a respectful greeting. There is no need for such formality. Today, I have the day off and have only waited a short while, Yinzhen replied. Yijun climbed into the carriage and gestured for the wet nurse to pass Hongghu to her, observing that Yinzhen showed no objection. The wet nurse complied and handed over the infant before taking her place in the prepared carriage behind them. Inside the palace, at Yonghe Palace, consort cast several glances towards the palace gates. Granny Qing mused that even her usually composed mistress could exhibit such eagerness. Your Highness, Zhou Yan has been waiting outside the gates for a long while. As soon as the fourth master arrives, he will be sure to inform you immediately, Granny Qing remarked. Consort pursed her lips, glancing down at her hands, which had long been adorned with protective gear, never having had the fortune to cradle the young Yinzhen in her arms. After being diagnosed with pregnancy by the imperial physician, she had been elevated to the status of a noble consort by the emperor. However, palace regulations forbade consorts of lower ranks from raising imperial sons and daughters. The bittersweet turmoil of that time remained vividly etched in her memory. As her belly grew rounder day by day, she eventually gave birth without ever having laid eyes on Yinzhen, succumbing to exhaustion and fainting. It was then that Consort de first felt a deep resentment towards her own helplessness. Later, Yinzhen was raised as the adopted son of the imperial noble consort. While she was promoted to a concubine and became a principal figure in the court, she began to cultivate her influence, discreetly gathering intelligence on Yinzhen's activities. When a ninth prince had cut Yinzhen's hair, she had orchestrated significant obstacles for the imperial consort. When the emperor reprimanded Yinzhen for his unpredictable temperament, her eyes burned with indignation. Yet, when she beheld the small figure of Yinzhen kneeling motionless before the memorial of Empress Xiaoyirun, her emotional defenses crumbled. Surely, Yinzhen must harbor resentment towards her. After all, everyone assumed she had forsaken him for the sake of her rank. For many subsequent years, her relationship with Yinzhen was characterized by a delicate equilibrium, each of them guarding their own domains, afraid to encroach upon the other's space, leaving even the scant warmth between them to dwindle. Your Highness, the fourth master's carriage is approaching, Zhou Yin, the chief steward of Yonghua Palace, reported respectfully. Consort de shook herself from her reverie. Granny Qing, go and welcome them personally, she instructed. Yijun, with Hongghu in her arms, descended from the carriage with Yinzhen's assistance. She noticed Granny Qing beaming at them, explaining that the noble consort was quite anxious for the arrival of the fourth master and the Fujin. Upon hearing that the carriage had arrived, she had sent the old servant to greet them. Yinzhen remained silent, evidently unaccustomed to the noble consort's exuberance. Yijun understood, attributing this warm reception to the little one in her arms. Her previous visits to Yonghua Palace had never been met with such hospitality. As Yijun and her entourage entered the main hall of Yonghua Palace, the moment they stepped inside, Consort de's gaze fixated on the infant in Yijun's arms. Hastily dismissing the customary salutations, Yijun, quickly bring Hongghu to me so that I may have a look, she urged, her tone unexpectedly eager. Yijun, having noticed the protective gear removed from Consort de's hands, felt a stirring in her heart and willingly handed over Hongghu. Consort de scrutinized the 2-month-old infant with great care, examining his eyes, nose, and mouth. With a deep sigh of relief, she remarked, he resembles his father, yet his complexion is akin to yours. Yijun felt a pang of sadness at the uncertainty in Consort de's words. She had never seen the young Yinzhen as a child. Granny Lu had mentioned that Hongghu bore a striking resemblance to her son in his infancy, with a fair complexion that surpassed his. Yinzhen, having spoken those words, fell silent again. Yijun found it amusing. Despite feeling sympathy for Consort de, Yinzhen maintained his aloof demeanor. Resemblance is a blessing, and he is indeed a fine child, Consort de responded, not minding Yinzhen's tone. Her gaze towards Hongghu becoming increasingly affectionate, showing no intention of releasing him. Little Hongghu curiously gazed at this somewhat unfamiliar figure. Infants seem to possess an innate ability to discern good from evil. Sensing no malice from the elegantly dressed lady before him, he broke into a smile. Grasping Consort de's finger tightly and babbling in the language of infants, Consort de felt a surge of emotion, struggling to suppress the urge to weep. She looked at Yijun kindly and said, childbirth is a perilous journey. You have endured much to bring forth Hongghu. He is thriving under your care, for which you deserve great credit. Yijun quickly replied, it is nothing, really. In my previous life, Hongghu was frail and ailing at birth, never once taken outside before his first birthday. As he grew older, my relationship with Consort de was rather ordinary, resulting in Hongghu rarely seeing her, let alone experiencing such a scene of familial warmth. Recently, the Empress Dowager has been unwell. Since you did not present Hongghu to her today, be sure to do so once her health improves, Consort de reminded, all the while soothing Hongghu. Kangxi had been preoccupied with state affairs that day. Thus Yinzhen and Yijun returned to their residence after dining in Yonghua Palace, accompanied by a bounty of gifts from Consort de. In the carriage, Yijun remarked, my lord, ever since you mentioned that Hongghu resembles you, Consort de has clung to him, unwilling to let go. Yijun observed Yinzhen's seemingly indifferent response to her words, unbothered by the coolness between them, as she nestled against the soft cushions of the carriage with the slumbering Hongghu in her arms. She felt an amused sense of validation when Yinzhen opened his eyes to glance at Hongghu, confirming her thoughts. Consort De's emergence from the depths of the harem was no ordinary feat. Hongghu's additional doting from the noble consort could only be a boon. Yijun's mind raced with possibilities, but she discreetly cast another glance at Yinzhen, noting that his icy demeanor stood between Consort De and Hongghu. A predicament indeed. Chapter 8. The Li family's expectation. The esteemed Lady Li, along with the graceful Miss Li and Miss Song, arrived. Upon hearing the words of Nurse Chun, Yijun, just awakened and playfully teasing Hongghu, displayed an expression of profound disinterest. Please wait a moment. I shall finish my grooming and join you shortly. In this life, Yijun had regained her true nature and found no time for daily quarrels with the Li and Song families. Thus, she conveyed that she would only pay her respects on the 1st and 15th of each month. Ever since Hongghu learned to sleep through the night, Yijun decided that as long as Yinzhen did not come, she would embrace Hongghu and sleep with him. Though somewhat taxing, Yijun found great joy in it. Good boy Hongghu, play for a bit. Mother will return shortly, she said, kissing his little face before reluctantly leaving the inner chamber. Noticing that Yijun appeared more radiant after giving birth to Hongghu, unlike the previous years of her being worn and weary, Lady Li clenched her fists. Yet, she soon shifted her thoughts and smiled as she and Miss Song paid their respects to Yijun. It has been a long time since I last saw you. Miss Li and Miss Song, how have you fared lately? Miss Song, having taken to a life of simplicity since the small miss was not nurtured, replied, Thank you, esteemed lady, for your concern. I have had no disquieting matters of late, and it is all thanks to your care. Pleased with Miss Song and Appo's honest response, Yijun thought, This is how it should be. I do not wish to trouble you, and I hope you do not bring me any troubles either. It is a win-win situation. Seeing Miss Song pledging her loyalty before her, Lady Li thought to herself, What a spineless woman. What good can come from clinging to the esteemed lady? Feeling Yijun's gaze, Lady Li slowly replied, I have been feeling somewhat unwell lately. My body seems devoid of strength, and I often feel nauseated after eating. Indeed, just as in her previous life, Lady Li was with child again, this time carrying Hongfan. Nurse Chun, please summon the physician to examine Miss Li, Yijun instructed calmly. Lady Li was somewhat taken aback. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. She had made her condition clear, yet the esteemed lady seemed indifferent. Little did she know that Yijun was already aware that this child would not survive beyond a month, much like Miss Song's previous infant. Yinzhen, in his compassion, had sought a name from Kangxi for the child, Hongfan. Congratulations, esteemed lady. Miss Li is indeed in the early stages of pregnancy. The physician quickly diagnosed and congratulated Yijun Weiji when the fourth master returns. Inform him of this joyful news so that he may know of the auspicious event in the household, Yijun ordered, while also advising Lady Li to take care of her health. She subtly reminded Lady Li not to neglect the eldest miss, leaving it to Lady Li to heed her words. After dismissing Lady Li and Miss Song, Yijun felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, as each visit from them felt akin to a battle. Is the esteemed lady feeling unwell due to Miss Li's pregnancy? Gu inquired softly while giving Yijun a massage. Since Hongghu is the legitimate firstborn, Lady Li's pregnancy poses no issue, Yijun replied with clarity, prompting Gu He and Nurse Chun to breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, as Hongghu is the first son of the master, regardless of how many children the concubines bear, they cannot compare to him in terms of nobility. They merely fear that the esteemed lady may take offense, Gu He added. Lady Li's pregnancy is a good thing. If after Hongghu, the fourth master's residence has no further offspring, I would then be concerned about displeasing Kangxi and the Defei, which would lead to the burden of mismanagement falling upon me. In the evening, in the front courtyard, Su Peixing reported, Master, Wei Ji has informed that during the morning-esque greetings, Miss Li from the Yiru Pavilion was unwell and summoned the physician, who has confirmed she is 2 months pregnant. Hearing this, Yinzhen's brows relaxed. The Manchu culture revered large families, and with only one son and one daughter in his household, any addition would be welcome. How did your esteemed lady respond? He pondered. Su Peixing felt a surge of pride in his foresight. having stopped Wei Ji to inquire further. It was evident that the esteemed lady held significant importance in a master's heart. Upon learning of the news, the esteemed lady advised Miss Li to take care of her health and sent her some nourishing supplements, instructing the physician to check on her regularly. Is that all? Yinzhen questioned, feeling a sense of frustration at not receiving the expected response. After sending off Miss Li and Miss Song, the esteemed lady spent time playing with Hongghu. Do you think in the esteemed lady's heart, who is more important, the master or Hongghu? Yinzhen's sudden question left Su Peixiang at a loss. Surely the master holds more importance, he stammered. Hearing the uncertainty in Su Peixiang's response, Yinzhen scoffed. Has Hongghu turned 3 months yet? Tomorrow he will be 3 months old, came the reply. Su Peixiang had grown accustomed to this question, as Yinzhen had been asking it frequently, hinting that the master was eager to see the clouds part and the moon shine through. Rest in the front courtyard tonight, tomorrow morning. Inform your esteemed lady that I shall dine with her tonight. And remember to emphasize that Hongghu will be 3 months old, he instructed through clenched teeth. Feeling a pang of indignation that his little woman had seemingly forgotten him now that she had Hongghu. He entirely forgot how Yijun had longed for him to visit the main courtyard, which he seldom did. As for Miss Li, send some supplements and remind her to take good care of herself, he concluded. In the Yiru pavilion, a loud crash echoed as Lady Li threw the presented supplements to the ground, her chest heaving with anger and her face flushed. Why does the master not come to see me now that I am with child? Why? Seeing Lady Li's uncontrollable state, Tao Hong hurriedly soothed her. Your Grace, you must consider the little prince in your womb. It is crucial for pregnant women to remain calm. A child that is only acknowledged upon being discovered to be pregnant is of no worth. How can I compete with the attention the eldest miss received during her pregnancy? Lady Li lamented, feeling that the presence of the main courtyard had diminished her standing in Yinzhen's heart. Her resentment toward Yijun's transformation grew stronger. After a quarter of an hour, Lady Li finally calmed down, and the commotion in the Yiru pavilion subsided. In the main courtyard, upon hearing Wei Ji's report that Lady Li had thrown a fit, Yijun cursed silently, fool. The fourth master clearly considers the eldest Miss's well-being, fearing that Lady Li's focus on her current pregnancy will overshadow the eldest miss. How could she be so foolish? No wonder she raised a simpleton like Hongshi in her past life. Enough of that. I should focus on myself. Tomorrow, Hongghu will turn 3 months old, and I must devise a way to appease the increasingly demanding Yinzhen, she thought. Chapter 9. The flourishing fourth master the following evening, upon arriving at the main courtyard. Yinzhen was taken aback to find no trace of Hongghu. Where could he be? Yijun hesitated for a moment before replying somewhat awkwardly. The wet nurse has taken him away. Tonight, Guhi's gone to keep an eye on Hongghu. Realizing this, Yinzhen's eyes sparkled with delight, causing Yijun's cheeks to flush even deeper, as though she were submerged in a warm bath. Tonight, their dinner was consumed with remarkable swiftness, primarily because Yijun had abandoned her usual animated chatter, only responding to Yinzhen's inquiries while keeping her head bowed. Observing his beloved consort's bashfulness, Yinzhen could not help but smile in silence. After the meal, Yijun soaked for a long while in the tub, her gaze drifting over the nightgown prepared by Granny Chun, leaving her feeling somewhat perplexed. In her previous life, she had shared similar moments with Yinzhen, yet none had evoked the current intensity of emotions. After giving birth to Hongghu, he would often dine with her for more than half of each month, visiting Hongghu before departing. With that thought, Yijun emerged from the water, allowing the maids to assist her in donning the prepared nightgown as she made her way to the inner chamber. Upon hearing Yijun's footsteps, Yinzhen looked up sharply, his gaze suddenly piercing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yijun appeared before him clad in a sheer red garment, embroidered with mandarin ducks, the fabric so delicate that it left little to the imagination. Her matching red bodice exposed her skin to the air, revealing large expanses of creamy white flesh that caught Yinzhen and Appo's eye. With her elegantly arched brows, delicate nose, and faint dimples gracing her cheeks, her skin glowed like frost upon snow, and her lips, naturally tinted, resembled polished coral. Yinzhen abruptly pulled Yijun into his embrace, whispering through gritted teeth. I had no idea my beloved consort possessed such allure. With that, his hands began to wander, exploring her waist with the kind of meticulous care one would show to a fine inkstone. Yijun, completely enraptured, clutched at his inner garment, her mind rendered utterly blank. "Fear not, I shall cherish you," he murmured softly, sensing her tension. With that, the night unfolded in waves of passion, their love a playful dance in the moonlight. The next day, when Yijun awoke, the sun had already risen high in the sky. She attempted to rise, but fell back heavily halfway up. Granny Chun, hearing the noise, rushed in, announcing the consort has awakened. Yijun, upon seeing Granny Chen's beaming smile, felt her own cheeks burn as if set aflame, internally scolding Yinzhen for his lack of restraint. Last night, she had begged him to cease, only to find that he relished the pursuit, leaving her utterly exhausted before he carried her off for a bath. The master specifically instructed not to wake the consort. He cares for her well-being. Granny Chen chimed. Yijun, wishing to avoid discussing intimate matters, struggled to prepare herself with Granny Chen's assistance, all the while cursing Yinzhen in her mind. Meanwhile, Yinzhen was in high spirits, displaying an unprecedented level of tolerance that greatly benefited his younger brother, the 14th prince, Yinzhen. Today, the 14th prince was determined to confront Yinzhen, primarily due to the fact that Yinzhen had taken their little nephew to visit their mother without informing him. By the time he learned of this, it was already the following day, and he had missed out on a cherished opportunity to bond with his nephew. In a fit of pique, the 14th prince rushed to Yonghua Palace with a noble consort to soothe him, assuring him that there would be many opportunities to see Hongghu in the future and that there was no need to rush, especially since Yinzhen was enjoying a day off while he himself was still diligently studying. Frustrated and feeling slighted, the 14th prince redirected his ire toward his brother. Yinzhen, finally encountering him today, the 14th prince boldly declared, "Fourth brother, why did you take Hongghu to see mother without telling me? Were you afraid he would inherit my good nature?" Yinzhen cast a dismissive glance at the little turnip head before him, making the 14th prince feel belittled, prompting him to stand tall. "There was no necessity to inform you," Yinzhen replied slowly, delivering a decisive blow. "You." The 14th prince was incensed. "Are you still my fourth brother? You cannot prevent me from getting close to my nephew. Supei Sing. Take the 14th prince back to Yonghua Palace and let mother teach him how to respect his elder brother," Yinzhen commanded, striding away, leaving behind a sulking 14th prince and a respectful Su Peixiang with his head bowed. Unbeknownst to the poor 14th prince, had this been any other day, he would have been punished by Yinzhen to write 100 lines. As for Yinzhen, believing his brother to be disobedient yet refraining from punishment, he thought the 14th prince would surely be grateful, not realizing that a delightful misunderstanding was unfolding. Upon returning to his estate, Yinzhen lost track of time while attending to affairs, deciding to dine in the front courtyard. After finishing his meal, he made his way back to the main courtyard. Unlike the previous day, Yijun and Hongghu were engaged in playful chaos. Upon seeing Yinzhen's arrival, Yijun quickly adjusted herself and stood to greet him. Yinzhen, lost in thought about the previous night, couldn't help but revel in the memory. As his gaze lingered on her, Yijun looked up, meeting his familiar dark eyes, and playfully shot him a reproachful glance, which stirred a delightful sensation within him. The couple played with Hongghu until the little one began to show signs of drowsiness, at which point they once again indulged in the pleasures of their spring night. Yijun, thoroughly spent from Yinzhen's attentions, felt him lift her to bathe, and thought to herself, how wonderful it is for a couple to be in harmony, with both paternal and maternal love abundantly present for Hongghu. Chapter 10. The fourth master holds Hongghu for the first time recently. The atmosphere within the residence of the fourth prince has been particularly harmonious. During the day, Yinzhen attends to governmental matters, while by night, he dines in the main courtyard almost every evening. After supper, he often rests in the main quarters. In the back courtyard, Li Gij, leaning on her pregnancy, has stirred up some commotion a few times, but after being admonished by Yinzhen, she has complied and remained in the courtyard to nurture her child. Song Gij, on the other hand, presents a demeanor of complete indifference to worldly affairs. The servants in the household have begun to smile more, as the harmony among their superiors has made their tasks easier. In the main courtyard, today Yinzhen enjoys a day off. Having stayed at Yijun's residence last night, he directly instructed Su Peisheng to bring the matters requiring his attention to the main courtyard after breakfast. Now 6 months old, Hongghu is already able to distinguish between the voices of Yijun and Yinzhen. Whenever they call his name, the little one immediately focuses his gaze on the speaker and beams with delight, prompting Qinmomo to praise Hongghu's cleverness repeatedly. A few days ago, Yijun had commissioned a carpenter to craft a small rocking cradle for Hongghu, adorning it with little toys to capture his attention. Now, Hongghu can actively reach out to grasp the toys hanging above. Fujin, look at Hongghu trying so hard. He seems on the verge of rolling over, Qinmomo said affectionately, observing the little prince's efforts. Master, come quickly. Your son is grunting and attempting to flip over. Yijun, excited, called to Yinzhen, eager to witness Hongghu's first attempt at rolling over together. Yinzhen indulgently set aside his affairs and approached Yijun, both of them watching Hongghu. Seeing him struggle on his stomach yet unable to flip, Yinzhen couldn't help but laugh, personally assisting Hongghu to lie on his side. Then, he gestured for Yinzhen to call out to Hongghu from the other side. Sure enough, responding to his father's voice, Hongghu rolled over, his little eyes fixed on Yinzhen with unwavering attention. This marks Hongghu's first rollover. Yijun exclaimed joyfully, lifting Hongghu into her arms. Upon feeling his mother's warmth and hearing her voice, Hongghu settled contentedly in Yijun's embrace, his tiny hands beginning to reach for the adornments in her hair. Oh, this little rascal, Yijun chuckled, not at all vexed by his tugging at her hair. Remembering her previous inquiries, she gently restrained Hongghu's mischievous hands and said to Yinzhen, Master, I have inquired about introducing some rice porridge as supplementary food for Hongghu. I consulted with Dr. Lu from the palace, who also affirmed that adding some solid food would benefit the child's health, due to the circumstances of her previous life. Yijun is particularly attentive to every aspect of Hongghu's nourishment. Upon hearing this, Yinzhen readily agreed. Since you have consulted with Dr. Lu, it is certainly appropriate. He couldn't recall how the eldest princess was nourished back then, and besides, Li Shi would not discuss such matters with him. Yinzhen looked at Yijun holding Hongghu, feeling a twinge of envy. Despite having attempted to hold Hongghu several times in the past, he had refrained due to the tradition of holding one's grandchildren and not one's own children. Today, however, he suddenly felt a desire to indulge, thinking he could not continue to suppress this longing forever. Clearing his throat, he declared, Bring Hongghu to me. Ignoring Yijun's surprise, he lifted Hongghu, testing his weight as he raised him slightly. He is indeed sturdy. Holding him feels a bit heavy. Master, both you and I accompany him every day, treating him like our most precious gem. How could he not be robust? Yijun replied, suppressing a smile. Yinzhen chuckled, not bothering to argue. He carried Hongghu into the courtyard to admire the blooming flowers and greenery. As Yijun observed Hongghu babbling excitedly, wanting to see everything, with Yinzhen beside him, sometimes coaxing him and other times teaching him, she instructed Qinmomo, Please tell the kitchen to prepare lunch. Soon, they will be tired from playing and will need to eat. Of course, Momo replied with a smile. Yijun mused, perhaps this is the life she had always yearned for. Meanwhile, Su Peisheng had grown quite familiar with Wei Ji. After all, Yinzhen's everyday attire, and even today, some official matters had gradually been moved to the main courtyard. He himself had become a frequent visitor there, with the Fujin having prepared a room for him to rest, which had slowly accumulated various necessities. Observing the current life in the main courtyard, Su Peisheng was struck by how it resembled the ordinary life of common folk. He recalled the evening of Hongghu's full moon banquet when a master had dined in the main courtyard, and the Fujin had insisted he need not serve, wishing for the master to experience a meal together like an ordinary couple. Now, that wish had been fully realized. He also noted how the Fujin and Hongghu enjoyed the master's affection while still taking time to check on the eldest princess in the Yiru pavilion from time to time. He understood that the Fujin was truly kind-hearted. Even someone like him, without roots, felt deeply moved. Surely, the master could not remain indifferent to such compassion. The most sentimental master, now, possesses a home that truly belongs to him. At present, Yinzhen had yet to mature into the emperor he was in his past life. With Yijun and Hongghu entering his world, they ultimately became the radiant stars illuminating the latter half of Yinzhen's existence. Chapter 11. The Sons of Kangxi. The atmosphere in the court today was somewhat tense. The steadfast supporter of the eldest prince, Yinren, Nalen Mingzhu, presented a memorial to Kangxi, revealing that Ling Pu, the head of the imperial household department, had exploited his position for personal gain. It is rare for officials in the court to be free of such misconduct. But for Nalen Mingzhu to single out Ling Pu for this accusation indicated that the latter's actions were particularly egregious. Kangxi's expression darkened as he contemplated this, and after the court session, he instructed Liang Jiogong to summon the crown prince and Yinren to the Yangxin Hall for questioning. When the crown prince and Yinren entered and paid their respects to Kangxi, he did not greet them as usual. Instead, he tossed Nalen Mingzhu's memorial onto the table beside them, indicating they should take a look. He then fell silent. The crown prince, upon reading it, felt a sense of dread and quickly said, "Your Majesty, we cannot rely solely on Lord Mingzhu's account regarding Ling Pu. I believe he would not act in such a manner. I humbly request your Majesty's discernment." While the crown prince defended Ling Pu, he could not help but harbor resentment, as Ling Pu, being part of the crown prince's faction and managing such a crucial department, had made himself vulnerable to scrutiny, exposing the crown prince to embarrassment. Yinren, internally elated, maintained a facade of righteousness, stating, "Your Majesty, whether Lord Ling is guilty of embezzlement requires investigation. However, I trust that if he has indeed transgressed, your Majesty will impose severe punishment. I am willing to alleviate your Majesty's concerns." Observing the reactions of the crown prince and Yinren, Kangxi sighed inwardly. Over the years, he had allowed Yinren and Baocheng to compete, believing it would serve as a valuable experience for Baocheng. Yet, Ling Pu, as a member of Baocheng's faction, had inadvertently hindered him, prompting Kangxi to consider issuing a warning. "Baocheng, who do you think is best suited to investigate this matter?" Yinzhen, being close to Yinren, would naturally avoid trouble, quickly replied, "Fourth brother is known for his integrity. He is most suitable to investigate this matter." "Very well, let Yinzhen conduct the inquiry. Yinren will report to the Ministry of War soon. It will serve as valuable experience for him as well." The displeasure Yinren felt at not being assigned the task dissipated entirely as he gratefully responded, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will devote myself wholeheartedly." With that, Kangxi dismissed the crown prince and Yinren, instructing the former to inform Yinzhen of the situation. Seated upon the dragon throne, Kangxi allowed his thoughts to drift. Yinren, as the eldest son, was someone he valued, and he saw no issue in their rivalry. The Manchus had seized the world from horseback. Thus, a man should boldly strive for what he desires, and this dynamic also served as a form of training for Baocheng. The third prince was close to Yinren. The fourth prince maintained harmony with the crown prince, while the younger princes clung to the eighth. The eighth prince appeared to favor Yinren publicly as well. He was certain that Baocheng would inherit the throne, and he would ensure a prosperous future for his other sons. That was sufficient. In the residence of the fourth prince, after the crown prince departed, Yinzhen's expression was neither good nor bad as he sat silently behind his desk. Su Peisheng, noticing it was nearly time for dinner, gently reminded, "Master, dinner is approaching. What about Fujin?" Yinzhen snapped back to attention, tidied up briefly, and went to the main courtyard. In the main courtyard, Yijun was instructing Wei Ji to find out why Yinzhen was delayed when she saw him enter with Su Peisheng. "You are late today," Yijun said with a smile, directing the kitchen to prepare the meal. Today, Yinzhen appeared more taciturn than usual, seeming somewhat distracted during dinner. After the meal, Yijun took Yinzhen outside for a stroll, asking, "Do you have something on your mind today?" Yinzhen slowed his pace, contemplating for a moment before replying, "This afternoon, the crown prince came by and said that Lord Mingzhu had submitted a memorial to the emperor, alleging that Ling Pu was guilty of embezzlement. The emperor has asked me to investigate." Upon hearing this, Yijun understood the emperor's intentions. He wanted to issue Ling Pu a warning without conducting a thorough investigation. "I am not privy to court affairs, but I know you are close to the crown prince, and the emperor must certainly be aware of this," she said, refraining from saying too much. Yinzhen, reflecting on Yijun's words, understood the gravity of the situation. Although he had a zero-tolerance attitude towards corruption, he also knew better than to oppose the emperor directly. The fact that Nalan Mingzhu specially submitted a memorial indicated that Ling Pu's misconduct was likely a foregone conclusion. He would need to navigate this matter with care. Grasping Yijun's hand, he said, "I must attend to some affairs in the front courtyard shortly, so I won't be staying here tonight." Confident that Yinzhen had come to a resolution, Yijun smiled and watched him return to the front courtyard, instructing Su Peixing not to let Yinzhen work too late. In the following days, Yinzhen became increasingly busy, rising early and returning late. Several days later, when Yinzhen presented his investigation findings to Kangxi, the emperor became furious upon reading them. He ordered Ling Pu to be punished with 50 strokes and a forfeit 3 years of salary. Yet he did not remove him from his position as head of the imperial household department. Yinzhen, who was responsible for the investigation, received praise from Kangxi for his effective handling of the matter, and the crown prince also treated him with greater kindness thereafter. Thus, the Ling Pu incident was settled, and despite the many grievances Yinring's faction might have voiced, they ultimately acquiesced under Kangxi's directive. Chapter 12. Hongghu and 14th Master after the resolution of the Ling Pu matter. Kangxi said about allowing Yinzhen to gain experience in the Ministry of Revenue. Yinzhen was both astonished and delighted, diligently attending to his duties each day. At the behest of the crown prince, the inner court and the Ministry of Revenue provided numerous conveniences to Yinzhen, enabling him to quickly establish himself within the ministry. Time flew by. One afternoon, Yijun was playing with nearly 1-year-old Hongghu in their quarters. When Hongghu was 7 months old, he could utter a few words, often calling out to her with E and to Yinzhen with AA. Now he could articulate Ama and Yinyang, which made Yijun's favorite pastime, coaxing him to repeat Yinyang. Besides breastfeeding, Yijun arranged for the kitchen to prepare a small bowl of steamed egg cake and a small bowl of fruit puree for Hongghu every 2 days. The clever little one would immediately abandon his toys when the small bowls were brought, eagerly calling out to Yijun, "Yinyang, eat." Yijun resolved that when he grew up, she would vividly recount his greedy antics to him. Under meticulous care, Hongghu grew fair and tender, thriving on the affection of his parents. He was not shy but preferred silence, only expressing his wishes or responding when Yijun teased him. At other times, he would gaze wide-eyed at his surroundings, his character a blend of Yinzhen and Yijun. Fortune Concubine, the 14th Master, has arrived. Upon hearing Wei Jilai and Appo's announcement, Yijun was momentarily taken aback. After confirming that Yinzhen had come alone, she hurriedly instructed Wei Jilai to welcome him to the front courtyard and sent someone on horseback to notify Yinzhen in the ministry. Chen Momo promptly assisted Yijun in tidying her slightly disheveled attire while taking Hongghu to the front courtyard. "Greetings, fourth sister-in-law." By now, Yinzhen had grown taller than Yijun. She hurriedly called out and smiled. "It is unfortunate that you have come today, 14th brother. Fourth master is still away on business, but I have already sent someone to inform him. Fourth sister-in-law, I came today just to see Hongghu. I managed to finish my homework with Master Wu ahead of time, which allowed me this opportunity to visit." Hearing Yijun's words, Yinzhen pursed his lips, contemplating whether he would be allowed in if his icy fourth brother were to know. "Then, 14th brother, please entertain Hongghu here for a while. I will prepare some food for you both." After leaving the wet nurse and Chun Momo behind, Yijun went to the side hall. 2 years prior, Kangxi had bestowed the Wanyan clan upon Yinzhen as a concubine, so it was prudent for her to maintain some distance from Yinzhen. "Gu He, from what I gather, the 14th Master's words suggest that the esteemed concubine may not be aware of this matter. Please inform her to alleviate any concern she may have." In the main hall of the front courtyard, Hongghu and Yinzhen stared at each other, their big eyes locked in contemplation. Hongghu, observing the man before him who bore some resemblance to his father, tilted his head as if pondering something significant, while Yinzhen regarded the miniature version of his fourth brother, lost in thought. Suddenly, Yinzhen couldn't suppress a chuckle. Indeed, he was the son of the icy fourth brother, capable of enduring patience. For a while, Yinzhen coaxed Hongghu to call him 14th uncle. Hongghu merely managed an uncle, which delighted Yinzhen. This little nephew was certainly more entertaining than his fourth brother. After playing with some toys, Yinzhen took out a military text he had prepared and earnestly began reading it to Hongghu. Chen Momo and the wet nurse were left speechless, unable to intervene, and could only watch as Hongghu transitioned from confusion to wailing. Upon receiving the message from Yijun, Yinzhen hurriedly returned to the manor. As he entered the front courtyard, he heard Hongghu's cries and saw Yijun rushing out from the side hall. They exchanged no words, quickly entering the hall to assess the situation. Seeing Hongghu's tears streaming down his cheeks, Yijun's heart ached. She promptly picked him up, gently rocking him, while Yinzhen, his face darkened, demanded to know what had transpired with Yinzhen. "Fourth brother, I truly did nothing. I merely wished to read military texts to Hongghu, hoping he would become a martial talent in the future." Yinzhen protested, defiantly meeting Yinzhen's gaze. Hongghu had ceased crying but was staring at Yinzhen with puffy eyes, causing Yinzhen to feel a twinge of guilt. Yinzhen had not anticipated his brother's recklessness to this extent and scolded him thoroughly, fearing that Hongghu might not inherit the martial prowess of their family. Listening to Yinzhen's murmurs, Yinzhen felt a throbbing headache. "I shall write to Father Emperor tomorrow, ensuring you marry next year, and then your concubine can bear you a son to inherit your martial talents." Yinzhen's face turned pale with fright. He certainly did not wish to marry early and be constrained by the inner quarters. The thought of his eighth brother, completely under the thumb of his eighth sister-in-law, made Yinzhen's complexion resemble that of a wilted vegetable. "Master, I have already informed Concubine in the palace. Let's keep the 14th brother here for dinner tonight." Yijun seized the moment to defuse the tension, and Yinzhen, disregarding the impending reprimand from his mother, cast Yijun a grateful glance. With Yinzhen having returned, and Hongghu not being a troublesome child, Yijun felt at ease, leaving him in the front courtyard while she returned to the main hall to await mealtime. In her previous life, the relationship between Yinzhen and Yinzhen had not been as amicable. The frail Hongghu had not captured Yinzhen's attention. Later, as Yinzhen aligned with the 8th Prince's faction, the rivalry between the brothers nearly severed the bond between Concubine and Yinzhen. Now, with Yinzhen determined to nurture Hongghu into a valiant warrior, it seemed unlikely that he would reach an irreconcilable conflict with Yinzhen. With this thought, Yijun's steps grew lighter. Chapter 13. The first birthday celebration, the little one, already able to articulate words clearly, approached Yijun step by step under the watchful eye of the wet nurse. It is indeed remarkable how swiftly children grow in the blink of an eye. They transition from newborns to walking and speaking. Fortunately, in this lifetime, Yijun has not missed a single moment of Hongghu's growth. Reflecting on this, she smiled and clapped her hands, beckoning Hongghu to come into her embrace. Once Hongghu reached her, Yijun lifted him into her arms and showered him with a fragrant kiss on his forehead, causing him to giggle joyfully. "Madam, in a few days, it will be Hongghu's first birthday banquet. Should we prepare the gifts for the celebration in advance?" Preparations would involve simulating the traditional grabbing ceremony, teaching the child to select items that the family hopes he will choose in the hopes of securing good fortune. Yijun pondered and inquired, "What guidance does the 4th master have?" Shin Mama promptly relayed the suggestion that Su Peixing had hinted at the night before, which seemed to echo Yinzhen's sentiments. It appeared that Hongghu held a more significant place in Yinzhen and Appo's heart than Yijun had anticipated, as even the grabbing ceremony was infused with hopes for a bright future. This desire for good fortune not only reflected the parents' aspirations for their child, but also underscored the profound hopes that accompany parenthood. Having successfully grasped Yinzhen's hint, Yijun busily organized the preparations in the main courtyard. The gifts for the grabbing ceremony required careful consideration. The child's father and mother, grandparents, and maternal grandparents were all expected to bestow their tokens of hope upon the young one. Due to Yinzhen's princely status, the Ulanara family could not directly present the gifts, as the distinction between sovereign and subject must be maintained. However, they did arrange for servants to deliver tokens as a gesture of goodwill. After aligning their thoughts, Yinzhen and Yijun began to instruct Hongghu on how to grasp Yinzhen's personal jade pendant. After several attempts, Hongghu demonstrated remarkable skill, effortlessly identifying the pendant among various items, much to the satisfaction of both Yinzhen and Yijun. On the day of the ceremony, An unusually large number of guests arrived, drawn by the news that Emperor Kangxi would personally attend the fourth master's residence, with everyone eager to partake in the festivities. Yinzhen entertained the male guests while Yijun, holding the exquisitely dressed Hongghu, welcomed the noble ladies and ministers and oppos, wives. Remarkably, Hongghu remained calm and composed, content to stay nestled in Yijun and oppos' embrace. Fourth sister-in-law, Hongghu is truly well-behaved. Unlike Hongqing, who is always causing a ruckus, remarked Dong Eshi, enviously observing Hongghu's demeanor as she reached out to stroke his little face, coaxing him to call her aunt. With the announcement of the emperor and oppos' arrival and the empress dowager and oppos' presence, everyone knelt in reverence. Hongghu peeked out from Yijun and oppos' arms, gazing at Kangxi and the empress dowager. Upon seeing Hongghu's healthy, cherubic appearance, Kangxi's fondness for the child instantly intensified. "Is this Hongghu?" Without waiting for a response, he gestured for Liang Jiogong to bring the child closer for a better look. As Hongghu stood before the magnified figures of Kangxi and the empress dowager, recognizing the empress dowager, called out "Mama" while extending his small hands, indicating his desire to be held. The empress dowager, eager to embrace him, did not hesitate to take him from Liang Jiogong's arms. "Hongghu, this is your imperial mama," the empress dowager gently explained to him. Hongghu tilted his head, gazing at Kangxi, and after a moment, exclaimed, "Imperial mama." Kangxi, delighted by his chubby grandson's endearment, smiled broadly, his eyes crinkling with joy as he observed the harmonious interactions among his sons. Thanks to Hongghu and oppos' impressive display, Kangxi and the empress dowager generously added numerous gifts to his collection, leaving Yijun feeling somewhat overwhelmed. As the grabbing ceremony commenced, Yijun cheerfully encouraged, "Hongghu, go and pick your favorite item." Understanding the prompt, Hongghu clambered onto the table and confidently approached the assortment of objects. With ease, he selected Yinzhen's jade pendant and, before anyone could commend him, walked over to Yinzhen and handed him the pendant, stating, "Father, this is for you," before returning to his previous spot. Yinzhen could only chuckle wryly, puzzled by Hongghu and oppos' actions, leaving Yijun equally bewildered. Without allowing Yinzhen and Yijun time to react, Hongghu then picked up a silver bracelet placed there by Yijun and offered it to her, saying, "Mother, this is for you." Surrounding guests were at a loss for words. The audience was further astonished when Hongghu gifted a pearl to the empress dowager and presented a wooden sword to Yinzhen. Ultimately, in a climactic moment, he handed a wooden longevity peach to Kangxi, leaving everyone in awe. Observing Kangxi and the empress dowager's beaming faces and the eager embrace of the spirited 14th prince, it was clear that Hongghu was destined for greatness. The older princes, more discerning, noted that Yinzhen and Yijun's astonishment seemed genuine. The eldest sons could not help but wish that Hongghu had been born in their own households. A flicker of unease crossed the crown prince's eyes as he attempted to dismiss his discomfort, despite Hongxi's cleverness and Kangxi's affection. He was ultimately not the son of the crown princess. Yijun, too preoccupied to contemplate others and oppos' reactions, recognized that today had secured Hongghu a notable position in Kangxi and oppos' heart. In her previous life, only Honghui had managed to stand out before Kangxi. This time, her Hongghu had surpassed him. Yet, Yijun remained uncertain. After the banquet, she inquired of Yinzhen whether Hongghu's prominence today would cause any issues. Upon receiving Yinzhen's reassurance that there were no significant concerns, she felt relieved and joyfully counted the congratulatory gift presented by various guests. In the front courtyard, Yinzhen instructed Su Peisheng, in the future, ensure that more personnel are assigned to protect the main courtyard, especially around Hongghu. He had not overlooked the crown prince and oppos' fleeting glimmer of ambition. Yijun and Hongghu were his bottom line, and no one would dare infringe upon them. Understood. Chapter 14. The incident, the tranquil life within the residence of the fourth prince, was ultimately shattered when the flustered Tao Hong rushed into the main courtyard of the Yiru pavilion to inform that Lady Li was in labor. Lady Li's pregnancy was nearing its full term, with only 1 day short of 9 months. The physician had been routinely called to check her pulse, So how could it be that she was suddenly in labor? Without a moment to ponder, Yijun instructed Guhi to guard the main courtyard and hastily sent for the physician, while she herself hurried with Nurse Chun towards the Yiru pavilion. Upon entering the inner chamber of the Yiru pavilion, Yijun cast a glance at Lady Li, who appeared as if she had been pulled from the depths of water, her agonized groans intermittently escaping her lips. The midwife, already drenched in sweat, was diligently examining Lady Li and Appo's condition, reflecting on the common folk's belief that a woman could either thrive or succumb during childbirth. Yijun's heart sank at the sight of Lady Li in such a state, leading her to harbor a foreboding sense of dread. The physician arrived in haste, and Yijun urged him to check Lady Li's pulse through the curtain. After examining her, the physician's expression turned grave. "Lady, it seems that Miss Li has encountered something that could induce premature labor. I cannot guarantee the safety of the child within her." Before Yijun could respond, the midwife rushed out from the inner chamber, informing Yijun, "Lady, Miss Li's water has broken, but the child has yet to be delivered. Prolonging this could pose a risk of asphyxiation." Yijun's complexion darkened, for she only knew that Lady Li had previously lost a child. Who would have thought that this time she would come into contact with something that could trigger premature labor, making the delivery so arduous? Could it be that her own rebirth had altered the course of events? Lady Miss Li and Appo's consciousness seems somewhat unclear, and she lacks the strength, the midwife stated. The priority now is to rouse her, so that she may muster the strength to give birth. Nurse Chun, acknowledging Yijun and Appo's lack of experience, hurriedly offered advice from the side. Yijun instructed the physician to employ every means possible to keep Lady Li conscious, asserting that any medicinal herbs available in the residence should be utilized. Upon hearing this, Tao Hong hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground, expressing his gratitude. "The safe delivery of Lady Li and her child is our only means of survival." After admonishing the midwife and the physician, Yijun took a seat with Nurse Chen's assistance. She had believed that the rear courtyard of the fourth prince's residence was under her strict control, yet had been infiltrated by those with ulterior motives. Now, in light of Lady Li and Appo's condition, what would Yinzhen think? Would he suspect her involvement? Remaining still in the Yiru pavilion, Yijun observed the servants coming and going, periodically asking Nurse Chun to check on whether Lady Li had delivered. After a span of 4 to 5 hours, a faint cry echoed, resembling the mewl of a newborn kitten. "Congratulations, Lady. Miss Li has safely given birth, and both mother and child are well," the midwife announced while wiping the sweat from her brow. Noticing that the midwife had not presented the child for her to see, combined with the faintness of the newborn's cry, Yijun sighed softly. "Very well. Distribute a month's wages to all the servants in the Yiru pavilion." As she spoke, she made her way into the inner chamber. How could she describe this child? Much smaller than Hongghu at birth, weighing less than 5 pounds. The child bore the marks of having been deprived of time in the womb, exhibiting a bluish hue indicative of fragility. Lady Li had lost consciousness from exhaustion, and the eldest princess remained unaware of the turmoil unfolding here. Yijun instructed the physician to remain in the Yiru pavilion until Lady Li regained consciousness and confirmed her safety before departing. After cautioning the servants tending to the young prince, she returned to the main courtyard. "Has the master not returned yet?" she inquired. "Lady, Wei Ji informed us early on. He may have been detained by matters of state," came a reply. "Please convey a message to the master, instructing him to summon the court physician upon his return. The young prince requires the palace physician's examination," Nurse Chun suggested, recalling the appearance of the newborn. In the main courtyard, sensing Yijun's fatigue, Hongghu played quietly beside her, refraining from causing any disturbance. "Guhi, investigate this matter. I wish to uncover who possesses the audacity to harm the young master within the fourth prince's residence." Yijun's anger simmered as she returned, reflecting on how she had provided for Lady Li, awaiting the fruition of her pregnancy, only to have someone maliciously interfere, leading outsiders to believe that she, as the fourth princess, could not tolerate the offspring of concubines in her household. At the Ministry of Revenue, having just concluded discussions with officials regarding the promotion of new policies, Yinzhen noticed Su Peixing peering in, his forehead glistening with sweat, which prompted a sense of urgency within him. "What has caused this haste?" he inquired. "Master, Miss Li has gone into labor prematurely. and the newborn prince is in poor condition. The lady has sent word for you to summon the physician and return to the residence, Su Peixiong replied cautiously. Upon hearing this, Yinzhen's expression darkened, and he ordered Su Peixiong to fetch the palace's most skilled physician in pediatric ailments, while he himself boarded the carriage, urging the driver to hasten their return. Upon learning that Yinzhen had returned to the residence and was heading towards the Yiru pavilion, Yijun promptly made her way there as well. After listening to the physician recount the events, a chill enveloped Yinzhen, causing the servants in the Yiru pavilion to hold their breath, while Tao Hong wept for Lady Li and the young prince. Yijun and the pediatric physician arrived in quick succession. After exchanging greetings with Yinzhen, Yijun urged the physician to examine the young prince. Do not fret, master. The pediatric physician is adept in treating children. The young prince shall surely be all right, Yijun reassured him, sensing the turmoil churning within Yinzhen. Yinzhen remained silent. The image of the fragile child haunted him, igniting a fury within him. He glanced at Yijun, who was filled with concern, and suppressed his rising rage. You have performed admirably today. You must be weary from your vigil in the Yiru pavilion. Please, retire and rest. Soon, Hongghu will be seeking you. Hearing his tone, which remained unchanged from usual, Yijun felt a weight lift from her heart. Although she believed her integrity shielded her from suspicion, she could not entirely gauge Yinzhen and Appo's as sentiments. If he were to direct his doubts towards her, would he not also suspect that her motivations stemmed from her affection for Hongghu? That was a turn of events she wished to avoid. Fortunately, Yinzhen did not initially cast suspicion upon her, which brought Yijun some relief, even allowing her to view him in a more favorable light. After Yijun departed, Yinzhen continued to wait silently for the pediatric physician to complete his examination of the young prince. After approximately 15 minutes, the physician, his expression grave, reported his findings. The young prince has been deprived of time in the womb, and being born prematurely, his body remains underdeveloped. The physician could not bring himself to finish, but Yinzhen understood, his voice stiff as he inquired, how long can he survive, given the underdevelopment of his organs? Sustaining him with medicinal herbs will be challenging, the physician replied. Then I must trouble you to remain in the residence for the next few days to oversee the young prince and Appo's care. The palace will inform his majesty. The physician quickly acquiesced. Yinzhen cast another glance at Lady Li, who remained unconscious. If she were to awaken and learn that the young prince could not be sustained, the consequences would be dire. A sense of heaviness enveloped the Yiru pavilion, and he returned to the front courtyard with Su Peixiong. The crash of porcelain hitting the ground in the study signified the tempest of rage brewing within Yinzhen. Investigate thoroughly. Leave no corner of this courtyard unchecked. If the culprit remains unidentified, bring their head to me. Chapter 15. The grief of Hongfan the following day, upon awakening. Li Shi learned that her newborn son could not survive for long, leading her to wail inconsolably, fainting multiple times. After hearing that Li Shi had fainted for the third time, and that Yinzhen had taken leave to personally investigate her plight, Yijun instructed Gu He to cease her inquiries, recognizing that Yinzhen's efforts would undoubtedly yield clear revelations. Observing the oblivious yet cheerful Hongghu, who remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil within the household, Yijun contemplated for a moment. Chun Mama, please bring the eldest princess from Yiru Pavilion to the main courtyard to keep Hongghu company for a few days. Remember to inform the fourth master. At present, Li Shi was wholly devoted to her son, while the servants in Yiru Pavilion were in disarray. With Yinzhen preoccupied with his investigation, neither he nor the eldest princess had noticed the unsettling atmosphere. A 3-year-old girl, hearing Li Shi's anguished cries day in and day out, could only be terrified. Indeed, the kind-hearted Fujin, Yijun silently scoffed. This was not mere kindness. The household had already suffered the loss of one son. Should another fall ill, she could only imagine the disgrace she would face from the 2 revered Buddhas in the palace. Regardless of Li Shi's sorrow, her son passed away on the 3rd day after birth. As he had lived but 3 days, according to Qing Dynasty law, he could not be given a name and was to be buried with the same rites as any other Manchu funeral, without distinction between great and small. Interred in the prince's tomb. When her son was placed in the coffin, Li Shi wished to follow him, weeping uncontrollably. Yinzhen sought a grace from Kangxi, seeing Yinzhen's scarcity of heirs in the rear court, made an exception and bestowed the name Hong Fan upon the infant. Master, it is the maid's fault for not bringing Hong Fan into the world in good health. The heavens may punish me as they will, but why must they take my Hong Fan? Watching Li Shi grow frilier by the day, Yinzhen lowered his voice to comfort her. I will uncover the truth. You must take care of your health. There will be more children in the future. Li Shi's heart burned with resentment. This misfortune must have been orchestrated by either the main courtyard or Song Shi. How could they have caused her beloved Hong Fan to leave her so soon? Once Yinzhen uncovered the truth, she vowed to make those responsible pay dearly. Yet, there would never be another Hong Fan. Li Shi collapsed into Yinzhen's embrace, sobbing bitterly. While Li Shi's sorrow could find expression, Yinzhen's grief remained unvoiced. After Li Shi eventually cried herself to sleep, he instructed the servants to care for her and wandered aimlessly through the residence with Su Peixing. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at the entrance of the main courtyard, halting a young eunuch who was about to announce his arrival and stepping inside. In the main courtyard, the eldest princess, clearly feeling shy, clung to her wet nurse after greeting Yijun, fearful that she might be left alone. It was only upon seeing Hongghu playing nearby that she showed any signs of interest. Would you like to play with Hongghu? Yijun asked gently, cautious not to startle her. The eldest princess nodded, prompting Yijun to signal the wet nurse to place her beside Hongghu. Hongghu, this is your big sister. Come to play with you. Understanding her cue, Hongghu nodded and shared his toys, and the two children began to play together. The eldest princess was notably more considerate, often yielding to Hongghu during their interactions. After an hour of play, Yijun instructed the small kitchen to prepare fruit puree for the two little ones, ensuring they replenished their energy. Perhaps buoyed by her time with Hongghu, the eldest princess relaxed a bit. After the wet nurse finished feeding her, she quietly inquired, Mother, did my mother give birth to a little brother? Yijun contemplated for a moment, pulling the eldest princess into her embrace. Yes, your mother has given you a little brother. But why does mother keep crying? Is she unhappy? Yijun sighed inwardly, realizing the royal children were indeed precocious. She quickly reassured her, your little brother is not well, which makes your mother sad. The eldest princess pondered this for a moment before asking, so, will I never see my brother again? Mother said I wouldn't. Yijun tightened her hold, saying, your little brother has become a star in the sky. You can see him anytime you look up. Having said this, she called for Hongghu to continue playing with them, anxious that the eldest princess might ask something she could not answer. You have worked hard. Yinzhen's voice broke the moment, startling Yijun into standing upright. The servants in the main courtyard were indeed negligent, failing to announce his arrival. Yijun hurriedly greeted him, to which he waved his hand. It was I who did not request an announcement. Yinzhen settled beside Yijun, resting his head on her lap. I shall rest here for a while. Please do. Yijun suggested to Qinmama to take Hongghu and the eldest princess to the side hall to play, lest they disturb Yinzhen's rest. Observing the stubble on Yinzhen's chin, which he had yet to shave, she pursed her lips. The death of Hong Fan could not be publicly mourned with white cloth due to the circumstances, and Yinzhen's heart surely ached no less than Li Shi's. Although Li Shi was undeniably vexing, Yijun would never allow the disputes of adults to spill over to the children. Noticing that Yinzhen had not fallen asleep for a while, Yijun softly suggested, perhaps you could rest in the inner chamber for a while. I will have the small kitchen prepare some porridge for you to eat when you awaken. Yinzhen cast Yunis hint. Neither I nor Li Shi anticipated the eldest princess and Appo's presence. Thankfully, you remembered and brought her here. Yinzhen reflected on the scene he had witnessed at the door. The eldest princess, merely 3 years old, had already begun to grasp the situation surrounding Hong Fan. Both he and Li Shi had failed to notice and guide her. Had it not been for Yijun, who fortuitously provided a reasonable explanation, the eldest princess would likely have carried such questions for a long time. Li Shi's sorrow over Hong Fan was inevitable, and Yinzhen surely felt the same. Yijun thought that bringing the eldest princess over would ease his mind. Yinzhen patted Yijun's hand and stood to head towards the inner chamber. 2 hours later, Yinzhen awoke. After a brief slumber, his complexion seemed improved. He dined with Yijun, then visited the side hall to check on Hongghu and the eldest princess before resting in the main courtyard, the night passing in silence. Chapter 16. The unveiling of the Song clan in the study of the front courtyard. Yinzhen sat in silence for a long time, gazing at the investigative report laid upon his desk. The Song family, a gift from Empress Xiao Yirun, was characterized by a gentle and obedient demeanor. Her appearance not strikingly beautiful, yet she managed to navigate the complexities of court life without becoming ensnared by it. This was the Empress's intention to protect her. As his first woman, their relationship had flourished for a time, yet Song's lack of eloquence often left their conversation sparse. Subsequently, the arrival of Li shifted the dynamics. Her spirited disposition enlivened the household, and Yinzhen frequently visited her, though he never neglected Song. When Song became pregnant, it marked a moment of joy for Yinzhen, as he envisioned the future of their child. Alas, fate had other plans. Overwhelmed with worry, Song experienced a premature birth, and their little princess, unnamed and unsealed, passed away within a month. Yinzhen had hoped to ease Song and Appo's sorrow by granting her another child, but upon her recovery, she had established a small Buddhist altar in the courtyard, devoting her days to prayers for the deceased infant, seemingly detached from worldly concerns. In his helplessness, he instructed Su Peixiang to pay closer attention to her. Yet this Song, beneath her facade of piety, she orchestrated a vile act, secretly bribing a servant who attended the eldest princess, coating the edges of her outer garment with an odorless, tasteless substance capable of inducing premature labor, resulting in Li's early delivery and the loss of her child. More abhorrent was the manipulation of such a tender soul, employing the youngest princess as a pawn to eliminate Li's offspring, turning the remaining child into an accomplice in the heinous act. The sheer cruelty of it sent a chill through Yinzhen's body. "Master, Miss Song has arrived," came the announcement. Song entered the study, a place she had never visited before. Kneeling as she greeted, this servant pays her respects to the master, her face betraying no hint of panic. Witnessing her demeanor, Yinzhen felt a surge of anger and urgency, refusing to allow her to rise as he cast the report at her feet. "Look closely and tell me, what do you have to say for yourself?" After a brief glance at the words on the paper, Song lowered her head and offered a bitter smile. "You have investigated thoroughly. I have nothing left to say." Yinzhen, rising abruptly, exclaimed, "I have never wronged you, nor has this household. What grievance could you harbor against a child still in the womb?" Song lifted her gaze, as if to scrutinize Yinzhen one last time. "You have never wronged me, nor has this household. But what of my little princess? Whoever treated her kindly, besides me?" Her voice began to quiver. "This matter has already been investigated. The premature birth of the little princess was due to her frail health, and it had no connection to Li. Why can't you understand?" As Yinzhen spoke, Song began to laugh. "My little princess was born prematurely and could not survive. Li's son also came into this world early and did not thrive. Did he?" She extended her hands. "Master, it was with these hands that I bid farewell to my little princess. She was so small, lacking the strength to cry. She was your first child gone an instant." With a hollow laugh, she continued, "Just as my little princess departed, Li became pregnant and safely delivered the eldest princess. Is it not laughable, master? Do you blame me?" Yinzhen gazed at Song, a wave of desolation washing over him. "My pregnancy was smooth. How could I have suddenly given birth prematurely? Why did the household physician arrive so late? Where did the midwife disappear till afterward?" Song's voice grew fierce, her eyes reddening like a protective beast. "Your premature labor was due to excessive worry. The physician was summoned by my command, and the midwife was punished and sent away for her incompetence." Yinzhen responded, addressing each of her questions, regretting that his intention to shield her from such truths had led to this calamity. "Ha ha!" Song laughed, tears streaming from her eyes. "You have countless excuses to absolve Li. Yet why can't you extend a modicum of compassion to me and my little princess? With these hands, I sent my little one away, and now I shall use them to send Li's child away, along with the eldest princess. If blame is to be assigned, let it be for her ill-fated birth. My little princess is gone. Why should she prosper?" Song and Appo's face bore a look of grim satisfaction. "You must wish to conceal the entire affair from Li, just as you did for me. Alas, I've already devised a plan. Li will likely find it difficult to maintain a close bond with the eldest princess now. You wicked woman, Yinzhen thought, appalled by her actions. I never anticipated such a dreadful outcome. My little princess was taken too soon. I must accompany her. With that, Song moved toward the nearby pillar, intending to collide with it. Su Peisheng summoned a physician. Yinzhen commanded, watching as Song collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from her head. He found himself at a loss, only able to instruct Su Peisheng to fetch the physician. Master, this is my first time in the front courtyard. I am powerless. I go now to find my little princess. Song's fragmented words tumbled from her lips. As she uttered her final word, she lost consciousness. When the physician arrived and confirmed her passing, Yinzhen instructed Su Peisheng to ensure her burial was conducted according to the proper rites. Feeling utterly fatigued, contemplating the affairs of the household, he resolved to inform the Defei, summoning a carriage for the journey to the palace. In the main hall, Yijun, having heard the entire account, fell into a contemplative silence. Perhaps in her previous life, her rivalry with Li had deterred Song from taking action, but in this life, her impartiality had inadvertently fostered Song's treachery. It was futile to lament. Song's exploitation of the eldest princess was a precarious matter that could easily be misinterpreted as mismanagement. The days seemed unending in their turmoil. Observing Yijun's distress, Guhi hurriedly massaged her temples. If the course of this life diverged from the last, who could predict what lay ahead? Chapter 17. Li and the eldest princess. It must be said that one's greatest adversary often possesses the deepest understanding of oneself. Song had accurately anticipated Li's reaction upon discovering the entirety of the situation. Upon learning the truth, Li unleashed her fury, hurling every breakable object in sight while cursing Song as a vile woman. Amidst her rage, she found herself weeping for her lost Hongpan, lamenting that even in death, she would never see her little princess again. Yet, she refrained from mentioning the plan to bring the eldest princess back from the main courtyard. As Li approached the end of her confinement period, the eldest princess had inquired several times about her mother's absence. Yijun, unable to bear the situation any longer, took Guhi and made her way to the front courtyard. It seemed that Yinzhen had been deeply affected by the series of misfortunes. Li and Appo's miscarriage, Hongpan and Appo's untimely death, and Song and Appo's demise, leading him to spend the night in the front courtyard whenever he returned from his duties. In the front courtyard, Master, the Fujin has arrived, a servant announced. Yinzhen was taken aback by Yijun's presence, as she typically did not disturb him without cause. Upon realizing this, he promptly summoned Su Peisheng to bring Yijun inside. I pay my respects to the fourth master, Yijun greeted as she entered. After Yinzhen acknowledged her, she proceeded to express her purpose for coming. Master, Li is nearing the end of her confinement. Should we not send the eldest princess back to Yiru Pavilion? She has asked about her mother several times, and it seems unreasonable to keep evading her inquiries. It is natural for a child to long for her mother. Listening to Yijun's words, Yinzhen furrowed his brow. Li had not communicated her intention to retrieve the eldest princess from the main courtyard. Perhaps Li, overwhelmed during her confinement, had not considered the eldest princess's yearning for her mother. However, as the rightful stepmother, Yijun could not simply ignore the matter. After Yinzhen finished speaking, Yijun devised a plan, suspecting that Li harbored resentment toward the eldest princess, feigning forgetfulness regarding her return to Yiru Pavilion. Master, I dare say, it seems Li has misjudged the situation. The eldest princess is but 3 years old, easily manipulated and unaware. If there must be blame, it certainly does not lie with her. Yijun boldly revealed Li and Appo's intentions. What a farce! How could she allow the eldest princess to remain in the main courtyard without understanding? If they were to have another son later, would she then coax the eldest princess back to Yiru Pavilion? Yijun would not be so easily ensnared in Li's schemes. Yinzhen, taken aback by Yijun's candidness, found himself disliking Li even more. He awkwardly replied, I understand, and I will remind Li of this matter. You have endured much these past weeks. Yijun, pleased to have achieved her aim, quickly stated that it was no trouble at all. Yinzhen believed that by sending someone to Yiru Pavilion to inform Li to retrieve the eldest princess from the main courtyard. The matter would be resolved. However, Li, upon hearing the message from Su Peixiang, wept and expressed that she had not yet completed her confinement. The loss of Hongpan had drained her, and she hoped the Fujin would look after the eldest princess for a while longer. When Su Peixiang returned, he found Yinzhen's expression darkened. This Li truly audacious. Concerned for the eldest princess's well-being, should she return to Li's cold embrace. Yinzhen instructed Su Peixiang to relay Li's response to Yijun exactly as it was. In the main courtyard, after Su Peixiang departed, Yijun scoffed in frustration. Does the master intend to leave the eldest princess in our care? Gui voiced her concern beside her. Indeed, if Li claims she is too exhausted to care for the eldest princess, how could I refuse? Should I reject her? I might soon face the wrath of the Empress Dowager. Yijun had rarely been angered since her rebirth, but this time she was genuinely exasperated with Li, compounded by her dissatisfaction with how Yinzhen was handling the situation. If the eldest princess was to remain in the main courtyard, then let her stay. Yijun instructed Wei Ji to inform the fourth master that the eldest princess would reside in the main courtyard. However, once she was established there, it would be inappropriate for Li to take her back. After all, to shift the eldest princess from the legitimate Fujin's care back to a concubine would imply that she had offended her rightful mother, which would be detrimental to her future. Yijun's reasoning left no room for criticism. Yinzhen recognized that this situation was indeed unfair to Yijun. Yet he also understood that it was perfectly natural for a legitimate mother to raise her children. After a brief contemplation, he agreed with Yijun's perspective, which brought her some relief. Meanwhile, Li remained blissfully unaware of the trap she had set for herself, still hoping to recover her health and give birth to another son for Yinzhen. In the main courtyard, once it was decided that the eldest princess would stay, Yijun summoned her to her side. Dear eldest princess, have you been thinking of your mother? Having spent over half a month in the main courtyard, the eldest princess had grown accustomed to her surroundings, developing fondness for both Yijun and Hongghu. The young girl, wise beyond her years, could not fathom Li's motives. I miss my mother, but I also enjoy playing with my brother, the eldest princess replied, her face now a bit fuller and her speech more articulate. Then, would you like to stay with your legitimate mother and play with your brother every day? Does that mean my mother doesn't want me anymore? The eldest princess, perceptive as she was, immediately feared that Li no longer desired her, her voice quivering with emotion. Your mother is recovering from giving birth to your little brother and needs time to regain her strength. She has asked your father to let you stay here with your legitimate mother. Besides, don't you wish to play with your brother Hongghu every day? Will I be a burden to my legitimate mother? The eldest princess's question prompted Yijun to embrace her gently. Not at all. Your brother Hongghu is strong, and your legitimate mother appreciates well-behaved and sweet girls like you. With that, Yijun's soothing words made the eldest princess beam with delight. Deep down, the eldest princess understood that Li did not hold her in high regard, but with Yijun treating her kindly in the company of Hongghu, she quickly accepted her new living arrangements. From now on, the eldest princess would reside in the main courtyard, with her needs provided for according to the household standards, ensuring that no meddlesome individuals could exploit the situation. After calming the eldest princess, Yijun reminded Gu He of her duties before retreating to her inner chambers for a brief respite. In the side hall of the main courtyard, brother Hongghu, my legitimate mother says I will be staying here from now on, and I can play with you every day, the eldest princess exclaimed as she sat on a cushion. Addressing Hongghu, uncertain if he understood, Hongghu reached out for her embrace, calling out sister. The eldest princess, noticing the drool from Hongghu, hurriedly took out her handkerchief to wipe his face. Brother Hongghu, you must become a brave warrior. You cannot keep drooling. The eldest princess expressed her concern, recalling how the 14th uncle had said that Hongghu would grow to be a great warrior of the Qing Dynasty. Yet how could he do so while drooling? Determined to keep Hongghu tidy, the eldest princess resolved to always wipe his mouth clean whenever she noticed him drooling, ensuring that no one else would see. With newfound determination, she played with Hongghu, their small adult-like demeanor bringing smiles to the nursing maids nearby. Chapter 18. The eccentric aesthetic of Hongghu in the 37th year of Kangshi's reign. Hongghu had just celebrated his second birthday. Unlike his previous life, where he was enamored with power and perpetually at odds with the Li family, this time, Yijun devoted much of her attention to Hongghu. She entrusted the affairs of the inner courtyard to Nurse Chun, who managed everything according to established protocols. During the New Year visit to the palace, she even received praise from Consorta for her adept management. As for Yinzhen's occasional visits to the Li family's quarters, Yijun bore it with grace, which, in turn, seemed to irk Yinzhen. Yijun speculated that if it were not for Hongghu's tender age, the palace would have already bestowed him with companions. If she were to show any signs of jealousy, the servants in the main courtyard would surely stir up trouble daily. Now, at just 2 years old, Hongghu exhibited extraordinary intelligence, particularly enjoying Yijun reading to him and watching Yinzhen practice calligraphy. Yinzhen's expectations for Hongghu grew increasingly evident, as he often took the child to the front courtyard during his rest days, returning him only in the evening, under the pretext of instilling a love for learning from a young age. Yijun welcomed this wholeheartedly, eager for the father-son bond between Yinzhen and Hongghu to deepen. Today, coinciding with Yinzhen's day off, Yijun had recently commissioned an artist to create several child-friendly sketches, merely outlining the figures for Hongghu and the eldest princess to color. Yesterday, the drawings had arrived, prompting Yijun to summon Hongghu and the eldest princess for an aesthetic enlightenment session. Meanwhile, Yinzhen sat nearby, engrossed in his reading. The eldest princess had become quite lively and had grown taller. Yijun had invited a female tutor early on to instruct the eldest princess in reading, writing, and the arts. Should anyone suggest that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue, Yijun would scoff at the notion. It was absurd, for this was the future grand princess, destined to be the matriarch of the Ula Nara clan. Upon meeting her legitimate mother, the eldest princess performed a graceful bow, demonstrating impeccable decorum. Upon seeing his mother, Hongghu, a delicate little boy with porcelain skin and an expression mirroring Yinzhen's inscrutable demeanor, bent low to bow. Yijun beckoned him closer, commending the eldest princess for her manners while playfully pinching Hongghu and Appo's small face. "Mother, mother," Hongghu protested with a lisp, his little ears flushing crimson. "Do not mimic your father. He shows no emotion on his face." Yijun observed with delight as Hongghu's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, helplessness, and a hint of dependence on her. Yinzhen cleared his throat, reminding Yijun of his presence and suggesting she temper her exuberance. However, the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed his good spirits. Yijun, sensing the moment, quickly instructed Gu He to bring forth 2 sketches. She presented the eldest princess with an outline of a little girl from a common family, while Hongghu received the outline of a little boy. "Here are the prepared paints beside you. You two may dip your brushes into different colors and bring the sketches to life. When you're done, show your mother." With that, Yijun gracefully made space for Hongghu and the eldest princess to commence their artistic endeavors. Hongghu had grown accustomed to his mother's spontaneous activities. Previously, she had even sent his grandmother to the marketplace to procure various puzzles for him to explore. Each time he solved one, he would wear a look of disbelief, with Yinzhen teasingly claiming it was because Yijun had not been as clever in her youth. Reflecting on this, Hongghu shook his head, thinking he ought to indulge his mother more in the future. He then focused on the outline of the little boy before him, deciding on a black braid. "Clothes? Father's frequent attire is black, so I shall choose black as well. Shoes? Since both the braid and clothes are black, the shoes should be black too." Having quickly determined his color choices, he dipped his brush into the black paint and skillfully rendered a small figure adorned in black. Satisfied with his creation, he glanced at the eldest princess, who was painting the little girl's headdress in yellow, leaving Hongghu perplexed. After signaling to Yijun that he had finished, she was astonished by his speed, pondering whether her Hongghu possessed a hidden talent for painting. However, all her expectations evaporated upon seeing the artwork, and she grimaced, gritting her teeth. "Hongghu, take this to your father." She promptly moved behind the eldest princess, relieved to find at least one piece of work that reflected a more conventional aesthetic. When Yinzhen received the drawing from his son, he was at a loss for words and straightened himself, asking, "Tell your father, why did you paint the hair black? Everyone's hair is black, Hongghu replied innocently. Yinzhen nodded, fighting back laughter. And why did you paint the clothes black? Father often wears black, Hongghu answered. Yinzhen could hardly contain his amusement. And the shoes? Since the hair and clothes are black, the shoes must be black too, Hongghu declared. Yinzhen's laughter erupted, and he recalled Yijun's frequent reminder not to criticize children lightly. So he forced a compliment, acknowledging Hongghu's keen observation. Yet, he couldn't help but worry about his son's aesthetic choices, while he favored a more subdued and elegant style. Hongghu and Appo's all-black palette made Yinzhen and Appo's heart flutter uncomfortably. Yijun, having overheard the father-son exchange, concluded that Yinzhen and Appo's attire had influenced Hongghu and Appo's artistic expression. She instructed Gu He to fetch an uncolored ceramic bowl, signaling for Hongghu to paint it. Upon receiving the task, Hongghu understood that his mother was still astonished by his previous work and decided to give it another attempt, confident in the process. After inspecting the ceramic bowl thoughtfully, he tilted his head and dipped his brush in white paint, swiftly covering the entire bowl in a pristine white hue. Yijun and Yinzhen, observing silently, couldn't help but twitch their lips. It seemed their Hongghu favored a minimalist style. Yijun adopted a serious demeanor, attempting to provide an explanation for Hongghu's peculiar taste. Yinzhen, not wishing to dwell on the matter, silently resolved to ensure that Hongghu was exposed to renowned artworks in his study, aspiring to cultivate a refined aesthetic sense akin to his own. After a while, the eldest princess completed her coloring. Looking at the vibrant little girl she had created, Yijun sighed, recognizing this as the aesthetic sensibility one would expect from a child. In contrast, she felt a headache coming on at the sight of Hongghu's monochromatic work. Brother Hongghu, why is yours entirely black? The eldest princess inquired, puzzled by the all-black figure. Father also wears black clothes, Hongghu pointed to Yinzhen, indicating that he had drawn inspiration from him. The eldest princess nodded in understanding, exclaiming, Brother Hongghu is so clever. I should have thought to draw like my legitimate mother. As the two children exchanged compliments, Yijun worried. Would the eldest princess be led astray by Hongghu's unconventional choices? Chapter 19, The Significance of the Eldest Princess Time. Heedless of human desires, flows swiftly. After the eldest princess was sent to the main courtyard for her upbringing, Lady Li suddenly recognized the significance of her. This was particularly evident in the increasing frequency of Prince Yinzhen's visits to the main courtyard, while his visits to her own Ero pavilion dwindled. Previously, she had been able to use the eldest princess as a means to draw him in, as he would come to see her as she desired, often lingering afterward. However, in the past month, his presence in her courtyard had become so sparse that she could count the visits on one hand. Lady Li began to rarefied consider the decision to send the eldest princess to the main courtyard as an egregious mistake. Upon realizing this, Lady Li sent Tao Hong to the main courtyard multiple times, hoping to retrieve the eldest princess and bring her back to Ero Pavilion. Yet each time she was met with refusal. Frustratingly, she had been informed at the outset that the eldest princess would not be returned casually. Unable to pinpoint any fault of the main courtyard, she could only seethe with resentment. On one occasion, while the eldest princess was playing with Honghui in the backyard, Lady Li rushed over, crying and expressing how much she missed her. Unfortunately, by the time the eldest princess turned 4, Yijun had already informed her of the circumstances surrounding her relocation. The eldest princess, with a frosty demeanor, performed a formal greeting to Lady Li, stating that it was her mother who had sent her to the legitimate mother, and thus she must fulfill her filial duties by remaining by her side. This thought left Lady Li inwardly cursing the ingrates. After receiving a subtle admonition from Yinzhen, Lady Li begrudgingly accepted the fact that the eldest princess would not return to Ero Pavilion. Likewise, Yijun also recognized the importance of the eldest princess. Previously, every 2 visits Yinzhen made to Ero Pavilion were at least partly to see the eldest princess. Now that she resided in the main courtyard, he could visit both children simultaneously, explaining why he spent the majority of the month at her side. Furthermore, Yijun was reluctant to conceive again while Honghui was still young. After their marital relations, she secretly took contraceptive herbs, not wishing to miss any critical moments in Honghui's growth. She planned to reconsider having another child only after Honghui turned 6 and moved to the front courtyard. The eldest princess, being 2 years older than Honghui, was undoubtedly his best companion. It was evident that the eldest princess genuinely treated Honghui like a younger brother, playing with him attentively. Honghui seemed to prefer the eldest princess over anyone else aside from Yinzhen. Reflecting on this, Yijun felt that her initial decision to keep the eldest princess in the main courtyard was indeed wise. In a side hall of the main courtyard, Yijun had long established a secret play area for Honghui and the eldest princess. Now that the eldest princess had begun her education, she would eagerly share her day's lessons with Honghui upon returning from school. Yijun, upon witnessing this, laughed, saying, "Eldest princess, Honghui is only 2 years old. He does not comprehend yet. Modeur, on lui understand. He listens to me attentively every time I speak," the eldest princess replied, rarely contradicting Yijun. Yijun chuckled again, observing Honghui and Appo's eager anticipation for the eldest princess to continue her story, and decided to let the two children be. However, as the eldest princess continued to speak, she seemed to grow uncomfortable, her voice diminishing. Noticing this, Honghui called out, "Sister, sister." Yijun quickly recognized something was amiss with the eldest princess, swiftly carrying her back to her room and summoning the physician to the main courtyard. Throughout the commotion, Honghui followed closely, wanted to climb onto the bed with his sister. Yijun, however, could not allow him to do so and gently reassured him. "Your sister is unwell. The physician will come to check on her. You would distract him from helping her." Understanding her words, Honghui refrained from attempting to climb onto the bed, but insisted on staying by her side. Yijun had no choice but to acquiesce. The physician arrived hastily, checked her pulse, and indicated that she had consumed too many cold foods, which affected her digestion. He prescribed some medicine to be taken regularly. Yijun surmised that it was likely due to the pears delivered from the palace the previous day, which eased her worry. She promptly instructed Guhi to accompany the physician to prepare the medicine. After taking the medicine, the eldest princess felt better after 2 hours. Yijun, relieved, began to admonish her not to eat pears casually in the future, only stopping after the eldest princess repeatedly assured her that she would be cautious. The eldest princess, gazing at Honghui playing beside her bed, smiled brightly. "Are you worried about me, Honghui?" Honghui nodded earnestly. "Sister is unwell. I will wait until you are better before I leave. Now that I am well, does that mean you must go?" The eldest princess feigned a question to tease him. "When you are better, we can go play together," Honghui replied solemnly, then attempted to take her hand, wishing to return to their secret play area. "Oh dear, good Honghui, I'm not quite well yet. May I sit on the bed and play with you?" The eldest princess felt a sudden urge to cry, wanting to embrace Honghui, but she knew she must not, as it would frighten him. Deep down, she understood that Lady Li's disdain for her stemmed from her not being a young prince. She resented that the eldest son belonged to another. Sometimes she wondered why Honghui could not have been born later. Had Lady Li's wishes been fulfilled, perhaps she would have treated her more kindly. However, after being abandoned by Lady Li and brought to the main courtyard, her legitimate mother treated her well, allowing her to see her father often. Yet, insecurity lingered within her, fearing that one day her legitimate mother might no longer care for her, leaving her with nothing. But Honghui, sharing her blood, brought her immense joy. His presence offered her the greatest sense of security. He was the closest person to her, willing to listen to her tales and worry for her well-being. The eldest princess resolved that Honghui would always be her beloved younger brother, and she would never permit anyone to bully him. When Honghui noticed the eldest princess had tears, he quickly extended his small hand to wipe them away. "The medicine is too bitter. Don't cry, sister. I will get you some candy." Seeing Honghui's earnest demeanor, the eldest princess wiped her own tears and grasped his hand, affirming, "Honghui will always be my brother." Honghui nodded vigorously. "Yes, I am sister's brother." The room was filled with the warmth of sibling affection. At that moment, they were unaware that the bond between Honghui and the eldest princess would never fade in the days to come. When the eldest princess passed away, Honghui defied the opposition of court officials and mourned for 3 days beside her spirit tablet, solidifying an enduring tale of sibling love. Chapter 20. The fourth master is granted the title of Baal in May of the 37th year of Kangxi's reign. The emperor embarked on a pilgrimage to Mount Wutai, bestowing the title of Prince of Ji on his eldest son, Quan, and the title of Prince of Qing on his third son, Ji. The fourth son, Yinzhen, along with his fifth son, Qi, seventh son, Yu, and eighth son, Yinzhen, were all granted the title of Baal. This marked Yinzhen's inaugural entry into the ranks of those conferred by Kangxi. The residence of the fourth master, now referred to as the fourth Baal's mansion, was filled with an atmosphere of jubilation. Although Yinzhen had not been bestowed the title of prince, his relative youth compared to Yinzhen tempered his disappointment, leaving him with little else to ponder. In the main hall, today Yijun planned to escort Hongghu and the eldest princess into the palace to visit Concubine, as it was the eldest princess's first visit to the palace. Yijun took the time to carefully instruct her on the necessary etiquette to avoid any missteps that could lead to unwarranted scrutiny. Once Yijun and the two children were prepared, they boarded a carriage bound for the palace. As Yinzhen was not on leave today, Yijun took it upon herself to proceed to Yonghe Palace with the children. At Yonghe Palace, Concubine observed the eldest princess's well-executed courtesies and felt a wave of satisfaction towards Yijun. Noticing Hongghu's earnest greeting, she summoned him closer, embracing him and engaging in familial conversation, much to the delight of both grandmother and grandson. Shortly thereafter, the concubines of the palace were to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager, who had yet to meet Hongghu. In a moment, you shall accompany me to greet her. Concubine de instructive. Yijun had not anticipated that the four concubines would be visiting the Empress Dowager today. Had she known, she would have refrained from bringing the eldest princess into the palace, as it would be inappropriate to leave her alone in Yonghe Palace. Seeing that Yijun had not overlooked the eldest princess and had readily agreed, Concubine discreetly nodded, indicating that the eldest princess should accompany them. Yijun, relieved that the eldest princess could join, quickly approached Concubine with playful banter, enhancing the cheerful ambience of the hall. Granny Qing wished for Yijun and the children to visit the palace more frequently. At Xinang Palace, the four concubines, Concubine Hui, Concubine Yi, Concubine Da, and Concubine Rong, arrived to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, having recovered her health, appeared benevolent and spirited, her gaze lingering on her grandchildren, who filled her with joy. Coincidentally, Concubine Rong brought along the son of Prince Cheng, Hongqing, as Concubine Dongyi was about to give birth, requesting that he stay with her for a while. The Empress Dowager smiled broadly as she observed Hongqing and Hongghu, both of whom had received early education, and approached her with lively greetings. Well, she exclaimed, her delight palpable, as she engaged the children with familiar questions about their preferences. The innocent responses of the two little ones elicited laughter from those around them. Do not feel bound by formality. You may go play in the courtyard, the Empress Dowager eventually suggested. After a brief conversation, she allowed the two children to venture outside. Hongghu tugged at the eldest princess's sleeve, signaling her to join him. Upon receiving a slight nod from Yijun, the eldest princess bid farewell to those present and exited. Is this the eldest princess of the fourth master's household? The Empress Dowager noted the eldest princess's composed demeanor with approval. Yes, she is currently being raised in the fourth master's household, Concubine replied promptly. Very good. The fourth master's consort has taught her well. Yijun humbly expressed her gratitude, feeling unworthy of such praise. The four concubines continued to inquire after the Empress Dowager's well-being and shared various happenings within the palace. Yijun, unable to interject, remained quietly in attendance. After departing from Xinang Palace, Yijun treated Hongghu and the eldest princess to lunch at Yonghe Palace. Once they settled into the carriage for their return home, Yijun felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, and the eldest princess appeared to relax only upon entering the carriage. Meanwhile, Hongghu was reluctant to part from Hongqing, having quickly formed a bond with him. You performed excellently today. Both the Empress Dowager and Concubine praise you highly, Yijun remarked with a smile to the eldest princess. The eldest princess blushed, fully aware that had it not been for her upbringing under Yijun's care, she would not have even had the opportunity to enter the palace today. Moreover, Her conduct was a result of Yijun's teachings. Thanks to my biological mother's attentive guidance, Yijun replied, observing the eldest princess with pride. She teased, who knows, perhaps our fourth Bale's eldest princess will become renowned in the future. The eldest princess's face turned crimson, while Hongghu exchanged glances between Yijun and the eldest princess, appearing quite bewildered, which elicited laughter from Yijun. Back in the main hall, just as Yijun changed into more comfortable attire and settled down, she received hurried news from Wei Ji. The body of the Prince of Ji's consort was in a dire state. Yijun felt a pang of regret. She had only just assumed the title of consort for a few days, leaving behind 4 daughters and a son, making the future arduous for the remaining children. That evening, as the news of the consort and Apos as passing reached them while Yijun was having dinner with Yinzhen and the children, she steadied herself and inquired, "Shall we go to the Prince of Ji's residence to offer our condolences tomorrow?" "We shall go together, and we will take Hongghu with us," Yinzhen replied. Noticing Yijun's surprise at the inclusion of Hongghu, he continued to explain, "This is the emperor's wish conveyed through Liang Jiugong today. Hongghu is merely a year older than Hongghu, and we are also taking along the sons of the crown prince and the third prince to accompany Hongghu." Yijun maintained her composure, though internally she held a differing opinion. The sorrow of a mother's passing should not be diluted by other distractions. The following morning, after a hasty breakfast, Yijun and her party hurried to the Prince of Ji's residence. Upon arrival, they were greeted by an overwhelming sight of white. The 4 princesses born of the Prince of Ji's consort were inconsolable, while the prince stood blankly by the coffin of the urgent Joro consort, and Hongghu was nearby, crying and demanding his mother. The sons of the crown prince had not been brought, while the son of Prince Cheng, Hongqing, stood helplessly to the side. The scene before Yijun was stifling, prompting her to gently urge Hongghu to seek out Hongghu and Hongqing, perhaps due to their prior camaraderie in the palace. Hongghu and Hongqing quickly struck up a conversation, drawing in the distraught Hongghu, and the 3 children eventually wandered outside, absorbed in their chatter. Outside the morning hall, Hongqing boldly approached. "Hongghu, my grandmother said that I am here to tell you not to be too sorrowful." As the topic turned to the late consort, Hongghu appeared on the verge of tears once more, prompting Hongqing to take a step back in alarm. "Hongghu, your mother must have turned into a star in the sky, watching over you every night," Hongghu gently reassured him. "Is that true?" Honggyu's eyes brimmed with tears. "Indeed, my elder sister told me so. My father has another son who is younger than me, and he too has become a star in the sky," Hongghu said earnestly, until Honggyu's tears gradually subsided, earning a silent thumbs up from Hongqing. Chapter 21. The confused Prince Cheng. A month later, Princess Cheng, the noblewoman of the Dongyi clan, gave birth to her second legitimate son, Hongsheng. During the traditional washing of the 3 ceremony, Yijun brought Hongghu to meet his newly born brother, Hongsheng. The infant appeared healthy and plump, weighing a robust 8 pounds at birth, though Dongyi had endured considerable hardship during the delivery. However, seeing that Dongyi seemed in good spirits today reassured Yijun. Hongghu and Hongqing gazed curiously at their younger brother, bewildered by his diminutive size. Hongghu looked to Yijun, his confusion evident in his eyes. "All babies are this small when they are born," Yijun explained, recalling how Hongghu had also been tiny at his birth. The sight of Hongghu's scrunched-up face elicited laughter from both Yijun and Dongyi. "When can my little brother play with me?" Hongqing piped up, eager to join the conversation. "Your brother is still too small. He must grow as big as you before he can play," Yijun replied. Hongqing and Hongghu exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that it would be quite some time before their brother could join their games. Soon, Hongqing grew restless and tugged at Hongghu to head outside, with the servants hurriedly following behind. Meanwhile, Yijun engaged in conversation with Dongyi. Since Hongghu and Hongqing had grown closer, Dongyi had become more inclined to befriend Yijun, and the matters concerning the menfolk had yet to intrude upon their amicable relationship. In the courtyard, Hongghu and Hongqing were enthusiastically flying kites. In their excitement, they ventured beyond the confines of Dongyi's main quarters. Hongqing, being a year older, possessed a noticeable advantage in stamina over Hongghu, yet even he was soon sweating profusely, with the surrounding servants panting in their wake. On this day, Princess Cheng's side consort, Lady Tian, had taken her maidservant for a stroll outside, curious to catch a glimpse of the washing ceremony for Hongsheng. Having lost her own son a few months prior, Lady Tian fidgeted with her handkerchief, wishing for something to go amiss at the event. As fate would have it, in a moment of distraction, Hongqing, exhilarated by his kite soaring higher, collided with Lady Tian, who was wandering nearby. The servants shouted warnings too late, while a quick-thinking one dashed off to inform Dong Yi of the incident. "Oh!" Lady Tian exclaimed as she fell to the ground, clutching her waist in feigned agony. "I had no idea I had incurred the displeasure of Prince Hongqing, who has now knocked me down," she lamented, dabbing at her eyes with her handkerchief, as if tears were about to flow. In truth, Hongqing's collision had not been severe. Lady Tian had chosen to exaggerate the incident, holding onto it for her own purposes. Hongqing appeared visibly flustered, mumbling, I didn't mean to." Lady Tian ignored his explanation, her wails growing louder, especially as Prince Cheng, his face darkened with anger, approached. The wet nurse beside Dong Yi hurried over, and upon hearing that Hongghu was present, Yijun followed suit, relieved to see that Hongghu was merely startled. "Cough, cough, Lady Tian, what is this commotion in broad daylight?" Prince Cheng said, clearly uncomfortable with Yijun's presence. "Your Highness, I was walking peacefully when Prince Hongqing knocked me down without warning. I do not know what displeased him." Lady Tian continued, seeking to escalate the situation. "It is all due to the untimely passing of my son. Had he lived, I would not be subjected to such treatment." Hearing her mention of the son she had lost months ago ignited Prince Cheng's ire, and he turned sharply to Hongqing. "What do you have to say for yourself? At such a tender age, how could you harbor thoughts of colliding with others? What will become of you as you grow?" Hongqing, still so young, began to cry at his father's harsh words, repeatedly insisting he did not mean it. In contrast to Lady Tian's eloquence, the timid Hongqing faltered under the scrutiny. Yijun, observing the scene, shook her head in dismay. It was evident that Prince Cheng was misjudging the situation. Hongqing was merely 3 years old. What malicious intent could he possibly possess? Surely, with so many witnesses present, the truth would soon come to light. Unable to remain silent, a wet nurse standing by Dong Yi intervened. "Your Highness, please consider that Hongqing and Hongghu were merely flying kites, and it was entirely possible for an accident to occur. Why would Lady Tian accuse a mere 3-year-old of intentional wrongdoing?" Lady Tian stiffened at the wet nurse's defense, quickly recognizing that Hongqing was indeed a child of the main quarters, and thus deserving of protection from the likes of her. As the tension in the air grew palpable, and knowing that Prince Cheng had a bias towards Lady Tian, Yijun felt a pang of anxiety for Hongqing, but remained constrained by her position. "Third uncle." Hongqing truly did not mean to bump into Lady Tian. Hongghu interjected, stepping forward. When Hongqing bumped into her, he was looking at the kite in the sky. The clarity in the young boy's reasoning startled Prince Cheng. "Is it possible that the fourth branch's Hongghu is so perceptive? Are you certain you saw this?" Prince Cheng asked. His interest piqued as he maintained a serious demeanor. Hongghu bit his lip, feeling a touch of nervousness. "I truly saw it." "Third uncle, please do not blame Hongqing. He is very kind and my good friend." Lady Tian, sensing the tide turning against her, quickly feigned innocence. "Perhaps I was just caught off guard by the collision and did not see clearly due to the pain." Prince Cheng nodded, instructing Lady Tian and Appo's maidservant to assist her back to the quarters, promising to check on her later. Satisfied, Lady Tian departed. Turning his attention back to Hongghu, Prince Cheng asked, "What is it about your brother Hongqing that you admire?" Hongghu eagerly took Hongqing's hand. "Hongqing is good at everything." Prince Cheng let out a hearty laugh, turning to Yijun. "Today, we have not entertained as we ought. Please forgive us, sister-in-law. Hongghu has been raised well by you and the fourth branch. Let's encourage him to spend more time with Hongqing." Yijun quickly assured him it was of no consequence and guided Hongghu and Hongqing back to Dong Yi's quarters. Upon hearing the entire account, Dong Yi, knowing Yijun was present, suppressed her anger and called for Hongghu. "Today, I must thank you for coming to Hongqing's aid. Everything I said is the truth," Hongghu replied earnestly. Hearing his solemn affirmation brought a smile to Yijun's lips, Hongghu's demeanor is indeed reminiscent of the fourth brother. After returning home, Yijun promptly relayed the events to Yinzhen, who seemed at a loss for words regarding Prince Cheng's behavior, which filled Yijun with unspoken satisfaction. It seems the emperor will embark on a southern tour soon, Yinzhen remarked, swiftly changing the subject. Yijun's interest peaked. Will he be taking anyone with him? If so, preparations must commence immediately. This time, the second brother, third brother, and the emperor will all accompany him, leaving a few ministers to manage state affairs. Yinzhen informed Yijun before excusing himself to attend to his own matters. Once Yinzhen departed, Yijun began to ponder what preparations were necessary, particularly regarding the accompanying individuals. Given her current constraints at home, it seemed only Lady Li could join the expedition. Yijun exhaled a quiet sigh, resigned to the arrangement. Chapter 22. The southern inspection of Kangxi. In the 38th year of Kangxi's reign, the emperor embarked on his third southern inspection. Accompanying him were the crown prince Yinring, Prince Cheng Yinzhong, and the fourth prince Yinzhen. Kangxi was accompanied by newly appointed Han court ladies, while the princes brought along their respective concubines. The selection of companions was indeed significant. Had one brought a secondary consort instead of a concubine, it would have been inappropriate given the customary behaviors expected during such occasions. Therefore, it was prudent for them to travel with individuals of similar status to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon arriving in Suzhou, the scene of the royal reception was nothing short of spectacular. Local gentlemen and elders gathered to welcome the emperor, even raising banners in his honor. While Kangxi remained oblivious to the underlying sentiments, Yinzhen harbored a sense of resentment. Having witnessed too much of the corruption within the officialdom since his appointment to the Ministry of Revenue. Behind the ostentation of the reception likely lay a multitude of hidden transgressions. This time, the emperor was accommodated in a residence specially constructed by Suzhou officials, featuring pavilions, galleries, and lavish decorations that far surpassed those of his previous visits. After a brief respite, Kangxi intended to inspect the local conditions. Prince Cheng, upon arrival, sought out local literati, well aware of his father's fondness for poetry and literature, while the crown prince and Yinzhen took it upon themselves to investigate various matters. Yinzhen was assigned to reside in Jingyi Hall, where Li Shi was accommodated in a side chamber. Learning that she would accompany Yinzhen on this journey, Li Shi perceived it as a prime opportunity to regain his affections. Thus, she remained composed in Jingyi Hall, offering Yinzhen delicacies upon his return from his duties, refraining from demanding to see him. After several days, Yinzhen found himself puzzled, questioning whether Li Shi had indeed changed her demeanor. One day, after completing his tasks, he received word from Su Peixiang that Li Gij sought an audience, to which he nodded affirmatively. When Li Shi entered, she donned a gown of soft yellow, her appearance betraying none of her experiences as a mother. "Your servant pays her respects," she greeted sweetly. "You have worked hard these past days," Yinzhen replied casually, his attention still fixated on his documents. Perhaps it had been a long time since she had heard such words from him, as her eyes reddened, and the sound of muffled sobs caught Yinzhen's attention. He looked up to find her resembling a startled rabbit, eyes glistening with tears. How can one weep so freely in the presence of the mother? He mused, having never witnessed Yijun shed tears before, and he felt a wave of discomfort at the sight of her distress. Li Shi's delicate features momentarily contorted, but after a few breaths, she boldly grasped Yinzhen's sleeve. Observing this, Su Peixiang promptly dismissed the surrounding servants and discreetly closed the door. Yinzhen's forehead tightened at the audacity of Su Peixiang's actions, yet in that intimate setting. Li Shi gazed at him with a tenderness that stirred conflicting emotions within him. Clenching his teeth, he lifted her and carried her towards the inner chamber. A night devoid of slumber ensued. The following day, Su Peixiang was inexplicably punished by Yinzhen with 20 lashes, limping as he resumed his duties. Since that incident, Li Shi had not been able to enter Yinzhen's quarters with any ease. Meanwhile, Kangxi assigned the crown prince and Yinzhen with a rather challenging task. The local officials seemed to have anticipated Kangxi's arrival to scrutinize their accounts, presenting nearly flawless records. Despite their efforts, the two princes found themselves at a loss after a full day of investigation. "Brother," These ledgers are undoubtedly meticulously forged. Focusing solely on them will yield nothing. Yinzhen expressed with frustration. Father merely instructed us to examine the accounts, not to uncover every detail. If we were to expose everything, many officials would surely lose their heads. The crown prince replied, observing Yinzhen's indignation. Yinzhen was indeed a man of integrity, but such qualities were reassuring in their own right. After hours of scrutiny, they ultimately uncovered nothing of significance and approached Kangxi to offer their apologies. Observing his sons, Kangxi contemplated, Baiqing shall inherit the throne. Yinzhen could be nurtured into a wise prince to assist Baiqing. He began to guide them on where else they might investigate beyond the ledgers, revealing the extent of his hopes for their findings. With renewed clarity, the two princes were dismissed to continue their inquiries. Receiving Kangxi's implicit directive, the crown prince and Yinzhen realized that their objective was to apprehend a prominent official in Suzhou as a cautionary example. After careful deliberation, their attention turned towards Chao Mingda, the local textile official. Chao Mingda, having learned of the crown prince and Yinzhen's visit, hurried to greet them at the entrance, uncertain of their intentions. The two princes, unhurried, circled around to inquire about the local textile operations, particularly the financial aspects. Soon, Chao Mingda was drenched in perspiration. Why does the official appear so flustered? Yinzhen inquired, feigning innocence. Chao Mingda promptly knelt. Your Highness, I am merely nervous at this first encounter. The crown prince smiled warmly. You must adapt to this situation, lest you find yourself in a similar state before our father in the future. Chao Mingda eagerly agreed. The visit caught him off guard, and the princes departed with a stack of ledgers, satisfied with their findings. On their return, the crown prince instructed the servants to deliver the ledgers while he and Yinzhen leisurely strolled through the streets of Suzhou, aiming to experience the lives of the local populace, their guards vigilant in their watchfulness. As they approached a vendor selling candied hawthorn, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The vendor, upon recognizing the crown prince, swiftly drew a concealed dagger from his sleeve and lunged towards him, unbeknownst to the crown prince, who was engaged in light banter with Yinzhen. It was Yinzhen's urgent cry of "Be cautious, brother," that prompted him to shove the crown prince aside, placing himself in harm's way. Chapter 23. The injury of Yinzhen. The crown prince turned around to see the nearly lifeless Yinzhen. Trembling, he extended his hand beneath Yinzhen's nose and felt the faint breath still present. Ignoring decorum, he shouted, "Quick, someone! Summon the attending physician." The merchant who had attempted the assassination had already taken his own life after being subdued. A group of people hurriedly transported Yinzhen back to Jingyi Hall, where several physicians awaited outside. Upon seeing Yinzhen, they rushed in to check his pulse. When Kangxi received the news and hurried over, he found the physicians gathered, deliberating on a treatment plan. Yinzhen lay on the bed, his lips devoid of color, while the crown prince sat beside him, seemingly in shock. Years of habit led Kangxi to instinctively focus on the crown prince's state. When the crown prince heard Kangxi call him, he quickly knelt on the ground, his eyes brimming with tears. "Father, had it not been for my fourth brother shielding me from the blade, I might never have seen you again." At this moment, Kangxi could not fathom how he would quell his immense fury if the crown prince were harmed. After ensuring the crown prince was calmed, he inquired about Yinzhen and Appo's as condition. "Your Majesty," the lead physician reported, "the fourth prince is under divine protection. The blade did not damage any vital organs. He will endure some pain from the wound, but with a month of recuperation, he should be able to rise again." Kangxi felt a slight relief, instructing, "You three shall take care of the fourth prince. If anything goes awry, you shall present your heads to me." The three physicians bowed and acknowledged his command. Kangxi and the crown prince remained in Jingyi Hall until Yinzhen's surgery was complete and his condition stabilized. Feeling a pang of sympathy for the crown prince, Kangxi invited him to dine together. In the capital, news of the fourth prince's injury had reached the fourth prince's residence. Upon learning of the incident, Yijun was so startled that she shattered the cup in her hand. She hurriedly inquired about the specifics of Yinzhen's injury, and, upon discovering that he was not in grave danger but required rest, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Reflecting on this, Yijun realized that Yinzhen had never truly received anyone into Appo's as favoritism. Kangxi favored the crown prince. Although Empress Xiaoyi raised Yinzhen, she never bestowed upon him much affection. As for Concubine, her preference lay with the 14th prince. In this moment of injury, it was likely that Yinzhen yearned for the affection of others. However, Kangxi remained preoccupied with the crown prince and Appo's emotional state, as if Yinzhen and Appo's self-sacrifice were an expectation. The more Yijun pondered, the more indignant she felt for Yinzhen, secretly vexed that he had so foolishly stepped in front of the blade. Despite her ire, she could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. She instructed Mama Chun to procure some medicines and tonics for Yinzhen and called for Hongghu to come over. Upon seeing Yijun's unusual demeanor, Hongghu respectfully greeted her. Yijun lifted Hongghu onto her lap and gently said, "Hongghu, I just received news that your father was injured while on an official trip. Is father seriously injured? Can I go see him?" Hongghu anxiously inquired upon hearing of Yinzhen's injury. In this life, Yinzhen had been present throughout Hongghu's growth and held significant importance in his heart. "Your father is in Suzhou, far from here, so you and I cannot visit him. However, his injuries are not severe, although he will have to endure some discomfort and rest for a while before returning," Yijun reassured, stroking Hongghu's small head. Yijun chose to share the news of Yinzhen's injury with Hongghu, recognizing that in this life, Yinzhen had fulfilled his role as a father admirably, offering the respect and care due to him. Moreover, Yijun was aware that this was an opportune moment for Hongghu to connect with Yinzhen's heart. "Mother, can I send a letter to father?" Hongghu suggested, asking Yijun to write. Touched by his words, Yijun agreed, "All right. Let us write to your father and tell him how worried you are." Hongghu nodded vigorously. The mother and son approached the writing desk, with Hongghu dictating a line for Yijun to write. Unbeknownst to them, time flew by, and soon it was time for the eldest daughter to return from school. Upon her return, Yijun also informed the eldest daughter about Yinzhen's injury. As soon as she heard, the eldest daughter's eyes brimmed with tears, and she quickly inquired about Yinzhen's condition, expressing her desire to write to him as well. Yijun readily complied. The eldest daughter's calligraphy had become increasingly proficient, and within half an hour, she had completed her letter to Yinzhen. Yijun assured both children that she would deliver their letters to him before coaxing them to dinner. After dinner, as Hongghu and the eldest daughter were taken away, Yijun sat alone by the window, while Mama Chun and Gu He observed with concern. "Fujin, the fourth prince is truly under divine protection. You need not worry excessively," Mama Chun reassured her. Yijun remained silent, instructing them to guard the door, and began writing to Yinzhen. "Dearest, I write to you as if we were face to face. I am deeply troubled by the news of your injury during the southern tour. Although the messenger assured me your condition is stable, I cannot find peace, for you have always endured alone, disliking to trouble others. Now that you are hurt, and I am not by your side, please do not neglect your own care. During your recovery, do not fret over matters in the capital. I, along with the noble Da and the eldest daughter, will tend to them. It is crucial to avoid overthinking while you are unwell. Your health is paramount. I have shared the news of your injury with the eldest daughter and Hongghu. Do not blame me, for I felt it unjust to deny them the right to worry for their father. Both the eldest daughter and Hongghu are concerned for you and have written letters. Hongghu's letter was penned by me, so please do not take offense. The eldest daughter has been excelling in her studies, showing remarkable talent. After reading her letter, you will see her own handwriting. As for Hongghu, he has grown closer to the son of the Chungjun family, playing joyfully in the courtyard and asking repeatedly when you will return. I fear I have written too much, and hope you forgive me. I have instructed someone to gather some medicinal supplies and tonics to send to you as well. Finally, I wish for your swift recovery. I await your return at home." As she set down her pen, Yijun felt a stirring within her heart. Two souls, neither of whom had ever truly experienced love in their past lives, found themselves inexplicably bound by an invisible thread in this life. Suddenly, a single tear fell from Yijun's eye, landing softly on the letter. The next day, Yijun instructed her servants to send the letter and supplies to Suzhou, bringing Yinzhen a surprise of his own. Chapter 24. A letter from Hongghu in a swift and decisive investigation regarding the assassination attempt. The clues ultimately pointed to the White Lotus sect, inciting Emperor Kangxi to issue an edict for a thorough investigation, determined to eradicate the sect's stronghold. Meanwhile, the tumultuous events outside bore no relation to Jingyi Hall, where Yinzhen sat on his bed, astonished by the 3 letters sent by Yijun. Intrigued, Yinzhen had never before experienced such a heartfelt concern from his family. Dismissing the servants around him, he began to read each letter one by one. The first letter he opened was from Yijun. As he gazed upon her elegant handwriting, he envisioned the graceful woman who always welcomed him upon his return to the main courtyard, poised, dignified, and attentive. Reading her expressed worries made his cheeks flush. His beloved consort was indeed overly affectionate, yet he could not bear to skim through her words, meticulously reading each line. He understood her concerns for his well-being and recognized her deep understanding of his temperament, especially upon noticing a tear-stained spot on the letter. Yinzhen felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy stone. Unbeknownst to anyone but himself, the iceberg of his exterior concealed a heart ablaze with warmth. Ignited by her affection, with a sense of gravity, Yinzhen neatly folded Yijun's letter and placed it beside his pillow before opening the letter from the eldest princess. Even the most discerning Yinzhen had to commend the beauty of her writing, a testament to the effort she had invested. As he read her expressions of concern for him, he felt reassured, particularly when she assured him that she would take good care of Hongghu. Satisfied, Yinzhen felt a wave of warmth wash over him, eagerly anticipating Hongghu's letter. The moment he opened it, he recognized Yijun's handwriting, but the tone was distinctly different. "Father, I heard from Mother that you were injured. How severe is your injury? Does it hurt? Are the servants attentive to your needs?" Yinzhen noted Hongghu's anxious inquiries, revealing the deep regard the child held for him. A sense of pride swelled within Yinzhen. The letter continued, "Mother says there are many delicious foods and fun activities in Suzhou. You should experience them while you recover and tell me all about it when you return." Yinzhen chuckled softly, despite his intelligence. The boy still possessed the innocent heart of a child. "I miss you very much, especially during dinner. Every time I ask Mother when you'll be back, she always says soon, but I feel she's not being truthful. So, I must ask you when you will return." Yinzhen realized that reading Yijun's longing for him felt entirely different from reading Hongghu's. When Yijun expressed her yearning, it quickened his heartbeat, making him wish to hold her close. In contrast, Hongghu's longing enveloped him in a warm current, evoking a desire to cradle the boy on his lap and share all his life experiences. "Mother was very sad when she heard you were hurt. Although she did not express it, I could sense that she was different from usual. You must take good care of yourself, Father, so as not to worry Mother." The child's admonition was delivered with such earnestness that it was hard not to smile. "Mother says I've spoken too much, so I will end here. I am waiting for your return." After reading Hongghu's letter, Yinzhen placed all 3 letters together, leaning back against the bed, feeling enveloped in warmth. Despite his assassination attempt, the emperor had not visited him again, sending only Liang Jiugong a few times. Though he understood the royal family's detached nature, a lingering desire within him caused discomfort. However, after reading Yijun's letter, a sense of clarity washed over him. He should cherish what he currently possessed and not seek beyond that. Since Yijun's letter arrived, Yinzhen's evident good spirits had positively influenced the servants and physicians around him, much to the chagrin of Li Shi. Initially, she had devoted herself to caring for him, hoping that he would appreciate her efforts later. However, due to Yijun's unexpected letters, Yinzhen, claiming his health was improving, had no need for her services, leaving her ambitions thwarted. Yet, her subtle schemes went unnoticed by others. Days passed, and as the emperor prepared to return to the capital, Yinzhen remained in Suzhou to recuperate. Before departing, the crown prince visited him once more. The crown prince's demeanor had been exceptionally amiable of late, sitting beside Yinzhen's bed and gently saying, "Fourth brother, our father will soon return to the capital, but since you have yet to fully recover, he has asked you to stay here and rest." Yinzhen acknowledged the emperor's concern. "You have shielded me from disaster this time. Had it not been for your protection, I might not have seen another dawn." The crown prince, eager to convey closeness, even refrained from using formal titles. "You are the crown prince, a vital asset to the nation. Heaven and Oppos, as protection ensures you will not encounter undue misfortune. Hearing Yinzhen and Appo's words, the crown prince felt increasingly at ease, convinced that Yinzhen was the most endearing of his brothers, his expression softening further. Rest assured, I will ensure that the noble consort and the household of the fourth prince are well looked after. Thank you, second brother, Yinzhen replied gratefully. After exchanging pleasantries, the crown prince departed, leaving Yinzhen feeling somewhat drained. A few days later, Concubine and the crown prince returned to the capital, while Yinzhen remained at Jingyi Hall to recuperate. Feeling the monotony of the days, he decided to write a letter to his family, an urge he could no longer suppress. He instructed Su Peixiang to set up a simple wooden table beside his bed and began to compose his letter. Yinzhen's nature made it difficult for him to express his overflowing affection in words. Thus, the letter he crafted was formal and even inquired about the eldest princess's studies, leaving Yijun exasperated upon receiving it. As the days passed, the fourth prince's residence finally welcomed its master back. Upon returning, Yinzhen directly went to the main courtyard, where seeing Yijun evoked a profound sense of longing fulfilled. Before they could share more than a few moments, Hongghu eagerly approached, inquiring about everything. Yinzhen lifted him into his arms, cherishing the boy's affection. After the eldest princess returned from school and expressed her concern, Yinzhen found dinner tasteless, his mind elsewhere. Once he had finished, he signaled for the servants to take the eldest princess and Hongghu away, dismissing the remaining attendants. Once assured they were alone, he took Yijun's hand and said, I have read all the letters you sent. It is my fault for causing you worry. Yijun gazed at Yinzhen, realizing that even the seemingly cold-hearted fourth prince could warm the heart. Outside, the moonlight was soft and the stars adorned the sky, while inside, the two exchanged smiles, a profound understanding lingering unspoken between them. Love knows not its origin, nor its depth. Chapter 25. The Li consorts renewed pregnancy as and reveled in their burgeoning affection, with practically taking up permanent residence in the main courtyard. News arrived from Ero Pavilion. The Li consort had not experienced her monthly courses for 2 months, suggesting a possible pregnancy. Upon hearing this, and Appo's expression became subtly complex. Coincidentally, was present, and cast a sidelong glance at him before instructing He to summon the imperial physician to Ero Pavilion to confirm the Li consort's condition. Feeling somewhat awkward, cleared his throat softly. Found the situation amusing. I only favored the Li consort once, felt compelled to explain. He knew only that he did not want to jeopardize the burgeoning connection he felt with the woman before him. Also sensing the delicate shift in their relationship, nodded with a smile. The imperial physician's examination confirmed that the Li consort was indeed more than 2 months pregnant. Upon receiving this confirmation, instructed He to send tonics to Ero Pavilion. She then turned to and said, Now that Honghui is over 3 years old and the household is blessed with another addition, I believe the consort will be pleased. Perhaps I should visit the palace tomorrow to share this joyous news with her. As you wish, replied, already feeling uncomfortable. This news only amplified his unease. Should I go and visit the Li consort? Seeing the playful glint in and Appo's eyes, feeling subtly dismissed, simply said, I shall return shortly, before hastily departing. His retreat bordering on a flight. Then instructed Granny Chun on the arrangements for her visit to the palace the following day, reflecting on the trajectory of her past life. This pregnancy of the Li consorts will likely produce Hongyun. The next day, at Yonghe Palace, the consort, upon hearing from that the Li consort in's rear court was more than 2 months pregnant, paused momentarily before her brow smoothed. Excellent, excellent. If I recall correctly, the eldest princess was also born to the Li consort. Upon receiving this affirmative response, the consort mentally categorized the Li consort as being particularly fertile. I know you are not one to begrudge your stepchildren. The eldest princess has been raised exceptionally well under your care, and I have complete faith in you. Sensing that a consort and Appo's subtle admonishment, understood her meaning and quickly responded, This is merely my duty. Now that Honghui is over 3 years old, why have you not yet conceived? Has only Honghui as his legitimate son, which is somewhat insufficient. Your Majesty worries needlessly, replied, having resolved to delay such considerations until after Honghui had moved to the front courtyard, offering a perfunctory response to the consort. The 14th prince has not yet married and has no children, and the 4th prince currently has only Honghui and the eldest princess. This weighs heavily on my mind, as the consort's words became increasingly pointed, began to sense an impending development. After much circumlocution, the consort finally arrived at the crux of the matter. Recently, a new cohort of maidens entered the palace. The emperor, mindful of the 4th prince's meritorious act of shielding the crown prince, and noting that the 4th prince's rear court consists of only one gidge, has suggested that I select 2 maidens for the 4th prince. The consort anticipated that would be displeased and sighed inwardly. However, felt no significant emotional turmoil. The entry of new women into the household was beyond her control. If we're to, then she would simply devote herself to Honghui. I intend to select 2 maidens of unremarkable lineage and bestow upon them the title of gidge to enter your household. This matter will likely occur within the next few days. Even if you had not come today, I would have summoned you to the palace to inform you. Recognizing that the consort was showing her consideration, replied, I am grateful to the emperor and your majesty. The 4th prince's residence is indeed somewhat sparsely populated. I shall instruct the household to prepare accommodations in advance. The consort, observing, said nothing further, patting his hand as if to reassure her. Several days later, the palace bestowed Wu, the daughter of Zhizhou Wuzhuwa, and Geng, the daughter of Lingguangeng Yijun, upon the 4th prince's residence as gidge. Sat in the main seat, observing Wu and Geng below. Geng was a woman of considerable cunning, having managed to give birth to Hongzhou amidst the bloody intrigues of the rear court in her past life and raise him to adulthood. After Hong Li ascended the throne, Hongzhou sought permission to bring Geng out of the palace to live with him in her old age, a fate that had once envied. In this life, the 2 women stood before her, vibrant and youthful, but she was no longer the Ula Nara Yijun of her previous existence. Following protocol, cautioned the 2 women to adhere to propriety upon entering the 4th prince's residence and to strive to produce offspring for the 4th prince, before dismissing them to their respective courtyards. Gidge of the rear court typically did not have their own courtyards. Geng and Wu were both assigned to the south courtyard, while the consort had only moved into a separate courtyard after bearing the eldest princess. Your ladyship, this old servant observes that the Wu gidge is more strikingly beautiful, while the Geng gidge appears more docile. Smiled inwardly, knowing that the dogs that bite are often not the ones that bark the loudest. There will be ample time to observe them in the future. As long as they remain peaceful, the rear court of the 4th prince's residence will accommodate them. However, if they are troublemakers, this Fujin will handle them accordingly. Granny Qin nodded in agreement, secretly resolving to pay closer attention to the conduct of Wu and Geng. Meanwhile, upon returning to the residence after official duties, learned that the consort had bestowed 2 gidge upon him. He raised an eyebrow. How has the Fujin arranged matters? Reporting to your highness. The Fujin has housed the 2 gidge in the south courtyard and has stated that she will host a banquet at the residence tomorrow evening for your highness to meet the 2 gidge. Nodded upon hearing this. Handling of the situation was proper and beyond reproach. 2 gidge, nothing more. Provide them with good food and drink. Did not dwell on Wu and Geng. As usual, he changed into casual attire and headed towards the main courtyard. The main courtyard. Finding herself at a loss for words in response to Honghui's questions, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his arrival, and gestured for Honghui to direct his inquiries to. Honghui ran to, his small head tilted upwards. Father, this son has heard that noble consort has bestowed 2 gidge upon the residence. Does this mean that Honghui has been given 2 more elder sisters? Lips twitched upon hearing this, silently cursing the gossipy servants. However, under Honghui's earnest gaze, he had no choice but to explain, Honghui, gidge and not all the same. The 2 gidge sent by your noble consort are not gidge like your eldest sister. Unable to gauge Honghui's reaction, rubbed his forehead, realizing that even he did not fully comprehend his own explanation, let alone Honghui. So, these 2 gidge are not here to be Honghui's elder sisters? The eldest princess, having understood the purpose of the 2 gidge sent by the consort, remained silent. Hearing Honghui's bewildered tone and sensing Aunt's awkwardness, she simply pulled Honghui aside. She whispered to Honghui, Honghui, younger brother, The two Gij, sent by noble consort, are here to bear younger brothers and sisters for Honghui. Honghui's chubby face wrinkled up at this. But mother can also bear younger brothers and sisters for Honghui. Honghui did not intentionally lower his voice, and his childish words were heard by both, and the eldest princess, also not expecting Honghui to react in such a way, stood stunned. Sensing's teasing gaze upon her, S face flushed crimson, the blush spreading down her neck. Her face rivaled the tenderness of a peach blossom, bashful, silent, and easily provoked to anger. Chapter 26. The newcomer enters the mansion the following day. Yijun had prepared a family banquet early in the morning. It was customary in the royal courtyard to hold a family feast the day after a newcomer arrived, serving as both an introduction for the new arrivals to their master and a signal that they were now eligible to serve him. This was a well-known rule within the royal household. The concubines, including Fujin Li Gij, Wu Gij, and Gung Gij, had all arrived. Upon hearing Gu Hie's report, Yijun's brows furrowed. Li, who was merely 3 months pregnant, had been informed that her presence was not required. Gui could not interfere in such matters and stood by in silence. It was clear to Yijun that Li was keen to assess the threat posed by the two new arrivals. Realizing this, Yijun refrained from further comment and instructed Wei Ji to inform Yinzhen that it was time to take their seats before making her way to the main hall. At that moment, the main hall was a display of vibrant colors. Li was adorned in a peach-colored gown, her hair elegantly pinned with a jade hairpin, a clear indication of Yinzhen's favor. Her makeup was bright, and she sat there with an air of grace, occasionally cradling her belly, as if to ensure everyone noticed her pregnancy. Wu, too, was well-dressed in a pale yellow gown, her accessories minimal, but her youthful complexion radiated a delicate rosy hue. Wu occasionally glanced towards the outside, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. In contrast, Gung was much more understated. Her plain looks were not enhanced by any additional adornment, and she sat quietly, embodying the demeanor of a modest person. As Yijun entered the main hall, she observed the reactions of the 3 women. She mused that Gung was indeed astute. Had she been intolerant, Wu would have become a thorn in her side after today, especially given the way Li was eyeing Wu as if she wished to devour her whole. After greeting Fujin, the 3 women promptly rose to pay their respects. Today is a family banquet. There is no need for formalities. Please rise, Yijun urged. Upon hearing her words, Wu and Gung finally stood and looked up at the woman seated at the head of the table. She was dressed in resplendent red, her delicate brows lightly painted, and adorned with a golden hairpin that signified her noble status. Her skin was smooth and radiant, akin to fine jade. Wu immediately appeared deflated, while Gung maintained a composed demeanor. Li, you are but 3 months along. You must exercise greater caution at today's banquet, Yijun cautioned, ensuring that Li did not create any disturbances. Li, begrudgingly, nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes stinging from the sight of the brilliant red. Without keeping everyone waiting, Yinzhen arrived with Su Peisheng. After the customary greetings, the servants presented the pre-prepared dishes. Yinzhen found Yijun particularly enchanting today, as though she had captivated his very soul. Fujin looks exceptionally beautiful today, he remarked, influenced by Yijun and Appos, as praises of Hongghu and the eldest Gij. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness, Yijun replied, a sense of joy swelling within her. She raised her cup, inviting Yinzhen to drink with her, and as the wine flowed, he perceived Yijun's charm had only grown more alluring. Observing the master and Fujin seemingly oblivious to the others, Li, feeling slighted, stood and raised her glass. Your Highness, I am with child, so I shall toast with tea instead. As Yinzhen's gaze softened upon noticing her burgeoning belly, he advised, being pregnant, you must take extra care and have the physician check your pulse regularly. Li, now visibly excited by his attention, replied, Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I shall ensure to bear you a healthy little prince. Unlike Li, who had much to discuss, Wu appeared somewhat at a loss, wanting to speak but unsure how. Noticing this, Yijun chimed in, This banquet is also to welcome my 2 younger sisters. Your Highness, may I introduce Wu Gij and Gung Gij? Yinzhen turned his gaze towards Wu and Gung. Wu quickly stood, softly saying, I am Wu Gij, Your Highness. Her tone made Yijun feel a flutter of warmth, while Geng also rose to pay her respects, albeit with a more formal air. There is no need for formalities. You are now part of the mansion. Just follow Fujin's guidance regarding household matters, Yinzhen stated calmly, to which both women readily agreed. After a satisfying meal, Yinzhen returned to the main courtyard with Yijun. Under the watchful eyes of all, Li seethed silently, while Wu retreated to her chamber, on the verge of tears. Geng, hearing Wu's cries, felt a pang of pity for her ignorance, as she recalled how Yinzhen and Appo's gaze had been glued to Fujin throughout the banquet. Reflecting on her own situation, a soft sigh escaped her lips. In the main courtyard, Yijun was taken aback when Yinzhen chose to rest there that night. Not wishing to pry during the banquet, she inquired as soon as they arrived, "Why did you not visit Wu or Geng's quarters tonight? Do the two not pique your interest?" Yijun was careful not to push Yinzhen away with formality, yet if he did not visit Wu or Geng thereafter, it would be challenging to explain to the Defei. Sensing the inner turmoil of the petite woman, Yinzhen smiled softly. "Neither Gij is lacking. I simply find my Fujin to be more captivating, and my gaze cannot wander elsewhere." Yijun felt her heart race at his words, enchanted by the way he spoke. Leaning closer, he added, "Rest assured, I shall remain here for 3 days before visiting Wu and Geng. This way, they will know who truly holds sway in the courtyard." In that instant, Yijun felt her heart race uncontrollably, her thoughts wandering to how much Yinzhen resembled their son, Hongghu. A slight smile graced her lips, revealing the vivacious charm of a noble lady from a prominent family, drawing Yinzhen's gaze as if he could not look away. "Your plan is well laid, and I shall bear the blame for 3 days," Yijun mused, her eyes sparkling. "I must check on the eldest Gij and Hongghu. A moment apart makes me anxious." Seeing Yijun glide gracefully towards the side hall without waiting for him, Yinzhen chuckled softly and followed her lead. In the following days, the servants of the fourth prince's mansion busied themselves with gossip. For nearly 3 years had passed without a newcomer in the courtyard. Now, with 2 Gij bestowed from the palace, those who witnessed Wu and Geng's arrival remarked on Wu's striking beauty and Geng's composed aura. The servants eagerly awaited to see which Gij would be summoned first, most believing it would be the radiant Wu. However, to everyone's astonishment, after the banquet, the master chose to spend 3 consecutive nights in Fujin's quarters. Observant individuals recognized this as a means for Yinzhen to establish Fujin's authority, resolving to treat her with even greater respect in the future. Thus, under the scrutiny of many, 3 days later, Yinzhen finally stepped into Geng's quarters, catching everyone off guard. Upon hearing the news relayed by Wei Ji, Yijun burst into laughter, causing the servants in the main courtyard to join in her mirth. Chapter 27. Hongghu's budding prominence. As time flowed like a river, the year drew to a close, and Hongghu approached his 4th birthday. Word arrived from the palace that on New Year's Eve, the princes and their consorts were to bring the imperial grandsons to the palace banquet. Yijun, well in advance, instructed Chun to prepare a small feast in the 4th prince's residence for New Year's Eve, ensuring that the concubines in the rear courtyard also had a celebration. After arranging matters for the eldest princess, she accompanied Hongghu to the palace for the banquet, departed beforehand to attend to duties in the Hall of Mental Cultivation, while Yijun escorted Hongghu to the Palace of Eternal Harmony to pay respects to Concubine. Inside the Hall of Mental Cultivation, perhaps due to the special arrangement to bring the imperial grandsons to the palace, the Kangxi Emperor was in high spirits. Surveying his sons, each with their erect bearing, he felt a sense of profound satisfaction. Contemplating his intentions, he declared, "Today is New Year's Eve. I have summoned my grandsons to the palace so that I may observe them all." The princes, of course, offered no objections. The Kangxi Emperor instructed Liang Jiogong to escort the imperial grandsons to the side hall of the Hall of Mental Cultivation, while he and the princes stood outside, gazing at the small children within. The number of youngsters present was not yet substantial, with only Hongghu from the Prince Xi's household, Hongxi and Hongjin from the Crown Prince's household, Hongqing from the Prince Cheng's household, and Hongghu from the 4th Prince's household in attendance. Despite prior instructions from their elders, the children were visibly restrained. Upon seeing Hongghu, Hongqing's eyes lit up, and he eagerly approached, grasping Honghu's hand. "Hongghu, little brother, I was worried you wouldn't be coming today." Prince Cheng, observing his son's unreserved enthusiasm, felt a touch of awkwardness. Hongghu, after a brief exchange with Hongxing, approached Hongyu and offered proper greeting. Hongyu's expression also brightened upon Honghu's arrival. After a moment's contemplation, Hongghu proceeded to greet Hongxi and Hongjin. Hongxi, recognizing Hongghu as the fourth uncle's child, gently stroked Honghu's cheek. Instantly, the atmosphere among the imperial grandsons thawed, and they began to chatter animatedly. Outside, the Kangxi emperor mused, "Is that the fourth's Hongghu?" Upon hearing this, promptly stepped forward to acknowledge it. The Kangxi emperor nodded, remarking, "This child, at such a tender age, possesses impeccable manners and an air of dignified composure. He resembles the fourth somewhat, yet also differs." Inside, Hongqing was loudly proclaiming his future as a great warrior of the Qing Dynasty, causing Prince Cheng, a self-proclaimed scholar, to turn ashen. Hongghu, tilting his head in thought, chimed in, "Brother Hongqing will not only become a great warrior of the Qing Dynasty, but I have also heard father say that third uncle is well-versed in literature. Brother Hongqing will surely be accomplished in both martial and civil pursuits." Hongqing beamed, thinking, little brother Honghu's words are always so pleasing to the ear. Little did he know that anyone, under Yijun's daily praise and tutelage, would develop a habit of complimenting others. It was evident that praising others was an excellent form of communication. "Ha ha ha." Prince Cheng strode into the room, his fondness for Hongghu growing with each glance. How could the fourth sire such a clever son as Hongghu? "Hongghu, let third uncle embrace you." With that, he swept Hongghu into his arms. Hongqing watched with a hint of envy. Hongghu, however, gently nudged Prince Cheng, saying, "Third uncle, please put Hongghu down. Hongghu is growing up now and is quite heavy." Prince Cheng, observing Honghu's earnest demeanor, held him even tighter. Outside, the crown prince, currently experiencing a period of unprecedented trust in, saw no issue with Honghu's prominence. Prince Ji, mindful of Hongghu and Appo's earlier greeting to Hongyu, remained silent. Observing Prince Cheng and Appo's doting behavior towards Hongghu, felt a surge of inexplicable displeasure. "Third brother, I think you should quickly put my little nephew down. Your delicate arms won't be able to withstand it for long." The 14th prince, growing impatient with Prince Cheng's prolonged embrace, strode into the room and snatched Hongghu from Prince Cheng's arms, exclaiming, "Let this great warrior of the Qing Dynasty hold our Hongghu." Hongghu was clearly more comfortable with, relaxing noticeably in his arms. He playfully teased, but Hongghu heard father say that 10th uncle is the great warrior of the Qing Dynasty. Upon hearing this, the 14th prince stiffened. The 10th prince, who had been eavesdropping outside, beamed and shot a look that said, "You have excellent judgment," before eagerly entering the room. "Hongghu, I am your 10th uncle." Hongghu scrutinized the 10th prince before offering a respectful greeting, adding, "10th uncle indeed appears as father described." This left the 10th prince utterly delighted. The Kangxi emperor, observing the scene from outside, found it curious. He vaguely recalled that he had bestowed the child's name himself during the celebratory bathing ceremony, an exception to the norm. During the grasping ceremony, the boy had presented him with a wooden peach. Clearing his throat, he strode into the room with regal bearing. The children greeted the Kangxi emperor with impeccable manners. After the formalities, the Kangxi emperor sat in the main seat and beckoned Hongghu closer, asking kindly, "Does Hongghu know who I am?" "Yes, you are imperial grandfather, the father of Hongghu's father." The Kangxi emperor sighed, thinking that being addressed as imperial grandfather by a young child was far more pleasant than being called imperial father by a pack of debt-collecting sons. Is Hongghu well acquainted with his elder brothers? The Kangxi emperor began to probe, hoping to glean information from Hongghu. Hongghu nodded. They are all Hongghu's good friends. The Kangxi emperor raised an eyebrow, glancing at. The fourth is adept at teaching children, having instilled no nonsensical ideas in Hongghu. Before entering the palace, "Did your father and mother tell you what to do upon seeing imperial grandfather?" Hearing the Kangxi emperor's question, felt a cold sweat break out. "My father only said that I must be respectful and courteous to imperial grandfather. My mother said that imperial grandfather is the father of father and is someone who can criticize father. The Kangxi Emperor's expression was subtle. Is that how the fourth and Apos, as consort, instructed Hongghu? Haha, Hongghu speaks correctly. I am the one who can criticize your father. With that, he turned to question the other children. But none were as clever and outstanding as Hongghu. Chapter 28. The Parenting Manual at the Imperial Banquet. After several rounds of wine, Kangxi gestured for Liang Jiogong to summon Hongghu to his side. This action left everyone astonished, their minds racing with speculation, although their faces maintained an air of harmony. Yijun, unaware of the happenings in the Yangxin Hall, felt somewhat perplexed and anxiously searched for Yinzhen. Upon seeing Yinzhen attentively watching Hongghu nearby, she felt a little more at ease. Hongghu, having previously perceived Kangxi as not authoritative but rather kind, similar to his grandmother, dashed over to the emperor. Your Majesty, you called for Hongghu? Kangxi expressed a desire to dine with Hongghu and inquired if he would accompany him. Finding the banquet somewhat tedious, Kangxi thought of Hongghu, a notion that became increasingly irresistible. As the son of heaven, he would certainly not deprive himself of companionship. Thus he summoned Hongghu. Hongghu nodded, prompting Kangxi to instruct the palace attendants to bring a small table beside him. He also commanded Liang Jiogong to transfer the dishes from Hongghu and Apos' table, which startled Yinzhen into immediate protest. Your Majesty, this is not appropriate. Observing his fourth son's agitation, Kangxi's expression turned stern. What is inappropriate about inviting my grandson to dine with me? The air momentarily froze. Even the crown prince struggled to maintain his smile. In truth, which of the imperial grandchildren was not of noble lineage? In the future, there would be even more such descendants. Yet how many would have the opportunity to dine alongside Kangxi? Had it not been for Kangxi's specific instructions to bring the children this year, these little ones would not have had the privilege of seeing him. However, the distinction among the imperial grandchildren was vast. To be addressed as my grandson by Kangxi was a privilege not shared with those grandchildren whose names he could scarcely recall. The onlookers exchanged glances, silently acknowledging how astutely Yinzhen had raised his son. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the women's table was subtly tense. Among the four consorts, only consort De genuinely appeared delighted, while the other three wore expressions that could hardly be described as pleasant, with the crown princess's demeanor particularly strained. Sensing Yijun's discomfort, Dong Eshi attempted to ease the tension. Hongghu has always been clever. I have witnessed it before. This is your first time seeing it. Yijun gratefully regarded Dong Eshi. Sister-in-law, you jest. My child is merely mischievous, and I am quite anxious. After Yinzhen retreated speechless, Hongghu, at Kangxi's behest, took a seat at the small table. Without waiting for the attendants to serve, he selected dishes he fancied, diligently finishing everything he placed in his bowl. This earnestness amused Kangxi. When he observed Hongghu consuming vegetables with an expression akin to eating straw, Kangxi could not help but chuckle. Hongghu had little fondness for vegetarian dishes, and since he did not enjoy them, he felt no obligation to partake. Your Majesty, Hongghu does not favor vegetables, but Mother said a balanced diet is essential. Hongghu explained after setting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth. This display of manners only deepened Kangxi's affection for him. Who could resist a bright and courteous child? After a brief pause, Hongghu added, Father said if I cannot manage even such trivial matters, it will be difficult for me to succeed in greater endeavors when I grow up. Kangxi nodded, recognizing that this wisdom resembled the teachings of his own meticulous fourth son. Does Hongghu dine alone in the manor? Kangxi inquired curiously. In Mother's courtyard, Mother, my elder sister, and I all serve ourselves. Mother said I am destined to be a brave warrior, and serving myself is a skill I should possess. Moreover, Your Majesty, I must tell you, the food I serve myself tastes better. Kangxi felt a stirring in his heart, and tried a bite of the dish he had served himself. Indeed, it was different. Thus, the grandfather and grandson dined, exchanging bites, while Liang Jiogong observed with delight as Kangxi took several more bites. Recently, the emperor's appetite had waned, causing Liang Gonggong great concern. After the banquet, perhaps reflecting on how well Hongghu had met his expectations, Kangxi visited Consort De's Yonghe Palace. Before leaving, he complimented Yijun. You have raised Hongghu splendidly. Startled, Yijun quickly replied, "It is merely my duty." Satisfied and feeling content, Kanshi departed with consort Yijun, feeling trepidation, bid farewell to everyone and boarded the carriage home with Hongghu. "Father, will Hongghu's prominence today have any repercussions?" Yijun could not help but ask, cradling the drowsy Hongghu. Yinzhen, leaning against the carriage's cushions, contemplated the scene of Hongghu sitting beside Kanshi. Traditionally, the crown prince stood closest to Kanshi, and only he had the honor of a seat by the emperor's side. Yet today, it was his son who occupied that esteemed position. Neither Honghui nor Hongjin, the crown prince's sons, had enjoyed such privilege, yet Hongghu boldly claimed that spot. Strangely enough, he found the scene entirely harmonious. Yijun's inquiry interrupted Yinzhen's thoughts. "It is nothing. Hongghu is merely 3 years old. Perhaps in time, the emperor will forget." "True, the emperor is quite occupied," Yijun replied, but her heart held different sentiments. In a past life, it was Honghui who received Kangshi's guidance, and now her Hongghu, not yet 4, had already caught the emperor's eye. Regardless of the thoughts swirling in their minds, the banquet concluded. Yet, Yijun never anticipated the lingering impact of Kangshi's praise. Gazing at the invitations from several families requesting her presence, she pressed her temples in exasperation. "If you do not wish to attend, just find an excuse to decline," advised Chinmama, who had learned of the day's events from Guhi, astonished and elated. "Do I possess any parenting manual? Has everyone lost their senses?" It seemed absurd to her that noble women of royal lineage and high-ranking officials would lose their composure over a mere compliment from Kangxi, thinking they held some parenting manual. Yijun pondered for a long while before instructing Chinmama to find a reason to decline the invitations. It would be foolish to accept and begin to boast about a supposed parenting manual. Her favor in Kangxi's eyes would plummet. Why not candidly express her lack of such wisdom, thereby highlighting Hongghu's innate brilliance? Yinzhen chuckled at her reasoning, agreeing with her approach. The couple privately resolved to enhance their education of Hongghu in various aspects. The aftermath of the banquet gradually faded, and soon Hongghu approached his 4th birthday. Yinzhen promised a special birthday gift, and Hongghu, eager to please his father, eagerly anticipated the revelation, inquiring daily about the gift while Yinzhen simply smiled in response. Finally, the day of Hongghu's 4th birthday arrived. Yinzhen mysteriously led Yijun, Hongghu, and the eldest princess to a location, ushering them into a carriage that slowly set off. Hongghu chattered excitedly like a little bird, entirely shedding his usual composure. Yijun and the eldest princess exchanged curious glances until the carriage halted, revealing the grand characters of the Yuan before them. "Wow, father, are you giving Hongghu a garden?" Hongghu exclaimed in delight. Yinzhen, observing the 3 radiant expressions, smiled indulgently and encouraged them to explore. Chapter 29. The generosity of Yinzhen. Hongghu hurried inside, eager to behold the birthday gift bestowed upon him by his father. Meanwhile, Yijun's heart was already stirred by the sight of the words Yuan Minjuan. It was only the 39th year of Kangxi's reign, yet in the previous life, the garden was granted to Yinzhen in the 46th year of Kangxi. In that past existence, Kangxi conferred the garden upon the 4th Prince Yinzhen, personally naming it Yuan Minjuan, symbolizing the harmony of nature and the enlightenment of the wise. To her surprise, this time it had arrived a full 7 years earlier. Reflecting on how many events during this life diverged from the past, Yijun exhaled quietly. Unlike the expansive gardens Yinzhen would later construct after ascending the throne, this Yuan Minjuan was still modest in scale. Yet, the pavilions and the picturesque scenery harmoniously blended with the shimmering lakes and mountains, leaving one in awe. "How beautiful!" exclaimed Hongghu, flitting about like a little butterfly, captivated by every corner of the place. The eldest princess was equally mesmerized, wondering if this garden had already been built by their father. Yijun recalled that after Yinzhen had shielded the crown prince from an assassination attempt, their father had bestowed this estate upon him upon his return to the capital. Yinzhen, wishing to renovate it as a birthday gift for Hongghu, called him over. "Hongghu, there is a particularly enchanting view here. Come and see." Yinzhen had not forgotten Hongghu's peculiar taste at the tender age of 2, and he seized this opportunity to cultivate his aesthetic sensibilities. Leading Yijun and the others toward a spot known as the natural picture, they were met with a magnificent pavilion. Upon ascending, they gasped in astonishment. From the pavilion, one could see the shadow of the Yuan Wansho Pagoda, the western mountains looming in the distance, and the scenic beauty of the lakeside. The eldest princess murmured, "Father, what kind of paradise is this?" This place is called the natural picture, for it offers countless vistas that resemble a masterpiece of nature. In time, when your painting skills are refined, you may capture its beauty for others to admire. Yinzhen replied gently to the eldest princess. Hongghu stood entranced, overwhelmed by the beauty he had never before encountered. Yinzhen lifted Hongghu into his arms, saying, "At just 4 years old, you have yet to journey far. When you grow older, you will travel the world and witness the myriad wonders of life." Feeling the warmth of Yinzhen's embrace, Hongghu experienced a sudden surge of emotion, akin to a tree yearning to break free from the earth. This sensation was something he had not felt with his mother, while she had showered him with boundless love. His father propelled him towards greater heights. Observing the bond between father and son, Yijun felt the lingering resentment from the past quietly dissipate. Now, Yinzhen held his own Hongghu in his arms. As long as Hongghu existed, his status as the legitimate eldest son ensured that he would receive the privileges that others could only covet. In his previous life, after Hongghu and Appo's untimely demise, Yinzhen had never openly favored any of his other sons. The concubines in the rear courtyard would fight tooth and nail merely for a fraction of Yinzhen's affection for their own children. However, in this life, Hongghu was destined to grow up safely, and as long as he existed, Yinzhen would unabashedly shower him with all his love. After a brief conversation between father and son, Hongghu appeared notably more composed, which intrigued Yijun and the eldest princess. Casting a questioning glance at Yinzhen smiled but said nothing further. Suddenly remembering something, he addressed Hongghu. "I have also constructed several courtyards within this garden, and you may decide their purpose." The brightness in Hongghu's eyes was astonishing as he exclaimed, "Thank you, father. I want to see the courtyards." Due to time constraints, only 5 courtyards have been completed thus far, each situated in a picturesque locale. "This courtyard shall be for father and mother," Hongghu declared loudly, pointing to the largest. A smile never left Yijun's face as she looked at the 4-year-old Hongghu, her heart brimming with warmth. "Then father and mother shall thank our Hongghu," she said, causing Hongghu's cheeks to flush. "Mother, please name this courtyard." Yijun glanced at Yinzhen, who showed no signs of disapproval, his eyes filled with indulgence. She felt a stir in her heart and said, "Let's call it Xianyuanch, for it embodies the wish to be as united as Mandarin ducks, seeking companionship rather than immortality." Yinzhen paused for a moment before his smile broadened. "Very well. It shall be Xianyuanch." Once Xianyuanch was established, Hongghu pointed to a nearby courtyard by the flowing water and said, "This courtyard shall be for my elder sister, for she enjoys beautiful scenery." The eldest princess looked at Yinzhen and Yijun, and seeing their agreement, she smiled and thanked Hongghu. When Hongghu prompted her to name this courtyard as well, she pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let it be called Yuanch." Hongghu promptly praised her choice. "And where shall you reside?" Yinzhen inquired with a smile. Hongghu gazed at the remaining 3 courtyards and declared, "I will live in the one closest to you." His face alight with determination, he continued, "I shall name it Zishanch." As his parents and elder sister awaited an explanation for this name, Hongghu took a step forward, shaking his little head as if reciting a lesson. "At the beginning of humanity, one's nature is inherently good, similar in essence, yet diverging through habit." He then added, "The last courtyard shall be reserved for future younger siblings." There was a hint of pride in his tone, as if reveling in the notion that his future siblings would not dwell as close to their parents as he did. Yijun's face flushed slightly, and she chided, "You child. Such nonsense." Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Hongghu eagerly took the eldest princess by the hand and began to explore Yuanminjuan, with the courtyards filled with family. Yinzhen and Yijun felt at ease, allowing the children to play freely. "Your generosity knows no bounds this time," Yijun teased Yinzhen, acknowledging the effort he had put into Hongghu's birthday celebration. The family inheritance shall ultimately belong to Hongghu. Whether given early or late, it matters not. Yinzhen remarked as he led Yijun to a small pavilion in the center of the lake, where beauty surrounded them in a tranquil silence that spoke volumes. Chapter 30. Li's provocation. Since the fourth birthday of Hongghu, Yinzhen personally began to educate him, always reviewing his lessons before attending to other matters upon returning from his duties. Time passed swiftly, and now it was already May. Li was 7 months pregnant, and the household physician visited daily to check on the baby's steady pulse in her womb. Due to Yinzhen's rare visits to the rear courtyards apart from the main residence, Wu's initial hopes had gradually diminished, leading her to occasionally seek conversation with Gong. As for Li, both had heard early on about the difficult temperament of Miss Li from the Yiru pavilion, and thus they avoided her whenever possible. However, fate sometimes intervenes, making avoidance impossible. On this particular day, Li, supporting her pregnant belly, stepped out of the courtyard to sit in the pavilion of the small garden, enjoying the scenery. Coincidentally, Wu and Gong also ventured out, appreciating the fine weather. Seeing them standing there, all three holding the rank of Gij, Li felt herself superior, which bred dissatisfaction toward their apparent dullness. "Are you two also here to enjoy the garden?" Li asked. Wu and Gong were regretting their decision to step out when they encountered this troublesome person. Hearing Li's words, they quickly replied, "Today, Sister Gong and I thought the weather was delightful, so we decided to take a stroll." Observing Wu's delicate features, Li recalled how Wu had behaved flirtatiously during the family banquet on her second day in the residence, and feeling the swelling from her pregnancy, she began to speak with a biting tone. "Indeed, I've heard that aside from your initial visits, the master has not set foot here since. No wonder you appear so relaxed, unlike me, who toils daily to bear the master's offspring." Wu felt a sting of indignation at Li's near-insulting remarks, while Gong quickly intervened. "Sister Li is right. Perhaps we have not been blessed with the opportunity to bear the master's children." Gong's concession only bolstered Li's pride. It is of utmost importance to recognize one's station in life. Some are simply not meant to bask in wealth and glory. Yet they persist in vying for a place in this opulent nest, risking everything, Li remarked, her words dripping with disdain. "Indeed, as you say, Gij," echoed Tao Hong, eager to align with Li. Wu's eyes reddened with anger, and even the usually patient Gong felt her nails digging into her palm. Yet, Li showed no sign of restraint. "Wu, my belly feels a bit unwell. Could you fetch me a cup of tea?" she added with feigned politeness. "I trust you wouldn't begrudge my unborn child, would you?" With gritted teeth, Wu reluctantly poured a cup of tea. Seeing Li's unyielding demeanor, she held back tears as she presented it to Li. However, Li neither accepted the tea nor instructed Wu to set it down. Soon, Wu's hand began to tremble, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Li exchanged a knowing glance with Tao Hong, who promptly approached as if to assist her in standing. In a moment of carelessness, Tao Hong bumped into Wu, who, already weak, lost her grip on the cup, shattering it on the ground. Li gasped, clutching her belly, while Tao Hong added fuel to the fire. "Wu Gij, my lady is merely experiencing a delayed reaction to her pregnancy and forgot you were holding tea. Why would you wish harm upon her?" Both Wu and Gong were left speechless. Wu glared at Li with tear-filled eyes. "I did not do it intentionally. Your maid bumped into me." With a sharp slap, Li struck Wu. "You are but an unfavored Gij. How dare you slander me? Nearly harming the master's child while you argue." With that, Li stormed off with Tao Hong, leaving Wu stunned. "Are you all right?" Gong asked Wu, who appeared lost. "This day has truly been a calamity. Sister Gong, Li is carrying the master's child. He surely won't listen to my side of the story. But today it was entirely her provocation." Tears streamed down Wu's cheeks. Wu recalled her father's words upon entering the fourth master's residence, that only one concubine resided in the back courtyard, and as long as she won the master and Oppo's as favor, her future was secure. But upon entering, she realized the master and his wife shared a profound bond, rendering her presence almost invisible, akin to living a widow's life. Now, she faced Li's bullying, and the thought of Li accusing her of endangering the master's offspring sent a shiver through her. Gong, unsure how to comfort Wu, was equally taken aback by Li's behavior. They both fell silent. Yes, I will seek the mistress," I must clarify my position. Wu exclaimed, suddenly determined, rushing toward the main residence without regard for her appearance. Geng, realizing she could not remain uninvolved, followed after her. In the main residence, Yijun watched Wu kneeling and sobbing, with Geng silently beside her. And her frustration boiled over. What is all this crying about? Speak clearly to this mistress. Wu, amidst her sobs, recounted the events, and Yijun immediately believed her, for the clear imprint of slap was still visible on Wu's face. Coupled with her understanding of Li's temperament, Yijun rubbed her temples. Go summon Li. If she tries to use her pregnancy as an excuse, tell her to bring herself here, no matter what. While instructing her maid, Gu He to fetch Li. Yijun remembered Li's nature and also called for the physician to be brought to the main residence. As expected, Li was taken aback to find the situation escalated to the mistress. When she saw Gu He, she stiffened, claiming she felt unwell and could not accompany her. However, after Gu He relayed Yijun's orders with a smile, Li had no choice but to follow her reluctantly to the main residence. Upon arriving and seeing the physician present, Li realized Yijun had cleverly blocked her escape routes. She forced a smile and greeted Yijun. I hear our Li Gij has been quite imposing in the garden today. I dare not. It was merely that Wu Gij bumped into my belly, prompting me to discipline her, Li countered. How dare you? Wu, as the master's Gij, should never be subjected to your discipline. Yijun's words flushed Li's face with embarrassment, leaving her momentarily speechless. Considering the child in Li's womb, Yijun refrained from further comment and decisively declared, Li, you have sought trouble and shall be confined for 3 months. Remain in the Yiru pavilion and prepare for your childbirth. Li gazed in disbelief at Yijun, who added, If you disagree with this decision, you may wait for the master's return to voice your grievances. Li's head, once raised in defiance, drooped. For her earlier threats to report to the master had merely been an attempt to intimidate Wu. The master was known for his keen insight. Such actions would surely displease him. I understand, Li finally conceded, seeing no further objections from her. Yijun delivered a few more admonishments to the 3 present before allowing them to return to their respective quarters, bringing a semblance of peace back to the main residence. Li Gij has become increasingly arrogant, remarked Shin Mama with concern. It's of no consequence. She has always been this way. The master remains fond of her, and we shall simply observe. As long as she does not cause too much disturbance, let her be. Yijun stretched out her hands, once again embodying the languid demeanor of the 4th mistress. Chapter 31. The birth of Hongyun upon returning to the residence. Yinzhen heard of the matter and had no objections regarding Yijun's handling of the situation. Consequently, Li Shi remained quietly in the Yiru pavilion, awaiting the arrival of her child. The weather in August was exceptionally hot, and it was during this sweltering time that Li Shi went into labor. Coincidentally, Yinzhen was inspecting Hongghu and Appo's studies in the main courtyard when he received word from the servants of Yiru Pavilion that Li Shi was in labor. He promptly joined Yijun in heading to the pavilion. Within the Yiru Pavilion, servants hurriedly transported bloodied water in and out, while Li Shi and Appo's cries of pain mingled with the midwife's comforting tones. The atmosphere felt increasingly stifling, prompting Yinzhen to loosen his collar. Please have a seat. Li Shi's pregnancy has been smooth. Surely she will deliver safely, Yijun reassured him, beckoning the servants to bring 2 chairs into the courtyard for them to wait together. Approximately 2 hours later, Li Shi successfully gave birth to a young master. The midwife, cradling the child with a beaming smile, congratulated Yinzhen, saying, Congratulations, 4th master. Li Gij has safely delivered a young master, and both mother and child are well. Delighted by the arrival of a new brother, Yinzhen hastily instructed Su Peisheng to reward the midwife and the servants of Yiru Pavilion, instantly filling the pavilion with joy. Inside, Li Shi, propped up on her elbows, asked Tao Hong beside her, I heard it's a young master? Tao Hong, brimming with excitement, quickly replied, Congratulations, Gij. It's indeed a young master, weighing 6 pounds. Your wish has come true. Tears streamed down Li Shi's cheeks as she finally bore a son for her master, securing her place in the inner courtyard. The news of Li Gij from Yiru Pavilion giving birth to a young master soon spread throughout the 4th master's residence. Wu Shi, enraged, shattered a set of cups, while Geng Shi contemplated the necessity of avoiding Li Shi in the future. Meanwhile, as Yinzhen and Yijun saw that Li Shi and the young master were settled, they returned to the main courtyard to announce the joyful news to the palace. On the other hand, an unexpected incident befell the eldest princess upon her return from school. Having excelled in her studies, her teacher allowed her to leave an hour early. She hurriedly packed her belongings and made her way back to the main courtyard, eager to share the day's lessons with Hongghu. As she walked past the artificial hill in the rear courtyard, she overheard servants discussing something, catching snippets of names like Li Shi. Her steps involuntarily halted, and she concealed herself behind the hill, straining to hear the conversation. Now that Li Gij has given birth to a young master, she will have a powerful ally, one servant remarked. Indeed, this time she has succeeded. Last time the young master did not survive, but I've heard this one is healthy. Another chimed in. It seems Li Gij will be wholly devoted to this young master, perhaps even forgetting that the eldest princess is her daughter. The eldest princess bit her lip. It seems Li Gij no longer considers the eldest princess her daughter. I heard that after Honghu's birth, if it weren't for Fujin reminding her not to neglect the eldest princess, who knows if she would have survived. That's true, but now that the eldest princess is in the main courtyard, Li Gij lacks the right to care for her. Indeed, Fujin has raised our eldest princess with great care. She excels in music, chess, and literature, and has received praise from the palace. The eldest princess could no longer bear to listen. The wounds buried deep within her heart were painfully exposed, leaving her feeling unsteady as she collapsed to the ground, silently weeping. In the main courtyard, Yijun noticed the eldest princess had not yet returned, and even Hongghu had abandoned his studies to inquire. Concerned, Yijun sent Guhi to the front courtyard to check if the teacher had retained the eldest princess for extra lessons. Fujin, when I went to the front courtyard, the teacher said the eldest princess was allowed to leave an hour early. She should have returned long ago. Guhi hurried back, and upon hearing this, Yijun felt a pang of anxiety. Quickly, informed the fourth master, we must search thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. Hongghu, feeling anxious, asked Mother, what if something has happened to my elder sister? Yijun steadied her thoughts, assuring him, your elder sister has not left the residence. Nothing will happen to her here. Reassured, Hongghu refused to return to the study, and mother and son sat together, intently watching the door of the main courtyard. As the commotion in the main courtyard drew the attention of idle servants, they began searching for the eldest princess. Immersed in her pain, the eldest princess barely registered the calls of her name until she mustered the strength to move her stiffened legs, whispering, I'm here. Hearing the commotion, a maid rushed to support her, guiding her back to the main courtyard. Yijun, noticing the eldest princess being helped in, quickly rose to her side, asking, what's wrong? Quickly, let us get you inside. Seeing the eldest princess with red-rimmed eyes, Yijun gestured for everyone to leave. And once alone with Hongghu and the eldest princess, she spoke gently, tell your mother, who has upset you. I will take care of it. Hongghu nodded vigorously in agreement. The eldest princess seemed hesitant to voice her troubles, tears silently streaming down her face. Yijun sighed inwardly, embracing the 7-year-old tightly. You need not speak if you do not wish to. Just remember, you are the esteemed daughter of the fourth master, and some matters do not deserve your distress. Suddenly, the eldest princess began to wail. Yijun had never witnessed such a display from her before. Instinctively, she held the child closer. Mother does not love me. She never has. Now that she has given birth to a brother, she will never love me. I do not want to acknowledge her as my mother. As Yijun had suspected, the events surrounding Li Shi's childbirth had deeply affected the eldest princess. Gently wiping away her tears, Yijun reassured her, dear child, your mother is merely expressing temporary frustration. In our great Qing Dynasty, we honor our mothers. There is no notion of denying one's mother. Even if your mother has not paid you much attention, know that your true mother cares for you. Hongghu loves you, and so does your father. We all cherish you. After comforting the eldest princess for some time, she finally fell asleep from exhaustion, allowing Yijun to return to the main hall. Indeed, Yinzhen had been waiting there anxiously. He paced back and forth until he saw Yijun approaching, inquiring about the eldest princess's condition. It seemed she was upset by Li Shi's childbirth today, but she has fallen asleep now. She is not one to dwell on grievances for long. Give her a few days to process, and she will be fine, Yijun reassured him. Yinzhen could only sigh this child. Chapter 32. Return to the Ulanara residence. Since the incident involving the eldest princess, Yinzhen and Yijun have become increasingly concerned about her mental state. The eldest princess, feeling embarrassed about having cried in Yijun's embrace, contributed to a somewhat awkward atmosphere in the main courtyard. However, she quickly regained her composure, choosing not to mention or inquire about Li Shi and Hongyan's matters. Yinzhen and Yijun, observing this, felt it was best not to speak further on the subject. By the way, Li Shi's second son, who was given the name Hongyun by Emperor Kangxi during his full moon celebration, was being closely watched by Li Shi, who treated him with utmost care, as if he were a fragile treasure. Once Li Shi left the courtyard, everything in the fourth prince's residence returned to normal. Yijun then contemplated taking Honghui to the Ulanara residence. After all, it was likely that the eldest princess would one day be introduced to the eldest son of her older brother, Qinghui. Hence, Yijun decided to bring the eldest princess along, and Yinzhen certainly would not object. Yijun, having given birth to a pair of twins, one son and one daughter, later in life, was deeply cherished by her parents, with 3 elder brothers and a younger twin brother. When word reached the Ulanara residence that Yijun was bringing Honghui and the eldest princess, the household members prepared eagerly for their arrival. As Yijun's carriage approached the entrance of the Ulanara residence, seeing her father, mother, brothers, and sister-in-law waiting to greet her brought tears to her eyes. Despite being an adult, she felt a wave of emotion. The youngest brother, Gu, who had met the noble consort, Honghui, and the eldest princess, teasingly remarked upon seeing Yijun and Appo's watery eyes. Yijun felt her tears suppressed by Gu and Appo's playful banter and hurried to greet her family. No, it is the elder statesman who should pay his respects to the noble consort. Gu intervened as Yijun attempted to bow, reminding her of the distinctions between ruler and subject. As she watched her former family bow to her, she held back her tears and urged Honghui and the eldest princess to pay their respects to their grandparents and uncles. Honghui and the eldest princess complied politely, and the Ulanara noble consort quickly insisted they come inside to converse. Once seated, the Ulanara consort's affection for Honghui grew with each glance, leading her to embrace him with tenderness, while Gu observed enviously. After a while, the Ulanara consort, realizing the eldest princess was present, remarked, "You must be the eldest princess. You certainly possess a remarkable demeanor." Yijun eagerly replied, "The eldest princess has been raised with utmost care by me." The Ulanara consort nodded in appreciation, her gaze softening as she looked upon the eldest princess. "You appear quite well, my dear sister," remarked Yijun's elder brother, Qinghui, who had begun to take on responsibilities within the household, embodying the future head of the Ulanara clan. "Indeed, I have heard of the deep affection between our fourth prince and fourth consort," teased Yijun's second brother, Fu Chang, who managed the family's business affairs. Flushed with embarrassment from the teasing, Yijun defended herself, stating, "The fourth prince respects me as the noble consort." Ultimately, the family's well-being brought them all comfort. Yijun's third brother, Fu Siyuan, a lover of literature, had gathered precious writing materials for her over the years. Surrounded by the warmth of her family, Yijun felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. The Ulanara consort and her kin were accustomed to Yijun's relaxed demeanor. Meanwhile, Gu and the uncles attempted to assess Honghui's studies, growing increasingly astonished by his intelligence. Yijun, noticing their surprised glances, felt a swell of pride, as if to say, "Have you not seen who his mother is?" The focus remained on Honghui, with Fu Siyuan eager to share his prized possessions with him. The eldest princess was engaged in conversation with the Ulanara consort and the other daughters-in-law, who treated her as if she were their own daughter after confirming her close bond with Yijun, enveloping her in warmth. After enjoying a midday meal together, Yijun expressed her desire to visit her former boudoir. The Ulanara consort readily agreed. Yijun led Honghui and the eldest princess to her old room, her tone brightening with joy. "Look, this was my room before marriage." Curious, Honghui looked around and asked, Did mother live here before marrying father? Yes. She resided here for many years, and there is even a swing in the courtyard. Come, let's go play, Yijun exclaimed, leading them to the swing. She took a seat first and requested Honghui and the eldest princess to push her. As Yijun swung back and forth, she felt a rare moment of beauty, healthy, dutiful children, a loving husband, and a supportive family. How wonderful it all was. Yet, despite the reluctance to leave, the time had come to return home. As they prepared to depart, the Ulanara consort held Honghui in one hand and the eldest princess in the other, saying to Yijun, "You must come back to visit often." Yijun nodded emphatically. "I will certainly return." Beside her, Fei Yonggu cleared his throat. Is it customary for a noble consort to return to her family so frequently? Though he voiced this, his eyes betrayed a sense of reluctance. After heartfelt farewells, Yijun, Honghui, and the eldest princess boarded their carriage. They had arrived with little more than their presents, but were now laden with gifts. As the wheels turned slowly on their way home, Yijun felt a twinge of sadness. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, prompting her to inquire, "What has happened ahead?" Outside, Guhi responded, "It seems another carriage is approaching us." Furrowing her brow, Yijun was about to ask Guhi to find out whose carriage it was. It was not that she wished to act high and mighty. After all, if a noble consort were to yield the right of way to a minister, it would blur the lines of respect between ruler and subject. Just then, a woman's voice rang out, "Which blind fool does not yield to me?" "How audacious!" Guhi retorted, stepping forward. "Do you not know this is the carriage of the fourth prince's residence?" Expecting an apology, Yijun was taken aback when the woman scoffed. "I do not care who your master is." After a heated exchange, when Guhi was unable to manage the situation, Yijun opened the curtain to reveal her identity. The woman, seeing Yijun's striking complexion, seized a whip from her attendant and aimed it at Yijun's face. "Consort! Mother!" came the cries of alarm. As the whip approached her, the eldest princess swiftly moved to shield Yijun. As the whip struck, Yijun felt an overwhelming surge of pain. Chapter 33. Li Seer meets her match when Yijun revealed her identity with a frosty demeanor. The servants surrounding the woman realized the gravity of the situation and hastily attempted to dissuade her. "This lady is the wife of Lord Long Kido of the Tong family. What can a mere royal prince's consort do to her?" Yijun scoffed. "So she is merely a concubine of Lord Long Kido. I shall eagerly await your downfall." With that, she urged the coachman to hasten back to the residence to tend to the injuries of the eldest princess. It was known that Long Kido's wife was of the Hesheri clan, and it was clear that this woman was worlds apart from her. On the way back, the eldest princess, despite enduring pain, continued to comfort Yijun, who felt a tightening ache in her heart. Hongghu, frightened, clutched Yijun and Appo's hand tightly. Upon returning home, the female physician removed the eldest princess's outer garment and observed a distinct red swelling on her back. Yijun quickly dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. "Will this injury leave a scar?" The physician reassured, "Do not worry, my lady. As long as the wound is well cared for and kept dry, it will not scar." This alleviated Yijun and Appo's concerns somewhat. Once the physician finished applying the medicine, Yijun took a deep breath. "Weiji, go to the palace and inform fourth master. Relate every detail of what transpired today and request his intervention." Weiji, observing Yijun's icy expression, complied and hurried to the palace. Meanwhile, Li Seer remained oblivious to the impending disaster, continuing her leisurely stroll through the market. Elsewhere, upon hearing Weiji's report, Yinzhen's fury erupted, causing the other officials in the Ministry of Revenue to keep their distance, speculating which fool had provoked their master this time. Su Peixiang, apprehend that woman for offending the royal family and throw her into the dungeon. He then hastily returned to his residence. When Yijun saw Yinzhen, tears streamed down her cheeks. "My lord, it is all my fault that the eldest princess has suffered." Yinzhen, gazing into Yijun's tear-filled eyes, felt a searing pain in his heart. "This is not your fault. The eldest princess is dutiful and shielded you from harm. I have commanded Su Peixiang to imprison Li Seer in the dungeon. I shall not let this matter rest." Yijun, with tearful eyes, inquired, "Li Seer? She is a newly acquired concubine of Long Kido, who has become too arrogant in her favor." The thought of this made Yinzhen regard Long Qido as a fool. Yinzhen then checked on the eldest princess and comforted Hongghu, who looked earnestly at him. "Father, is there something I can do? That wicked woman bullied mother and sister. I want to help." Yinzhen gently patted Hongghu's head. "In due time, Father will allow you to assist in avenging your mother and sister." Meanwhile, back at the Tong residence, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "It's terrible. Lady Li has been imprisoned in the dungeon." Long Qido stood with a furious glare. Which fool dared to do this? Hearing the commotion, Tong Guowei hurried over. "Calm down and explain what has happened." As the trembling servant recounted the events, Tong Guowei staggered back, collapsing into a chair. "Misfortune has befallen our family." Lady Tong beside him wept bitterly. Long Qido, still unaware of the situation's severity, was determined to rescue Li Seer from the dungeon. A sharp slap echoed as it connected with Long Qido's face. "With your ability, you think you can save that poisonous woman? We are barely safe ourselves." That vile woman attacked the fourth consort and injured the eldest princess. Long Qido stubbornly retorted, "My cousin has always been close to the Tong family. He will not be overly harsh this time." Tong Guowei was filled with regret, lamenting that he had not kept a tighter rein on this rebellious child, feeling a profound sense of despair. The Tong family might be ruined by this wayward son. "You still regard him as your cousin, but that poisonous woman has offended the emperor's son. Can you contend with the fourth prince's standing in the emperor's eyes?" Long Qido was rendered speechless by Tong Guowei's words, but continued to insist on rescuing Li Seer. Observing the scene before him, Tong Guowei sighed heavily. "Before you think of rescuing that woman, come with me to the palace to apologize. This incident cannot be easily resolved." Tong Guowei sought to plead for Long Qido in front of Kangxi, hoping to minimize the ramifications. Unbeknownst to him, Yinzhen, after comforting Yijun and the others, hastened into the palace and knelt before the entrance of the Yangxin Hall. Inside the hall, Liang Jiugong was startled by Yinzhen's sudden prostration at the entrance and hurried inside to report to Kangxi. Upon hearing this, Kangxi raised an eyebrow, instinctively rubbing the yellow jade ring on his finger, and summoned the fourth prince to enter. Kangxi was puzzled. His fourth son was usually the most trouble-free, rarely seeking his attention. What could be the cause of such urgency? As Yinzhen entered the hall, his eyes red-rimmed from emotion, Kangxi was taken aback. "Who dares to bully you?" He was immediately engulfed by anger. How could anyone be so audacious as to offend his son, the fourth prince? "What is the matter?" Yinzhen recounted the events with restrained indignation, expressing his fury with precision. How dare a mere concubine disrespect the royal prince's consort and even resort to violence? Kangxi felt as though Li Seer was trampling upon his authority. "What of this vile woman? My son acted on his own and imprisoned her in the dungeon." "Good. Issue orders. I want this woman to endure the utmost torment in the dungeon before facing execution," Kangxi declared, gnashing his teeth as he pronounced Li Seer's fate. Remembering Yijun and the eldest princess, he inquired about their well-being, to which Yinzhen responded succinctly. With his head bowed, Yinzhen answered each of Kangxi's queries, maintaining a demeanor that conveyed his displeasure. He felt disheartened. While Kangxi dealt with Li Seer decisively, he lingered on the matter of the Tong family. Sensing Yinzhen's discontent, Kangxi cleared his throat. "The Tong family bears responsibility in this matter. I shall reprimand Long Qido sternly during tomorrow and Appo's court session." "Thank you, Your Majesty." As Yinzhen exited the Yangxin Hall, he remained troubled, fixated on the Tong family and Li Seer. He silently vowed to repay this affront in due course. Chapter 34. The Emperor's favor. Half an hour after leaving the Yangxin Palace, Yinzhen's uncle, Tong Guowei, accompanied by Long Qido, came to seek the Emperor's pardon. The old minister lamented his ineffectual parenting, which had led to today's calamity, feeling utterly unworthy to face His Majesty. Observing his aged uncle kneeling in sorrow, Kangxi felt a pang of compassion. "The fault does not lie with you, uncle. Long Qido, speak for yourself." Long Qido hesitantly confessed, "I have not maintained discipline in my household. I failed to curb my concubine's behavior." His words caused Kangxi to furrow his brow, interrupting him sharply. "Since you acknowledge your error, I have ordered the execution of that poisonous woman." Subsequently, The Tong family shall present generous gifts to the fourth prince's residence as an apology, and this matter shall be settled. Just as Tong Wei was about to express his gratitude, Long Kodo suddenly, in a fit of emotion, pleaded for Li Seer. Your Majesty, please spare Seer. I vow to keep her confined within the Tong residence. I cannot bear to lose her. Impudent Long Kodo, while my dignity and that of the fourth prince. Kangxi, enraged, swept the memorials from the dragon desk to the floor. The surrounding attendants immediately knelt, aware that the emperor and Appo's wrath could bring devastating consequences. Tong Wei, wishing to reprimand his rebellious son for 3 days and nights in the ancestral hall, instead sought to calm Kangxi's fury. Your Majesty, this wayward son has been ensnared by that wicked woman. I believe your handling of this matter is entirely appropriate. She has insulted the fourth prince and deserves punishment. Long Kodo glared at Tong Wei in disbelief. Father, you are pushing your son to his doom. The confrontation left Tong Wei breathless, prompting Kangxi to urgently summon the imperial physician and instruct attendants to provide him a seat. After a quarter of an hour, Tong Wei regained his composure and, in a weak tone, addressed Kangxi. This rebellious son is beyond my control. Your Majesty must intervene. With that, he trembled as he rose to take his leave, leaving Long Kodo alone in the Yangxin Palace to face Kangxi. Long Kodo, I ask you once more, do you still insist on pleading for that woman? I cannot bear to be without Seer. Seeing Long Kodo's infatuated state and recalling Tong Wei's earlier distress, Kangxi's anger turned to mockery. Very well. If you wish to be a tragic couple with that vile woman, I shall oblige you. Arrest Long Kodo and place him in the dungeon next to that woman, forcing him to witness her punishment every day. Long Kodo appeared unable to comprehend that Kangxi would indeed imprison him, momentarily forgetting to plead for mercy as he was taken away by the guards. Liang Jiogong, do you think I've been too lenient with the Tong family? Kangxi murmured. Liang Jiogong bent lower, acknowledging, Your Majesty has a keen sense of judgment. Kangxi fell silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Tong residence, Tong Wei staggered back after hearing the news of Long Kodo and Appo's imprisonment, spitting blood in shock, prompting Madame Tong to hastily summon the household physician. Witnessing her husband's rapid decline from vitality to this state, tears streamed down her face. Tong Wei lay in bed, repeatedly lamenting, Our family is beset by misfortune. In the fourth prince and Appo's residence, Yinzhen, upon learning of Long Kodo and Appo's confinement, could not suppress a cold laugh. Long Kodo must have pleaded for that wicked woman. The Tong family, emboldened by the emperor's favor, clearly disregards the authority of both father and son. After contemplating, Yinzhen stepped into Hongghu and Appo's study, where the young boy was diligently practicing his calligraphy. Upon Yinzhen and Appo's arrival, Hongghu quickly set down his brush and bowed. Yinzhen lifted Hongghu, softly inquiring, Do you wish to seek justice for your mother and elder sister? Hongghu's eyes brightened, and he eagerly nodded, leading the father and son to whisper for an extended time. The next day, Yinzhen brought Hongghu into the palace, and, after escorting him to the entrance of the Yangxin Palace, went to attend to official duties, leaving Liang Jiogong perplexed. Liang Gonggong, I wish to meet the emperor. Could you announce my presence? Liang Jiogong promptly complied, entering to inform Kangxi of Hongghu and Appo's arrival. Upon hearing this, Kangxi urged Liang Jiogong to invite Hongghu in, amused by the notion of a father-son duo confronting the tiger. He also felt warmth in his heart, recognizing Hongghu's filial piety at such a tender age. Hongghu respectfully greeted the emperor. Why has Hongghu come today? Kangxi asked, charmed by the boy's decorum. Hongghu approached Kangxi, gazing up at him. Your Majesty, I have come to speak on behalf of my mother and elder sister. Kangxi, aware that Hongghu had been present during the carriage incident, asked if he was frightened. He did not directly inquire what Hongghu wished to say, as he valued him above even Yijun and the elder princess combined. This was the fortune of the Tong family. Had Li Seer struck Hongghu with that whip, the emperor would have immediately sought to punish them severely. I'm not afraid, but I have some questions, and I hope your Majesty can enlighten me. With Kangxi's encouraging gaze, Hongghu continued, "My mother once said that I am the legitimate son of the fourth prince and the grandson of the emperor. As long as I do not err, I can walk with my head held high in this world, and others shall not dare to provoke me. Is this true?" "Of course," Kangxi replied without hesitation. "Then, since I did not provoke anyone yesterday, and my mother and elder sister did not speak ill of that woman, while Aunt Gu he invoked my father's name, why were we still bullied?" Hongghu furrowed his brow in confusion. Kangxi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to clarify things for Hongghu, and could only respond vaguely. "It is because that woman lacks reason. We adhere to principles of civility. But that woman claimed to be Long Kodo's wife. I am a royal descendant, while Long Kodo is merely a subject. How can they be equated?" The whip was aimed at my mother's face. "Father said women care deeply about their appearance. How could that woman be so malicious? If it were I who had lifted the curtain, what might I have faced?" As Hongghu's incisive question struck home, Kangxi sighed inwardly. He genuinely regarded the Tong family as his own kin, but their increasing arrogance was concerning. The crown prince was already dissatisfied with them. While he had envisioned Yinzhen as a virtuous king, he had underestimated the Tong family's ability to offend him. Ultimately, Kangxi could not disregard Hongghu's earnest gaze and decided to bestow gifts upon Yijun and the elder princess as a gesture of consolation, while dispatching Liang Jiogong to verbally reprimand the Tong family. Satisfied with the outcome, Hongghu offered Kangxi some comforting words before taking his leave. As he walked through the palace, Hongghu felt for the first time how crucial it was to have the emperor's favoritism. Chapter 35. The Heshery Clan and Separation in the Depths of the Prison. Long Kui sat vacantly on a pile of straw against the wall, his face drained of color, stubble darkening his chin. A stark contrast to the man he had been before his confinement. The anguished cries of Li echoed from the adjacent cell, and though Long Kuo's lips trembled, he could no longer utter pleas for mercy. This was due to the warning from the guard. If Long Kuo persisted in his foolishness and continued to plead for that venomous woman, he would accompany her into the underworld. Did Long Kuo love Li Si'er? Yes, but not to the extent of sacrificing his life for her. This scene in the dungeon was, in essence, a cruel irony. What Long Kuo endured in the prison was unknown to the Tong family, yet outside, they tirelessly sought to secure his release. Tong Wei, barely able to rise from his sickbed, knelt outside the Yangxin Hall, desperately trying to appease Kangxi's wrath. Meanwhile, the crown prince and other princes relished the misfortunes befalling the Tong family. The Tong family wielded immense power, and with their downfall, a significant void would emerge within the court. When Liang Jiogong reported for the third time that Tong Wei was on the verge of fainting from exhaustion, Kangxi finally instructed Liang Jiogong to convey a message to Tong Wei. As long as Long Kuo behaved himself, he would be released in 3 days. Overcome with emotion, Tong Wei prostrated himself outside the hall in gratitude. The Tong family, believing they would soon retrieve Long Kuo, could not have anticipated the impending misfortunes that awaited them. Recently, there had been a flurry of unusual events concerning the Tong family. First, Long Kuo's favored concubine openly challenged the fourth lady, shocking the populace. Did Long Kuo believe that, given the Tong family's favor, he could confront the emperor's authority and emerge unscathed? Consequently, she too was imprisoned alongside his concubine. Such scandals among the nobility spread like wildfire among the common folk, and within 2 days, discussions about the matter proliferated. Upon learning of this, the Tong family invested heavily to quell the gossip, achieving only limited success, as another scandal soon erupted. Long Kuo and Appo's legitimate wife, Heshery, audaciously sought justice at the Jingzhou Yin's office. Witnesses recounted how frail she appeared, bearing visible lash marks on her arms and neck. Who was Heshery? She was Long Kuo's rightful wife, of the same illustrious lineage as Empress Heshery, and the crown prince bore the blood of the Heshery clan. How could such a noble lady find herself in such dire straits? The citizens of the capital buzzed with excitement, gathering outside the Jingzhou Yin's office in hopes of obtaining first-hand information. Inside the office, Heshery, enduring her pain, maintained a straight posture as she recounted how Long Kuo had favored his concubine over her, how Li Si'er had subjected her to physical punishment, and how she had been abandoned to her fate at the estate, cut off from communication with her clan. The Jingzhao Yin was taken aback by her revelations, uncertainly inquiring, "Madam, are you certain of your claims?" "Indeed, I can provide any evidence you desire. I beseech you to restore my honor," she replied resolutely. The Jingzhao Yin promptly ensured her safety before hastily reporting to the palace. As news of Hesheri's plight spread, the populace rallied to her defense, and the outrage grew. That evening, the Tong family's gates were doused with a bucket of red paint by an indignant citizen, who departed with a sense of satisfaction, echoing the sentiments of the capital and Oppos as residents. Likewise, when the news reached the homes of the ministers, their wives expressed sympathy for Hesheri and Oppos as ordeal, insisting that their husbands must resolutely condemn the Tong family the following day. As Hesheri, the legitimate wife, was so grievously wronged by a mere concubine, failure to impose strict punishment would only allow the distinction between primary and secondary wives to blur further. Meanwhile, within the Tong estate, Honghui knelt in the ancestral hall, contemplating the disgrace of having their gates vandalized and the plummeting reputation of the Tong family in the capital. He gazed at the ancestral tablets, filled with regret. "It seems the Tong family may perish under my watch." Madame Tong felt remorse as well, regretting her inaction upon learning of Hesheri's suffering, merely chiding Long Qua verbally while allowing events to unfold. Who could have predicted that Hesheri would dare to confront the Tong family in court? Yet, regardless of the regrets harbored by Tong Wei and Madame Tong, they could not erase the truth that they had once aided in oppression. The next day, the atmosphere in the court was tense, as everyone understood that the time had come to condemn the Tong family. However, witnessing Kangxi's displeased demeanor, no one dared to speak first. Kangxi was indeed in a foul mood. After the Jingzhao Yin presented Hesheri's grievances to him the previous afternoon, he had entertained thoughts of executing Long Qua to preserve the Tong family's honor, but he could not. After all, Long Qua was the only brother of his beloved cousin. Kangxi harbored resentment towards the Tong family for marrying into the Hesheri clan without treating them kindly, and for fostering enmity with them. The Empress Hesheri had borne the crown prince, and the glory of the Hesheri clan could endure for at least 3 generations. Why must they cultivate animosity towards the Hesheri clan, seeing that no one was willing to take the initiative? Fei Yonggu adjusted his official robes and stepped forward. "Your servant has a petition to present." Kangxi and Oppos' right eyelid began to twitch. "I wish to condemn the Tong family for disregarding the proprieties between sovereign and subjects. Long Qua has failed to distinguish between his legitimate wife and his concubine, allowing a mere concubine to disturb the harmony of the household. If this is not met with severe punishment, it may inspire other officials to follow suit, leading to calamity." Kangxi glared at Fei Yonggu, who remained resolute in his denunciation of the Tong family. Yet, Kangxi found himself helpless, as Fei Yonggu was the father of the fourth lady, and defending her left no room for error. With Fei Yonggu leading the charge, other prominent Manchu clans, including the Nalan, Hesheri, Hilu, and Dongyi clans, also submitted petitions against the Tong family. Even some Han officials crafted eloquent denunciations that struck at the heart of the matter, further darkening Kangxi's expression. "I'm already aware of this matter. I shall make a decision after convening with Hesheri," Kangxi declared, signaling Liang Jiogong to dismiss the court. Hesheri, supported by palace maids, entered the Yangxin Hall and knelt to pay her respects to Kangxi. "Hesheri, what did you seek with your actions yesterday?" Hesheri, feeling utterly disheveled in front of the emperor, nervously clutched her garment. "What I seek is simply to part ways with Long Qua and escape the perilous Tong family." Kangxi fell silent, contemplating for what felt like an eternity. Hesheri knelt, beads of sweat forming on her brow, gritting her teeth as she awaited his decree. "Liang Jiogong, convey my decree. Long Qua, for favoring his concubine over his wife and causing turmoil within his household, shall be stripped of his official position and confined for 6 months. And he shall part from his wife Hesheri, thereafter severing all ties." "Thank you, your majesty, thank you." Hesheri repeatedly bowed in gratitude, but as relief washed over her, she fainted. Kangxi quickly summoned a royal physician to attend to her, while an attendant announced that the crown prince requested an audience. Chapter 36. Li Senior's demise imperial father. Yuxing said, I have returned from my studies today, and, upon hearing of the Tong family's affairs and your summons of the Heshley lady to the palace, I implored the prince to allow me to visit. Yuxing, the eldest son of Longkodo, Emperor Kangxi's countenance visibly softened upon seeing the prince. Indeed, he is overwhelmed with remorse upon learning of the tribulations suffered by the Heshley lady. Kangxi, discerning the prince and Appo's continued advocacy for the Heshley lady, understood that the Tong family had not only thoroughly offended Yinzhen, but had also earned themselves another entry on the prince's blacklist. After the imperial physician has examined the Heshley lady, you may escort her to meet Yuxing. The prince whispered a few words to Kangxi before departing, to which Kangxi nodded after a moment of contemplation. Inside the Yiqing palace, Heshley and Yuxing embraced, weeping profusely. Heshley wept for the opportunity to see her son once more, while Yuxing and Appo's lamented the great injustice suffered by his mother. Observing this, the prince signaled the eunuchs to withdraw, granting the mother and son a moment of privacy. Mother, I am to blame for my negligence, unaware that father would treat you so cruelly. Upon my return to the manor, I shall certainly seek justice for you. Heshley caressed Yuxing's face. My child, your mother has now achieved her heart's desire, having divorced your father. However, I shall no longer be able to care for you within the manor, which troubles me. Mother, then I shall return with you. Silly child, you are the eldest son of the Tong family, destined to inherit the Tong estate. Do not act rashly for my sake. I am content to return to your maternal grandmother's care. I only wish for your well-being. The mother and son spoke for another half hour before expressing their gratitude to the prince. The prince, committed to seeing his good deed through, ordered his men to escort Heshley back to her maternal home. Yuxing, are you truly resolved to do this? Consider carefully, as it may be detrimental to your future career. Your Highness, my mother has suffered such humiliation. I would be no gentleman if I did not avenge this wrong. Seeing the resentment etched upon Yuxing and Appo's face, the prince nodded. Go then, and I shall bear the consequences. The prince had forewarned Kangxi in the Hall of Mental Cultivation that Yuxing might seek to personally deal with Li Senior, and Kangxi's attitude was the foundation upon which the prince dared to directly support Yuxing. Yuxing arrived outside the imperial prison and entered after presenting the prince's token. Inside the imperial prison, Yuxing coldly regarded his father. Father, your son has come to see you. Longkodo shuddered, raising his head in disbelief. Yuxing, why have you come? Are you here to save me? Your son has come to deliver good news. The emperor has decreed that mother be divorced from you and that you be stripped of your official position. Impossible. The emperor would never issue such a decree. Longkodo, unable to believe that he was no longer an official, exclaimed, You unfilial son, how dare you falsely proclaim an imperial edict? Yuxing sneered. Father, you are truly incorrigible. You and that poisonous woman have treated my mother so cruelly that the entire capital now knows of your favoritism towards a concubine and mistreatment of your wife. Longkodo, seemingly unable to process the news brought by Yuxing, curled up in the corner, muttering, Impossible, impossible. Seeing this, Yuxing did not engage further with Longkodo, but rose and walked towards the adjacent cell. Li Senior was now a bloody mess, her prison clothes stuck to her scars. It was difficult to discern that she was still alive without a closer look. By order of the prince, such a poisonous woman should be eliminated to prevent further harm to the world. Dispose of her promptly. Yes, sir. After witnessing Li Senior's demise, Yuxing returned to Longkodo. Father, return to the manor with your son. As for that poisonous woman, I have already taken care of her for you. Upon hearing that he could leave the prison, Longkodo subconsciously ignored Yuxing's statement about dealing with Li Senior and hastily followed Yuxing out of the imperial prison. Yuxing, though outwardly composed, inwardly despised his father's actions even more. The carriage smoothly arrived at the Tong residence, where Longkodo was helped back to his courtyard by servants. Yuxing then went to pay his respects to Tong Wei and Madame Tong. After Longkodo recovered and thought of Li Senior, he remembered that his unfilial son had personally eliminated his beloved concubine, and he roared in his room, demanding that the unfilial son pay with his life. However, Because Honghui had issued a strict order forbidding Long Kodo from leaving the courtyard. Long Kodo could only rant within the confines of his residence. Meanwhile, Honghui and Madame Tong looked at their eldest grandson, their old faces flushed with embarrassment. Regarding your mother's matter, Madame Tong began hesitantly. This matter is settled, and I understand. Yu Xingye did not want to dwell on his mother's affairs with the Tong family and hastily departed after offering a few words of comfort to the two elders. This child is now estranged from us. Tong Guowei sighed deeply. The two were momentarily speechless. The grand drama of the Tong family slowly came to a close, and the injuries of the eldest princess and the fourth prince's manor gradually healed. Yijun received a missive from the Ulanara residence, stating that the first madam would visit the manor tomorrow morning to see her. Yijun quickly instructed Chun to ensure she would be awakened on time the next day, lest she miss the appointed hour, as the eldest princess had been confined to bed for the past few days to recuperate. Yijun had informed the tutor of her absence. During her free time, she would visit the eldest princess's room and regale her with amusing tales from the common folk. Today, Yijun told the eldest princess the story of Zhuo Wenjun and Sima Xiangru. When she recounted the tale of how the two lovers became betrothed through the poem Phoenix seeking his mate, the eldest princess was moved to tears. However, when Yijun narrated how Zhuo Wenjun wrote ode to white hair to Sima Xiangru, the eldest princess's face flushed with anger. Esteemed mother, that Sima Xiangru is truly ungrateful. Yijun found the eldest princess's reaction amusing. Eldest princess, the reason I am telling you this story is to remind you that most men in this world are ungrateful. It is already difficult for women, so do not easily be deceived by the sweet words of villains. The eldest princess nodded, seemingly understanding. Our eldest princess is now 7 years old, and she will be 8 next spring. At that time, she will attend some banquets. So I am telling you this in advance. Your status is noble, and it is inevitable that some people will harbor ill intentions. Esteemed mother, I understand. The scars on your body have already scabbed over, and the female physician said that you no longer need to rest. Your aunt will be visiting the manor tomorrow, perhaps to see how well you have recovered. The next day, the first madam arrived at the fourth prince's manor and carefully examined Yijun, ensuring that she was unharmed before urging Yijun to take her to see the eldest princess. Yijun smiled and said, Elder sister-in-law, do not be anxious. The eldest princess is currently dressing and preparing herself and will be out shortly. The first madam, perhaps realizing that she was being too hasty, sat down and took a sip of water. What about Honghui? He has been quite busy these days. Ever since Honghui entered the palace to plead with the emperor on behalf of myself and the eldest princess, he has been spending all day in the study, learning. The prince does not interfere and even assigns him a lot of homework. Seeing her little sister-in-law's complaining expression, the first madam said with a smile, If I had a studious child like Honghui, I would be smiling in my dreams. The two chatted for a few more moments when they heard a clear, Oriole-like voice, greetings to mother and aunt. Chapter 37. The eldest princess and the Ulanara, a matron. The matron gazed at the eldest princess with increasing fondness, unable to restrain herself from rising to grasp her hand, sincerely inquiring, Is your health truly unscathed, my dear princess? The eldest princess promptly nodded, aware of the concern that had enveloped the household upon learning of her ordeal. Good child, we are all grateful to you. Were it not for your bravery in shielding your mother from that whip. Before she could finish, the matron took a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. Aunt, there is no need for concern. The physician assured me that I shall bear no scars from my injuries. In truth, I am quite pleased to have defended my esteemed mother. She has always treated me with such kindness, and I often feel I have yet to repay her. As she spoke, the eldest princess felt a wave of modesty wash over her, and she lowered her gaze. The matron contemplated internally such grace, kindness, and filial piety. Observing the closeness between her sister and the eldest princess, she mused that one day, the eldest princess might well be regarded as a legitimate daughter. She resolved to remain vigilant for an opportune moment to advocate for her son. Unbeknownst to Yijun, the matron's thoughts were indeed flattering. Had she been aware, she would undoubtedly have been pleased. After exchanging pleasantries with the eldest princess, the matron found herself increasingly impressed by Yijun's nurturing of her. Noticing the matron and Appo's hesitation to speak further, the eldest princess surmised she likely had matters to discuss privately with her mother and thus sought a graceful exit. Sister-in-law, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Yijun, having detected the matron's unvoiced intentions, inquired directly once the eldest princess had departed. This matter concerns your second brother, who has tasked me with asking you. My second brother? Yijun's interest piqued. She wondered if her brother, famed for his ability to turn stone into gold, had yet another request for her. Recently, the ninth prince approached your second brother, expressing difficulties with his financial liquidity and inquiring if your brother would be interested in investing. The matron sighed, though he calls it an investment. We all understand he is essentially seeking a loan. And what is my brother's stance on this? Upon hearing that the matter pertained to the ninth prince, Yijun recalled his remarkable financial acumen from her past life, realizing that her second brother was indeed the only one capable of such a discussion, prompting her to adopt a serious demeanor. Your brother indicated that he is not in need of funds. However, he is concerned that this might cause complications for you and the fourth prince, which is why he asked me to consult with you. Yijun could easily envision her brother's demeanor of financial confidence, which amused her. Sister-in-law, I shall inquire with the fourth prince upon his return and subsequently relay a message to my brother. The matron concurred with this plan, and they swiftly aligned their intentions. After a brief exchange, Yijun allowed the matron to depart for the Ulanara residence. That evening, after completing his duties, Yinzhen first attended to Hongghu and Appo's studies before making his way to the main hall. My lord, I have a matter of importance to discuss with you. Seeing Yijun had something significant to convey, Yinzhen settled down attentively. Yijun recounted the situation involving the ninth prince and her brother, Fuchang. After a moment of contemplation, Yinzhen remarked, currently, the ninth prince manages his own enterprises independent of the court. If Fuchang deems him a suitable partner, offering assistance poses no issue. With a clearer understanding of Yinzhen's perspective, Yijun responded, then I shall dispatch a messenger to my brother tomorrow, allowing him to make the final decision. However, I must add that the ninth prince possesses a keen business acumen. My brother may be inclined to collaborate with him. Once the news reached Fuchang, it unfolded exactly as Yijun anticipated. He exhibited little hesitation in choosing to partner with the ninth prince. Having foreseen this outcome, Yijun felt a sense of relief. Although Yinzhen might not grasp the significance, Yijun vividly recalled the ninth prince's formidable financial backing during the later stages of the succession struggle in her previous life. Seizing the opportunity to align with the ninth prince while the trio's alliance remained unsteady would undoubtedly benefit Yinzhen in the future. After addressing this series of matters, Yijun returned to her routine, the only notable change being Hongghu's newfound dedication to his studies, secluding himself in his study. Despite her repeated calls, he remained absorbed in his work, and with Yinzhen's subtle encouragement, Yijun found herself meticulously overseeing his dietary needs. Finally, Yijun had the opportunity to listen to Mammy Chen's report on household affairs. Mammy Chen detailed the recent activities of the Wu and Gung families in the Yiru Pavilion and the southern courtyard. Since the last confrontation with the Li family, the Wu matron had adopted a more composed demeanor, and Yinzhen had visited her twice, seemingly intent on offering compensation. The Gung matron remained unchanged, seldom leaving her quarters except to visit the Wu matron. As Mammy Chan began to discuss the Li family, Yijun instinctively furrowed her brow. Since giving birth, the Li matron had been overly attentive to Hongyun, a behavior Yijun could comprehend, yet the Li matron's scrutiny had become excessive. According to Mammy Chan, Hongyun appeared significantly smaller compared to other children of his age. Noting Yijun's frown, Mammy Chan quickly added, I have heard that the Li matron permits Hongyun to consume nothing aside from breast milk, and she imposes strict dietary restrictions on the wet nurse, who now eats very lightly. At this age, children should begin to introduce solid foods. While Hongyun was not particularly plump at birth, he certainly did not appear frail. How could he be growing weaker under such care? Yijun instructed Gu He to summon the Li matron, then closed her eyes to rest while awaiting her arrival. Within moments, the Li matron entered the main hall, appearing slightly more robust than before her pregnancy, her complexion glowing, embodying a sense of fulfillment that comes with motherhood. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yijun directly inquired, "How has Hongyun been faring lately?" Once the topic of Hongyun arose, the Li matron eagerly shared every detail of his daily life, his needs, and his care, and Yijun listened with genuine interest, refraining from interruption. When the Li matron finally finished, Yijun interjected, "Why have I heard that Hongyun has grown rather frail?" The Li matron hesitated. "I am not entirely certain, but he is not excessively weak. His constitution remains sound." Recalling Hongyun's frail health and untimely demise in her previous life, Yijun could not help but express, "You are being overly meticulous. Consult with the caretakers about the proper way to nurture a child. Do not simply adhere to your own notions." "Yes, I shall take heed," the Li matron replied. Yijun had said her piece, merely providing a gentle reminder, and whether the Li matron chose to heed it was now beyond her control. Chapter 38. Heart-wrenching Hongghu Fujin. Something terrible has happened, Fujin. As per his usual routine, Yinzhen rose early to attend to his duties, while Yijun often indulged in a few more moments of slumber. However, today, she was roused from her half-dreaming state by the urgent call of Mama Chun, causing her heart to race, for Mama Chun had never taken it upon herself to awaken her before. Yijun instantly became alert and asked, "What has transpired?" Mama Chun, visibly flustered, replied, "Young Master Hongghu has fallen ill. I have taken the liberty of sending He to summon the household physician." Yijun dug her nails into her palm to maintain her composure and said, "You did well. Quickly, assist me in getting up." Upon her hurried arrival at Hongghu and Appo's chamber, the physician had just arrived as well. Without waiting for the customary greetings, Yijun urged the physician to attend to Hongghu at once. Entering the room, she beheld the small figure of Hongghu, his face flushed with fever and his brow furrowed, even in slumber, indicating his discomfort. Stifling the urge to weep, Yijun inquired of the wet nurse, "What has occurred?" The wet nurse, aware of her negligence, knelt and confessed, "Recently, young Master Hongghu has insisted on sleeping alone. I could only keep vigil outside, as he is a light sleeper. I entered the room last night to check on him, and he appeared well. However, this morning, he did not awaken, prompting me to enter and discover his illness." She fervently pleaded for Yijun's forgiveness, bowing her head repeatedly, her voice lowered, mindful of Hongghu's presence. Yijun observed her actions with a sense of satisfaction, but maintained a stern demeanor, commanding, "You shall kneel in the courtyard for now. We will address this once Hongghu has awakened." Focusing intently on Hongghu, the physician examined his pulse and informed Yijun, "Young Master Hongghu's condition is due to excessive worry leading to internal heat. This fever can be remedied with a few doses of medicine, but the underlying emotional turmoil. I am at a loss. Please prepare some antipyretic medicine for him," Yijun instructed. Once the concoction was ready, she personally administered it to Hongghu, afterward dismissing everyone and keeping vigil by his side. Yijun chastised herself for not having intervened when she noticed Hongghu's recent distress. She thought it unreasonable to hinder her diligent son from pursuing his studies, yet failed to consider the limits of a mere 4-year-old child. Reflecting on Hongghu's future diligence, she felt her heart twist painfully, wishing she could slap her past self for allowing this to happen. While everyone praised Hongghu's intelligence, she had never pondered whether such accolades brought him joy or merely added to his burdens. Hongghu slowly stirred, realizing he lay in bed with his mother by his side. "Mother, what is wrong with me?" he asked, his once delightful voice now hoarse. Yijun quickly reassured him, "You have a slight fever, but I have given you medicine, and you will feel better soon." As Hongghu heard that his mother had personally administered the medicine, a faint blush appeared on his cheeks. Noticing that his once plump face had lost some of its roundness, Yijun gently placed her hand on his forehead to gauge his temperature. Satisfied that the fever was subsiding, she enveloped him in her embrace. "Mother, I'm already 4 years old," Hongghu said, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. Yet he clung to his mother's warmth, his small hand gripping her garment tightly. "No matter how old you become, you will always be your mother's precious son," Yijun replied tenderly, pressing a tinsel kiss to Honghui's cheek. "Sleep now. Rest a little longer. Mother will stay right here with you." Hongghu felt enveloped in warmth, as if the very essence of comfort coursed through his veins. Yet, the thought of being a man who must support his mother weighed heavily on him. How could he indulge in such childlike behavior? Despite his internal conflict, his body succumbed to the fatigue, and he fell asleep, clinging tightly to Yijun. Watching Hongghu drift into a peaceful slumber, still seeking reassurance in her presence, Yijun's tears finally flowed freely. Mother and son nestled together, with only Mama Chun entering once to assist Yijun in sitting up on the bed, after which they were uninterrupted. When Hongghu next awoke, much time had passed since their midday meal. He felt as though he had not slept so soundly in ages, only to suddenly remember he was still in his mother and damp, Appo's embrace. "Mother, is your hand numb?" he asked, hastily extricating himself from her hold. Yijun smiled, stretching her now numb hand. "See, it is fine. However, I am quite hungry. Would you like to join me for a meal?" Hongghu eagerly nodded, and Yijun instructed Mama Chun to bring in some light porridge. Having not eaten since awakening, Yijun was well past the point of hunger. She first fed Hongghu, and only after he finished did she finally partake in her own bowl of porridge. After a modest meal, Hongghu appeared more spirited and, recalling his studies, asked, "Mother, could you ask Mama Chun to fetch a few books for me to read?" Yijun paused before responding. "Hongghu, you need a rest today. We can look at those books tomorrow." Hongghu seemed poised to argue, but upon seeing his mother's resolute expression, he swallowed his words. Yijun sighed deeply, lifting Hongghu into her arms. "Can you share with me why your studies are so important to you?" Surprised by the question, Hongghu lowered his head and took a moment before replying, "Because if I do well in my studies, many people will be pleased, and that way I can protect you." "Mother." Yijun tightened her embrace, striving to hold back her tears. "Is this truly what you believe would make me happy?" Hongghu looked up at her, puzzled by her tone. "Our Hongghu excels in his studies and earns praise from others. It brings me joy to see that, but it is not what I desire most." Yijun explained, gently stroking his small head. "What I truly wish for is your health and happiness." Hongghu felt her words resonate deeply within him, and suddenly, he burst into tears. Yijun had never witnessed Hongghu cry so earnestly after his awakening. She hurriedly consoled the little boy, whose sobs shattered her heart. "I want to protect you, Mother. Last time you were bullied, I was powerless to help." He choked out. "Do you remember how you bravely stood up to your emperor grandmother on my behalf? You have no idea how worried I was when I learned of it." Yijun said, soothing his little frame, her heart aching at his distress. "Mother worries for you, Hongghu. You are still so young and need my protection." Exhausted from crying, Hongghu felt drowsy, yet he adamantly refused to sleep in Yijun's arms again. Despite her reassurances that her hand was fine, he had noticed it trembling when she fed him. As he drifted off, thoughts of his mother's simple wish for his well-being and happiness filled his mind. The oppressive shadows that had lingered over him recently began to dissipate. His mother cared for him and would not cease to love him should his academic performance falter. He felt a surge of joy. Yijun allowed Hongghu to sleep peacefully, watching the corners of his mouth curve upward as he did so. After stretching her limbs, she returned to her own quarters, pondering how best to discuss Hongghu's education with Yinzhen later that evening. She resolved to nip any potential threats to Hongghu's well-being in the bud. Chapter 39. A father-son conversation in the evening. After completing his duties, Yinzhen returned home only to learn that Honghui had fallen ill. He promptly summoned the physician for a detailed inquiry, and the physician's mention of excessive worry caught Yinzhen's attention. He then ventured into Honghui's chamber, finding him asleep. After adjusting the blankets for his son, he quietly retreated. Yijun had been contemplating for some time. Upon seeing Yinzhen emerge, she hastily remarked, "My lord, I wish to converse with you." Yinzhen, sharing her sentiment, entered the inner chamber with her to discuss Honghui's educational matters. "You must have heard from the physician about Honghui's excessive worries." Upon reflection, I realized that his unusual behavior began after he visited the palace to speak on my behalf to His Majesty and the eldest princess. Since then, he has been diligently studying every day. This is something you did not fully consider at that time. You were only focused on fulfilling Honghui's desire to stand out for you and the eldest princess. Moreover, I noticed Honghui's diligence recently and did not intervene, believing that hard work was commendable. I did not foresee it would lead to such a consequence. Seeing that Yinzhen was receptive to her words, Yijun felt a measure of relief. After all, the education of their offspring ultimately rested upon his shoulders. I spoke with Honghui today and discovered he has placed too much pressure on himself, wishing to become a pillar of support for me and the eldest princess. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Recently, many have praised Honghui's academic performance, and this has made him fear that if his results were to decline, he would no longer be likable to those around him. Although Honghui did not articulate this sentiment explicitly, a mother knows her child best. And Yijun immediately grasped his hidden anxieties. Yinzhen's expression turned grave. The child had indeed become ensnared in his own thoughts. Today, I told Honghui that I only wish for his safety and happiness. This is truly my desire. After witnessing his illness, I would gladly bear his suffering in his stead. Naturally, Yinzhen held great expectations for Honghui, particularly as he began to harbor ambitions for the throne. Yet, faced with Yijun's heartfelt maternal affection, he found it difficult to voice any opposition. For Yijun, it was never her expectation that Yinzhen would share her views on Honghui's future. If he did, she would indeed feel alarmed. However, it was imperative for her to convey to Yinzhen that she would not tolerate anything detrimental to Honghui's well-being, even if his expectations for their son were immense. They must always rest upon the foundation of safeguarding his physical and mental health. In the previous life, did Yinzhen not have expectations for Honghui? The answer was a resounding no. It was precisely due to his high hopes, coupled with their shared focus on Honghui's academic pursuits, that they overlooked the fact that he was merely a young child. In this life, Yijun vowed never to repeat the same mistakes. My lord, I understand your intentions. Once Honghui awakens, I will speak with him, and I will also be more attuned to his thoughts moving forward. Yinzhen reflected on the matter, recognizing the need to pay closer attention to Honghui's feelings to prevent him from becoming fixated on his worries. Honghui was gifted, and it would be a waste to squander the talents bestowed upon him. Thank you for your kind guidance on Honghui's behalf. What is there to thank? Honghui is also my son. After Honghui awoke and had his meal, Yijun left the space for Yinzhen and their son. Inside the room, the two stared at each other in silence, neither willing to speak first. Honghui understood that conversations with his father differed from those with his mother, thus adopting a serious demeanor as if to signify this was a dialogue reserved for men. Amused by the sight of his son, Yinzhen initiated the discussion directly. Today, the physician mentioned your excessive worries. I wish to know why. In response to Yinzhen's straightforward approach, Honghui braced himself, saying, I have a question, father. The ministers and princes in court seek the emperor's favor, do they not? Yinzhen was taken aback. It seemed Honghui was more perceptive than he had anticipated. What brings you to such a conclusion? He inquired. On that day, when mother was nearly harmed, your reputation suffered. Yet the Tong family remained unscathed due to the emperor's favor. I, having received the emperor's kindness by chance, entered the palace to plead, and he would rebuke the Tong family for my sake. Honghui articulated, his tone earnest. If there had been a third party present, they would have been struck by the similarity in expressions between father and son. You speak rightly. The emperor possesses the power to determine life and death with his words. But gaining his favor is no simple feat yet. If you wish to earn the emperor's affection, you will gain the ability to protect those you cherish. Observing the determination in Honghui's face, Yinzhen felt a pang of sorrow for his son. Is that why you toil over your studies? Striving to earn the admiration of those around you? Honghui nodded, admitting, I will work hard, but I often feel I am missing the point. He bit his lip and continued, Today, I fell ill, and mother was deeply saddened, holding me for a long time. When I awoke, I noticed her eyes were red. I wish to be someone who can protect her, not cause her sorrow. At that moment, Yinzhen realized how strikingly similar he and Honghui were, both deeply emotional and stubborn, committed to their beliefs. Gazing at the 4-year-old before him, he understood his responsibility to guide his son toward a broader horizon while also safeguarding him from unnecessary hardship. Honghui, your thoughts are commendable. Upon receiving Yinzhen's affirmation, Honghui's eyes visibly brightened. The child's earnest struggle to restrain himself mirrored Yinzhen's own childhood. You are too impatient, however. What you seek is no trivial matter. It requires years of accumulation and cultivation, not a reckless burst of effort over a few days. You must recognize your limits. At 4 years old, There is a finite amount of knowledge you can absorb each day. Forcing yourself to take in more than you can handle will not only harm your spirit, but also hinder your retention of what you learn. As Honghui pondered his father's words, Yinzhen allowed him the space to reflect without interruption. A quarter of an hour later, Honghui rose and bowed to Yinzhen. "Thank you, Father, for your guidance. I understand now that I must plan for the long term and act within my means, rather than expend myself in a fit of impulsiveness." Yinzhen smiled with satisfaction. "Indeed, Honghui, you are exceptionally gifted. As long as you remain diligent and committed, you will achieve levels of understanding that many cannot reach. Moreover, knowledge gained from books is vital, yet that gleaned from personal experience holds equal importance." Yinzhen recalled Yijun's mention of Honghui's fears regarding his academic performance and its impact on how others perceived him. He knelt down to meet Honghui's gaze. "You must trust your father. You are my legitimate eldest son, destined to inherit my legacy. I will do everything within my power to help you grow, clearing obstacles from your path. You should also trust your mother. You are her only son, and like me, she will always stand before you, shielding you from adversity. You must possess the confidence to pursue your aspirations and the patience to attain the results you desire, rather than keeping your troubles to yourself and seeking immediate success." Honghui nodded earnestly, promising to amend his ways. "Father, you must believe in me. I will become someone who can protect you both." Suddenly, Yinzhen scooped Honghui into his arms and headed outside, playfully scolding, "Little rascal, at such a young age, you already confine yourself to your studies. Cool, let's go see the world." With his head resting on Yinzhen's shoulder, Honghui's smile revealed his cheerful spirit. In the sky, the stars of the purple tenuity twinkled faintly, heralding the gradual gathering of the aura of a future emperor. Chapter 40. Quality time with family in order to restore Hongghu's former vitality. Yinzhen took the opportunity of a day off to take him to the countryside for a change of scenery, with Yijun accompanying them. The eldest princess did not join them, as she was occupied with her studies to catch up on the lessons missed due to her previous injuries. The farm that Yinzhen brought Hongghu to was a reward bestowed by Kangxi a few years prior. Currently, they were experimenting with the cultivation of new varieties of crops, including peanuts and potatoes, which Yinzhen had purchased at a high price from merchants in the western regions. Consequently, the fields were abundant with agricultural activity. Due to Yinzhen's visit, the servants had been cleared away in advance. Yinzhen held Hongghu's hand while Yijun walked alongside them. Su Peixiang watched their retreating figures and remarked, "Now this is a proper family of three. Father, are we going to plant vegetables today?" Hongghu asked eagerly. "Indeed, we are planting new varieties here, and if we succeed, it will significantly reduce the number of hungry people in our great Qing. Then I will certainly put my heart into it," Hongghu declared, immediately recognizing the importance of the task. Yijun, however, chose to remain in a nearby pavilion, watching as Yinzhen and Hongghu rolled up their sleeves and entered the fields. "Hongghu, today our task is to place these potato pieces into the ground. See, there should be a certain distance between each piece. Once we have placed them correctly, we will cover them with soil. Do you understand?" "I understand, Father." Thus, the father and son began to labor diligently. Meanwhile, Su Peixiang, feeling flustered, approached Yijun and said, "Fujin, how can our master and young prince engage in such toil? You should persuade them otherwise." "Do not fret, Su Gongong. I believe this is beneficial. The master and Hongghu are accustomed to using their minds. It is good for them to attempt physical labor as well. It will strengthen their bodies." Yijun replied, pleased that Yinzhen was allowing Hongghu to experience life more fully. Su Peixiang could only watch anxiously, fearing they might overexert themselves. Hongghu, being young, quickly grew exhausted and was panting after less than half an hour. Although Yinzhen was slightly stronger, beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. "Do you wish to continue, Hongghu?" Just as Hongghu was about to say yes, he recalled their previous conversation and hesitated, saying, "I would like to rest for a while, and then I will continue." Yinzhen nodded approvingly, recognizing that anything worth achieving requires careful planning and perseverance, and that one should not exceed their capabilities. Seeing that Hongghu had truly absorbed his previous words, Yinzhen felt a sense of satisfaction and led Hongghu back to the pavilion where Yijun was. as Yijun offered them water and towels to wipe off their sweat. Yinzhen took a deep drink and then asked Hongghu, "Was today's work tiring?" Hongghu honestly nodded, raising his hand to show that it was trembling. Our great Qing is home to countless farmers who earn their living through such labor. Our food is produced bit by bit in this manner. Yinzhen continued to guide Hongghu. Then we should be grateful to those who cultivate our food and cherish it, Hongghu reflected, understanding the lesson Yinzhen imparted. Moreover, every year there are countless refugees who suffer from hunger and cold, wandering without a home. Is there any way we can help them? Hongghu asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Yinzhen gently patted Hongghu's head, saying, "When you grow up and make greater contributions to our great Qing, you will have the means to help these people." Observing the father-son dialogue, Yijun smiled warmly. Recognizing Yinzhen's intent to cultivate Hongghu's understanding of life's values from a young age, it was evident that after recent events, Yinzhen regarded Hongghu with even greater importance, a sentiment Yijun wholeheartedly welcomed. Time passed swiftly at the farm, and the group returned to the fourth prince's residence just in time for dinner. During the meal, Yinzhen contemplated the growing independence of the eldest princess and proposed. "Now that the eldest princess is 7, perhaps we should move her to the front courtyard." Upon hearing this, the eldest princess appeared startled and instinctively glanced at Yijun. Yijun set down her chopsticks and replied, "Master, while the eldest princess is indeed 7, it may be inconvenient for her to reside in the front courtyard. You are often busy with official duties, and if she moves there, it will be difficult for us to see each other, as well as for her to see you. It would be better for her to remain in the main courtyard." Yinzhen had merely suggested it casually, and upon hearing Yijun's concerns, he chose not to press further. Traditionally, only princes were moved to the front courtyard upon reaching a certain age. Princesses generally remained in the rear courtyard. Yinzhen had hoped that moving her would elevate her status. But Yijun's intervention made him realize that there was little difference between residing in the front courtyard or beside her biological mother. The eldest princess quietly exhaled, relieved that she could still see her brother Hongghu and often be in her father's presence, as she preferred not to move. This small episode did not dampen the pleasant atmosphere of dinner, and the family enjoyed their meal in harmony. Before retiring for the night, Yinzhen raised the matter of enlisting a distinguished tutor for Hongghu, noting his exceptional intelligence and quick comprehension. While he could guide him initially, it was essential to secure a proper mentor for the future. Yijun concurred, acknowledging that such matters required Yinzhen's attention, and expressed her agreement. Once they reached a consensus, the couple extinguished the lights and drifted into a peaceful slumber, filled with sweet dreams. Chapter 41. The malnutrition of Hongyun. Since the incident involving Hongghu, Yinzhen and Yijun have paid greater attention to him. Yinzhen has begun to enlist esteemed tutors for Hongghu, which has inevitably led to a degree of neglect towards Hongyun at Yiru Pavilion. Unexpectedly, a mishap occurred with Hongyun. One evening, while Yinzhen was reviewing Hongghu's studies in the main courtyard, a messenger from Yiru Pavilion arrived, reporting that brother Hongyun was feeling unwell. Enli Gij requested the fourth master to visit, aware that he had not checked on Hongyun in some time. Yinzhen informed Yijun that he would not be dining in the main courtyard and, after completing Hongghu's lesson, proceeded to Yiru Pavilion. As soon as Yinzhen left, Hongghu approached Yijun, looking up with concern. "Is brother Hongyun sick?" Yijun, who typically refrained from sharing the private matters of the inner quarters with Hongghu, knew well that Yinzhen desired harmony among the offspring. As Hongghu was to be Yinzhen's heir, it was imperative that he not harbor thoughts of rivalry with his brothers. Thus, Yijun had never instilled negative notions about Hongyun and Hongghu. Instead, she encouraged him to respect his elder sister and cherish his younger brother. "Yes, he is unwell, but we must wait for your father to assess the situation. If you are worried, you may inquire once he returns," Yijun replied. Hongghu nodded and hurried back to the study. Meanwhile, at Yiru Pavilion, Yinzhen arrived hastily, only to find Li dressed elegantly waiting at the entrance. Frowning, he asked, "What has become of Hongyun?" Li feigned tears, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. "Earlier, Hongyun was a bit nauseous, and the maids panicked, prompting them to summon you." The wet nurse suggested gently patting Hongyun's back, which seemed to alleviate his discomfort. Yinzhen nodded and entered the inner chamber to check on Hongyun. Upon seeing that he was indeed fine, he felt a sense of relief. However, noticing that Hongyun appeared smaller in stature compared to how he remembered Hongghu at the same age, he inquired, "Is Hongyun rather frail?" Li quickly responded, "I recall him being about the same size as the eldest princess at this age." Yinzhen concluded that perhaps Hongghu had been more robust as a child and did not pursue the matter further. Observing Li's keen gaze upon him, he pondered for a moment before instructing Su Peixiang prepare the meal. During dinner, Yinzhen and Li continued to dine in the customary manner of the servants, with Li only partaking minimally, as she intended to keep Yinzhen longer. This arrangement left Yinzhen, accustomed to the main courtyard's dining etiquette, feeling quite unsettled. After a laborious dinner, he swiftly exited Yiru Pavilion, leaving Li furious and stamping her feet in frustration. In the main courtyard, as Yinzhen stepped inside, he felt the air was significantly sweeter. Yijun had not anticipated his return, and upon seeing him, Hongghu eagerly asked, "How is brother Hongyun?" Yinzhen expressed his satisfaction with Hongghu's concern for his brother, replying gently, "Hongyun experienced some nausea, but he was well when I arrived." Hongghu exhaled in relief, pleased that his brother was unharmed. Noting Hongghu's mature demeanor, Yinzhen remarked, "Our Hongghu is already exhibiting the qualities of a caring elder brother." This compliment caused Hongghu to shyly lower his head. However, fortune took a turn for the worse. Li, having utilized Hongyun's illness to her advantage, found that by evening, Hongyun genuinely fell ill. During another feeding, he could not keep the milk down and would vomit instead. Yinzhen and Yijun were abruptly awakened, hastily preparing themselves before rushing back to Yiru Pavilion. Inside, Li was now crying genuinely, and after the court physician examined Hongyun, he shook his head gravely, stating, "Young Master Hongyun is suffering from malnutrition, which has led to developmental delays, subsequently affecting his digestive health." Malnutrition? Yinzhen exclaimed in disbelief, finding it hard to accept such a notion. Sensing the pressure emanating from Yinzhen, the physician quickly added, "At over 7 months old, if he is only consuming breast milk, he is indeed at risk for malnutrition." Turning his gaze to Li, who appeared bewildered, she stammered, "I was unaware that solely breastfeeding could lead to such severe consequences. Lady, I specifically summoned you to the main courtyard to inform you that Hongyun requires supplementary foods alongside breast milk, yet you failed to heed my advice." Yijun glared coldly at Li, knowing that the current predicament was entirely of Li's own making, leaving little Hongyun to suffer for her ignorance. Li fell to her knees, clutching Yinzhen's garment, pleading, "Master, I truly did not know. Hongyun is my lifeblood. How could I harm him?" Furious, Yinzhen pushed her away, exclaiming, "Ignorant woman." He then instructed the physician to arrange Hongyun's future diet. Even in his anger, Yinzhen could not truly punish Li. He merely scolded her and cautioned her to heed others' opinions. Should there be a repeat of this negligence, he warned her that he would send Hongyun to be raised elsewhere, causing Li to repeatedly bow and assure him she would never allow it to happen again. As Yinzhen and Yijun made their way back to the main courtyard, each was lost in thought. Yinzhen reflected on how, as a mother, Yijun managed to care for Hongghu so thoroughly, while he had failed to properly tend to both the eldest princess and Hongyun. He surmised that Li's thoughts were not wholly devoted to her children, unlike Yijun, who genuinely cared for Hongghu. Unbeknownst to Yijun, her image in Yinzhen's eyes was steadily improving. She contemplated Hongyun's early demise in her previous life at the tender age of 10, attributed to his frail health. Yet, who could say if that frailty was a result of Li's misguided care? If it were, then this life might be. Among Li's 3 children, both the eldest princess and Hongyun were commendable, yet since their birth, they had failed to win Li and Appo's affection, leading to their timid natures. In contrast, Hongshi was a reckless child. Yijun genuinely wished for Hongyun not to meet an early fate as in her previous life, for within the palace, the emperor and concubine would not permit Yinzhen's inner quarters to have only one prince. The couple returned to the main courtyard, each harboring their own thoughts. And by the time they settled in, it was already past midnight. They quickly washed up and fell into a hurried slumber. Days later, News arrived from the palace that the venerable Kangxi had summoned Hongghu. Yijun felt perplexed but prepared Hongghu for the visit, allowing Yinzhen to escort him into the palace. On their way, Yinzhen turned to Hongghu and asked, "Are you ready?" Hongghu nodded, and the father and son shared a moment of silence, feeling as though they had said everything without uttering a word. Chapter 42. Emperor Kangxi and Appo's. Examination of Hongghu and Appo's. Studies in truth. Emperor Kangxi was indulging his penchant for testing others. The earlier princes were well aware that Kangxi had a notorious fondness for scrutinizing their academic achievements, often leaving them feeling quite flayed after his assessments. Now that the princes capable of being tested had grown older, and with the younger ones failing to pique his interest, he turned his gaze toward the sons of these princes. Among the third generation of princes, outsiders might assume that the one most favored by Kangxi was the crown prince's son, Honghui. However, this was not the case. In Kangxi's heart, his most cherished grandson was actually Hongghu, the son of Yinzhen. After a few days of restraint, he could no longer hold back and summoned Hongghu to the palace to satisfy his desire for examination. Hongghu was escorted to the entrance of Yangxin Palace by Yinzhen, where Liang Jiogong, with a beaming smile, stopped Yinzhen, stating the emperor had requested only Hongghu's presence. Yinzhen said nothing further, offering Hongghu a knowing glance before departing for the Ministry of Revenue. Hongghu walked steadily into the palace, greeting the emperor with the customary respect. Although he appeared somewhat thinner than before, he bore a striking resemblance to the fourth prince, so much so that Kangxi could discern his own reflection in the boy. This realization brought Kangxi immense satisfaction, as he observed his lineage continuing, leading to an unprecedented relaxation of his brow. Liang Jiogong, ever attentive to Kangxi, felt an increasing reverence for Hongghu upon witnessing this scene. "Hongghu, do you know why the emperor summoned you today?" asked Kangxi with a smile. Hongghu, unaware, bore an expression of innocent curiosity, which further delighted the elderly emperor. In the palace, there has never been a son who did not engage in scholarly pursuits. As your father's eldest son, you ought to set an example for your younger brothers. Thus, the emperor has summoned you to assess your studies. Understanding the importance of making a favorable impression, Hongghu cleared his throat and replied, "Hongghu is ready for the emperor's examination." "Excellent," Kangxi exclaimed. The boy's calm demeanor, even in the face of impending scrutiny, was a rarity among his own sons at such a tender age, earning Kangxi's early approval even before the examination commenced. "How have you fared with the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 1,000-character classic?" Kangxi inquired. As the Qing princes traditionally began their education with these foundational texts before progressing to the 4 books and 5 classics, and later, to more advanced works such as the historical Mirror and Comprehensive Mirror. Given Hongghu's youth, Kangxi chose to start with these introductory texts. Responding to the emperor, Hongghu has already memorized these texts. He declared, gifted with remarkable intelligence, Hongghu could effortlessly commit to memory any text he diligently reviewed, prompting Yinzhen to encourage him to complete these foundational studies at an early age. Kangxi, though prepared for Hongghu and Appo's intelligence, was nonetheless astonished to discover that the boy had indeed memorized all 3 texts. Undeterred, he selected a few phrases and asked Hongghu to recite the ensuing content, to which Hongghu responded with ease. At this point, Kangxi was genuinely convinced of Hongghu and Appo's mastery, and with a smile asked, "How old are you now?" "Your Majesty, I will be 5 years old in March of next year." Kangxi gazed at his youthful yet remarkably astute grandson, feeling certain that Hongghu's brilliance was inherited. Perhaps this was a tradition of the Yizhen clan. All good traits were perceived as reflections of oneself. Yinzhen had also long believed that Hongghu mirrored him in appearance, disposition, and intellect, and Kangxi found himself increasingly convinced of this resemblance. "What else have you studied beyond these 3 texts?" Kangxi inquired, his curiosity piqued, convinced that calling Hongghu to the palace was indeed a wise decision. "My father has also taught me some content from the Analects, but he indicated that while he can provide initial guidance, further instruction must come from a teacher." Kangxi emitted a soft grunt, pondering the 4th prince's discernment in this matter. "Has your father found a suitable teacher for you?" "He is still searching for an appropriate candidate." Kangxi felt a flicker of inspiration arise within him but chose to refrain from expressing it just yet. He continued to question Hongghu. Has your father imparted any other lessons? My father has taught me that the knowledge from books is important, but personal experiences are equally vital. Oh, how so? My father took me to the countryside to help plant vegetables. It was quite exhausting, Your Majesty. He explained that countless individuals in our great Qing earn their livelihoods through agriculture, and it is because of them that we have food to eat. Thus I should cherish our provisions. Kangxi nodded approvingly, recognizing the fourth prince's adeptness in imparting wisdom in a relatable manner, clearly demonstrating his genuine concern for Hongghu and Appo's development. What else did your father say? Hongghu hesitated, uncertain whether he should speak further. Kangxi raised an eyebrow, encouraging him. Do not hesitate. You may speak freely. My father mentioned that many people in our great Qing are still displaced and face hunger, and I wish to assist them. He told me that when I grow up and contribute to the Qing, that will be a means of helping these individuals. Well said. Kangxi was taken aback by Yinzhen's meticulous approach to education and Hongghu's high level of comprehension. He beckoned Hongghu closer, speaking in a gentle tone. Now, Hongghu, how do you believe a gentleman should conduct himself? One must be sincere in their integrity. Kangxi felt a stirring within his heart at the simplicity and profundity of the boy's words, prompting him to follow up with another question. And what of studying? One must prioritize understanding. Good. Kangxi exclaimed, laughing heartily and repeating the word thrice. Truly, you are a worthy descendant of the Yizhen clan. Pleased with this prodigious child born into the royal family, Kangxi mused that such brilliance was surely a divine affirmation of the Qing Dynasty's merit. Observing Hongghu's innocent demeanor, he resolved that he must personally seek out a suitable teacher for his astute grandson, ensuring that he would not be guided by mere pedants. Honghui, Gome, let me share some teachings from the Analects. Liang Jiugong, recognizing Kangxi's inclination to teach, knew that while the emperor's lectures were filled with rare wisdom, they lacked systematic structure, making it challenging for most to grasp their essence. Hence, aside from the crown prince, the other princes were often reluctant to attend Kangxi's lessons. To his surprise, Kangxi's teaching style resonated with Hongghu. The two engaged earnestly, with one imparting knowledge and the other listening intently. Occasionally, Hongghu would aptly capture key points and pose insightful questions, making this session particularly enjoyable for Kangxi. As the time for lunch approached, the two concluded their unique lesson. With Kangxi's vast knowledge and rich experiences, Hongghu was left in admiration. He genuinely appreciated Kangxi's teaching style and, captivated by the emperor's intellect, offered unreserved praise. Come, let us dine together, Kangxi said, invigorated by their exchange. He took Hongghu by the hand, leading him to the dining table. As he watched Hongghu seated beside him, he recalled the earlier instance when Hongghu had bravely consumed the vegetarian dishes. With a playful jest, he teased Hongghu, causing Liang Jiugong, who was serving the food, to bow even lower. Chapter 43. The reward from Ninth Master after finishing lunch, Kangxi, needing to attend to state affairs in the afternoon, summoned Yinzhen to take Hongghu back. Kangxi specifically instructed Yinzhen to find a teacher for Hongghu, stirring a tempest of emotions within Yinzhen. It seemed that Hongghu's performance had far surpassed his previous expectations. He promptly agreed. Once the father and son settled into the carriage for their return, Yinzhen could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "What did your grandfather summon you for today?" "Grandfather assessed my studies and then taught me for an hour. I truly enjoyed his teaching style," Hongghu replied, calm and composed. Yinzhen now held a renewed perspective on Hongghu. If he himself struggled to grasp the old man's teaching methods, how remarkable it was that Hongghu could adapt so well on his first encounter. No wonder Hongghu had made such a positive impression on the emperor today. "You did exceptionally well today. Your grandfather has informed me that he will personally find you a teacher," Yinzhen disclosed without reservation, sharing Hongghu's accomplishments with him. Hongghu's eyes sparkled with joy, brimming with delight. "Really? That's wonderful." Yinzhen further explained some of the power dynamics within the palace, as it was evident that Hongghu would have ample opportunities to enter the palace in the future. He wanted to prepare Hongghu in advance to avoid unnecessary complications. Hongghu listened earnestly as the carriage carried them away. Since Hongghu's return from the palace, Yijun had notably observed that Kangxi's attention towards Hongghu had increased. He summoned Hongghu into the palace frequently, and each time he was escorted by Liang Jiugong, who treated Hongghu with excessive respect. Every time Yijun witnessed Liang Jiugong's overly reverent demeanor towards Hongghu, she felt her heart could barely withstand it. Yinzhen and Hongghu adapted well, especially Hongghu. After one visit to the palace, he joyfully remarked to her, "Grandfather is knowledgeable and experienced. I enjoy being by his side." From that moment, she wholeheartedly supported Hongghu's palace visits, believing that as long as he was happy and learning, there was no reason to object. Thus, time flowed like a gentle stream, and Hongghu finally stepped into the realm of 5 years old. One day, while in the courtyard, Hongghu listened as Yinzhen recounted recent significant events in the court. Due to his evolved perspective of Hongghu, Yinzhen often shared court matters with him, and Hongghu consistently identified the crux of the issues at hand. The father and son engaged in a lively exchange, reveling in their dialogue. "Master, the 9th and 10th princes have arrived." Su Peisheng interrupted their conversation. Yinzhen, bewildered, pondered the sudden visit of the 9th and 10th princes, with whom he had always maintained a neutral relationship. Without further contemplation, he took Hongghu to the front courtyard. "Greetings, Uncle 9th, Uncle 10th." Since the last time Hongghu proclaimed himself the first bachelor of the Qing Dynasty, the 10th prince had grown increasingly fond of him. Upon seeing Hongghu, he hurried over. "Fourth brother, today, it is primarily 9th brother who wishes to speak with you. You two have a good chat. I shall take Hongghu to play," he said, attempting to lead Hongghu aside. After receiving an encouraging look from Yinzhen, Hongghu willingly followed the 10th prince. Observing the departing figures of the two, the 9th prince internally lamented, having agreed to face the imposing 4th brother together. Yet here he was, left alone. Sensing Yinzhen and Appo's scrutinizing gaze, the 9th prince reluctantly suggested, "Fourth brother, shall we discuss this indoors?" In the study, the 9th prince felt a palpable pressure facing the silent 4th brother and struggled to articulate. "I came today to express my gratitude, 4th brother. Last time, I encountered some difficulties in business, and it was your sister-in-law's brother who helped me through it. You ought to thank Fuchang instead," Yinzhen responded coldly. The 9th prince internally labeled Yinzhen with terms like wooden block and ice mountain, but he forced a smile. "I have already expressed my thanks to Fuchang, who mentioned that his assistance was partly due to your influence." Yinzhen's expression softened slightly. Fuchang was attributing credit to him. It was merely a trifling matter. Between brothers, it is of little significance. Seeing Yinzhen's demeanor soften, the 9th prince felt a bit more at ease and continued. "If there is anything you need assistance with from the Ministry of Revenue, do not hesitate to ask. I have now overcome my greatest challenges, and everything else is trivial." Yinzhen acknowledged the 9th prince's goodwill, and after some further conversation, invited both the 9th and 10th princes to dine at his residence. The 9th prince readily accepted, and they rose to seek out Hongghu and the 10th prince. Meanwhile, the 10th prince, having taken Hongghu aside, could not help but reflect. It is still more comfortable without 4th brother around. Glancing at the little one beside him, he picked up Hongghu and asked, "Do you wish to learn martial arts?" Hongghu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he vigorously nodded. This was understandable. Yinzhen had always been lacking in martial skills and thus never engaged Hongghu in such discussions. With the 10th prince's suggestion, Hongghu was eager to seize this splendid opportunity. Delighted by Hongghu's enthusiasm, the 10th prince set him down and proclaimed, "Hongghu, watch as I demonstrate a set of moves." After performing, Hongghu clapped enthusiastically, showing great appreciation. "Now, I will teach you the basics. Once you master them, I will teach you more advanced techniques." When Yinzhen and the 9th prince arrived, they were met with the sight of little Hongghu practicing stances, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as the 10th prince corrected his posture. Yinzhen felt a sense of exasperation, while the 9th prince admired the 10th prince's audacity to attempt to claim the title of Hongghu's martial arts instructor. Unafraid of the potential repercussions from the emperor or 4th brother, clearing his throat, Yinzhen interjected, and upon noticing his presence, both Hongghu and the 10th prince stood at attention. "What you two up to?" "Father, Uncle 10th is teaching Hongghu the basics." Seeing Hongghu's sparkling eyes, Yinzhen felt momentarily speechless. "Very well, I will arrange for a dedicated martial arts instructor for you. But for now, prepare for our meal." The 10th prince, feeling indignant, seemed ready to contest Yinzhen's authority, but the 9th prince promptly tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to relent grudgingly. Yinzhen chuckled inwardly at the subtle interactions between the 9th and 10th princes, but chose not to address them directly. Chapter 44. Hongghu and Oppos. As apprenticeship recently, Emperor Kangxi has been deeply troubled over finding a suitable teacher for Hongghu. His intention was to instruct Hongghu personally. However, he feared that doing so might disrupt the balance among his younger sons, which led him to reluctantly abandon the idea. Unbeknownst to Kangxi, the last person who had garnered such attention from him was the crown prince Yinzhen. As Kangxi gazed upon the ministers in his court, his discerning nature led him to conclude that most of them were unworthy of teaching his exceptionally bright grandson. Thus, he perused the list of officials repeatedly, yet still found no suitable candidate. Not only was Kangxi anxious, but Liang Jiugong shared in his concern. Observing the emperor's restless flipping through the roster, Liang felt as though he might lose a few strands of hair from worry. When the emperor was troubled, those beneath him could hardly find peace. One day, while reviewing memorials, Kangxi came across a report from the then-governor Zhujiang, Zhu Shi, stating that the maritime issues in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions had been resolved. Kangxi summoned Delangtai and instructed him to investigate Zhu Shi. As the head of the imperial bodyguards, Delangtai was a trusted aide of Kangxi and possessed genuine capabilities. Within 2 hours, he returned with a thorough investigation of Zhu Shi. Kangxi examined Delangtai's findings. Zhu Shi was a successful scholar from the 33rd year of the Kangxi era, who had been promoted from a junior official to the county magistrate of Xinjiang and Hubei, where he implemented beneficial policies. As the governor of Zhejiang, he maintained integrity, upheld justice, and governed maritime affairs effectively, earning notable achievements. Satisfied with this information, Kangxi decided to exercise caution regarding the appointment of a teacher for Hongghu. He instructed Delangtai to travel to Zhejiang and discreetly inquire about Zhu Shi's character, ensuring he was as virtuous as reported. Several days later, Delangtai returned with a response that pleased Kangxi. After much contemplation, Kangxi made his decision. In the 40th year of Kangxi's reign, he issued a decree recalling Zhu Shi to the capital, appointing him as the left vice minister of the censorate and designating him as the teacher for his eldest grandson, Hongghu. A century later, historical records would note that Zhu Shi was known for his integrity and uprightness, earning the emperor's esteem. At the age of 40, he was appointed as the teacher of Emperor Qinqiu, who was astonished by Zhu Shi's wisdom, leading him to impart all his knowledge and guide the emperor with practical matters rather than mere theory. When Qinqiu was still the crown prince, Zhu Shi served as his tutor, and upon ascending the throne, Qinqiu honored Zhu Shi as his imperial teacher. After Zhu Shi's retirement, Emperor Qinqiu frequently visited him, and Zhu Shi would host him with a modest meal of 4 dishes and 2 bowls, later known as the Zhugong Feast. This is a tale for another time. At the 4th prince's residence, today marked the day of Hongghu's apprenticeship. Zhu Shi was the teacher Kangxi had sought long and hard for Hongghu, and coincidentally, Zhu Shi arrived in the capital today for his official duties. Kangxi decided to summon Hongghu to formally acknowledge Zhu Shi as his teacher in his presence. Early that morning, Yijun prepared Hongghu, feeling her heart race with anticipation. If memory served her right, Zhu Shi had been the teacher of Honghui in a previous life. With this lifetime's Kangxi appointing Zhu Shi as Hongghu's mentor, could it be? Yijun forcefully dismissed these thoughts, reminding herself that the struggle for the throne had yet to begin, and she needed to remain composed, focusing on the day's proceedings to ensure nothing was overlooked. Meanwhile, Zhu Shi sat contemplatively in the carriage en route to the palace. What could the emperor's command for him to become Hongghu's teacher signify? One must never casually speculate on the emperor's intentions. Clad in official robes, his resolute demeanor revealed his integrity. Before meeting the emperor, he remained steadfast, signifying his clear conscience. In the Yanxin Hall, after listening to Zhu Shi's report, Kangxi nodded in satisfaction and instructed Liang Jiugong to bring forth Hongghu from the adjoining hall. "This is my unaccomplished grandson, and I hope you will guide him well," Kangxi remarked, though his gaze towards Hongghu was filled with affection. Zhu Shi felt a tremor in his heart, replying, "I am unworthy To have the honor of becoming Hongghu and Appo's teacher is a privilege beyond measure. Very well, Hongghu. Come forth and meet your teacher. Kangxi encouraged Zhu Shi to rise, signaling him not to be overly anxious. Hongghu bowed respectfully, given his status. He was not required to kneel before Zhu Shi, yet he bent at a 90-degree angle, demonstrating his sincerity in seeking mentorship. Zhu Shi's initial impression of Hongghu was exceedingly positive. At the tender age of 5, Hongghu exhibited decorum and treated him with great respect. Zhu Shi promptly accepted Hongghu and Appo's address of teacher and turned to Kangxi, saying, "If it pleases your majesty, may I assess Hongghu and Appo's studies?" Kangxi eagerly agreed, as he would have suggested it himself. The fact that Zhu Shi brought it up indicated his earnest dedication to Hongghu's education. Kangxi observed with delight as Zhu Shi's expression transformed from calm to astonishment, then disbelief. He felt fortunate to have Hongghu, who continually brought him honor. Kangxi cleared his throat and asked, "Is Hongghu's progress satisfactory?" Zhu Shi quickly wiped the perspiration from his brow, replying, "Your Majesty, Hongghu is exceptionally gifted. I fear I may not possess the ability to teach him adequately." Zhu Shi had not anticipated Hongghu and Appo's brilliance, and his admiration for the young prince made him wish to teach him daily. Yet he had to maintain a humble stance before the emperor. This was the art of servitude. Kangxi subtly nodded, affirming, "If I say you can, then you can. Today, I entrust my grandson to you. You must impart all your knowledge to Hongghu. I shall dedicate my entire life and Appo's learning to Hongghu." Without hesitation, Zhu Shi vowed. With that declaration, the matter was settled. Kangxi felt accomplished and delighted, inviting both Hongghu and Zhu Shi to dine together. After the meal, he admonished Hongghu not to neglect his studies, to which Hongghu dutifully responded. Watching Hongghu exit the Yangxin Hall, Kangxi closed his eyes to rest, confident that Zhu Shi would educate him well. A child who is kind, yet not easily bullied, bold in action yet cautious, wise but discreet, and cheerful yet measured. Such qualities are rare even among royalty. Clearly, the fourth prince and his consort had their own methods of raising children. Kangxi snorted softly, thinking that if they were so adept at teaching, they ought to have more capable grandchildren. One Hongghu alone would not suffice. With a mischievous thought, he resolved to spur the fourth prince and his consort into action regarding their next child. At that moment, Yijun remained blissfully unaware that Kangxi had already plotted for her next offspring. Chapter 45. The urge for procreation since his apprenticeship. Zhu Shi has been coming daily to the fourth prince's residence to impart knowledge to Hongghu. Although Zhu Shi holds an official position, it is widely understood that this is merely a pretext for Kangxi to summon him back to the capital, rendering his duties rather light. Now, the eldest princess is 8 years old, and the curriculum arranged by the female tutor has become increasingly rigorous, leading to early departures and late returns. Yijun finds herself feeling quite bored, spending her days alone in the main courtyard. When idleness prevails, troubles often follow. The concubine sent someone to summon Yijun to the palace. Unbeknownst to Yijun, Kangxi had already expressed some dissatisfaction with the lack of direct offspring from Yinzhen's household. Upon hearing this, the concubine assumed Kangxi was subtly hinting, prompting her to call Yijun for a conversation. Recently, the concubine had also become aware of Hongghu's favored status with Kangxi, which brought her great joy, resulting in a notably gentle demeanor towards Yijun. Fourth prince's consort, it is indeed fortunate that Hongghu has gained the emperor's favor. However, the emperor's attention to the fourth prince's residence will inevitably increase. The concubine shared the sentiment that having only Hongghu as the sole direct descendant was rather sparse. Upon hearing this, Yijun anticipated the concubine's next words, and indeed, she continued, "Now that Hongghu has taken a master and studies diligently, and the eldest princess also has much to learn, the two children will not require your constant attention during the day. It is perhaps time for you to conceive again." Yijun felt a slight flush on her face. Hongghu is now 5 years old, and by all accounts, it would be appropriate to bear another child. After all, Hongghu was conceived in this life during her reincarnation. If she were to conceive again, it might indeed be the right moment. The concubine Sensing that Yijun had taken her words to heart, refrained from further persuasion to avoid overstepping. She then invited Yijun to recount tales of Hongghu, and the atmosphere between the two women returned to its usual warmth. Not only was Yijun being urged to procreate, but Yinzhen was also receiving similar encouragement. Summoned to the Yangxin Hall by Kangxi, he was met with the direct remark, "Currently, you have only Hongghu as your direct heir, which I find somewhat inadequate." Yinzhen was taken aback. Throughout his life, aside from the crown prince, had their father ever shown such concern for the progeny of his other sons? Was it not enough for their father to have one legitimate son? Why was he now concerned about the quantity of heirs? At a loss for words, Yinzhen struggled to respond. Kangxi, not wishing to pressure the young couple too harshly, added, "I believe it would be better for Hongghu to have more siblings." Yinzhen understood this. He was completely oblivious to the fact that Kangxi's intention was to encourage him and Yijun to educate their children well and to have more offspring, mistakenly assuming that Kangxi was merely concerned for Hongghu's future support. Thus, both husband and wife were urged to procreate on the same day, creating an oddly tense atmosphere upon their return to the residence that evening. After dinner, Hongghu and the eldest princess returned to their respective rooms to study, leaving Yinzhen and Yijun alone in the main hall. "Dear, shall we take a stroll to aid digestion?" Yijun broke the awkward silence, to which Yinzhen readily agreed. As they strolled through the small garden in the backyard, Yijun gradually sorted her thoughts. What did it mean that Yinzhen rarely ventured beyond his courtyard? Yet, Yinzhen had never truly made any promises, which was not the outcome Yijun desired. While she could not deny her budding affection for Yinzhen, having already married into the fourth prince's household, she would not foolishly dismiss the opportunity for a shared future. However, she would not allow herself to be the only one entangled in this relationship, reminiscent of her past life. Whether Yinzhen was confused or simply had not contemplated their situation was beyond her comprehension. Yet, if such a relationship continued unchecked, suddenly, poignant memories flooded Yijun's mind. "Perhaps I shall assist him in clarifying his thoughts," she mused. "Just this once, I will indulge in this fleeting emotion, under the enchanting moonlight." With this thought, a plan began to take shape in Yijun's mind, causing her lips to curve into a subtle smile before shifting back to an expression of uncertainty. "Dear, regarding the concubine to today, I am aware. Father also spoke of it. Yinzhen, naturally, wished for Yijun to bear him another child, whether it be a son to accompany Hongghu or a daughter whom he believed Yijun could nurture splendidly. He anticipated more children in the future." "Dear, there will be more children in the future," Yijun said deliberately, biting her lip. Yinzhen halted, surprised by Yijun's words. Frowning, he replied, "As my consort, it is your duty to bear children who will be distinct from those born to others. Is there anything else?" Yijun's face bore the expression of resignation. Sensing Yijun's apparent reluctance to conceive again, Yinzhen felt a twinge of displeasure. "As my consort, it is your responsibility to care for and ensure the continuation of our lineage." Yijun looked at him in disbelief, her brow furrowed in internal conflict. All her thoughts culminated in a succinct reply. "I have overstepped. I am unwell today and shall not keep you here. I take my leave." With that, she turned on her heel, leaving behind the bewildered Yinzhen, while Guhi, supporting Yijun, could clearly hear her teeth grinding in frustration. Yinzhen sensed that the situation was amiss. His earlier words had been spoken in anger, yet he felt constrained by pride. He returned to the front courtyard with Su Peisheng. In the following days, Yinzhen did not set foot in the main courtyard, nor did Yijun summon him. The two primary figures of the household were at odds, leading the servants to tread cautiously. Yijun berated Yinzhen in her mind numerous times, feeling a sense of pride for her decisive actions. She silently locked her heart away, allowing only a fleeting sadness before returning to dote on Hongghu. Occasionally, she scolded herself for her own sentiments. "Yijun, what do you expect from that icy demeanor? Thankfully, you were straightforward in your inquiries. Otherwise, you would have been left in tears later." Having concluded her self-reflection, Yijun resumed her leisurely life, while Yinzhen faced a far less tranquil existence. Chapter 46. The Cold War. Lately, Yinzhen had been feeling out of sorts. His mind was constantly replaying scenes with Yijun. and his methods in handling official duties became increasingly severe, much to the dismay of the officials. One evening, after finishing his work, Yinzhen returned to the front courtyard in silence. He had barely glanced at the memorials when he couldn't resist summoning Su Peixiong. "Has your mistress, the Fujin, given any instructions?" Su Peixiong replied with a wry face, "No, not that I know of. The Fujin has been enjoying herself immensely these past few days. She even had the leisure to visit the third Fujin's residence, and she's been concocting various treats in the courtyard, sending them to Hongghu and the eldest princess daily. Unlike you, master, who's been like a firecracker lately, even a eunuch like himself could discern the master's special treatment of the Fujin. Ever since the Fujin gave birth to Hongghu, the master had rarely visited other courtyards. Who knew what those words the master uttered to the Fujin the other day would lead to? Could the Fujin simply let pass? Su Peixiong doubted it. Alas, the master still has a long way to go. Su Peixiong worried inwardly. Yinzhen felt like he was asking for trouble, needlessly inquiring about matters in the main courtyard. His face tightened, and he found himself unable to absorb a single word from the memorials. Is Hongghu out of school yet? Hongghu will be out of school in another hour. Then bring Hongghu over for dinner when he finishes school. Yinzhen instructed, feeling somewhat better after having Hongghu join him for the evening meal. Meanwhile, Yijun also received the news that Yinzhen intended to have Hongghu dine at the front courtyard. This Fujin is aware. Thank you, Eunuch Su, for sending Hongghu back after dinner. Su Peixiong responded with a forced smile, his face turning bitter as soon as he turned around. Master, this trick of yours is not working at all. As soon as Su Peixiong left, Yijun breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had taken precautions and put on a good show in front of Hongghu. She wondered if a certain someone would be satisfied after hearing it. Yinzhen was further annoyed after Su Peixiong's report, which goes without saying. Hongghu was informed that he would be having dinner at the front courtyard after school, and though puzzled, he obediently went to the front courtyard. Son greets father. Yinzhen quickly ordered the meal to be served, carefully inquiring about Hongghu's studies for the day. Father, why aren't you dining with mother? Mother's found many delicious pastries lately. Faced with Hongghu's question, Yinzhen was somewhat at a loss for words. Oh, really? Mother is afraid that the eldest sister and I will be hungry during the day when we are at school. So she's been trying to find delicious pastries to send to us at noon. Yinzhen felt a pang in his heart. The Fujin's care was all for Hongghu and the eldest princess. Wasn't that what he had said that day? As the master's Fujin, it is your responsibility to care for and perpetuate the lineage. In fact, Yinzhen had regretted his words more than once in the past few days. His Fujin had become different since giving birth to Hongghu, and he liked this version of her, so he usually didn't bother to visit other courtyards. However, the Fujin and Appo's resistance to having another child that day had made him lose his mind, and hurtful words had slipped out. Hongghu, would you like to have another younger brother or sister? Yinzhen asked, looking at Hongghu as he ate. Hongghu pondered for a moment and replied, Hongghu would like to have younger siblings, but mother said that it's not a bad thing that there aren't any right now. Why? Yinzhen was eager to know the answer. Mother said that Hongghu is only 5 years old and needs her undivided attention. She is afraid that if she has younger siblings, she will neglect Hongghu, or she will ignore the younger siblings because they are not as smart as Hongghu. Hongghu was unaware that his words had the impact of a balm on Yinzhen's heart as he continued to enjoy his meal. Yinzhen was somewhat dazed. So it wasn't that Yijun didn't want to have children, but that Yijun was worried that they, as parents, would not be able to treat everyone equally. Yinzhen suddenly understood Yijun and Appo's thoughts when he thought of Kangxi and Appo's neglect of him, and Kangxi and Appo's emphasis on the crown prince since he was a child. No wonder Yijun had acted so strangely that day, and no wonder Yijun had asked him what was different about her in his heart. After Hongghu finished dinner, Yinzhen asked Su Peixiong to send Hongghu back to the main courtyard while he practiced calligraphy in the study. Practicing calligraphy calms the mind, and he needed to use it to calm himself down. For the next several days, Yinzhen did not set foot in the inner courtyard, and Yijun made no move either. Just as Yinzhen was about to resolve the conflict with Yijun, an imperial decree arrived, bestowing a member of the Manchu Neo-Huru clan as a gige. Yijun showed no abnormality upon receiving this news, only leaving Chun with the words handle it according to the rules before continuing to work on her pastries. Yinzhen was somewhat annoyed, harboring the rebellious thought that this person had been bestowed at a truly inopportune time. Before the Neohru had even seen Yinzhen and Appo's face, she had already incurred his dislike. In fact, Yinzhen didn't necessarily not know Yijun's deeper meaning, but Yinzhen felt that he couldn't afford it, and Yijun didn't say it explicitly. So Yinzhen pretended not to know, only thinking that he would try not to go to other courtyards in the future. This suddenly bestowed Gij broke Yinzhen's plan. The Neohru who was bestowed into the residence looked like Li, and she was very bright. In addition, she was the only concubine of the Manchu Neohru clan in the backyard, so her status was naturally more noble than other concubines. Yijun still set up a banquet the day after the Neohru entered the mansion, so that Yinzhen could see the Neohru. Everything was like the time when Wu and Gung entered the mansion, except that Yijun no longer looked at Yinzhen affectionately, but looked like she was doing business, which made Yinzhen feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, and Neohru's beauty did not make Yinzhen feel amazing. After 3 rounds of wine, the banquet was coming to an end, and Yijun got up and said goodbye. Today is Sister Neohru's good day, so this Fujin will leave first. After all, she left Yinzhen, who was blue-faced, and the charming Neohru, and left. That night, Yinzhen naturally stayed in Neohru's courtyard, but the next day he stayed in the front courtyard, and Yijun did not say a word after hearing it. The length of this cold war between Yinzhen and Yijun made the eldest princess and Hongghu aware of it, and the two also racked their brains to make Amma and Nyang get back together. On this day, Yinzhen was on vacation, and Hongghu pestered Yijun to ask Yinzhen to tell him about the affairs of the court. Yijun said helplessly, "Go to the front yard to find your Amma, and let your Amma tell you." "No, my son wants to listen here with my mother, and my son wants to spend more time with my mother." Yijun couldn't resist Hongghu's coquetry, so she had to call Guha to go to the front yard to ask Yinzhen if he was free. Front yard study. Yinzhen was practicing calligraphy in the study, and Su Peixiang came in happily to report, "Master, Guha girl from the main courtyard is here." With a stab, the pen under Yinzhen's hand naturally drew a line of ink. "Please come in." "Greetings to Master. What did your Fujin mistress ask you to come here for?" "Back to Master. Hongghu wants Master, and Fujin specially ordered the servant to come and ask Master if he is free. Go back and tell Fujin that Master will be there in a quarter of an hour." Yinzhen and Appo's face did not show, but the stretched eyebrows still showed Yinzhen and Appo's good mood. Chapter 47. The transformation of Yinzhen in less than a quarter of an hour. Yinzhen arrived at the main courtyard. Upon seeing him, Hongghu eagerly bounded over, imploring Yinzhen to recount the recent happenings at court. As Yinzhen spoke to Hongghu, his peripheral gaze frequently darted toward Yijun. Approximately half an hour later, the eldest princess emerged, summoning Hongghu to inquire about certain matters. Understanding the unspoken hint that it was time for her parents to enjoy a moment of solitude, Hongghu promptly followed her inside. In the courtyard, Yijun felt a tinge of awkwardness in Yinzhen's presence and stood to retreat to the inner chamber. Observing her movement, Yinzhen hastily followed. "I spoke too harshly last time," he said, gently grasping Yijun's hand. This was a novel experience for him. As the son of Kangxi, he had never needed to soothe a woman, for the women in the rear courtyard existed solely because of him. Yet, he recognized that Yijun was different. Surprised that the famously aloof fourth master would show such humility, Yijun's expression became contemplative. "I cannot accept such words from you, my lord." Yinzhen boldly drew her to the edge of the bed, continuing, "I mistakenly believed you were unwilling to bear children for me," and in a moment of anger, "I spoke thoughtlessly." Yijun remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on him, causing Yinzhen to feel a warmth spreading across his skin under her scrutiny. "I understand. Hongghu has already informed me that you are meticulous and thoughtful. Let us take things as they come, shall we?" As he looked at the petite woman before him, her bright eyes reflecting his image, he couldn't help but admit that he cherished this feeling and desired not to be overlooked by her. Yijun nodded, and Yinzhen tightened his grip on her hand. "You are unique in my heart." Though her face remained composed, Yijun's mind raced with the implications of his words. "Does this mean we are to be together?" She pondered uncertainly. Yinzhen caressed her slender, delicate hand and declared, "When we are alone, let us address each other as husband and wife, just like any ordinary couple. Without waiting for her response, he continued, eager to unburden himself of the frustrations that had accumulated over the past days. Recently, I visited the new Hilu clan to navigate the complexities surrounding my father and mother. They are an influential Manchu family, and should I neglect them, it will ultimately be you who bears the brunt of discontent in the palace. If you dislike my visits, I shall refrain from them as much as possible. I know what you desire, but I currently lack the power and authority to fulfill those wishes. The presence of concubines is essential in the rear courtyard, as is the need for heirs. Otherwise, you would suffer from rumors, much like the eighth brother's wife. I promise to provide you with everything within my ability. If you find my visits to other courtyards displeasing, I shall limit them unless absolutely necessary. Is that agreeable? Unbeknownst to the world, beneath the icy exterior lay a heart ablaze with fervent emotions, ready to overflow once it found a safe harbor. Su Peixiang informed me that you have been well these past few days. I suspect you have made some resolute decisions. Reflect on my previous words. They were merely spoken in anger. Yinzhen felt anxious. He had grown accustomed to and cherished the harmonious life within the main courtyard, where husband and wife shared a strong bond and children were both clever and dutiful. The thought of returning to a life devoid of warmth drove him to the brink of madness. Yijun felt a weight lift from her heart, a fleeting smile crossing her brow as she grasped Yinzhen's hand and asked, "What do you think of the idea of a noble daughter from the Ulanara clan marrying the fourth master?" At her words, Yinzhen chuckled softly. "That sounds splendid." Yijun paused, bursting into laughter, her eyes sparkling with delight. "So I hold such significance in your heart. You are my beloved wife, the one with whom I share my life," Yinzhen affirmed, a resolute expression gracing his features. "Then why did you speak such hurtful words to me?" Yijun retorted, feigning indignation. Yinzhen, astutely sensing her mood had improved, playfully probed, "I have yet to ask, during my daily torment. You have busied yourself making a plethora of pastries without even offering me a taste. How ungrateful!" Yinzhen's tone held an air of mock grievance, reminiscent of a pampered pet, which made Yijun inwardly chuckle at the absurdity of it all. "Given that you stated I was merely here to bear your children, why would I seek your company?" she teased. At her reminder of his earlier words, Yinzhen deflated like a punctured balloon. "All right, I admit my fault." Yijun secretly reveled in her mother's cherished Hongghu, convinced that her mother had triumphed, ensuring that their child would grow up in an environment filled with love between father and mother. With this thought, Yijun rose with a smile. "I shall go prepare myself. Please wait here a moment." Noticing Yinzhen's puzzled expression, she mischievously leaned closer, whispering, "Once I have my husband as promise, I shall adorn myself for you." With that, she joyfully stepped out, summoning Guhi to assist her, her voice bright and melodious like pearls cascading onto a jade plate. Yinzhen trembled at her departure, a bittersweet smile lingering on his lips as he picked up a book in an attempt to compose himself. Half an hour later, "My lord," Yijun called. Yinzhen looked up, taken aback by the sight before him, his breath momentarily caught. As the ancient poem describes, the gleam of white teeth against dark lips, delicate brows framing enchanting eyes. A rosy complexion akin to blooming lotus, skin as pristine as congealed fat. Graceful and effortless, she embodies beauty beyond compare. Yinzhen felt somewhat flustered under Yijun's gaze and cleared his throat to regain his composure. "My lord, do I appear beautiful?" Yijun asked, her playful smile captivating. "Exceedingly beautiful." Yinzhen stepped closer, bending down to whisper into her ear, "My lady, you are stunning." Her cheeks flushed a vibrant hue, and feeling overwhelmed, Yinzhen hastily excused himself, saying, "I shall go check on Hongghu and the eldest princess," before hurriedly retreating, leaving Yijun in a fit of laughter. Upon learning of their parents' reconciliation, Hongghu and the eldest princess rejoiced, with Hongghu eagerly exclaiming, "Father, this time my sister and I deserve great credit." Yinzhen nodded in agreement, promising, "Next holiday, I shall take you and your sister to the countryside." "Wonderful," Hongghu exclaimed, brimming with excitement, while the eldest princess wore a radiant smile. Yinzhen sighed inwardly, realizing that such blissful days were truly comforting. As for the petite woman in the inner chamber, The future Yongzheng emperor was already contemplating the evening ahead. Chapter 48. The sweet couple, the family, enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. And upon witnessing the reconciliation between the noble consort and the master, the servants in the courtyard were filled with joy, their previous gloom lifted. After the meal, Hongghu clamored for Yinzhen to accompany him for a stroll to aid digestion. Before leaving, Yinzhen cast a meaningful glance at Yijun, causing her cheeks to flush. How could he be so frivolous with Hongghu and the eldest princess present? Yinzhen quickly took Hongghu for a brisk walk, and upon returning him to the house, Hongghu sat there, dazed, trying to massage his sore ankles. What was wrong with father today? Walking faster than running. At this moment, Yinzhen had no time to ponder Hongghu's condition. His mind was wholly occupied with thoughts of Yijun's every frown and smile as he strode toward the inner chamber. Yijun had already taken her time in the bath, urged on by Mama Chan and the others, and was now engrossed in a book. Upon Yinzhen and Appo's entrance, he beheld this captivating scene and raised an eyebrow, inquiring if she had finished her bath. Yijun's face turned crimson as she feigned annoyance, demanding he wash up as well. Fearing he might genuinely irritate her, Yinzhen hastily washed himself and rushed to her side. Yijun, avoiding Yinzhen's all-consuming gaze, remarked, "I wonder if the Nyo Hulu lady was waiting for you in this manner a few days ago." Yinzhen, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly closed the distance between them, gritting his teeth as he asserted, "It seems you are unaware of your current standing." A night of sweet dreams ensued. The next day, when Yijun awoke, Yinzhen had already left for his duties. Realizing she had overslept, she hurried to summon Gu He for her grooming, only to stumble heavily as she rose. Wincing at her discomfort, she inwardly chastised Yinzhen and called for Gu He to assist her. Gu He entered without showing much expression while dressing Yijun, who couldn't help but blush and curse Yinzhen again. Meanwhile, in the Ministry of Revenue, Yinzhen sneezed several times, prompting Su Peixiong to worry whether to summon a physician for him. Yinzhen, guessing that Yijun would soon awaken, was curious about how she might scold him. A gentle smile spreading across his face, much to the astonishment of his fellow officials. As for Yijun, since she awoke late, she missed breakfast with Hongghu and the eldest princess. The thought of Hongghu innocently asking Mama Chun why she had not risen for breakfast made her wish she could chew Yinzhen along with the meal. Feeling guilty, she decided to prepare some pastries that Hongghu and the eldest princess had enjoyed recently and personally delivered them to the front courtyard. First, visiting the eldest princess, Yijun handed the food box to the maid standing outside and quietly peeked inside, satisfied to see the eldest princess attentively listening to the tutor and Appo's lesson. She then proceeded to Hongghu's quarters. To her surprise, she found Hongghu engaged in a heated debate with Zhu Shi over a single question, their faces flushed from the argument. Yijun lingered outside, a bit worried. Inside, the two continued to express their views, neither willing to concede, until Zhu Shi finally cited references to best Hongghu's arguments. Hongghu showed no sign of displeasure or resentment, but respectfully acknowledged, "Teacher, your vast knowledge and ability to reference texts is indeed impressive. I admire you." Zhu Shi smiled, encouraging Hongghu to rise, remarking on his perceptive understanding of such complex issues at a young age, asserting that his future achievements would surely surpass his own. Afterward, the two returned to their usual teaching mode, with Hongghu listening intently and raising his hand whenever he had questions. Yijun chuckled and shook her head, noting how this child was stubbornly reminiscent of Yinzhen. Upon returning to the main courtyard, Yijun recalled Yinzhen's mild complaint about not receiving any food the day before. Feeling a pang of inspiration, she instructed Gu He to select some pastries for Wei Ji to deliver to the fourth master. The two chose an assortment and entrusted them to Wei Ji, ensuring he would arrive before lunch. Meanwhile, in the Ministry of Revenue, Su Peixiong approached Yinzhen with a smile, presenting the food box sent by the noble consort. "Master, the consort has sent you these pastries," expressing her concern for the hard work you are doing. Yinzhen, brimming with vitality, opened the box, and the sweet aroma wafted towards him, stirring his appetite. He eagerly sampled a piece, savoring its melt-in-the-mouth texture and delightful sweetness, his eyes closing in bliss. Indeed, the consort understood him best. Realizing he had only just received such treatment, while Hongghu and the eldest princess had enjoyed it for some time. He resolved to subtly hint to Yijun that he too should not be overlooked. After completing his duties, Yinzhen hurried home, feeling an urgent desire to return. Upon his arrival, he went straight to the main courtyard, where seeing Yijun brought him a sense of inner tranquility. Yijun, noticing Yinzhen's disheveled appearance, promptly pulled him into the inner chamber to change clothes, mildly reproaching him. "You must come home more slowly. There's no rush here." Eager to see her sooner, Yinzhen took the opportunity to request, from now on, whatever treats Hongghu and the eldest princess receive, I want as well. Yijun, taken aback by this sudden childishness from him, replied in a tone meant to soothe Hongghu. "All right, from now on, we shall ensure the fourth master receives the best treats first." Yinzhen's ears turned slightly red as he allowed Yijun to change him into his usual attire, and the two emerged from the inner chamber, their affection palpable. Soon after, Hongghu and the eldest princess returned from school, their eyes lighting up upon seeing Yinzhen. Yijun felt a mix of bittersweetness and amusement, realizing how perceptive children were to their parents' emotions. The two little ones had clearly put thought into reconciling her with Yinzhen. Thus inspired, Yijun declared her intent to showcase her culinary skills to Yinzhen and the children. Observing the alarmed expressions of Mama Chun and Gu He behind her, Yinzhen stiffened. Perhaps it's best to refrain from that. Ignoring his feeble protest, Yijun boldly entered the kitchen, ready to demonstrate her prowess. A quarter of an hour later, the unmistakable smell of charred food filled the air, prompting Yinzhen to rush into the kitchen, pulling the soot-covered Yijun out and patting her back until she regained her composure. Slightly embarrassed, Yijun looked at the three of them and awkwardly suggested, "Perhaps we should just wait for the meal." Hongghu couldn't contain his laughter, and soon the eldest princess followed suit, covering her mouth with a handkerchief to stifle her giggles. Yinzhen, lacking a handkerchief, pretended to cough. Watching the trio, trying to suppress their laughter, Yijun, in a moment of surrender, exclaimed, "Laugh, if you wish to laugh." Laughter erupted from the main courtyard, startling the magpies in the trees, which chirped incessantly in response. Chapter 49. The princess consort hosts a banquet a few days later. Yinzhen enjoyed a day of leisure. Yijun had initially intended to accompany Yinzhen and their children to the palace to visit the Defei, but unexpectedly, the princess consort had sent an invitation 2 days prior, requesting Yijun to attend a flower viewing event at Yuqing Palace, along with several wives of high-ranking officials. Consequently, Yijun had no choice but to allow Yinzhen to take Honghui to greet the Defei while she accompanied the eldest princess to the banquet at Yuqing Palace. The day before the banquet, Yijun meticulously reminded the eldest princess about the various protocols for the event. It was the first time the eldest princess would present herself in front of the esteemed concubines and ladies, so Yijun took it very seriously. She also did not forget to remind Yinzhen not to wear a stern expression during their visit to Yonghe Palace the following day, to which he responded with a resigned look. The next day, 2 carriages from the fourth prince's residence entered the palace, parting ways as one headed towards Yonghe Palace and the other towards Yuqing Palace. At Yonghe Palace, upon hearing that Yinzhen had brought Honghui, the Defei quickly rose to the entrance. Her face brightened upon seeing the small figure of Honghui. Yinzhen felt somewhat uneasy. He had always believed that the Defei favored the 14th prince over him, which had caused a rift between them. Yet, now he observed that she seemed to regard Honghui with far more affection than she did him or the 14th prince. In the future, the Yongjing emperor would certainly not engage in a competition for affection in front of the Defei. "Greetings to mother. Greetings to mama," Honghui said, but the Defei, not waiting for him to finish, took his hand and led him to his seat. It had been a long time since Honghui had visited Yonghe Palace, and mama had missed him dearly. Honghui was the Defei's first legitimate grandson, cherished from a moment of his birth. Now, he had also gained the favor of Kangxi, who visited Yonghe Palace more frequently because of Honghui, further solidifying the Defei's belief that he was a little fortune-bringer. "Mama, Honghui studies with his teacher every day, and as soon as he has free time, he comes to see you," Honghui explained, seemingly worried that the Defei might genuinely feel neglected. Meanwhile, Yinzhen touched his nose. feeling completely overlooked on his first visit to Yonghui Palace. Good. Our Honghui is very filial. Now, tell Mama what your teacher has taught you. Honghui nodded eagerly, his little hands clasped behind his back, reciting what he had learned to the Defei, who could not help but smile joyfully. Every time Honghui visits, the Empress is happy for several days. Qing Mama remarked, and upon hearing this, Yinzhen couldn't help but glance at the delightful interaction between the grandmother and grandson. The Defei had always been gentle and amiable. It was rare to see her smile so radiantly, akin to Yifei. Upon learning that Yijun and the eldest princess would not arrive until after lunch, the Defei became even more elated. She quickly instructed Qing Mama, "Go, tell the kitchen to prepare more of the dishes Honghui enjoys for lunch. Fourth brother and Honghui will dine here in Yonghui Palace. They're not to go anywhere else. The steamed fish from Mama and Appo's kitchen is the best." Honghui chimed in, receiving another round of praise from the Defei, who wished to offer Honghui only the finest delicacies available in Yonghui Palace. Meanwhile, at Yuqing Palace, when Yijun and the eldest princess arrived, most guests had already gathered. The moment Tong Yishe spotted Yijun, she waved enthusiastically, and Yijun smiled as she approached her. "You look even more radiant than a few months ago." Now, with two legitimate sons, Tong Yishe commanded respect in the Chengjun Wang residence, appearing more refined and graceful. "And you as well. I have heard that your eldest princess behaves exceptionally well. And seeing her today, she is not only well-mannered but also quite charming." The eldest princess wore a delicate green attire, her tall and slender figure resembling that of a freshly shelled egg, adorned with exquisite jade accessories that spoke of her pampered upbringing. The eldest princess blushed at Tong Yishe and Appo's, as teasing yet maintained her poise, earning nods of approval from the surrounding concubines and ladies, who acknowledged her upbringing under the fourth prince's favored consort. Some families with eligible sons could not help but contemplate the possibility of seeking a match for this young lady. Yijun felt a surge of pride. After nurturing the eldest princess with such care for so long, it was only fitting that she would leave a lasting impression. After exchanging pleasantries, the princess consort made her entrance, stating, "This May is the perfect time for flowers to bloom, and I invite you all to admire the splendid peonies at Yuqing Palace." Yijun exchanged a knowing glance with Tong Yishe, silently questioning whether the princess consort's invitation was genuinely for flower viewing. Tong Yishe leaned in closer and whispered, "The princess consort is competing with Li Jiashi. Did you notice that Li Jiashi was not allowed to attend? And what flowers are we viewing? Peonies. It seems she intends to remind Li Jiashi of her status." Yijun understood her intentions, as the princess consort had yet to bear a child, and with Hongxie and Hongjin being Li Jiashi's offspring, it was only natural for her to feel resentment. However, to orchestrate such a grand event for the sake of rivalry was a bold move, unique to Yuqing Palace. "Fourth sister-in-law, you've brought your eldest princess with you today?" the princess consort suddenly inquired. Yijun promptly replied, "Indeed. The eldest princess has grown, and it is time for her to see the world. Though she has been raised under your care, she is still not a legitimate daughter. You should focus on your health and bear another child," the princess consort suggested, seemingly oblivious to Yijun's suddenly frosty demeanor. "Your sister-in-law is quite lacking. Since the birth of Honghui, she has had no news of another child and dotes on her daughter so much that she treats the eldest princess as her own." The princess consort's words struck a nerve, and Tong Yishe quickly interjected, "Fourth sister-in-law, if you say that, it will leave us all feeling ashamed. Your Honghui is exceptionally bright, and the eldest princess is well-raised. I must say, the household of the fourth prince is indeed well-managed. No wonder the fourth prince holds you in such high regard." The princess consort's expression grew increasingly rigid. "I merely spoke offhandedly," she retorted before turning to engage with other ladies. Yijun hurriedly grasped the eldest princess's hand, advising her not to take the princess consort's words to heart. The eldest princess, with her usual gentle demeanor, replied, "Mother, do not worry. I understand how both father and you treat me." Seeing that the eldest princess genuinely seemed unaffected by the princess consort's remarks, Yijun let out a sigh of relief. Her competition with Li Jiashi should not involve our eldest princess. Yijun felt a pang of frustration, but, mindful of her status, could only express her discontent in whispers. Some people cannot bear to see others thrive when they themselves are struggling, Dong Yishe remarked, then added, "You must keep an eye on Honghui. He has been favored by the emperor recently." Dong Yishe was known for her candidness, and as a friend to Yijun, she felt comfortable offering her advice, especially since Honghui and Hongqin shared a close bond. "Do not take offense at my words. There are no secrets between sisters-in-law. You may not notice, but from an outsider's perspective, Honghui's favor is nearing that of the emperor's." Yijun felt a shiver down her spine, but maintained her smile, expressing her gratitude to her sister-in-law for the reminder. While the princess consort's public slight against the eldest princess was indeed excessive, it was not hard to see how Honghui's presence might have played a role, along with the subtle displeasure the crown prince may harbor towards him. Yijun felt drenched in sweat, wishing for the flower-viewing banquet to conclude swiftly. The eldest princess, too, sensed the tension, her demeanor stiffening. The mother and daughter endured until the conclusion of the flower-viewing event before hastily making their way to Yonghe Palace. Chapter 50. The Fall of Hongghu. When Yijun and the eldest princess arrived at Yonghe Palace, the 3 generations of the family had just finished their luncheon. The eldest princess, aware of Yijun's anxiety, feigned fatigue. The Empress Dowager, considering it natural for the eldest princess to feel nervous on her first public appearance, hastily instructed Qing Mama to load the items she had prepared for Hongghu and the eldest princess onto the carriage to be taken back to the 4th prince's residence. Inside the carriage, Yijun found herself on the verge of speaking several times, but refrained due to Hongghu's presence, swallowing her words repeatedly, her demeanor appearing rather disheartened. The ever-perceptive Yinzhen noticed Yijun and Appo's distress, but, with the 2 children present, could only speculate silently. Upon arriving at the residence, the eldest princess wisely took Hongghu aside to chat in the side hall. Once they were alone, Yijun signaled for the surrounding attendants to withdraw and proceeded to inform Yinzhen about the crown princess and Appo's peculiar behavior today, along with Dong, Yi and Appo's counsel. Yinzhen listened attentively, his brow furrowed throughout. The crown princess's behavior in such a setting was indeed strange. She had always been composed, so what had caused this unusual display? Yinzhen's naturally suspicious and obsessive nature led him to further doubt the crown prince. He had thought that by stepping forward to save the crown prince's life previously, coupled with his current low profile, he remained aligned with the crown prince's faction. In this context, was the crown prince truly intolerant of Hongghu's emergence? Do not worry. We shall be more vigilant henceforth, Yinzhen gently reassured Yijun while secretly resolving to remain cautious. In early June, a minister presented a purebred colt to Concubine, recalling how the 10th prince had approached him a few months prior, claiming he would act as Hongghu's martial arts mentor. Concubine could not help but snort derisively, wishing he could use his inkstone to straighten out the 10th prince's head. With that reckless demeanor of his, how could he possibly guide Hongghu properly? In truth, Concubine felt quite disgruntled. He could not personally enlighten Hongghu, and now the 10th prince had preempted him even in martial arts. Thus, upon seeing the colt, Concubine waved his hand grandly, suggesting that Hongghu should come to the palace on his next day off to give it a try. If he liked it, he could take it back to the 4th prince's residence. As Concubine imagined the joy on Hongghu's face upon seeing the colt, Hongghu, at the 4th prince's residence, learned of the surprise Concubine had prepared for him. Hongghu, concerned about Yinzhen's feelings, endeavored to conceal his excitement. After all, his father had never been adept at martial arts. He could not let his father lose face, no matter how thrilled he was. Yijun, witnessing this, suppressed her laughter, much to Yinzhen's annoyance. Finally, the day Hongghu had eagerly awaited arrived. Early in the morning, he tidied himself and waved goodbye to Yijun before heading to the palace with Yinzhen. Liang Jiogong, having received Concubine and Appo's orders, took Yinzhen and Hongghu to the training grounds. "Wow!" Hongghu exclaimed, gazing at the colt before him, its chestnut coat gleaming with a flowing mane and tail, every movement exuding elegance, unmistakably indicative of its noble lineage. Hongghu dashed to within a meter of the colt, abandoning his usual composure. "Can I pet it?" he inquired. "Of course, young master," the young eunuch in charge replied. After casting a glance at Yinzhen to ensure there was no objection, Hongghu slowly approached the colt, gently placing his small hand on its back. When I grow up to be a Batulu of the Qing Dynasty, this colt will surely be grown as well. He mused blissfully about the future. Before long, Hongghu expressed his desire to try riding. Yinzhen's eyelids twitched, a sense of unease washing over him. Momentarily forgetting to respond to Hongghu and Appo's call. "Father," Hongghu called again, breaking Yinzhen from his reverie. "Do you want to try riding it?" Hongghu nodded vigorously, and Yinzhen, considering that this was a gift from Kangxi and seeing Hongghu's enthusiasm, decided not to dampen his spirits. The young eunuch carefully lifted Hongghu onto the colt's back, leading it forward slowly. Hongghu felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Riding was exhilarating, making him feel as if he could become a general galloping across the battlefield at any moment. However, due to an inexplicable sense of panic within him, Yinzhen fixed an unwavering gaze on Hongghu. Suddenly, he noticed the colt lifting its legs as if to accelerate, and his heart raced. "Hongghu, be careful!" Lost in his joy, Hongghu was taken by surprise as the colt bolted forward. The young eunuch, startled by the sudden change, inadvertently loosened his grip. "Father!" Hongghu cried, genuinely terrified, as the colt surged ahead in the training grounds. He felt as though he might be thrown off, his voice tinged with desperation. Yinzhen and the surrounding guards rushed towards Hongghu, but they were a moment too late. The colt reared back with a loud neigh, and Hongghu was violently thrown to the ground. In that instant, as he fell, Hongghu instinctively shielded his head with his hands, curling up his body. The moment he felt excruciating pain, he lost consciousness. "Hongghu!" Yinzhen and Appo's eyes widened in horror as he sprinted to Hongghu and Appo's side, feeling utterly helpless upon seeing the unconscious boy. He hesitated, unsure whether moving him would cause further injury. The guards managed to subdue the frantic colt, while Liang Jiugong, panting heavily, hurried to summon the chief physician, Lu Taijian. Upon arrival, Lu Taijian quickly assessed Hongghu's condition. "Fourth Prince, fortunately, you did not move young Master Hongghu. He has a fracture in his left arm, but there are no internal injuries due to his protective instinct upon falling. The immediate priority is to move him indoors without disturbing his left arm." "To Yonghua Palace," Yinzhen commanded. Several eunuchs carefully transferred Hongghu to a prepared palanquin, swiftly and steadily making their way to Yonghua Palace. At Yonghua Palace, upon seeing several physicians arrive, the Empress Dowager was perplexed. Qing Mama hurriedly inquired, and upon learning of Hongghu and Appo's accident, her heart skipped a beat, and she supported the Empress Dowager as she informed her of the situation. The Empress Dowager felt her legs weaken, biting her lip to remain composed. "Quickly, prepare the East Hall." Ginkgo asked the physicians what they will need to prepare. The servants at Yonghua Palace were seldom witness to the Empress Dowager's urgency, and they promptly set about fulfilling her orders. When Hongghu was moved to Yonghua Palace, the Empress Dowager immediately instructed to the East Hall. Yinzhen, seeing this, could not afford to ask questions and signaled for the eunuchs to place Hongghu in the East Hall, whereupon a multitude of physicians crowded into the room. Supported by Qing Mama, the Empress Dowager braced herself, anxiously awaiting the physician's diagnosis, while Yinzhen, drenched in sweat, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Unable to imagine how he would cope if anything were to happen to Hongghu. "What would Yijun do?" "Your Majesty, Fourth Prince, young Master Hongghu has fainted from shock. But fortunately, he protected himself well upon landing, so there are no internal injuries. However, his left arm is severely fractured, and I must first set the bone." Lu Taijian reported. Good. Just a fracture. Nothing else is injured. The Empress Dowager murmured, feeling a wave of relief wash over her before her vision blurred. "Mother, Your Majesty." Having heard the physician's words, Yinzhen felt a surge of gratitude. However, the next moment, he saw the Empress Dowager begin to slump to the ground. Without hesitation, he caught her in his arms and rushed her to the inner chamber, calling for the physicians as he went. Years later, the Yongzheng Emperor would still vividly recall that day, the moment he learned Hongghu had not suffered any life-threatening injuries. His mother collapsed, Qing Mama noticed the 10 red marks left by the Empress Dowager's fingernails on her palm, and the bloodied tongue she had bitten, and upon thinking of the unconscious Hongghu, she wept uncontrollably. In that instant, Yinzhen quietly replaced the image of his mother in his heart with that of his beloved mother. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dr. Liu had just realigned Hongghu's bones and felt a sense of relief that Hongghu was currently in a state of unconsciousness. Otherwise, the agony of the procedure would be unbearable for most individuals. When would Hongghu awaken? As Yinzhen gazed at the still unconscious Hongghu, a sense of urgency enveloped him. Hongghu has been greatly startled, and his body has adopted a protective mechanism. The duration of his unconsciousness could range from a few hours to as long as 3 or 4 days. Dr. Liu pondered aloud. What? 3 or 4 days before he awakens? What use do I have for you then? The resounding voice of Emperor Kangxi, filled with authority, echoed through the room, prompting everyone to kneel in unison. When the emperor was enraged, countless lives could be at stake. Chapter 51. A Mother in Appo's strength. After concluding discussions on state affairs with several esteemed ministers, Emperor Kangxi was informed by Liang Jiugong that an incident had occurred involving Hongghu. Without a moment in Appo's hesitation, he hurried to Yonghe Palace. Upon entering, he overheard the words of physician Liu, which ignited a fierce anger within him. Striding towards the bed of the unconscious child, he beheld the little one, whose left arm was swathed in layers of white cloth, causing profound anguish in Kangxi's heart. Delengtai, utilize your elite forces to investigate this matter. Why would a perfectly healthy horse go mad for no reason? I demand to uncover the truth behind who seeks to harm my grandson. Yinzhen was taken aback, not expecting Kangxi to dispatch his personal guards for the investigation. Delengtai promptly accepted the order and rushed off. After observing Hongghu for a while, Kangxi seemed to ponder something and addressed Yinzhen. Has your concubine been informed? After confirming that Hongghu was not gravely injured, Yinzhen instructed Su Peisheng to relay the message to the residents, anticipating her arrival shortly. Kangxi nodded, acknowledging it was time for her to come. You remain here with Hongghu. I shall visit your mother. Inside the inner chamber, Kangxi gazed at the similarly bettered concubine. After hearing Granny Qing recount the events tearfully, Kangxi felt a surge of compassion. He took her hand, examining the imprint of her nails on her palm, and inquired, Does the injury on your tongue impede you? The physician has advised that a light diet should suffice for the next few days, though it may be painful during meals. She replied. With a deep sigh, Kangxi gently lowered her hand. Perhaps the motion had aggravated her injury, for Concubine slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Kangxi, she suddenly grasped the situation, disregarding the pain in her palm as she clutched his sleeve, exclaiming, Your Majesty, has Hongghu awakened? My lady! Granny Qing gasped in surprise at Concubine's sudden movement. Kangxi quickly withdrew her hand, admonishing, You are injured. How can you be so reckless? Do you not fear the pain? Yet he refrained from mentioning Hongghu's continued unconsciousness. Your Majesty, my hand is not hurt, but my heart feels as though it is being gouged out. Hongghu is only 5. I cannot bear to imagine how frightened he must be after falling. At this moment, Concubine realized Hongghu had yet to awaken, and her emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. This was the 3rd time Kangxi witnessed such distress from Concubine. The first was when he ordered Yinzhen to embrace his cousin, the second when Yinzhen succumbed to illness, and now this. Kangxi found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to console this woman who harbored profound affection for her grandson. After all, was his first reaction not one of sheer terror, drenched in sweat? I have already commanded Delengtai to investigate this matter. Rest assured, I will provide you and the 4th prince with an explanation, he assured her. Upon hearing this, Concubine wept uncontrollably. I thank your Majesty on behalf of Hongghu. As she spoke, she attempted to rise to see Hongghu. Kangxi firmly pressed her back onto the bed, saying, You are also a patient. The 4th prince is with Hongghu. He will inform you at the slightest sign of improvement. Furthermore, physician Liu has stated that Hongghu cannot be moved until he has recovered fully, so he will remain at Yonghe Palace for the time being. You must first regain your strength to care for him. Concubine curled beneath the covers, her muffled sobs breaking the heart. Meanwhile, at the fourth prince's residence, Su Peixing hurried back to report the incident of Hongghu's fall to Yijun. Having witnessed Yinzhen's distress and Concubine's collapse, he had prepared for Yijun's inevitable emotional turmoil upon hearing the news. To his surprise, Yijun remained composed and calmly inquired, "What is Hongghu's current condition?" Physician Liu has reported that the internal organs remain unharmed, but the fracture in his left arm is quite severe, and he is still unconscious. Su Peixing riladanistly. "We need 2 carriages prepared. Wei Ji," she commanded. "Gu He, gather a few sets of Hongghu's clothing. He will be recuperating at Yonghe Palace. Granny Chun, once the eldest princess returns from school, inform her of the situation. There is no need to conceal it from her. I suspect that the fourth prince and I will be preoccupied for the next few days, so keep a close watch on the eldest princess and the household." After issuing her instructions, Yijun boarded the carriage destined for the palace. Outside, Su Peixing remarked, "It is often said that women are inherently weak, yet for a mother, they exhibit remarkable strength. This saying holds true." Inside the carriage, Yijun clenched the handkerchief tightly, vowing vengeance against anyone who dared to harm her child. She would not live 2 lifetimes in vain. Upon arriving at Yonghe Palace, Yijun rushed toward the East Hall, where she found Yinzhen. "I pay my respects to you, my lord," she greeted. Yinzhen suddenly found his throat parched and struggled to articulate his thoughts, finally managing to say, "It is my failure to care for Hongghu." He had brought Hongghu out of the residence unscathed, yet failed to return him without injury. Yinzhen understood Hongghu's significance to Yijun, leaving him at a loss for how to face her. "Do not blame yourself, my lord," Yijun replied, her thoughts consumed with concern for Hongghu as she sat beside the bed, examining him closely. This was the child she had fought so hard to bring into the world, and now he had suffered such grievous harm for the first time. She gently caressed Hongghu's small face, stifling a sob, and turned to the physician. "Physician Liu, I appreciate your efforts in treating Hongghu. It is my duty to tend to Prince Hongghu's injuries, my lady," he replied humbly. "How long will it take for his left arm to heal, and what precautions must we take during this time?" Yijun inquired earnestly. Physician Liu promptly detailed the necessary care and precautions. After some hesitation, Yijun asked, "Will there be any lasting effects on his left arm?" "While the fracture is severe, we must monitor his recovery. However, given his young age, he possesses a strong capacity for healing," he reassured her. After posing a few more questions, Yijun rose to visit the inner chamber, where she learned that Concubine was unconscious. As the daughter-in-law, it was her duty to check on her. Inside the inner chamber, Concubine lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, tears streaming down her face. When she heard Granny Qing announce Yijun's arrival, she turned to her. "You have come." Yijun quickly produced her handkerchief to wipe Concubine and Appo's tears. "Mother, why do you weep? Be careful not to strain your eyes." Before Concubine could respond, Yijun continued, "You must recover quickly. Hongghu will need your care for some time. I will stay here with you for a while. You do not mind my presence, do you?" Concubine, looking at Yijun, replied, "I do not mind at all." Yijun playfully responded, "That is wonderful. I am certain Hongghu would prefer to stay with you." With Yijun's gentle coaxing, Concubine's emotions gradually stabilized. Granny Qing watched gratefully as Yijun reassured her, "As long as you feel better, I shall have peace of mind. Hongghu will surely be fine." Whether she meant to comfort Concubine or herself remained unclear. Yijun felt immense gratitude toward Concubine, recognizing that all she had done was for Hongghu. In turn, her heart softened for this woman who also cherished him. Chapter 52. The King and Appo's dilemma. After soothing the Concubine, Yijun began her relentless care for Hongghu, personally attending to his medication and nourishment, rarely entrusting these tasks to others. While Guhi and Yinzhen were not particularly concerned, the attendants of Yonghe Palace were taken aback by the fourth prince's hands-on approach to caring for Prince Hongghu. Such dedication was a rarity among the palace's consorts. Emperor Kangxi had witnessed this several times, and on one occasion, he stood silently at the entrance of the Eastern Hall for a quarter of an hour, observing as Yijun carefully fed Hongghu. After witnessing the scene, he left without uttering a word, leaving no one privy to the turmoil within the heart of the sovereign. In the Yangxin Hall, Delingtai worked with remarkable efficiency, presenting the investigation report on the following day. The atmosphere within the palace had grown increasingly tense, with whispers of dread echoing through the halls. The stench of blood from the inner prison palpable for miles. The Emperor's wrath had cast a shadow over everyone, creating an oppressive silence. Upon returning from his 5th visit to Yonghua Palace, Kangxi opened the report, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. How dare they present such vile accusations against the crown prince? Summoned to Lengtai, he shall be punished with 30 strikes. I assure you, I have fabricated no slanderous words, de Lengtai replied, offering no further defense as the guards dragged him away. Kangxi felt as if years had been stripped from his life in that moment. After a prolonged silence, he resumed reading the document. The implicated unit claims he acted on the orders of Consort Hui, driven by jealousy over the emperor's favoritism towards Prince Hongghu, thus resorting to such treachery. I sensed something amiss and continued the investigation. It was discovered that former associates of Heschli were involved. Kangxi could no longer focus on the report, his mind racing with disbelief. The crown prince, whom he had nurtured with his own hands, could dare to harm his 5-year-old nephew? Meanwhile, in Yonghua Palace, unaware of the developments, Yijun gazed blankly at the still unconscious Hongghu. You should rest for a while. You hardly slept last night. I will keep watch over Hongghu, Yinzhen said, his heart aching at the sight of her. I am not weary. When Hongghu awakens, he will surely be frightened. It is better for me to remain by his side. Seeing her resolve, Yinzhen acquiesced and stayed beside her. The modest space of the eastern hall cocooned the 3 of them together. Elsewhere, Liang Jiogong instructed everyone to leave, wishing to be alone. Once the room was cleared, Kangxi slowly unfolded the portrait of Empress Heschli, the image of the woman whose every smile and frown was etched in his memory, his beloved wife who had braved life and oppose, as storms alongside him. Empress, he murmured to the portrait, after giving birth to Baocheng, you departed from my side. I raised him with great care, granting him the title of crown prince and privileges that his brothers could only dream of. I had thought my affection would suffice to secure his peace of mind. Who would have guessed that he would turn against a mere 5-year-old child? Kangxi's voice trembled with anger. I cherish Hongghu. He is intelligent and well-mannered. Yet I have never allowed him to surpass Baocheng. He is but a child of 5, and his father once saved Baocheng's life. How could he commit such an act? Moreover, the situation was further complicated by implicating Consort Hui and the eldest son. When did our Baocheng become such a figure? If you were aware of this in the afterlife, would you blame me for not properly guiding our child? Kangxi gently caressed the portrait, all his emotions coalescing into a heavy sigh. Your Majesty, Prince Hongghu has awakened. Liang Jiogong's announcement jolted Kangxi from his reverie, and he hastily concealed the portrait, rushing to Yonghua Palace. Inside Yonghua Palace, joy filled the air. Upon opening his eyes, Hongghu saw both his father and mother seated by his bedside. Recalling the events just before he lost consciousness, he pouted and reached out for Yijun. Seeing this, she quickly restrained him, gently saying, You cannot move your left hand. It is injured, and doing so will hinder its healing. Realizing his left hand was tightly bound, Hongghu winced at the pain and looked at Yijun with pleading eyes. Mother, it hurts. Yijun felt her heart shatter, while Yinzhen, though equally pained, remarked, A man must not be deterred by such minor injuries. You are destined to be a heroic figure, after all. Before Yijun could respond, Kangxi's voice boomed with ire. He is but 5 years old. Seeing the emperor's fury directed at him, Yinzhen quickly bowed in reverence, with Yijun following suit. Kangxi waved for them to rise and took a seat closest to Hongghu, his tone softening. How do you feel, Hongghu? Father, my left hand hurts. Mother says it is injured. Indeed, you must not move it. We must ensure it heals properly. Kangxi then proceeded to offer a lengthy list of instructions and clumsy reassurances, eventually vowing to seek justice for Hongghu. Realizing his behavior was somewhat excessive, he quickly added, I am merely concerned for you. Hongghu understood that his father was worried, and he too felt a pang of concern for Kangxi, knowing these past days had weighed heavily on him. Gazing into his father's clear eyes, filled with trust and reliance, Kangxi was suddenly seized by guilt and hastily uttered a few more words before departing, his retreat resembling a hurried escape. Why did father leave so suddenly? Hongghu inquired, puzzled. Yijun promptly explained Kangxi's burdensome duties, reassuring him that the emperor had visited several times in recent days, which had allowed Hongghu to relax. Meanwhile, Yinzhen remained silent, his expression inscrutable. Mother, where's grandmother? Hongghu glanced around, noticing the absence of Concubine. Your grandmother has been resting due to her worry for you. Once she awakens, I will inform her that you are awake. Hongghu felt a twinge of worry, but Yijun's repeated reassurances about Concubine's well-being calmed him. Back in Yangxin Hall, Kangxi pondered deeply upon returning, lost in thought for an extended period. Just when Liang Jiugong believed no resolution would surface regarding Hongghu, Kangxi finally spoke. Liang Jiugong, convey my edict. Consort Hui shall be reprimanded for her laxity and placed under house arrest for 6 months. Public affairs shall be entrusted to Consort Rong and Consort Yi. Furthermore, it has been 3 years since the eldest consort passed. Let the news of my intention to select a new consort for him be disseminated, and in the coming days, summon him to the Ministry of War. Understood, Liang Jiugong replied, retreating while contemplating that although the emperor had chosen to preserve the crown prince, it appeared he was beginning to send warning signals. Chapter 53. The crown prince's sense of crisis. The empress had never experienced such a feeling before. She was determined to confront the emperor. Upon hearing the news of her confinement from Liang Jiugong, Consort Hui was filled with indignation, feeling that she had suffered an immense injustice. Your Majesty's decree cannot be false, can it? The stable boy, Xiao Lizi, is in your service, is he not? As soon as Consort Hui heard this, she staggered back several steps. The emperor and Amp, Oppos, new foal had caught the attention of all 4 consorts in the palace, especially since it was thought to be destined for the crown prince's household, Hongxia or Hongjin. To her surprise, it was given to the 4th household, Hongghu. Naturally, she could not accept that Hongghu had taken the lead, and with Lian Shuang fanning the flames beside her, she signaled to her subordinates to find the right moment to teach Hongghu a lesson, never intending to put him in mortal danger. Consort Hui could scarcely imagine how the emperor currently perceived her, and whether it would implicate the eldest as well. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, her body growing weak as she slid down to the floor. Liang Jiugong observed her distress and sighed inwardly. The emperor was compassionate and had allowed the Duke of Ji to visit her for half an hour the following day. Consort Hui's eyes brightened at this news, and Liang Jiugong, seeing that she understood the emperor's message that he bore no grudge against the duke, waved his whisk and departed. Meanwhile, at Yonghe Palace, Dr. Lu meticulously examined Hongghu and exclaimed with delight, Prince Hongghu, your left hand is healing splendidly. However, as the old saying goes, it takes 100 days to mend bones and muscles, so do take care. Hongghu nodded earnestly, responding in a childish voice, I understand. This elicited laughter from those around. Dr. Lu then checked on Consort De, confirming her recovery before stating that she could get up and move about. Upon hearing this, Consort De hurriedly instructed Granny Qing to help her rise and rush toward the eastern hall. Hongghu, her voice preceded her arrival, and upon recognizing it, Hongghu responded joyfully, Mama. Yijun exchanged a glance with Yinzhen, and they promptly stood aside to make room for Consort De. As she looked at the frail Hongghu lying on the bed, she gently caressed his little face, her voice heavy with concern. You have lost weight. Really? Father used to say that losing weight means I will grow taller. Hongghu replied with innocent surprise, leaving Consort De both amused and tearful. Mama, I heard you were ill. Are you better now? Yes, all better. Mama is just waiting for our Hongghu to recover swiftly. Consort De felt warmth blooming in her heart at Hongghu's unreserved concern. Suddenly, Hongghu seemed to realize something and exclaimed with delight, Oh, my left hand is injured. It won't hinder my studies. Yijun was thoroughly defeated by the little fellow's enthusiasm, while Yinzhen struggled to suppress his laughter. Consort De praised him, saying, Hongghu is studious. He will surely achieve great things in the future. Under Hongghu and Oppos' insistent request, Yinzhen had no choice but to return home to fetch Hongghu's schoolwork for the palace, since Zhu Shi, as an external minister, could not enter the inner palace. Yinzhen arranged for someone to collect Hongghu's assignments each night and deliver them to Zhu's residence. bringing back Zhu Shi's annotations the next morning. The atmosphere in Yonghe Palace was once again filled with joy as Yinzhen resumed his duties. Yijun returned home each evening and came back to the palace the next day, occasionally bringing the eldest princess along to keep Hongghu company. While Yonghe Palace enjoyed tranquil days, unease pervaded the other side. In Qing Palace, ever since the news broke that Kangxi intended to select a consort for the Duke of Ji and summoned him to the Ministry of War, shattered cups and plates had been cleared from the Crown Prince's chambers. Suor Tua frequently visited Qing Palace, but could not calm Yinren's restless heart. The Emperor must know of my involvement in this matter. He is surely sending a warning my way. Yinren paced anxiously in his study like an ant on a hot stove. Your Highness, at that moment, I felt it was unwise to act. Even if Prince Hongghu is favored, the fourth prince cannot surpass you. Suoyapos, ertuofil somevatelplis. Unable to comprehend why the crown prince was so resolute in targeting a child who posed no threat. You do not understand. Yinren slumped helplessly into a chair. From the moment I was born, the Emperor and Oppos, as favoritism has always been directed solely at me. An array of treasures flows into Qing Palace, while my brothers receive little attention from the Emperor. But now, Hongghu of the fourth household, the Emperor granted him a name ahead of schedule. And during his first visit to the palace, he sat beside the Emperor at the dining table while I was seated farther away. Even the tutors chosen for him were painstakingly selected by the Emperor. Why should what rightfully belongs to me be shared with others? Even Hongghu himself should not be allowed such a privilege. Your Highness, the Emperor has not exposed you to public scrutiny, which indicates his continued preference for you. In this period, it would be wise to remain low-key and express closeness to Prince Hongghu, Suorta advised earnestly. I understand, Yinren replied. But Suorta saw that his words had not been heeded, frustration bubbling within him. The crown prince has always been astute. How could he become confused when it comes to Prince Hongghu? What Suorta did not realize was that the crown prince's position relied heavily on Kangxi's unabashed favoritism. Without it, the early loss of his mother and his singular status as the legitimate son would not have been sufficient for him to thrive in the depths of the palace. Now, Kangxi's favoritism was also manifesting in another, giving rise to Yinren's sense of crisis. After Suorta departed, Yinren concealed himself in the silent study, leaving none to know what thoughts consumed the crown prince and Oppos' mind. Chapter 54. The cherished one. The happenings at Qing Palace were unbeknownst to Yonghe Palace, yet recently, the latter had been bustling with activity. Within 3 days of Hongghu's awakening, Rongfei had brought Hongqing to Yonghe Palace. Upon learning of Hongghu's incident, Hongqing insisted on visiting, crying and throwing a tantrum. Had I not intervened out of concern for potential chaos, this mischievous child would have arrived much sooner. Rongfei, always of a straightforward disposition, naturally extended goodwill towards Defei and Yijun, especially since her grandson had formed a bond with Hongghu. Being of similar ages, it was certainly more comfortable for the young princes to be together than to be in the company of us older folks. Defei chatted amiably with Rongfei, while Yijun occasionally chimed in from her position below. In the Easter Hall, 2 spirited little ones were engrossed in a fervent discussion about a pony. Hongghu, I heard that after your incident, the Emperor decreed that the pony be confined, Hongqing said, cautiously avoiding Hongghu's injured left hand as instructed by Rongfei. What? The next time I see the Emperor, I must tell him that the pony did not intentionally throw me off. Hongghu's round face scrunched up in displeasure. He still held great affection for that pony. What does that pony look like? Hongqing asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she awaited Hongghu's response. Hongghu did not disappoint her, showering her with every compliment he could muster for the pony, igniting Hongqing's desire to see this unique creature for herself. Wow! Seeing the stars in Hongqing's eyes, Hongghu silently praised his own literary prowess, delighting in the thought of how his teacher would commend him later. The pair continued their animated chatter for an hour, like 2 chirping sparrows, oblivious to fatigue. Eventually, Rongfei firmly declared it was time to return to the palace, prompting the 2 little ones to reluctantly conclude their conversation. Before leaving, Hongqing turned back, saying, Hongghu, I will come again tomorrow. This evoked laughter from those present. After bidding farewell to Hongqing, it was nearly mealtime. Shortly after their meal, the 14th prince, Yinzhen, arrived at Yonghua Palace, calling out boisterously while carrying a package. Defei was delighted to see Yinzhen and quickly instructed Qing Mama to prepare some of his favorite dishes. After greeting Defei and Yijun, Yinzhen made his way to the Easter Hall, exclaiming, "Hongghu, your Uncle 14 has come to see you." Hongghu, having perked up his little ears to listen for Yinzhen's greeting to Mama and his mother, had been anxiously pondering whether Yinzhen would come see him. Upon hearing his name called, his face instantly lit up with joy. "Uncle 14, I am here." Yinzhen entered and surveyed his nephew, observing that he had lost weight, though he deemed this a good sign, as it would allow him to grow taller. Hongghu nodded vigorously, echoing, "Indeed. Father said the same." Yinzhen then noticed Hongghu's injured left hand and, gritting his teeth, said, "That wretched horse dared to throw my nephew off. I shall go and deal with it." Hongghu's previously jubilant expression froze in shock, and he quickly waved his uninjured right hand, pleading, "No, please don't. I like that pony very much. It was a gift from the emperor." "Ah, I did not expect our Hongghu to be so magnanimous," Yinzhen remarked, having anticipated that Hongghu would agree with him and perhaps even develop a fear of riding. "Of course." Hongghu's little face brightened as he declared, "Mother said the pony was drugged by a bad person, which caused it to throw me." Witnessing Hongghu's earnest explanation, Yinzhen felt a peculiar sense of doubt for the first time. They often say nephews resemble their uncles. Yet here was a nephew who bore a striking resemblance to his uncle, unlike his cold-faced fourth brother at all. Unbeknownst to Yinzhen, if his thoughts were to reach Yinzhen's ears, he would certainly find himself at the mercy of the vengeful fourth prince. Yinzhen then unveiled the package he had brought to amuse Hongghu. Inside were slingshots, wooden ponies, and toy swords. "Are these all for me?" Hongghu exclaimed. "Of course. They are all for your enjoyment." At that moment, Yinzhen's status in Hongghu's eyes rose significantly. "Thank you, Uncle 14. Yinzhen reached out to pat Hongghu's little head, only to have Hongghu shy away, prompting a puzzled look from him. Hongghu cleared his throat and said, "This morning, Hongqing told me that her mother warned her not to let anyone touch her head, as it would hinder her growth." Yinzhen's lips twitched. It seemed Hongghu's obsession with growing taller was rather intense. The two spent the rest of the day playing together, and Yinzhen only departed after enjoying dinner at Yonghua Palace. Throughout his visit, Yinzhen refrained from mentioning his panic upon hearing of Hongghu's accident or his relief upon learning of Hongghu's recovery. He also did not express his concerns regarding Hongghu's emotional state. Proud as he was, beneath Yinzhen's carefree exterior lay a sensitivity akin to that of Defei. Later that evening, after Yijun returned to the manor, Defei observed Hongghu gradually falling asleep and, feeling somewhat weary herself, retreated to her inner chambers. It seemed that the 14th prince had likely endured a few days of restraint before making his visit. A mother knows her child best, and Defei was well aware of Yinzhen's disposition. "Our 14th prince holds Hongghu dear in his heart," Qing Mama remarked while attending to Defei's grooming. "I noticed several items in the package he brought for Hongghu that resemble things he himself would make." Indeed, who could resist a child like Hongghu? The following day, when Defei again encountered the exasperated Rongfei and saw Hongqing bounding into the eastern hall like a little ball, she strove to suppress her smiling lips. It was unexpected that two rivals who had battled for a lifetime had now softened due to their grandsons. As soon as Hongqing entered, she cheerfully announced, "Hongghu, look what I brought you. My father heard that I visited you yesterday and asked me to bring you something to cheer you up." Upon seeing the numerous books in the package, Hongghu's eyes lit up. "Please be sure to thank my third uncle." Hongqing scoffed, "I never liked reading these things, but my father insisted you would enjoy them, and he was right." Seeing this, Hongghu eagerly retrieved the toy given to him by Yinzhen the previous day, exclaiming, "This is from Uncle 14. Let us play together." "Yes, yes." The two little cousins embarked on another joyous adventure. Perhaps the packages from the 14th prince and the gifts entrusted to Hongqing by the Chengjun Wang delighted Hongghu so much that, in the days that followed, the eastern hall of Yonghua Palace became filled with an array of peculiar items bestowed by Emperor Kangxi, several annotated books from Zhu Shi, large gold ingots, and wooden swords sent by the 9th and 10th princes via Yifei, and land deeds delivered to Yijun from the Ulanala residence. Yinzhen and Yijun looked on expressionlessly as Hongghu thrived in Yonghe Palace, his treasures overflowing, prompting Fei to joyfully open the Western Hall specifically to accommodate Hongghu's belongings. They exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. Unbeknownst to Hongghu, his parents' thoughts were far from his mind as he busied himself with his delightful recovery journey. He diligently organized the items gifted by the emperor, while also ensuring he devoted time to the books from his third uncle and teacher, so as not to neglect his studies. He restricted his playtime to 2 hours each for the toys from his uncles, and contemplated the future use of the land deeds from his maternal family once he had fully recuperated. As for the large gold ingots from his ninth uncle, Hongghu winced as the glittering gold dazzled his eyes. Thus, the cherished one, Hongghu, embarked upon his joyful journey of healing. Chapter 55. As time swiftly passed. It was now July, and Hongghu had spent nearly 2 months recuperating in Yonghe Palace. At this point, he no longer needed to remain confined to his bed. As long as he avoided any impact to his left hand, he was largely untroubled. During Hongghu's convalescence, Kangxi occasionally visited, and the palace servants had grown accustomed to this routine. One afternoon, Liang Jiugong arrived at Yonghe Palace, announcing that Kangxi had summoned Hongghu to Yangshin Hall. The Concubine and Yijun did not speculate on the emperor's intentions. They simply advised Hongghu to be cautious with his left hand and permitted Liang Jiugong to escort him away. On the way to Yangshin Hall, Hongghu inquired of Liang Jiugong, "Master Liang, is there a particular matter for which the emperor has summoned me?" "The emperor's thoughts are unknown to me," Liang Jiugong replied. "But his majesty has always shown great affection for you, so you need not worry." Thus, Hongghu ceased his questioning and obediently followed Liang Jiugong to Yangshin Hall. Inside the hall, Hongghu paid his respects to the emperor. Kangxi quickly gestured for him to rise, remarking, "I've been preoccupied with state affairs these past few days and have not had the opportunity to visit you. Do you harbor any grievances against me?" Recently, officials from Jiangsu and Zhejiang had submitted numerous memorials, warning of excessive rainfall this year, which could lead to devastating floods. Should a flood occur, it could claim countless lives and jeopardize agricultural yields, thus threatening the nation's prosperity, a matter that Kangxi could not afford to overlook. Kangxi, a wise ruler, understood that the well-being of the common people depended solely on his governance. Hongghu felt only regret for not growing up more swiftly to assist the emperor, never once blaming him. Upon hearing Hongghu's words, Liang Jiugong felt a chill sweep over him. Such expressions of concern for state affairs were not to be uttered lightly. If any of Kangxi's other sons had spoken thus, the emperor would have immediately questioned their intentions regarding the crown prince's position. However, hearing such sentiments from a merely 5-year-old Hongghu filled Kangxi's heart with warmth and even a sense of pride. Kangxi carefully lifted Hongghu onto his lap, unfolding a memorial to show him. "Can Hongghu read this?" Having never been instructed on who could read state memorials, Hongghu instinctively asked, as he had only seen Kangxi peruse such documents, and even Yinzhen had never done so. "You may read it," Kangxi affirmed. With the emperor's encouragement, Hongghu focused intently on the contents of the memorial, his round face gradually furrowing in concern. "Emperor, does this memorial indicate that floods may occur in Jiangsu and Zhejiang?" Kangxi was somewhat surprised. "You are aware of floods?" "Yes," Hongghu replied. "My teacher gave me a book that described past floods in our great Qing. When floods occur, farmers' fields are submerged, leading to insufficient harvest during the season, causing the people to suffer and even lose their lives." As Hongghu recounted this, he recalled how Yinzhen had informed him that his teacher had previously dealt with flooding issues, prompting him to write to Zhu Shi for advice. Zhu Shi had penned a lengthy response, which Hongghu had preserved with great care. "Your understanding is correct," Kangxi acknowledged, "so I have been addressing this matter recently." Looking at his grandson, Kangxi felt an overwhelming weight upon his heart. The memorial states that floods are only a possibility, meaning we still have time to act. Sensing the emperor's distress, Hongghu quickly offered words of comfort. "Oh, does Hongghu have any good ideas?" Kangxi asked, not truly expecting a 5-year-old to provide a solution, but merely curious about his thoughts. Feeling a tad shy, Hongghu lowered his voice. "The idea is not mine. It was suggested by my teacher." He then recounted Zhu Shi's Honghu's recommendations. Kangxi and Appo's eyes brightened with each passing word, and he exclaimed, "What excellent advice from Zhu Shi." Zhu Shi had extensive experience in managing floods, yet he had never systematically compiled his insights. By chance, when Hongghu inquired, Zhu Shi had shared all the methods he could think of, inadvertently alleviating Kangxi's immediate concerns. With his previous gloom dispelled, Kangxi smiled at Hongghu, asking, "What if we let Hongghu devise his own solutions?" After a moment of contemplation, Hongghu replied earnestly, "I have never personally experienced a flood, nor have I witnessed its consequences firsthand. I only have a superficial understanding of how farmers cultivate their fields, so I dare not presume to offer any solutions." Hongghu's only desire was to spare the common people from suffering. Kangxi had anticipated a naive response from Hongghu, yet he was taken aback by the child and damp Appo's sincerity and profound thoughts, which stirred his emotions. Kangxi set Hongghu down, observing his grandson, who stood shorter than himself. With a heart full of compassion, he admired Hongghu's character, one who, despite being a royal, remained grounded and empathetic toward the plight of the people. Truly commendable. Kangxi then presented several other memorials, engaging in a thorough analysis with Hongghu. Liang Jiugong, watching from the side, was engulfed in astonishment. The emperor had never so closely guided any of his other sons in such matters. An hour and a half passed swiftly, and as their discussion drew to a close, Kangxi reflected for a moment before addressing Hongghu. "Let today's affairs be a secret between you and me. No one else must know, understood?" Hongghu solemnly nodded, knowing that a gentleman's word is invaluable. Kangxi burst into hearty laughter, taking Hongghu by the hand as they made their way back to Yongle Palace. Meanwhile, at the fourth prince's residence, Yinzhen returned early after a day of rest. Upon entering his study, Su Peixiong presented him with an investigative report. "Master, this was submitted by Lord Fei Yonggu." Yinzhen was acutely aware that although the incident involving Hongghu had been attributed to Concubine Hui, his elder brother had not faced reprimand from the emperor. Rather, there seemed to be an undercurrent of favor. It was clear to him that something was amiss. However, constrained by his proximity to Kangxi, Yinzhen decided to correspond with the Ulanara clan, enclosing a list of his contacts within the palace, asking Lord Fei Yonggu to discreetly investigate the matter. He had only just received a reply. As he opened the letter, his eyes narrowed at the mention of the Heshley faction. After reading it thoroughly, he instructed Su Peixiong to incinerate the correspondence. It appeared as if nothing had transpired, yet certain truths were indelibly etched into Yinzhen's heart. Chapter 56. The expectant Neo-Haru. After spending a little over half a month in Yongle Palace, Yinzhen proposed to Kangxi and the noble consort to that, considering Hongghu's studies. It would be more prudent for him to return to the fourth prince's residence, where Zhu Shi could provide daily lessons. Zhu Shi had recently gained favor in Kangxi's eyes due to Hongghu, and naturally, Kangxi did not hinder Hongghu's return home. Although consort felt a twinge of reluctance upon seeing Kangxi and Appo's agreement, she refrained from expressing it further. Thus, Hongghu, with 5 large bundles of luggage packed, joyfully waved goodbye to consort after lunch in Yongle Palace and returned to the fourth prince's residence. Upon his return, Hongghu felt a sense of comfort wash over him. "Mother, there's truly no place like my own courtyard." Yijun pretended to poke Hongghu on the head, teasing, "With such affection from your grandmother. When have you ever felt uncomfortable in Yongle Palace?" Sensing his father's gaze fixed upon him, Hongghu shivered slightly and quipped, "ISN and amp, Appo's. It's just that I and amp, Appo's, am more familiar with my own courtyard." The eldest princess quickly came to Hongghu and amp, Appo's rescue, affirming, indeed, that and amp, Appo's as precisely the reason. With someone backing him up, Hongghu nestled beside the eldest princess, and the two began to engage in whispered conversation. Yinzhen and Yijun exchanged smiles before stepping into the inner chamber to change. "Now that Hongghu's injuries have nearly healed, you may finally relax," Yinzhen remarked, observing Yijun's noticeably thinner face with concern. Yijun nodded, pondering for a moment before asking, "Do I look better now that I and Appo's lost weight, or did I look better before?" Yinzhen was momentarily taken aback, his ears flushing crimson as he awkwardly coughed, You are beautiful in any form. Ever since Hongghu's injury, Yijun had devoted her days to his care, returning home only to collapse in a bed at night. The couple had scarcely found the opportunity to converse as they were doing now. Realizing the situation, Yijun felt a pang in her heart and hurriedly pushed Yinzhen out to join Hongghu and the eldest princess. Yinzhen, bewildered, was nearly struck by the closing door as he touched his still-functioning nose, resignedly joining the conversation with Hongghu and the eldest princess. In the inner chamber, Yijun beckoned for Mama Chun to come over and quietly inquired, "Has the master been visiting anyone else's courtyard these past 2 months?" Mama Chun chuckled at this, replying, "My lady, the master has not visited anyone's courtyard. You return late every day, and he merely rests in the front courtyard, not wanting to disturb you." "Really?" Yijun pressed, attempting to calm her racing heart. "How could I dare to deceive you? The only time a master visited was during his days off to see Prince Hongyun at Yiru Pavilion, but he also stayed in the front courtyard at night." Yijun could not suppress the upward curve of her lips, asking, "Mama Chun, how many hours until dinner?" "Approximately 1.5 hours, Mama Chun replied. "Prepare me for makeup. I must get ready." Meanwhile, the 3 men outside were enjoying themselves thoroughly, while Yijun was busily preparing herself in the inner chamber. Finally, half an hour before dinner, she was satisfied with her appearance. Sitting before the vanity, she gazed at her reflection, a delicate beauty with a rosy complexion. Cloud-like hair adorned with a translucent white jade hairpin, ruby lips, and graceful fingers, her eyes sparkling. Yijun nodded in satisfaction and slowly made her way outside. Hongghu was the first to spot her, rushing over with delight. "Mother, you look truly beautiful." Yijun urged him to slow down, bending down to protect him from bumping into her left hand. Yinzhen turned and was struck by the enchanting scene before him, his beautiful consort bending to shield their son. Perhaps it had been long since he had seen Yijun so meticulously adorned. He stood momentarily mesmerized. Hongghu glanced back and forth, puzzled by the unspoken tension between his parents. The eldest princess, blushing, swiftly led Hongghu into the side hall, leaving the space for Yinzhen and Yijun master. Upon hearing Yijun's voice, Yinzhen snapped back to reality, his gaze on her growing even more profound. Yijun felt her cheeks heat under his intense stare and murmured, "I heard that you've been resting in the front courtyard lately." Before she could finish her sentence, Yinzhen swept her into his arms and carried her toward the inner chamber, declaring, "Since you know, I shall claim my due interest first." Thus, the evening meal unfolded in an atmosphere tinged with intrigue. Yijun sat silently, her head bowed as she ate, while Yinzhen, in contrast, appeared joyful, incessantly asking Hongghu and the eldest princess what they wished to eat. Sensing the peculiar ambience, Hongghu and the eldest princess hastily finished their meals and retreated to their respective quarters. As soon as they left, Yijun angrily tossed her chopsticks aside, exclaiming, "Yinzhen, this is all you're doing." Yinzhen's hand paused midair, a mischievous smirk emerging as he replied, "I never knew my name could sound so delightful." Yijun, flustered and exasperated, pointed to her slightly swollen lips, her reproach unmistakable. In an instant, Yinzhen's expression darkened, and he lifted Yijun, striding toward the inner chamber. "Now that my lady has dined, it is time for me to receive my due." A night of sweet dreams ensued. The next day, Yinzhen happened to have a day off, and they indulged in an unprecedented half-hour of extra sleep. Just as they were about to rise and prepare, Mama Chun hesitantly entered. "Master, my lady." Upon noticing Mama Chen's troubled expression, Yijun signaled her to continue. With a forced tone, Mama Chen relayed, "News has come from the southern courtyard regarding Neo-Hurugij, claiming she is nearly 4 months pregnant." Preposterous! Yinzhen's face darkened in an instant. Mama Chen trembled and knelt, not daring to utter another word. Sensing the tension, Yijun quickly gestured for Mama Chen to leave. Once they were alone, she suppressed her own bitterness and said, "There is no need for anger. The child Neo-Huru carries is also yours. I." Before she could finish, Yinzhen gritted his teeth and interjected, "I did not touch her that night." His fury seemed to suggest he would gladly dismember Neo-Huru. Yijun gasped in shock. "Surely not?" Feeling embarrassed yet infuriated by Neo-Huru's actions, Yinzhen recounted the events of that evening when he had rendered her senseless. "That handkerchief? He added, "Cough, cough. It was I who instructed Mama Lu to prepare it." Yijun realized that Mama Lu, being Yinzhen's wet nurse, could easily handle such matters without Neo-Huru suspecting anything. Still grappling with the implications of this revelation, Yijun asked, "Why would you? During that time, you and I were at odds." "I had no inclination to indulge in such affairs," Yinzhen replied, a hint of grievance in his tone, causing Yijun to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Suddenly, Yijun seemed to realize something, her eyes widening in shock as she murmured, "Then the child Neo-Huru carries. I will find out whose bastard it truly is." Yinzhen vowed, filled with indignation. Chapter 57. The Truth. After finishing his breakfast, Yinzhen hurried to the front courtyard, while Yijun summoned the house physician to ascertain the precise information. It turned out that the new Hilu lady had concealed her pregnancy until she saw Hongghu return from Yonghe Palace. Thinking that this might lessen Yinzhen's attention on Hongghu, she chose this moment to feign illness and summoned a physician for a pulse diagnosis. "Is it indeed over 3 months?" The physician was taken aback by Yijun's inquiry. Yet following the principle that too much disclosure could lead to error, he bowed his head and replied, "From the pulse, it appears to be indeed over 3 months." Having received the answer she sought, Yijun dismissed the physician and instructed Qin Mama to retrieve the visitor's register for meticulous comparison. Did the new Hilu lady leave the residence that day? Yijun pointed to a specific entry in the register. Qin Mama recalled carefully, "Yes. That day, both you and the master were at the palace, tending to Hongghu. The new Hilu lady sent word stating there was a family matter, departing in the morning and returning in the afternoon." Noticing Yijun's slightly distressed expression, Qin Mama hurriedly added, "On that day, the new Hilu lady brought a letter from Lord Ling, which is why I permitted her to leave the residence. As a prominent family of the Manchu nobility, with her father Ling holding a fourth-rank official position, if there was a family matter requiring her presence, it would be inappropriate to detain her." "Very well. Take this register to the front courtyard for the fourth master and repeat to him word for word what you just told me." Meanwhile, Yinzhen examined the register brought by Qin Mama and, after contemplating her words for a moment, instructed her to inform his master that the fourth master would come to investigate. Qin Mama, already convinced that something was amiss, promptly complied. Yinzhen tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. A quarter of an hour later, he commanded Su Peixiong, "Investigate what the new Hilu lady did upon leaving the residence that day, and also look into Ling Zhu. With such clear clues, the investigation should be straightforward." As expected, by evening, Su Peixiong had gathered all the pertinent information. "Master, on the day the new Hilu lady left, she indeed returned directly to the new Hilu residence without visiting any other places. However, the claim in Lord Ling Zhu's letter regarding the new Hilu lady's illness was a fabrication." Yinzhen remained silent as Su Peixiong continued. "I found a purchasing steward from the new Hilu residence. Her son was being pursued for debts by a gambling house. I leveraged this to extract information and learned that His Royal Highness had privately visited the new Hilu residence that day, but Ling Zhu had issued a gag order, forbidding the household staff from speaking." Yinzhen's body tensed instantly. Has the background of the servants around the new Hilu lady been clarified? Yes, the personal maid beside the new Hilu lady has known her since childhood, but that stewardess possesses medical knowledge. A fourth-rank official in Oppos. As household can actually cultivate someone skilled in pharmacology. Yinzhen felt a rush of anger. What does the crown prince consider himself, and how does he perceive Hongghu? Yinzhen strode purposefully to the main courtyard, sharing his findings with Yijun. After a moment's hesitation, he also divulged the investigative results that Fei Yonggu had provided him earlier. Yijun's emotions shifted from shock to fury. How could His Royal Highness engage in such actions? Yinzhen tightened his lips, struggling to suppress his rising anger, pondering why the new Hilu lady had captured his elder brother's attention. Anyone in his position, faced with infidelity from a woman in the rear courtyard, would be consumed by a desire for revenge. Yet now, with the crown prince involved, Yinzhen had to restrain his feelings. New Hilu lady. In the previous life, she bore Honghui, who later ascended to the throne and honored her as Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager. A flash crossed Yijun's mind. Investigate the fate of the new Hilu lady. Yinzhen was puzzled by Yijun's sudden excitement. Yijun, aware she could not explain matters of the past life to him, could only say, "Your Highness, you are a vital asset to the nation. The new Hilu lady is merely the daughter of a fourth-rank official. Aside from fate, I cannot fathom what could possibly warrant your attention." Yinzhen contemplated Yijun's words and found them reasonable. "I shall have Su Peixiang take the new Hilu lady's birth information to Daowang Temple tomorrow." Upon hearing Yinzhen take her words to heart, Yijun felt reassured. They each pondered their thoughts, and the night passed in silence. The following day, Su Peixiang took the new Hilu lady's birth information to seek counsel from an old monk at Daowang Temple. After reviewing it, the monk slowly remarked, "This individual possesses a precious fate, bearing the semblance of a phoenix. Yet such beauty is ephemeral as a mirage. A dream is but a dream, and one must not defy the will of heaven." Su Peixiang, upon hearing this, was drenched in sweat and hastily rode back to report to Yinzhen. By evening, in the inner chamber of the main courtyard, Yijun pondered the monk's words, "A mirage, a dream." If this is the case, then the preceding mention of a phoenix must be taken with caution. Yijun found little significance in the notion of a phoenix fate. Whether the new Hilu lady could bear Honghui in this lifetime remained uncertain. What could be said of the phoenix fate? Yet, she could not comprehend why the crown prince would act upon such words. Knowing there was a possibility of a phoenix fate, one would not allow such a possibility to exceed their control. Yinzhen astutely pointed out the underlying machinations between the crown prince and Ling. Yijun lamented, "Did they not realize that once this matter is suspected, there will be nowhere to hide? However, if I had not been involved with the new Hilu lady, no one would have investigated." Yijun fell silent, recognizing the truth. If Yinzhen had genuinely been with the new Hilu lady, the child within her would undoubtedly be his. Who would suspect the illustrious crown prince? Yet, the heavens are just. Certain actions, once taken, are destined to be revealed. For now, we must devise a plan to eliminate that illegitimate child. Yinzhen expressed his frustration. "I shall handle this matter. Do not expend your energy on such schemes. The crown prince is already watching us closely, and you have enough on your plate managing the household." Yinzhen observed Yijun's earnest demeanor and nodded in agreement. The next day, after finishing her breakfast, Yijun summoned Wei Ji and, after dismissing everyone, instructed, "Find a way to let the crown princess know that the child in the new Hilu lady's womb belongs to his royal highness. Also, convey the news of the new Hilu lady's innate phoenix fate as a grand gift from me, the sister-in-law, to my elder sister-in-law. This matter is of great significance. Not a whisper of it should escape." "Yes, I shall obey." Chapter 58. Yijun's counterattack. It is unclear how Wei Ji managed to convey the news to the crown princess. But along with the tidings of new Hilu's auspicious fate, the details of her birth chart were also transmitted. The crown princess was unwilling to believe it and dispatched her confidants to investigate. Upon receiving the results, her fury erupted, causing her to shatter everything within reach. Why must he treat me this way?" The crown princess wept in the embrace of her wet nurse, Madame Zhu, who had cared for her since childhood, cherishing her even more than her own children. Seeing the crown princess in such despair, Madame Zhu hastily consoled her. "Your Highness, do not be disheartened. She is merely a noble lady from a prince's residence. What influence could she possibly wield?" However, the crown princess was acutely aware that if new Hilu gave birth to a son, her own position would be imperiled. Madame Zhu, unsure how to counsel her, felt a twinge of resentment toward the crown prince for meddling in family affairs. "I shall not allow that wretched woman the chance to bear a son," the crown princess declared with fierce determination. Madame Zhu gently patted the crown princess's back. "Indeed, they say she is only 3 months along. There is still much to endure before she can safely deliver." At that moment, new Hilu was blissfully unaware of the impending calamity, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his son. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard of the fourth prince's residence, Yijun reclined against the edge of her bed, instructing He to summon new Hilu. Half an hour later, new Hilu arrived, only to be halted at the entrance by the stern Madame Chan, who stated, "The foreign has grown weary waiting for Miss Nilu's arrival and has now taken a rest. Please, miss, wait a moment." New Hilu felt a surge of indignation. Though she had intentionally delayed her arrival, She believed her condition afforded her some protection. Yet the foreign and Appo's blatant dismissal left her frustrated. A maid accompanying new Hilu gently tugged at her sleeve and stepped forward, saying, "Our Lady is with child." So her movements are somewhat hindered, which has caused a delay. We hope for your understanding. Gui scoffed. In that case, once the foreign awakens, you may convey this to her. Faced with such obstinacy, new Hilu had no choice but to stand at the entrance, waiting for Yijun to awaken. Just as she felt her strength waning, someone emerged from within, announcing that the foreign had awakened and requested that new Hilu proceed to the main hall for tea while she prepared herself. After consuming 2 cups of tea in the main hall, Yijun finally emerged from the inner chambers. "I pay my respects to the foreign," new Hilu said, her heart heavy with reluctance, yet she dutifully performed her greeting. "Enough of that," Yijun replied, her expression grave. "Due to the recent matters concerning Hongghu, I have been unable to review the household records. I have come to discover that you mentioned an issue in your residence. What was it, and has it been resolved?" Yijun feigned concern while her eyes glimmered with coldness. New Hilu felt a chill run through her and hurriedly replied, "Thank you for your concern, foreign. It was my mother who was unwell, but she has since recovered." "Recovery is indeed the best outcome," Yijun continued, her tone measured. "Considering you are with child, the timing of your departure from the residence coincided with your conception. How fortunate that nothing untoward transpired. Otherwise, I would have had to seek an explanation from the esteemed Defei in the palace." Each word struck new Hilu like a dagger to the heart. "It was my oversight, and, thankfully no disaster ensued," new Hilu stammered, her palms slick with sweat, her voice trembling. Just as Yijun was about to continue, new Hilu abruptly stood and said, "Foreign, I'm feeling unwell and must take my leave." Yijun made no effort to stop her, merely stating that the well-being of the child in her womb was paramount, and instructed Guhi to summon the physician to check on new Hilu. Watching new Hilu flee in a state of disarray, Yijun internally scoffed. How could one who harbors guilt expect to live in peace? As new Hilu made her way back to her quarters, she trembled and asked her maid, "Do you think the foreign suspects anything?" The maid immediately pinched new Hilu, the pain jolting her back to reality. The foreign was merely making casual inquiries. "You needn't be so anxious," she replied. New Hilu tightened her lips, harboring resentment. Once she bore the crown prince's son, she vowed to rid herself of that maid who dared to lay a hand on her. Yijun, however, remained unconcerned about the interaction between new Hilu and the maid. Even if she were aware, she would merely see it as new Hilu's own doing. At that moment, Yijun was penning a letter to the Ulanara family, requesting her elder brother Qinghui to conduct a thorough investigation into Ling, ideally uncovering evidence that would prevent him from regaining his footing. The crown prince, the crown princess, new Hilu, Yijun mused. There is no need to rush, one step at a time. When Yinzhen returned from his errands, Yijun shared her plans with him. He regarded her with admiration, saying, "I never expected my wife to act with such decisiveness and precision, striking right at the heart of the matter." Yijun shot him a playful glare before inquiring about his own affairs. After a moment of contemplation, Yinzhen responded, "Currently, the emperor views the crown prince's position as secure and will not tolerate any attempts to undermine him." "And what of the future?" Yijun asked, her voice laced with urgency. "I will seize every opportunity when the time is right, but that moment is not now. I understand the principle of winners and losers. I will ensure your safety." Yinzhen assured her, grasping her hand firmly, laying bare their future plans before her. "I will stand by your side," Yijun replied, her grip tightening on his hand. An unspoken understanding between them. Qinghui's actions were swift, and within 2 days, he had thoroughly investigated Ling. Yijun, upon reading the incriminating details, clicked her tongue and instructed her father, tomorrow during court, present a significant gift to Lord Ling. The following morning, during the court session, Fei Yonggu calmly presented a memorial to Kangxi, catching the cheerful Lord Ling off guard. The surrounding officials exchanged glances, sensing a shift in the fourth prince's residence. Could it be that the maternal family of the fourth prince's wife has taken issue with the noble lady from Lord Ling's family? They speculated. Seated above, Kangxi too pondered, Could the fourth prince be favoring Ling Zhu's daughter while the fourth prince's wife attends to Hongghu in the palace? With Kangxi's vivid imagination guiding him, he swiftly reprimanded Ling Zhu, demoting him to a sixth-rank official. Kangxi's expression darkened. Such favoritism towards a concubine at the expense of a legitimate wife could not be tolerated, and he seized the opportunity to admonish the fourth prince. Meanwhile, the crown prince maintained a strained smile, attempting to display a gentlemanly demeanor, provoking quiet mockery from Yinzhen. Chapter 59. The flood erupts in August of the 40th year of Kangxi's reign. Officials from the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions once again submitted petitions, lamenting the severe flooding caused by incessant rainfall. Although Kangxi had previously ordered preparations based on the methods proposed by Zhu Shi, this deluge was more ferocious than usual. In recent days, officials at court felt increasingly anxious, fearful that any misstep might invoke the emperor's wrath. "Your Majesty, whom should we dispatch to address this calamity?" the officials inquired. Kangxi, seated upon his dragon throne, cast his keen gaze over each official present. "Your imperial father, I am willing to personally journey to the disaster-stricken area to oversee the flood relief efforts," the crown prince boldly declared, stepping forward to express his sense of responsibility as the heir to the Qing throne. Kangxi nodded in approval. "Your Majesty, the crown prince is the foundation of our great nation. He simply cannot venture into the disaster zone." Suor Tuo interjected, in harmony with the crown prince's sentiment. Officials aligned with the crown prince echoed his concerns, and while Kangxi was not genuinely inclined for the crown prince to go, after all, he was irreplaceable. He refrained from halting the discourse when Suo and Oppos, Tuo, and others spoke up. "Your imperial father, allow me to go," Yinzhen interjected, deftly alleviating Kangxi's and the crown prince's immediate concerns. Upon hearing Yinzhen's proposal, Kangxi instinctively surveyed the room and noted that only Fei Yanggu appeared troubled, while the other officials displayed no further expressions. Pleased, Kangxi thought to himself, "This fourth prince has always been upright and has never consorted with powerful ministers. He is indeed the most suitable candidate." After a moment's contemplation, he proclaimed, confer upon fourth prince Yinzhen the title of imperial envoy, to govern the flood disaster in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. "Remember, prioritize the welfare of the common people above all else." "I shall obey," Yinzhen responded dutifully. News of the fourth prince and Oppos' imminent dispatch to the flood-affected areas spread like wildfire. At that moment, Yijun was resting in her chamber. She felt particularly fatigued these days, likely due to the strain of caring for Hongghu recently. "Lady, it is being said outside that His Majesty has dispatched our fourth master to the disaster area for relief efforts." Guhi gently lifted the curtain, calling out to Yijun. "Surely, it was our fourth master who volunteered?" Yijun asked with growing concern. "Indeed," Guhi replied. Yijun sighed inwardly. If Yinzhen were to succeed in his mission, it would be a considerable achievement. However, if he were to falter, others would merely attribute it to his inexperience. Yet they would still harbor goodwill for his willingness to assist. It was a risk-free endeavor that Yinzhen would certainly pursue. Yet, floods were unlike other disasters. They often heralded subsequent epidemics, and many officials had perished in floods in previous years. "Guhi, please send Wei Ji to convey a message to my elder brother," requesting a list of officials in the capital with experience in flood management. Yijun instructed, unable to shake her unease. That evening, upon returning home after completing his duties, Yinzhen found Yijun waiting with a list of approximately 7 or 8 officials who had experience in flood relief. "This is the list I asked my brother to compile of those in the capital experienced in flood management. If you find time, you should consult them one by one. If not, I will have my brother inquire," Yijun said, observing Yinzhen's puzzled expression. Yinzhen immediately grasped her intent. "It seems you have considered everything. I had thought the methods of Zhu Shi would suffice, but it appears your foresight surpasses my own." Yijun smiled, knowing Yinzhen's words were not to be taken too seriously. She did not believe that the meticulous fourth prince could overlook such matters. However, Yinzhen tended to be rather straightforward, and while results were paramount, it was equally important for those in higher positions to recognize the diligence and thoroughness of his efforts. Seeing that Yinzhen understood, Yijun refrained from further elaboration. The couple tidied up briefly before dinner time arrived. At the dining table, Hongghu, with a furrowed brow, asked, "Father, are you truly going to manage the flood disaster?" "I shall depart in 3 days," Yinzhen replied, not concealing his plans from the children, for they were growing and needed to cultivate their own understanding. "Have you memorized the sage strategies, father?" Hongghu questioned incessantly, akin to a concerned elder. He inquired about the provisions of silver and medicine, and whether Yinzhen had remembered Zhu Shi's effective remedies, evoking both a smile and a pang of sorrow within Yinzhen. "Father's return will not come until at least 2 months later. You are the eldest son of the family. Take good care of your mother and sister, understood?" Hongghu straightened his chest, responding earnestly, "I will." Witnessing this scene, Yijun felt a sudden prick of emotion, hastily lowering her head to conceal her vulnerability. The following day, Yinzhen took leave specifically to visit each official listed by Yijun, seeking their insights on flood management. In the Yangxin Hall, Kangxi inquired, "So, the fourth has taken leave today to consult those in the capital with experience in flood relief?" His tone lifted, and a smile graced his lips. "Indeed, word has spread throughout the capital," Liang Jiogong replied. "The fourth has always been meticulous in his endeavors. It is commendable that he considers matters so thoroughly," Kangxi remarked, continuing to peruse the memorials before him. It was evident that his mood was buoyant. Kangxi mused that Hongghu's actions were somewhat influenced by Yinzhen's example, reflecting on how the typically stern fourth prince possessed many admirable qualities. Over the next 3 days, Yinzhen was exceedingly busy, while Yijun was equally occupied, meticulously verifying the clothing, supplies, and medicines he would take along, ensuring nothing was overlooked before instructing the servants to pack everything for departure. Before setting off, Yinzhen turned to glance at his wife and children standing at the gate. Even Hongyun had been instructed to accompany them. Yinzhen parted his dry lips. "Come inside quickly. I shall be leaving shortly." After casting one last glance at Yijun, he climbed into the carriage. As the carriage slowly rolled away, gradually fading from view, Yijun sighed. "All right." Everyone returned to the courtyard. With that, she was assisted by Granny Chan back to the main quarters, while the Gij and Hongghu returned to the front courtyard to resume their lessons. "Granny Chan, I will lie down for a while. Please wake me for lunch," Yijun said, feeling utterly exhausted, longing for a restful slumber. Granny Chan promptly complied, exiting the inner chamber and signaling to the servants to move quietly. For a moment, the main quarters were enveloped in a serene silence, the chirping of birds resonating distinctly. Chapter 60. The Ulanara family, Yinzhen and his entourage hurried towards the disaster-stricken area, their hearts growing heavier with each passing mile. The flood had left countless people homeless, and vast numbers of refugees flooded into the surrounding regions, particularly near the disaster zone, where the ground was littered with the deceased, and the cries of the grieving echoed relentlessly. Upon arriving in Zhejiang, the provincial governor from Shaoqi personally welcomed them at the entrance of his residence, accompanied by officials of varying ranks from the Zhejiang region. Observing the haggard expressions of the officials, Yinzhen spoke up. "There is no need for formalities. Let us proceed inside and discuss the current situation in detail." Without hesitation, from Shaoqi complied. Before Yinzhen's arrival, they had feared that this fourth prince would be one who indulged in extravagance and ceremony. Yet in the midst of this calamity, they had been laboring tirelessly day after day, leaving them little energy to cater to a royal prince. Fortunately, this fourth prince appeared to be genuinely committed to addressing the pressing matters at hand, which relieved from Shaoqi greatly. Inside the room, as Yinzhen listened to from Shaoqi's account of the situation, his brow furrowed deeply. "Is the disaster in Huzhou truly this severe?" he inquired, with reddened eyes. From Shaoqi replied, "Your Highness, currently, more than half of Huzhou is submerged, and the people are fleeing towards Hangzhou and Jiaxing. What has happened to the disaster relief funds allocated by the court? We are utterly incapable. After the funds are distributed, only a meager portion reaches the hands of the people, with lower-ranking officials embezzling the rest. For every one we dismiss, another emerges. Moreover, the price of grain has skyrocketed, and the money in the hands of the common folk cannot purchase much sustenance." From Shaoqi, too, felt powerless. They had witnessed the relentless torment of the situation. For the lower-ranking officials, inaction meant they would face starvation like the citizens, and the dire choice between life and death naturally propelled many to act against the law. Yinzhen tightened his lips, contemplating for a moment before issuing his command. From Shaoqi, starting tomorrow, establish grain distribution points in the Huzhou area, as well as at the entrances of Hongzhou and Jiaxing, where refugees are likely to arrive, ensuring that the displaced have food to eat. Your Highness, but we do not possess sufficient grain, came the anxious response. Utilize the current stock, and I shall devise a means for future supplies, Yinzhen assured. With his promise, from Shaoqi and the others hurried to open the granaries, while Yinzhen moved to his desk and began to write letters fervently. One letter was addressed to Kangxi, and another to Yijun, both detailing the severity of the disaster in Huzhou and expressing the critical shortage of grain. Upon reading it, Kangxi erupted in fury. Why was this severity not reflected in the reports presented to me? Liang Jiugong, standing nearby, dared not speak. After a long silence, Kangxi sighed heavily. Let us discuss this matter at tomorrow's court meeting. Meanwhile, upon receiving Yinzhen's letter, Yijun quickly rallied her spirits, instructing Wei Ji to harness the carriage and hurriedly made her way to the Ulanara residence. Fei Yonggu, noticing his daughter's anxious demeanor, promptly led Yijun to the study, where Honghui and Fuchang also joined them. Inside the study, after reading Yinzhen and Appo's letter, the expressions of the group turned grave. In light of the disaster, funds could be procured, yet the inflated grain prices posed significant challenges for bulk purchases. Fei Yonggu clenched Yinzhen's letter, expressing his concerns. The national treasury is not abundant. Even if the emperor wishes to assist, he is powerless, Honghui affirmed. Yijun, suppressing her reddened eyes, spoke up. Father, brothers, I have a plan. I wonder if it is feasible. Yijun then laid out her proposal, adding at the end, this matter must be led by father. I do not know if you. Unable to restrain her emotions, she took out a handkerchief to dab at her eyes. Fei Yonggu could not bear to see Yijun in tears and looked helplessly at Honghui and Fuchang. Fuchang stepped forward and patted Yijun's shoulder. Sister, our family possesses ample silver. Is shedding tears over such matters necessary? Honghui chimed in, indeed. Moreover, this endeavor would greatly benefit our family. Opportunities to exchange silver for good reputation are rare. Seeing the unwavering support from his father and brothers, Yijun could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed freely. The next day, during the court session, as Kangxi recounted Yinzhen's letter to the officials present, silence fell as everyone bowed their heads. The emperor was not seeking their opinions. He was clearly demanding funds. As Kangxi's expression darkened, Fei Yonggu stepped forward, declaring loudly, Your Majesty, I, of the Ulanara family, wish to contribute 2,000 taels of silver to purchase grain from the market. Kangxi was taken aback. Is what you say true? He inquired. I have lived in the capital comfortably, relying on your Majesty's great grace. In this time of calamity, I wish to lend a hand. Excellent. Kangxi responded, his heart elated. Truly, the choice of my fourth son's marriage was wise. Observing this, the surrounding officials groaned inwardly, hastily stepping forward to pledge their own contributions. Kangxi, pleased, waved his hand, saying, You, my ministers, are the pillars of the nation. I thank you on behalf of the people. The officials, kneeling, humbly refused, yet their silver had been offered, leaving Fei Yonggu to bask in the glory. They felt as though they were bitterly eating bitter melon, unable to voice their grievances. Having achieved his goal, Kangxi concluded the court session, reminding everyone to act swiftly, for the floods would not wait. 3 days later, the ninth prince, Yinzhen, set forth with a convoy of grain towards the Huzhou area. Why was it Yinzhen? After learning of Yinzhen's situation, he had gone alone to the Yangxin palace, speaking with Kangxi about matters unknown, resulting in Kangxi instructing Yinzhen to deliver grain to assist in combating the flood. Only Yijun and the Ulanara family understood that the ninth prince, with his compassion and virtue, was repaying the kindness shown during the previous snowstorm. At this moment in Huzhou, during the 3 days following Yinzhen's arrival, countless lower-ranking officials were publicly executed, instilling fear among the officials while the common people cheered in approval. Continuous grain distribution for 3 days and nights had nearly depleted the granaries of various prefectures. Despite holding Yijun and Appos as reply in hand, Yinzhen was anxious, his lips blistering from stress. Simultaneously, he was diligently investigating the siltation conditions of the river sections in Huzhou, while from Shaoqi and others negotiated with nearby prefectures to shelter the refugees. After a day and night of thorough investigation, Yinzhen resolved to excavate a tributary upstream of the silted river in Huzhou. Given the severity of the flooding, this endeavor was fraught with difficulty. Yinzhen had no choice but to deploy officials and soldiers to commence the excavation, keeping a close watch on the progress daily. On the morning of the second day, as Yinzhen awoke, weary from exhaustion, he found from Shaoqi and others waiting in the residence. Upon seeing Yinzhen emerge from his chamber, they hurriedly approached him, saying, "Your Highness, the grain supplies in various prefectures are truly nearing depletion. We may not last through today." Yinzhen slammed his fist on the table, his stubble darkening, and having lost considerable weight from the relentless pressure from Shaoqi and the others now held deep respect for him. Just as Yinzhen was about to speak, an official rushed in, tumbling and shouting excitedly, "Grain from the court has arrived. The 9th prince has brought grain." Chapter 61. The accusation of Yinzhen. Upon seeing Yinzhen arrive with provisions, Yinzhen exhaled a sigh of relief. "You have endured much hardship on this arduous journey," he said, patting Yinzhen on the shoulder. Yinzhen, smiling, responded, "I see that 4th brother has lost considerable weight. It is you who has truly suffered." Yinzhen chose not to elaborate further and instructed Su Peixiang to assist Yinzhen in arranging their belongings, while others, including Shaoqi, were tasked with distributing the grain to various households. With the issue of food resolved and the excavation of the tributary proceeding smoothly, Yinzhen found himself liberated from the frantic pace of the previous days. He summoned the attending court physician, Dr. Fong. Dr. Fong, as the ancient saying goes, and Appos, after great calamity, great pestilence follows. Although the excavation of the tributary will eventually drain the floodwaters, I am concerned about the potential for an ensuing epidemic. Do you have any prudent measures to propose? Dr. Fong promptly replied, "Your Highness has shown remarkable foresight. I had intended to discuss this matter with you in the coming days. I beseech you to decree a prohibition against the refugees consuming unboiled water and to forbid the washing of fruits and vegetables or utensils with such water. It is imperative that all water be boiled before use, as this is the sole method to avert a major epidemic." Yinzhen took Dr. Fong's words to heart. "I understand," he said. After Dr. Fong withdrew, Yinzhen emerged from behind a partition. "4th brother, how can we ensure that the refugees refrain from drinking unboiled water? Most of them are ordinary folk who, in their desperation, will drink from any available source. It is indeed challenging to require them to boil the water first. We must enforce this mandate strictly. Should even one individual contract a disease from unboiled water, the entire populace of the Zhejiang region would bear the consequences." Yinzhen's resolute stance left Yinzhen momentarily at a loss for a more effective solution. In late August of the 40th year of Kangxi's reign, while tasked with managing the flood disaster in Zhejiang, 4th Prince Yinzhen issued a decree. Any refugee found consuming unboiled water shall have their entire group's grain supply revoked, and neighboring jurisdictions are authorized to deny entry to that group. This decree sent shockwaves through Huzhou and surrounding areas. The refugees, gripped by fear, began to monitor one another, anxious that a single infraction could deprive them of the relief provisions. The local authorities, recognizing the underlying significance of Yinzhen's order, were filled with admiration for him. The decree quickly became the foremost rule adhered to by all in the disaster-stricken regions. 2 weeks later, the tributary was successfully excavated, and, as the floodwaters began to recede, the refugees rejoiced, exclaiming, "The flood is receding! The flood is receding!" After a moment of shared relief between Yinzhen and Yinzhen, they resumed their diligent preparations for post-disaster recovery. While conditions improved steadily on Yinzhen's side, Reports criticizing him circulated widely in the capital. Kangxi gazed at the mountain of memorials piled on his desk, fury boiling within him. These courtiers, my son suffers in the disaster zone, and they hide in the capital, still demanding to criticize him. He exclaimed in exasperation. Do they think themselves foolish? Yinzhen's direct orders stem from the fear of a subsequent epidemic following a great calamity. He has kept me informed of the situation. Yet, these people seem intent on provoking my disdain for him. Utterly shameless. Kangxi's finger trembled as he pointed at the stack of memorials, addressing Liang Jiogong. Go, return these memorials to me, and inform them that if anyone dares to speak out again, I shall send them to Huzhou to deal with the disaster themselves. Liang Jiogong hurriedly took the memorials and departed, pondering, what is wrong with these officials? Why are they so dim-witted? In Yueying Palace, upon learning that Kangxi had ordered Liang Jiogong to return the memorials criticizing Yinzhen, Yinring was incensed. What does this mean? Is the emperor so protective of fourth brother that he intends to pass the throne to him? At this moment, Sueda signaled for the attendants to leave, and once alone with Yinring, he spoke softly. Your Highness, fourth prince's orders are justified. Those who wish to criticize him only serve to give the emperor the impression that he is being oppressed. The emperor would never allow such a thing to transpire. Yinring tightened his lips, realizing that his father was increasingly favoring fourth brother. Sueda took a step closer, lowering his voice. Fourth prince poses no threat. Previously, you were concerned about the fate of that individual in the fourth prince's household, but now she carries your progeny. Your position as crown prince will only grow more secure. Do not lose your composure. Yinring thought of the Niu Hulu lady in Yinzhen's household, his expression softening slightly. Had it not been for the emperor's swift action in bestowing her upon fourth brother, he would not have been compelled to take such risks. It was indeed as Ling Zhu had stated, a moment too late. Sueda also felt that they were but a step away from legitimizing the Niu Hulu lady as the crown prince's consort. Once that was accomplished, they could spread the news of her auspicious fate, greatly benefiting the crown prince. What has become of Ling Zhu? Yinring inquired, recalling the earlier accusations against Ling Zhu. Rest assured, he has been taken care of, came the reply. Satisfied, Yinring exhaled, contemplating that if the Niu Hulu lady bore a son, he would eliminate Hongghu and position her son to inherit fourth brother's legacy. Such thoughts filled him with immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yijun remained unaware of the crown prince and amp, Appo's sinister intentions, as she was preoccupied with the incessant questions from Hongghu. After learning of Yinzhen and amp, Appo's predicament from Zhu Shi, Hongghu hurried home from school and incessantly questioned Yijun, who finally surrendered. Do you think your royal father is one to be swayed by baseless accusations? Hongghu shook his head. Exactly. Your royal father would not blame your father for such unfounded charges. With that reassurance, Hongghu felt relieved, but he soon noticed a difference in Yijun's complexion and asked, Mother, are you unwell? Yijun rallied her spirits. I am well, just a bit fatigued. Gulme, I have a letter from your father to show you. As she spoke, she stood to retrieve the letter, but before she could steady herself, she collapsed onto the bed. Mother, Hongghu cried out in alarm. Chapter 62. Expecting again upon awakening, Yijun found herself in bed, with Hongghu and the eldest princess vigilantly by her side. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she recalled the fainting episode that had preceded her current state. Mother, you are awake, Hongghu exclaimed, while the eldest princess hastily summoned a physician to check Yijun's pulse once more. Instinctively, Yijun attributed her condition to mere exhaustion. But the physician's cheerful demeanor after examining her pulse revealed a different truth. Congratulations, Fujin, you are with child. Expecting? Yijun was momentarily taken aback, processing the physician's words, while smiles brightened the faces of both Hongghu and the eldest princess. Previously, the physician had only suggested the possibility, requiring confirmation upon Yijun's awakening. Now, the matter was settled. The fourth prince's residence would soon welcome a new addition. Yijun gently placed her hand on her abdomen, contemplating the reality of carrying her and Yinzhen's second child. How many months along am I? She inquired. Back to Fujin. It is only just over a month, the physician replied after another pulse check. Just over a month. That aligned perfectly with the night Hongghu returned home, when she had not prepared any contraceptive measures due to her prior attentiveness to him. It was astonishing that just that one occasion had led to this unexpected pregnancy. Yijun felt a swirl of emotions she struggled to articulate. She had intended to wait until Hongghu was older, yet here she was unexpectedly expecting. Nevertheless, she felt a profound sense of anticipation for the little one growing within her. "Is there a brother or sister in Mother's belly?" Hongghu asked eagerly, staring at Yijun and Appo's midsection. "Yes, there is your brother or sister here," Yijun replied, guiding Hongghu and Appo's small hand to rest on her abdomen. Hongghu's face flushed with excitement as he declared, "Mother, I will be a good big brother and protect my siblings." The eldest princess, equally thrilled, found her gaze drawn irresistibly to Yijun's belly. At that moment, Yijun realized that her previous worries were but fleeting clouds. Everything would unfold naturally in due time. Granny Chun and Gu He signaled for the servants to leave, granting the trio some cherished privacy. "Mother, how do children find their way to be born?" the rarely childish eldest princess asked, prompting Yijun to tenderly pat her hand and respond, "Before they are born, all children watch the world from above. When they see a woman they like, they choose to be born in her womb, and when they grow up, they call her mother." "Then why didn't I choose you as my mother back then?" the eldest princess questioned, a hint of grievance in her tone. "Silly child, aren't you calling me mother now? I had only just married your father when you were born." Yijun chuckled, playfully tapping the tip of the eldest princess's nose. "I understand now. Both the eldest sister and I found our way to mother," Hongghu exclaimed with wide, sparkling eyes, raising his hand to contribute. "Indeed, the eldest princess is the elder sister, and Hongghu is the elder brother. Perhaps this child is coming because they adore you both," Yijun said with a laugh, effortlessly dispelling any potential feelings of jealousy within them. The three of them shared in the joyous anticipation of the new life to come. The following day, Defei learned of Yijun's pregnancy and, upon hearing from Wei Ji about Yijun's fainting spell the previous night, hurried to seek an imperial decree from Kangxi to send the palace's most skilled physician in matters of female pregnancy to the fourth prince's residence. That afternoon, the physician confirmed Yijun's condition, noting that she was indeed over a month along, but merely weak in constitution. With timely nourishment and rest, she would face no major issues. Defei was overwhelmed with joy and hastily ordered Qing Mama to open the private treasury, showering the fourth prince's residence with generous gifts. "I cannot express how long I have waited to hear that the fourth prince's consort is with child again." Defei beamed, her eyes sparkling with delight, a sentiment echoed by the surrounding servants. With Hongghu as the elder brother, if this child is a boy, he will surely charm everyone just like Hongghu. And if it's a girl, she is bound to be exceptionally clever. Qing Mama chimed in, filling the air with sweet words. And Defei radiated joy akin to a flower blooming at noon. Meanwhile, Kangxi's good mood was apparent. He was uncharacteristically cheerful as he reviewed official documents, a stark contrast to his usual irritability. Liang Jiugong observed this transformation with quiet astonishment, connecting it to the news Defei had shared earlier. "Has the fourth prince's consort written to the fourth prince yet?" Kangxi inquired, lifting his gaze from the documents to Liang Jiugong. "Not yet, your majesty," Liang Jiugong replied. Kangxi's spirits soared further. The fact that the fourth prince's consort was pregnant and that the fourth prince was the last to learn of it filled him with unexpected delight. He had long hoped for Yijun to bear another child and had even sent Niu Hulu to the fourth prince's residence to instill a sense of urgency in her. However, the result had led to Fei Yonggu's impeachment of Ling Zhu, and Kangxi had feared his plans had backfired until he learned of Yijun's pregnancy. Imagining the yet-to-be-born child resembling Hongghu only heightened his joy. If Liang Jiugong were to discover Kangxi's thoughts at that moment, he would surely be left speechless. For it was a rarity for an unborn child to be recognized before the emperor. Nonetheless, Liang Jiugong quietly prepared to discreetly arrange protection for the fourth prince's consort during her pregnancy, ensuring that no ill-intentioned individuals would disrupt her well-being. At the fourth prince's residence, Yijun sat at her writing desk, staring blankly for quite some time, contemplating how to begin a letter to Yinzhen. After a prolonged moment of reflection, she finally picked up her pen distilling her myriad thoughts into a few concise lines. I am over a month pregnant. Hoping for your safe return. After carefully sealing the letter, she dispatched it with haste to Huzhou. At that time, in Huzhou, the flood relief efforts were nearing completion. Yinzhen and Yinzhen were busy planning the restoration of homes and the reassignment of farmland. Thanks to the assistance of Shaoqi and others, along with Yinzhen's decisive orders, the Huzhou region had remained free from any outbreaks, returning to order. 3 days later, when Yijun's letter reached Yinzhen, he opened it with a mix of curiosity and anticipation, only to have his heart skip a beat upon reading her simple yet profound message. After rereading it several times, he carefully folded the letter and tucked it into his clothing, striding purposefully out of the residence. Fourth brother, where are you going at this hour? Yinzhen asked, puzzled. Nothing, just taking a walk, Yinzhen replied, mounting his horse and galloping down an empty path, reveling in the joy bubbling within him, the wind rushing past his ears, and a carefree smile gracing his face. Half an hour later, Yinzhen returned home, earnestly inscribing a note on paper. Take care. Wait for my return. Chapter 63. The actions of the crown princess. When Yijun received the letter from Yinzhen, she was reclining on her bed. Mama Qin carefully placed a soft pillow behind her and draped a light blanket over her. Your Highness, the chill of September has descended upon us. You must take care. Yijun smiled gently at Mama Chun and slowly opened Yinzhen's reply. Upon reading the words, take care, wait for my return, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. After reading it several times, she folded the letter neatly, pressed it against her abdomen, as if wishing to convey her father's love to the child within. Your Highness, Wei Ji entered from outside, seemingly bearing urgent news. Yijun tucked the letter away beside her and gestured for Wei Ji to speak. Your Highness, the maid responsible for cleaning in the south courtyard of the Hilu residence has been acting strangely. Yijun had instructed Wei Ji to keep a close watch on the Hulu courtyard, to inform her of any unusual activity. Oh, has our crown princess taken action? Yijun's expression grew contemplative. Hulu had been pregnant for over 4 months. Should she miscarry now, it would pose a significant risk to her life. The crown princess's motives, therefore, were clearly more than a mere desire to terminate the pregnancy. Indeed, as you say, Your Highness, I discovered that the maid's elderly mother, who was gravely ill, suddenly received money for treatment. Moreover, I have sent someone to monitor her family, and they reported seeing unfamiliar individuals entering and exiting. Wei Ji recounted the findings of his investigation. Unfamiliar individuals entering and exiting? Yijun raised an eyebrow. Yes, it was observed that one person deliberately changed into ordinary clothing before visiting the maid's home, and after leaving, they changed back and took a convoluted route before finally entering the crown prince and Appo's residence. Our crown princess is indeed cautious, Yijun scoffed. Very well, we must create opportunities for the crown princess, and in doing so, clear our own suspicions. Mama Qin, spread the word that I am unwell and shall be closing the main courtyard to guests starting today. Yijun recalled something and added, Wei Ji, ensure the physician is properly arranged. Understood. Both Mama Chun and Wei Ji acknowledged her instructions and hurried off to attend to their respective tasks. Yijun slowly closed her eyes to calm herself. A storm was brewing within the 4 Bailey residence. In a leaning soft pavilion, Li Shi was playfully entertaining Hongyun, who was now over a year old but still appeared frail. However, as he babbled mother, he endeared himself to Li Shi, creating a scene of maternal joy in the room. Your Grace, the main courtyard has reported that the crown princess is unwell, and we have closed our doors to guests. Tao Hong shared the information she had gathered. Li Shi snorted disdainfully, saying, it serves her right to be unwell. It prevents her from monopolizing the master all day. Tao Hong quickly glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before continuing. Your Grace, be cautious. Walls have ears. Li Shi slammed the toy she had been using to amuse Hongyun onto the table, startling the child into tears. She hastily comforted him while Tao Hong observed with a heavy heart. Tao Hong had come to realize that the master had never neglected the eldest princess. Indeed, she seemed to hold more favor than Hongyun. The master rarely ventured beyond the crown princess's chambers. And even during the 2 months she had spent caring for Honghui in the palace, he had not stayed overnight with Li Shi. Now that the crown princess was pregnant again, Tao Hong sighed inwardly, feeling that pushing the eldest princess aside was a grave mistake. What news from Hulu? After finally calming Hong Yun, Li Shi asked wearily. Your Grace, Hulu has remained cautious and rarely leaves her courtyard, Tao Hong replied, carefully considering her words. Quite cautious indeed. She has concealed her condition for over 3 months. Li Shi's delicate face was filled with derision. In my opinion, having the master's child is a tremendous blessing. Furthermore, the crown princess is not one to harm a child. Her secrecy will only serve to displease the master. Hulu's actions are akin to a clown in my eyes. May she successfully bear the master's heir, Li Shi said nonchalantly, cradling Hong Yun. To her, aside from the legitimate offspring of the crown princess, any child born to concubines would merely be a younger brother overshadowed by Hong Yun, far from causing any waves. Moreover, whether Hulu carried the child to term or not, and whether it was a boy or girl, was inconsequential. Intervening would not bode well for her. Tao Hong, relieved that Li Shi harbored no ulterior motives, let out a deep sigh. A few days later, in the south courtyard, Hulu was walking in her usual spot, her abdomen distinctly round. Since her pregnancy reached 3 months, the matron had designated a small space in the courtyard for her to walk for half an hour daily, claiming it would be beneficial for her delivery. Though Hulu disapproved of the matron and Appo's attitude, she complied for the sake of her child. As a result, that area was off-limits to other servants to avoid any accidental collisions with her. The matron stood nearby, eyes fixed on Hulu, fearful of any misstep that might endanger the child. Suddenly, Hulu slipped and fell to the ground. The sudden impact caused her to instinctively clutch her belly, followed by a wave of sharp pain. Panic-stricken, she thought, my child. The surrounding servants hurriedly assisted Hulu to the bed in the inner chamber and rushed to summon the physician. The matron, her face pale with fear, quickly retreated to write a note, which she discreetly handed to a small eunuch, who nodded in understanding and hurried outside with it. Once the eunuch departed, the matron rushed back to the inner chamber. Upon seeing the blood beneath Hulu, her pupils dilated in shock, and she instinctively took a step back. When the physician arrived hastily, Hulu had already succumbed to unconsciousness. After checking her pulse, the physician lamented, the young lady shows signs of a miscarriage. The child cannot be saved, and this loss will severely harm her body after 4 months. The matron's expression turned grave, as she sensed the impending wrath of the crown prince. Chapter 64. The despair of the Hilu clan in the end. The child of the Hilu family could not be saved, and due to the miscarriage, the prospect of future pregnancies became exceedingly bleak. When Yijun received the news that day, her reaction was subdued. She merely instructed Mama Chun to send some restorative supplements to the Hilu courtyard and ordered the court physician to visit daily to check on her. The noble consort, upon learning of the incident, felt a fleeting sense of regret, for the miscarriage of a concubine was not significant enough to warrant her intervention. Her own child, nestled within her womb, was of utmost importance to her. Reflecting on this, Consort had Mama Qing summon the court doctor to the 4th Prince and Appo's residence to ensure Yijun and Appo's safety. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the Hilu courtyard. Upon awakening and discovering not only the loss of her child, but also the daunting reality of future infertility, Hilu spiraled into utter despair, frantically smashing anything within reach. Who seeks to harm me? Who? With disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, she resembled a demon emerging from the depths, causing the servants around her to tremble and retreat. Is it the noble consort? Is it the noble consort? A nearby matron stepped forward to shield Hilu, her voice weary as she urged, Miss, you must focus on your recovery during this confinement and nurture your health. The matron, too, was at a loss for words. The inexplicable nature of Hilu's miscarriage and the uncertainty of her ability to conceive again cast doubt upon her supposed auspicious fate, placing her in the line of fire for the crown prince and Appo's wrath, as she had been sent to care for Hilu. How dare you, you insolent wretch! Hilu shouted furiously at the matron, as if unleashing months of pent-up frustration. "The miss has lost her mind. I shall take my leave," the matron declared, unwilling to engage further with someone who had seemingly lost all worth, and exited the room. "Begone! All of you leave." The other servants hastily followed suit, leaving new Hilu alone in the chamber, tightly gripping the bedding, her gaze hollow and despondent. Slowly, she reclined, pondering how her circumstances had deteriorated to this point. That year, when new Hilu was merely 10 years old, her father summoned her into the study and informed her that the master of Daoguang Temple had proclaimed her to be of noble fate, born to greatness. At that moment, she stifled the rapid beating of her heart, her face adorned with a bashful smile. Subsequently, her father arranged for a matron from the palace to instruct her in etiquette, while her mother sought various remedies to enhance her figure and beauty. Though she endured considerable hardship for these purposes, the thought of one day occupying a position she had once deemed unattainable spurred her on, as she eagerly awaited that day. Finally, the moment arrived when her father joyfully announced that the crown prince wished to take her as a secondary consort. During that period, she felt as if she were floating in the clouds, and her family shared in the joy of her fate being affirmed. Yet when the emperor spoke, designating her to the fourth prince as a mere lady, her heart shattered. In her moments of despair, her father reappeared, urging her to cooperate with the crown prince, insisting that the master's prediction of her fate would not be erroneous. She believed him. Thus, she returned to the new Hilu residence, surrendering herself entirely to the crown prince, bringing with her the child that bore the weight of the new Hilu family and Appo's hopes. Now, with the child lost and the prospect of future pregnancies extinguished, the notion of her noble fate felt like a cruel jest, mocking her once unfounded aspirations. New Hilu could no longer contemplate her future within the New Hila household. She was engulfed in memories of the past, shrouded in despair. In stark contrast, the crown princess was currently in a state of bliss. "Is the news confirmed?" she inquired, idly toying with her adornments. "Indeed, Your Highness, the news is unequivocal. New Hilu has not only miscarried, but also faces the inability to conceive again," Zhu remarked. The crown princess inhaled deeply, feeling the air around her grow more refreshing. "What fragrant incense have they burned today? It is rather delightful," she mused, her spirits lifted, with Zhu agreeing that the scent was indeed more pleasant than before. "Have the final arrangements been completed?" the crown princess suddenly asked. "All is in order. The family of that maid has been relocated, and as for the maid..." Zhu made a gesture, and the crown princess smiled knowingly. "I knew you would handle it thoroughly. This wax is truly a remarkable substance. A sprinkle upon the ground resolves all matters," the crown princess chuckled. With that, she exited the chamber, reveling in the sight of the blooming flowers in the courtyard. Her heart lightened. Meanwhile, in Huzhou, Yinzhen and Yinji were diligently overseeing the post-disaster reconstruction efforts. With Yinzhen's formidable presence, the officials and guards dared not entertain any dubious schemes. After all, who could forget how many officials had met their fate under the fourth prince's watchful eye in just a month? Consequently, houses were being rebuilt, and the village gradually returned to its former state. Due to the flooding, the land could not be cultivated immediately. It would take months or even years to restore it for farming. Yinzhen personally consulted experienced farmers about post-flood land management, meticulously noting their suggestions to disseminate among the officials of Huzhou. By mid-September, the fourth prince issued another directive, commanding local officials to assist farmers with drainage and clear debris from the fields, subsequently applying plant ash to the soil. Upon receiving the orders, the resettled refugees erupted in gratitude, recognizing that the fourth prince was genuinely concerned for their welfare. Huzhou experienced an unprecedented sense of unity as the reconstruction efforts unfolded swiftly and systematically. The only difference was that whenever Yinzhen ventured out, the local populace warmly greeted him, and each time he awkwardly urged them not to stand on ceremony, Yinji could hardly contain his laughter. "Fourth brother, you have truly become renowned now." Though Yinji spoke with jest, he held deep respect for his stoic brother, recognizing his warm heart beneath the cold demeanor. "When we return to the capital, I shall request a commendation for you." Yinji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched Yinzhen stride toward the inner chamber. "Thank you, fourth brother," he called after him. With a smile, Yinzhen waved his hand, then entered to change his attire before sitting at his writing desk. Taking up his brush, he focused intently, and with a sweeping motion, inscribed on the rice paper the words, "The people are paramount, the ruler is secondary." After contemplating his writing for a long moment, he rose and burned the paper, restoring the stoic demeanor expected of a cold-faced prince. Chapter 65. The people above all. After finishing lunch, Yinzhen took a brief respite. A quarter of an hour later, he summoned Yinji and the two changed into civilian attire, leaving only the guards who would protect them discreetly as they stealthily exited the residence. "Fourth brother, are we to imitate our esteemed father and conduct a covert inspection?" Yinzhen suddenly halted, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Yinji. "From now on, speak cautiously. Words can lead to calamity. Today, you are in my presence, and I shall pretend I did not hear your earlier remark." Realizing his blunder, Yinji broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Yinzhen directly address the issue in his words, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, fourth brother. I shall remember this lesson." Yinzhen chose not to elaborate further, indicating that the matter should be considered closed. As they walked through the streets of Huzhou, they observed the city gradually regaining its former vibrancy, with shops reopening and vendors calling out from the side of the road. Everything seemed ordinary yet hard-won. "Let us visit Yigao village. I heard from Shaoqi that the flooding was quite severe there. I wish to see how the restoration is progressing." Upon hearing this, Yinji naturally had no objections. Originally, Yinji was meant to follow behind Yin Fei, but due to Yijun's rebirth, some predetermined trajectories had altered, fostering a closer bond between Yinji and Yinzhen. Currently, Yin Fei still aligned with the faction of the Duke, and the iron triangle with Yinji and Yin Heir had yet to form. Thus, the two set off towards Yigao village. Due to its proximity to Taihu Lake, Yigao village had suffered significantly. As Yinzhen surveyed the once picturesque Jiangnan water town, now only just beginning to restore its former appearance, he felt a pang of sorrow. Why does this village seem so devoid of life? Yinji scratched his head, observing the street with only a couple of passers-by. "Young sir, the villagers are currently working under the guidance of the officials to restore the land," an elderly man nearby replied enthusiastically. "I heard this order was issued by the fourth Baal. Just yesterday, we drained the water from the fields, and today we have begun the cleanup." The old man's eyes sparkled with hope for the future. Upon hearing this, Yinji exchanged a knowing glance with Yinzhen. Yinzhen maintained a solemn expression as he asked, "Can you take us to see the village's fields?" The old man regarded them with growing suspicion. Although they were dressed simply, their manner of speech was unlike that of the villagers. "Who are you two?" "We are subordinates of the fourth Baal, sent to assess the recovery situation in various villages," Yinzhen replied without a hint of hesitation, while Yinji stifled a laugh beside him. Upon hearing that they were associates of the fourth Baal, the old man's enthusiasm surged from 7 parts to a full 10, and he promptly led the two to inspect the village's fields, singing the praises of the fourth Baal along the way. "Is the fourth Baal truly that admirable?" Yinji could not help but inquire. The old man abruptly halted, his expression darkening. "I may not understand the intricate affairs of you nobles, but the fourth Baal not only built us houses but also assisted us in restoring our lands. He is undoubtedly our great benefactor." Yinji quickly clarified that it was merely a casual question, and the old man's demeanor returned to normal. The three arrived at the farmland of Yigao village, where they saw a group of people in boots carrying baskets, diligently picking up debris from the fields. The land, having been drained of water, was becoming dry and firm, making it easier to traverse. Yinzhen approached a small boy resting by a tree and squatted down to meet his gaze. "What are you doing here? Are you tired?" The child, looking about the same age as Honghui, reminded Yinzhen of his own son, prompting him to inquire further. "My mother said I've been working for an hour, and I should come rest, but I am not tired," the boy replied brightly. "Why aren't there other children from the village?" The boy's expression visibly dimmed. "Many children are sick. The uncles and aunts have kept them at home. I'm not sick, and I am already 6 years old. I can help out." Yinzhen retrieved a piece of sugar from the pouch at his waist and offered it to the boy. "Here, this is for you as a reward. Does your family have children too?" After a moment's hesitation, The boy, sensing Yinzhen's kindness, accepted the sugar with a thank you. Yes, one just like you. May I borrow your basket for a while? The boy nodded, and Yinzhen patted him on the head, standing up and walking directly into the fields, leaving Yinzhen astonished. Yinzhen joined the others in collecting debris, his hands never ceasing their work, while he inquired about the village's circumstances. By evening, Yinzhen, breathless, and Yinzhen made their way back home. Fourth brother, why have you humbled yourself today? Yinzhen, unlike Yinzhen, had been doted on by Concubine since childhood, and just being able to enter the village alongside Yinzhen was a considerable achievement. It is only through this that we can truly understand what the people require. Yinzhen replied earnestly. Yinzhen thought rebelliously for a moment, and he could see a reflection of their father in his fourth brother. Upon returning to the residence, Yinzhen urgently summoned Shaoqi and others to discuss a plan to provide the people with convenient medical care. As the plan was implemented step by step, news of Yinzhen's covert visit to Yigao village spread quickly. Mother, is the kind man who gave me sugar the same fourth bale we often speak of? In Yigao village, the little boy asked his parents. The boy and Amp, Appo's mother hugged him tightly, exclaiming, yes, yes, he is our benefactor. The boy recalled the sensation of the fourth bale, patting his head, and a seed of admiration began to take root in his heart. Unlike Yinzhen, the crown prince in the capital felt beset by misfortune at every turn. Since learning of the miscarriage suffered by the new Hilu clan, Rang had taken his anger out on several related servants. Upon discovering that the new Hilu clan would henceforth be unable to conceive again, he was infuriated. That damned Ling dares to deceive me using the name of a natural phoenix. He too furrowed his brow beside him. Your Highness, Ling likely lacks the audacity for such a claim. It is probable that the new Hilu clan fell victim to some malevolent force. If they cannot even protect their child, how can they be deemed worthy of a phoenix's fate? Rang loosened the collar of his robe, feeling as though the pent-up frustration within him was about to explode. This, Sui too was at a loss for how to defend Ling Zhu. Find an opportunity to exile Ling Zhu from the capital. I do not wish to see him, nor do I care to hear about any matters concerning the new Hilu clan in the future. Sui too gazed at the irate Rang, his heart heavy. The crown prince was becoming increasingly restless. Chapter 66. Purging the fourth prince and Amp. Appo's mansion. A few days following the incident involving the new Hilu family, Yijun swiftly conducted a thorough cleansing of the fourth prince and Amp, Appo's residence. Thanks to the influence of the Waya clan infiltrating the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Yijun found it remarkably easy to deal with the disloyal servants within the household. The concubines of the southern courtyard were all dismissed, and one was also removed from Yiru Pavilion. Wei Ji provided Yijun with a detailed account of the situation within the mansion. What about other areas, such as the kitchen? Yijun inquired. Madam, everything has been cleared out, responded Wei Ji. Yijun nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Please compile a count of the missing personnel throughout the residence by tomorrow and report it to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. After Wei Ji took his leave, Yijun instructed Gu he to summon the concubines to pay their respects the next day. Rising to stretch her limbs, she couldn't help but sigh. The mansion feels so much more relaxed after the cleansing. With the news from Yinzhen that he would return to the capital in about 10 days, Yijun felt a wave of comfort envelop her. Mother, cried Hongghu and the eldest princess upon returning from school to find Yijun seated in the courtyard. Yijun quickly rose to welcome them, increasingly pleased as she observed how much the eldest princess and Hongghu had grown. This was no empty compliment. The eldest princess, embodying the beauty of both the Li family and Yinzhen, appeared strikingly elegant when silent, yet her gentle words offered a soothing warmth. Meanwhile, Hongghu had sprouted, resembling a miniature version of Yinzhen, causing Yijun to chuckle each time she realized this. Having grown accustomed to Yijun's affectionate banter, Hongghu promptly helped her sit down and fetched a small stool to begin reading to the unborn siblings in Yijun's belly. Yijun's lips twitched as she asked, Have you completed your homework today, Hongghu? Ever since Yijun had recuperated, Hongghu had taken to reading to her belly daily under the pretense of familiarizing the unborn children with their studies. When Yijun cast a pleading glance toward the eldest princess, she averted her gaze, clearly in agreement with Hongghu's actions. "Mother, I completed my homework very well," Hongghu declared before diligently reciting the three-character classic. Yijun resigned herself to sitting in the lounge chair, one hand resting on her belly as she inwardly whispered, "Good children, it's not that mother isn't helping you. Please don't blame her." Half an hour later, Hongghu concluded his educational endeavor with satisfaction and leaned closer to Yijun's belly, softly saying, "Dear siblings, father hasn't returned yet. So you must be good and not make mother suffer." Yijun felt a swell of emotion and eagerly inquired about the day's lessons, generously praising the children for their commendable performance, creating a harmonious atmosphere in the main courtyard. During dinner, Yijun announced that Yinzhen would be returning in about 10 days. The eyes of Hongghu and the eldest princess lit up momentarily, and Hongghu feigned calmness as he remarked, "It's good that father is coming back. He could take good care of mother." Yijun chuckled, and upon realizing that she was teasing him, Hongghu's face flushed crimson. Not wishing to further provoke him, Yijun quickly added, "Your father has written to you. After dinner, I will show you the letter." Upon hearing this, both children hastened their eating, and Yijun stifled a laugh. The following day, Li, Wu, and Gung arrived early at the main courtyard, while Hilu did not attend due to her recent confinement. Yijun did not keep them waiting long, and soon emerged from her chambers after freshening up. "Greetings, madam." They quickly paid their respects. "Please, no need for formalities. I summoned you all today regarding the recent cleansing of the mansion," Yijun began with a smile. "A few days ago, Manager Wei even apprehended a maid from Yiru Pavilion." Li remarked with a chuckle, her tone still somewhat defiant. Understanding Li's temperament, Yijun chose not to dwell on it. "Given the recent incident with a new Hilu family, I had Manager Wei conduct a thorough investigation, only to discover numerous treacherous servants within our fourth prince and Appo's mansion." Yijun and Appo's tone shifted to one of gravity, prompting Li to fall silent. "We are all part of the fourth prince's household. We rise or fall together. If I catch anyone in my courtyard who cannot manage their own people again, they must not blame me for disregarding their reputation." Yijun delivered a veiled warning to the three before her, observing their anxious expressions, well aware of the need to balance reprimand with encouragement. "Of course, there are disloyal servants that none of you wish to see. Should you discover any, simply inform me in the main courtyard without fear of repercussions." After her admonition, Yijun sensed the moment was right to dismiss them. "Madam, do you think this warning will be effective?" Gui quietly inquired from aside. "Whether it is effective or not, my words have been spoken, and I will have justification should action be required later," Yijun replied nonchalantly. The purpose of summoning the three was merely to address the recent events. As for what lay ahead, the hearts of men are inscrutable. In the days that followed, the fourth prince's mansion became tranquil, yet Yijun found herself increasingly tormented by her pregnancy. "Ugh, what number is this today for expelling the food?" Yijun lamented, her pale complexion causing Chun Mama and Gu He to fret anxiously. Yijun wearily leaned against the lounge chair, waving her hand to signal the servants to remove the meal before her. "Madam, how can you endure if you cannot eat?" "I don't wish to eat. Every time I do, I vomit," Yijun grimaced, rubbing her belly. Chun Mama composed herself, suggesting, "Perhaps we could send a note to ask for advice." Yijun perked up and quickly instructed Chun Mama to prepare the message. Upon receiving the note, Olenara Foreign called for her servants to procure sour plums from South Street and hurried to the fourth prince and Appo's mansion. "Mother." Upon Olenara Foreign and Appo's arrival, Yijun, still feeling nauseous, called out with tears in her eyes. Olenara Foreign, filled with concern, promptly offered the sour plums. "Try these. I craved them when I was pregnant with you. They can help settle your stomach." Yijun picked one up, sniffed it, and after tentatively tasting it, her eyes brightened. "Delicious." Olenara Foreign then instructed Chun Mama to prepare a pot of fine millet porridge and asked he to prepare some fruits for Yijun. Once Olenara Foreign had given all her instructions, she found Yijun reclining comfortably, savoring the sour plums, and smiled helplessly. "You should have told me sooner that you were unwell," Olenara Foreign lamented, noticing Yijun's apparent weight loss. "It's the baby in my belly acting up. I must tell the fourth prince when he returns." Yijun, by Olenara Foreign and Amp, Appo's side always felt like a child in need of her mother's support. Ulanara Foreign lightly tapped Yijun and Appo's forehead. When the fourth prince sees you in this state, he will surely be heartbroken. As Yijun silently counted the days until Yinzhen's return, she felt that time dragged on painfully, longing to see him, yet unable to do so. Chapter 67. The return of Yinzhen upon receiving a letter from Yijun informing him that the crown princess had taken action. Yinzhen and Yinzhen hurriedly commenced the reconstruction efforts in the Huzhou region. They finally returned in a flurry by the end of September. Yijun and others had been waiting at the gate of the residence, and the moment Yinzhen alighted from the carriage, his gaze swiftly found Yijun among the crowd. She appeared thinner, he mused internally. After exchanging a few brief words with Li Shi and others, Yinzhen proceeded directly to the main courtyard with Yijun. Li Shi, fuming, returned to Yi Pavilion with Hongyun, while Wu Shi and Geng Shi silently retreated to their quarters. In the inner chamber of the main courtyard, Yinzhen embraced the petite woman before him. At that moment, a sigh of contentment escaped him. After 2 months of arduous travel, he had finally found solace. Once Yijun regained her composure, she promptly patted Yinzhen and Appo's back, exclaiming, "Sir, we still need to go to the palace to report to His Majesty." Yinzhen did not respond to her words, but instead released her and drew her to sit on the edge of the bed. He knelt down and pressed his head against Yijun and Appo's abdomen, playfully asking if there was any movement within. With a chuckle, Yijun replied, "It's only been 2 months. There's nothing yet." Yinzhen maintained his gaze on her, earnestly stating, "You've worked hard." Yijun felt her heart enveloped in sweetness, her hand caressing Yinzhen and Appo's face, noting how the contours of his gaunt cheeks had become more pronounced, with a hint of stubble left unshaved. As her fingers grazed his stubble, Yinzhen grasped her hand. He leaned in close to whisper something in her ear, causing her face to flush a vibrant red. Satisfied with his handiwork, Yinzhen gently kissed her forehead, saying, "Wait for me to return." He then called for Su Peixiang to assist him in freshening up, prompting Yijun, momentarily casting aside her bashfulness, to say, "Your attire is quite suitable to meet His Majesty." Upon seeing the bright gleam in her eyes, Yinzhen had an epiphany. He returned to plant another quick kiss on her lips before striding out, leaving Yijun alone in the inner chamber to calm her racing heart. Surely, this connection between Yinzhen and herself could be deemed a spiritual communion. Inside the palace, at Yangxin Hall, Kangxi observed Yinzhen kneeling before him, still clad in travel-worn garments, having barely had the chance to groom himself. Noticing the stubble on Yinzhen's face, Kangxi felt a pang of sympathy but scolded nonetheless. "You've been away for 2 months, and your wife is expecting. Could you not have stayed a while longer? Have you seen Hongghu?" "No, Din Fendi Blaive," as Hongghu had not taken leave that day, and thus he had yet to see him. Kangxi, feeling a mix of concern and irritation, pointed a trembling finger at Yinzhen. "Could you not take a moment to rest? What harm would it do to come back tomorrow?" Ultimately, it was evident that Kangxi was somewhat pained to see his son in such a state. Yinzhen intended to report to His Majesty regarding the matters in Huzhou. Kangxi, with a hint of exasperation, commanded Liang Jiugong take the fourth prince to the side hall to freshen up. "We shall dine together shortly." He then urged Yinzhen, "Hurry along." Yinzhen promptly excused himself, following Liang Jiugong to the side hall, all the while wearing a subtle smile. Kangxi gazed vacantly at the dragon table, reflecting on the many surprises Yinzhen had delivered during this journey. Each of Yinzhen and Appo's steps was meticulously recorded and presented to him, and he realized that they shared similar thoughts, with Yinzhen even anticipating matters beyond his own expectations. However, in memorials that Yinzhen submitted, he did not claim credit for himself, instead attributing half of the merit to the ninth prince. Kangxi quietly labeled Yinzhen as capable yet unambitious. Under the influence of this label, Kangxi found himself increasingly impressed by Yinzhen. Indeed, with the Huzhou incident, Yinzhen had begun to emerge prominently in Kangxi's eyes. An hour later, Yinzhen stood once more before Kangxi. Observing the freshly groomed Yinzhen, Kangxi nodded in satisfaction. He noted the slight gauntness in his son's face, attributing it to the taxing nature of the Huzhou expedition. The father and son shared an uncommon lunch together, during which Kangxi specifically instructed Liang Jiugong to serve dishes favored by Yinzhen. Witnessing the genuine surprise on Yinzhen's face, Kangxi felt an unusual pang of guilt. Overflowing with paternal affection, Kangxi generously granted Yinzhen 3 days of leave after listening to his report, feeling a sense of contentment as he observed Yinzhen's elation. As Yinzhen exited Yangxin Hall, preparing to return home, he suddenly halted, meeting Su Peixing's astonished gaze. Feeling somewhat awkward, he said, "Let us visit Yonghe Palace." "Yes." Su Peixing concealed his surprise, wondering why the fourth prince had taken the initiative to visit the empress today, as it was not customary for him to do so. At Yonghe Palace, upon hearing Zhou Yan's report that the fourth prince was approaching, the empress stood up in shock. "Fourth brother has returned?" she asked, momentarily taken aback as she tried to ascertain the truth of Zhou Yan's words. In her eagerness, the empress grew flustered. How could Zhou Yan, merely a steward of Yonghe Palace, dare deceive her? The fourth prince entered the palace this morning and proceeded to Yangxin Hall. After lunch, he made his way here, Zhou Yan clarified. The empress gripped her handkerchief tightly, urging, "Quickly, go greet him at the palace gate." Once Zhou Yan had departed, the empress finally regained her composure. Fourth brother. He actually took the initiative to visit her Yonghe Palace. Moments later, Yinzhen arrived at Yonghe Palace. "Son pays his respects to mother," he said, kneeling before her. Upon hearing him address her as mother rather than empress, the empress hesitated, asking, "Is that you, fourth brother?" Yinzhen raised his head, and the empress's eyes widened in realization. He was indeed calling her mother, not 14th brother. In court, princes typically referred to their mothers as empress in public, while in private, they would affectionately call them mother. However, since Yinzhen had returned to her care, he had only ever addressed her as empress. The empress's lips quivered as she finally found her voice, trembling as she said, "Quickly, get up, let mother take a look at you." Yinzhen obediently stood and stepped closer to her. The empress scrutinized his face, noting his weight loss, realizing he had surely endured hardships during the journey. "I heard the situation in Huzhou was dire, and I feared for your safety. Thankfully, you have returned safely," she expressed with relief. Unsure of how to respond, Yinzhen remained silent. The empress, understanding her son's nature, continued, "Your wife is expecting and is now over 2 months along. She has been experiencing severe morning sickness. And then there's Hongghu. He has mentioned you every time he visited the palace, so he must miss you dearly." Yinzhen listened attentively to the empress's words, and the barriers that once existed between mother and son began to dissolve quietly in the warmth of their sincere exchanges. Chapter 68. Yinzhen's parenting. As Yinzhen made his way back to the residence, his mind lingered on the scenes from Yonghe Palace. While his gaze fell upon the nourishing tonics the buffet had prepared for him, his heart swelled with anticipation as he longed to see Yijun at once. Upon returning to the main courtyard, old Madame Chun lowered her voice, informing him, "The Fujin is currently resting in the inner chamber. Ever since she became pregnant, she takes a nap every afternoon to regain her energy." Yinzhen nodded and quietly entered the inner room. He sat by the bedside, observing Yijun for a considerable time before shedding his shoes and outer garments to lie beside her, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Yijun stirred awake, feeling the warmth at her waist. With a voice laced with the drowsiness of sleep and the joy of seeing Yinzhen, she exclaimed, "You are back." Yinzhen felt a tightening in his chest, suppressing an unutterable thought, and cleared his throat to say, "Today, I went directly to see the emperor. He granted me 3 days off." "Really?" The words, brimming with surprise, escaped Yijun's lips. Sensing Yinzhen's low chuckle resonating from behind her, she felt her cheeks warm. Yinzhen tightened his embrace, asking playfully, "Where shall we go?" "Nowhere, just stay here with us," she replied in a feigned sulk, her tone tugging at Yinzhen's heartstrings. "Very well," he responded with a smile, moving his hand from her waist to her abdomen, noting that it had been over 2 months. Yijun placed her hand atop Yinzhen's on her belly, gently speaking to their unborn child, "This is your father." In that instant, Yinzhen felt a swell of emotion in his eyes. During Yijun and Amp, Appo's, as pregnancy with Hongghu, he had merely held her in respect, occasionally checking in on her. However, once Hongghu was born, Yijun seemed to stride straight into his heart, awakening him to the myriad of moments he had overlooked during her pregnancy. When Li Shi was expecting, he had paid little attention, merely hoping for a smooth delivery. Reflecting on this, Yinzhen felt the warmth of his palm and replied softly, "Yes, I am your father. You may not know, but Hongghu reads to this little one every day to the point it drives me mad," Yijun recalled with a chuckle. Yinzhen nodded, recognizing Hongghu's thoughtfulness. Yijun and Appo's smile faltered. Indeed, the Zhoro family is filled with peculiar individuals. In a huff, she swatted Yinzhen and Appo's hand away, but he was unperturbed, turning her to face him in a warm embrace. "Today I also visited Mother," he mentioned, his voice low. Yijun paused in surprise before quickly responding. "Mother worries about you incessantly. She frets daily when you are away." She readily adopted the term mother in reference to Yinzhen's mother. Touched, Yinzhen grunted softly. "Mother spoke to me for quite some time, and I scarcely knew how to respond." Yijun stifled a laugh at the thought of the scene, her amusement causing Yinzhen's ears to redden. In a moment of playful retaliation, he nibbled on her shoulder before quickly reclining back. Not to be outdone, Yijun pinched the soft flesh at Yinzhen's waist, leading to a playful exchange that had the onlookers outside laughing heartily. When Hongghu and the eldest princess returned from their lessons, they rushed towards the main courtyard like fledglings returning to the nest. "Father!" Their voices preceded their arrival, as Yinzhen and Yijun awaited their children. Upon hearing Hongghu's call, Yinzhen couldn't help but smile, scooping him up. "Oh, you've gained weight." Hongghu's eyes widened in disbelief at his father's sudden critique. Pouting, he insisted, "Father, I'm just growing taller, not gaining weight." Yinzhen, unfazed, raised an eyebrow in mock skepticism, which irked Hongghu further. With a huff, Hongghu dashed to Yijun's side, grabbing a book to begin his daily lessons with his siblings. Meanwhile, Yinzhen casually inquired about the eldest princess's studies and recent happenings, all the while suppressing laughter at Hongghu's occasional furtive glances in his direction. Yijun, amused by Yinzhen's teasing of their son, chimed in, "Hongghu reads to his younger siblings daily. He truly is an exceptional older brother." Hongghu straightened up, trying to ignore Yinzhen, his awkwardness eliciting laughter from the others present. Sensing the moment was ripe, Yinzhen lifted Hongghu and carried him towards the study, where the boy struggled against his father's grip, but to no avail, while Yijun and the eldest princess laughed heartily behind them. In the study, Hongghu sat at the furthest corner, grumbling in silent protest. Yinzhen placed a stack of papers on the desk, stating, "These are all my records concerning flood control from this trip." He crossed his arms, watching Hongghu with amusement. Upon hearing about the contents of the papers, Hongghu's eyes lit up, but he hesitated, caught between his earlier annoyance and a desire to inquire. After a moment's internal struggle, he shuffled over, asking, "Father, may I see them?" Yinzhen chuckled softly, lifting the blushing boy into his arms, imparting wisdom. "You see, in familial relationships, pride holds little significance." Hongghu nodded, somewhat understanding. "Are you teaching me the importance of humility, father?" Without providing a direct answer, Yinzhen encouraged him to explore the lesson himself, remarking, "Had you chosen to remain upset with me, I would still have shared these papers with you." Hongghu pondered deeply, contemplating whether his father was trying to convey that there are differences even among family members. Yinzhen did not expect Hongghu to grasp it all at once, silently urging him to delve into the papers. Hongghu eagerly took the stack, devouring the words like a famished wolf. Yinzhen quietly exited, careful not to interrupt Hongghu's reading and contemplation. As he stepped out of the study, he instinctively picked up the unfinished book Hongghu had been reading and, in the midst of Yijun's incredulous gaze, settled down to continue reading to their unborn child. Chapter 69. Fraternal Estrangement. The day after Yongzheng returned to the capital, Hilu, the favored eunuch of the crown prince, visited the residence of the fourth prince. "Fourth prince, you and the ninth brother have been in Huzhou for 2 months, and the crown prince has often thought of you. Now that you are back, he wishes to invite you and the ninth brother to Yueying Palace tomorrow, to welcome you both back and wash away the dust of travel. The other princes, barring any unforeseen circumstances, will also be attending. Hilu conveyed the crown prince's intentions with a smile. Thank you for your kind invitation, second brother. I will certainly be there on time tomorrow, Yinzhen replied affirmatively. Satisfied with his response, Hilu departed, leaving Yinzhen with an inscrutable expression. In the main courtyard, Yijun inquired while savoring freshly cut fruit. Why do you think the crown prince suddenly wishes to host a welcome for you and the ninth brother? Yinzhen scoffed lightly. It is certainly my dear second brother attempting to cultivate an image of fraternal harmony. The crown prince has faced numerous setbacks recently, and since my mission this time went smoothly, can he not be anxious? He is in dire need of a title to refocus the emperor's attention upon him. And Oppos, brotherly love and Oppos, serves as an excellent label. Do you think anything untoward will occur? Yijun expressed her concern, having lost her fundamental trust in the crown prince due to previous events. Fear not. I shall respond appropriately when the time comes, Yinzhen reassured her. The following day, Yueying Palace buzzed with activity, perhaps under the pretext of welcoming Yinzhen and Yintian. Several adult sons of Kangxi had arrived. By the time Yinzhen made his entrance, he was somewhat late. Upon seeing him, Yintai smiled and remarked, "Fourth brother, you have finally arrived." Yinzhen scanned the room. The eighth brother stood loyally beside the eldest, the third brother was also nearby, while the ninth and 10th brothers stood together, and the 14th brother looked at him expectantly. Yinzhen forced a smile. Beneath the seemingly peaceful surface lay turbulent undercurrents. After greeting Yintai, Yinzhen sought a place to stand. Yinzhen swiftly approached him. "Fourth brother, you have lost quite a bit of weight in these 2 months." Looking at his brother, who shared the same mother and father, Yinzhen felt a twinge of guilt for previously resenting Yinzhen due to his belief in their mother's bias. He gently said, "I hear you are to wed the Wanyan family soon?" Yinzhen's ears flushed red, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose at a loss for words. Yinzhen found amusement in this and continued to maintain a light atmosphere. "When you wed, I shall send Hongghu to help you with the bedding." Yinzhen's eyes lit up. "Fourth brother, you must not go back on your word." He felt a surge of joy at Yinzhen's newfound warmth. Meanwhile, the proud 14th brother also desired to draw closer to Yinzhen, but Yinzhen's previous icy demeanor had intimidated him. Now, receiving Yinzhen's kindness, Yinzhen would have happily wagged a tail if he had one. Yintian, observing the camaraderie between Yinzhen and Yinzhen, felt a twinge of competitiveness, and, with Yinxiao beside him, forcefully interjected, "14th brother, you are unaware, but during this time, I've learned much from fourth brother. We previously overlooked his warm heart beneath that cold exterior. He has been quite attentive to me." Yinzhen clenched his fists in frustration at Yintian's casual remark. Yinxiao looked between Yintian and Yinzhen, then cast a furtive glance at Yinzhen, raising his eyes to the sky, perplexed by the unfolding dynamics. The crown prince, seeing 3 individuals surrounding Yinzhen, felt a surge of irritation. Once all had gathered, he quickly masked his feelings with a forced smile. "Come, let us take our seats." Seating arrangements were of great significance. The crown prince's table faced south, with 6 others lined up to the east and west. After taking his place, the crown prince did not specify how others should sit, but simply invited everyone to be seated. Yinzhen's expression darkened, and he walked slowly toward the westernmost table. Before Yinzhen could take a seat, the crown prince called out, "Fourth brother, why not sit at the eastern head table, closer to second brother?" "Second brother, the eldest and third brothers have already taken their seats. As the younger brother, it is my duty to sit accordingly," Yinzhen replied with feigned trepidation. The crown prince was pleased with Yinzhen's awareness and gently insisted, "I command you to sit where I say." Realizing the crown prince and Oppos, S mind was made up. Yinzhen complied and sat at the eastern head table. The other princes naturally followed Yinzhen's earlier remarks and took their places at the west table. When it was Yintian's turn to sit, the west table was filled, prompting him to shake out his immaculate sleeves with satisfaction, casting a sidelong glance at Yinzhen before leisurely moving to sit next to Yinzhen. As Yinzhen settled in, he found himself separated from Yinzhen by Yintian, Yinxiao, and Yixiang, causing him to pout in displeasure. The crown prince surveyed the room before signaling the attendants to serve the dishes, raising his cup and proclaiming, "Today, we gather as brothers primarily to welcome the 4th and 9th brothers back. Your journey to Huzhou has indeed been arduous. Yongzheng and Yintian both stood to toast in response. As the crown prince observed the two seated together, his gaze drifted to Yinchao, Yixiang, and Yinzhen. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over him. These individuals seemed to be developing an implicit alliance under Yongzheng's leadership. Not only did the crown prince notice this shift, but the direct prince seated at the eastern table also wore a displeased expression. Meanwhile, the honorable prince bore no ill will towards Yongzheng and genuinely wished to congratulate him and Yintian. However, Yinzhen's fingers turned white from gripping his cup too tightly. Ever since the ninth brother had asked him for a loan, he had grown closer to the fourth brother, a situation he would not allow to continue. After a few more pleasantries, dancers emerged to perform. The clinking of cups and the passing of drinks filled the air. Observing his brothers, each with their own thoughts, Yongzheng lowered his gaze to the half-filled cup before smiling and draining it in one go. Second brother, I have matters to attend to at my residence. I must take my leave, he announced as he rose to address the crown prince. Why are you leaving so suddenly? Yongzheng smiled softly. My wife is with child and has been unwell lately. I thought it best to return home early. The crown prince was momentarily taken aback by Yongzheng's reasoning. Surprised by this side of his younger brother, the direct prince suddenly interjected, his tone inscrutable. Yongzheng merely smiled, choosing not to defend himself. A glimmer of understanding passed between the crown prince and the direct prince. Their father disdained favoritism. Then I shall take my leave, Yongzheng said, seeing the crown prince no longer opposed his departure. He bid farewell to his brothers and strode out of Yueying Palace. Master, why do you? Su Peixiang, standing nearby, asked in confusion. One must leave them a point of vulnerability to prevent them from fixating on me incessantly, Yongzheng replied, closing his eyes and feigning sleep in the carriage. After all, what are brothers but this? Chapter 70. The Crown Princess's Miscarriage. Did you truly say that? Yijun guessed, her disbelief evident. Yinzhen, with his hands clasped behind his head, smirked. Do you think I would deceive you? Unable to suppress a laugh, he lowered his head. The recollection of Yinzhen's calm declaration, made before the gaze of many, to return and accompany her caused a blush to bloom on Yijun's cheeks. What will happen if this gets out? She glared at the leisurely man before her. Her indignation mingled with an unspoken sweetness. Let spread, Yinzhen responded, relishing the sight of Yijun and Appo's stiffened expression. Recently, he had discovered the joy in teasing her, and he was becoming increasingly fond of it. Even if father knows, he won't say anything. You are with child, after all. Mother will only be pleased. She hopes you will bear more. As for your in-laws, they would likely rejoice as well. What others think does not concern us. Besides, I only need to give them a reason to focus on me, not on you and the child. To put it bluntly, I'm not speaking in jest. I intend to return and be with my beloved wife. With that, Yinzhen reclined in a chair, savoring the comfort of the near October weather. Yijun struggled to reconcile the former fourth master with the rogue he now saw before her. To divert her attention, the ever-observant Shun Mama quickly placed some sour plums in Yijun's hand, genuinely happy for her. Following this, Yinzhen resumed his duties, diligently finishing his work each day and returning home, deftly avoiding social obligations. Soon, rumors of the harmonious relationship between the fourth master and fourth mistress spread throughout the capital. In the Yangxin Hall, Kangxi listened to Liang Jiugong's report, his expression inscrutable. Is it true that the fourth truly behaves this way? Liang Jiugong, with a bitter smile, nodded. He had never realized this fourth master possessed such a nature. Look at his frivolity, Kangxi scoffed, returning to his documents without further comment. Meanwhile, Liang Jiugong pondered, increasingly astonished at the fourth master's cleverness. Not only did he handle matters well, but he also shunned the limelight. His only display of public affection was toward his wife. While the emperor was wary of favoritism, the fourth master was not the crown prince. He need not hold himself to such standards. Consequently, the emperor's satisfaction with the fourth master grew, and the citizens began to speak of him as a man of deep loyalty and affection. Liang Jiugong resolved to show him more respect in the future. Simultaneously, Defei learned of this development. Did your fourth brother truly say that? She inquired of Yinzhen. Indeed, Yinzhen exuberantly recounted the scene, vividly bringing it to life, causing Qing Mama to chuckle nearby. Learn from your fourth brother. Defei smiled. Why should I? Does that benefit my wife? Yinzhen scratched his head in confusion. Defei sighed, exasperated by her naive son. Though she held a position of stability among the four consorts, she recognized Yinzhen's intentions. Yet, seeing Yinzhen's bewilderment, she could only laugh. Yes, learning from your fourth brother is beneficial for your wife. Feeling a bit shy yet proud, Yinzhen declared, Mother, my fourth brother promised that when I marry, he will have Hongghu roll the bed for me. Defei burst into laughter at her son and Appo's delight. Very well, you certainly rely on your fourth brother and Appo's affection. Qing Mama observed Defei's radiant smile, her eyes misting. How long had the Empress waited for such days? As time flew by, Yijun's pregnancy reached the 3-month mark. The nausea that had plagued her gradually subsided, much to the relief of Yinzhen and their household. One day, Yijun and Degij were engrossed in a lively debate between Yinzhen and their son, Hongghu. Since Yinzhen's return from Huzhou, he dedicated his rest days to discussing significant events with Hongghu, not relenting until the truth was established. Yijun wholeheartedly approved of this educational approach and often encouraged Degij to join the discussions. As Yijun gently touched her slightly rounded abdomen, she reflected on how different this life was from her past. In her previous life, she had been foolishly consumed by power, pushing Yinzhen away and hastening Hongghu's maturity, leading to his early departure. In that life, Yinzhen, lacking Defei's protection and the emperor's favor, was left without an heir to inherit his affections after Hongghu's passing. In this life, she had forsaken the allure of power, focusing entirely on Hongghu and treating Degij, who had committed no wrongs in her past life, with kindness. By chance, she had come to understand the warmth hidden within the seemingly indifferent fourth master. This existence felt like a beautiful dream. Master, mistress. Su Peixing's voice broke through Yijun's reverie. What is it? Yinzhen paused his debate with Hongghu, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Something has occurred at Yuqing Palace. The crown princess has miscarried. Su Peixing rushed in, a sheen of sweat on his brow. Miscarried? Yijun exclaimed in surprise. Su Peixing hurriedly recounted the events. The crown princess had concocted a reason to discipline Li Jiashi in the main courtyard. As fate would have it, the crown prince returned to Yuqing Palace, just as Hongxi and Hongjin rushed to plead for Li Jiashi's case. Already burdened with his own troubles, the crown prince, upon hearing of the crown princess's antics, stormed to her courtyard without hesitation. He seized Li Jiashi, intending to take her away, but the crown princess refused to lose face and pursued him. In her haste, she twisted her ankle and fell, resulting in immediate complications. By the time the physician arrived, the prognosis was grim. The crown prince remained silent, his face darkened, while Hongxi and Hongjin trembled, fearing to speak. While Yijun felt a twinge of sympathy, she did not extend much compassion towards the crown princess. After all, Hilu had lost her child in a similar manner. The crown princess's fate served as a stark reminder of karmic retribution. Recent days have been tumultuous. We must ensure the household is well regulated. Yinzhen concurred with Yijun, viewing the crown princess's plight as self-inflicted and unworthy of sympathy. Even her sorrow was merely for the innocent child who had not yet seen the world. I suspect father will be furious, Yijun murmured. As she predicted, Kangxi was indeed pacing furiously within the Yangxin Hall, the surrounding guards and eunuchs holding their breath in silence. Chapter 71. The wrath of Kangxi. Kangxi had longed for Baocheng to bear a legitimate heir, for without a direct descendant, the position of crown prince would remain precarious. Despite the years passing since the grand wedding, the crown princess had yet to conceive. However, with the presence of Hongxie and Hongjin, Kangxi refrained from pressing the issue, wishing not to meddle in the affairs of Baocheng's household. Yet, what manner of individuals had Hongxie and Hongjin become? They not only intervened in the inner quarters, but also incited Baocheng to defend Li Jiashi. Kangxi, filled with rage, commanded, "Summon the crown prince to me." Yinren, aware of his father and Appo's fury, hastily arrived at the Yangxin Palace, kneeling obediently upon the ground. "How fares the crown princess?" Kangxi inquired, suppressing his ire. Replying to the emperor, the child cannot be saved. However, the physician asserts that the fetus is still small and will not greatly harm the mother. The crown prince replied, his head bowed. Then tell me, how do you propose to handle this situation? The crown prince hesitated, his lips quivering before he finally stammered. I shall ensure Li Jiashi is kept in check and provide adequate compensation to the crown princess. Foolishness, Kangxi exclaimed, seizing a paperweight from the dragon table and hurling it towards the crown prince. Terrified, the prince did not flinch, allowing the weight to strike his left shoulder. Why do you unconditionally favor that Li Jiashi? Why do Hongxie and Hongjin dare to meddle in the inner quarters? The crown princess is their legitimate mother. Kangxi lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the kneeling figure of his son. Baoqing had been nurtured under his careful watch, mastering both literature and martial arts in his presence. In recent years, whenever the crown prince was mentioned in court, he was invariably praised for his grace and composure. Yet, how had he grown increasingly confused regarding matters of the household? The crown prince and Amp, Oppos, face flushed under Kangxi and Amp. Oppos, as barrage of questions, it is my fault, my fault. Sighing deeply, Kangxi relented. Rise. Ultimately, his heart softened. Baoqing was his Achilles and Amp, Oppos' heel. From a young age, he had bestowed upon him the finest of everything, unable to bear the thought of his son's suffering. The crown princess is the legitimate mother of your heirs. Regardless of the circumstances, Hongxie and Hongjin must respect her. If they earn a reputation for disrespecting their mother, their futures will be irreparably tarnished. Kangxi slowly articulated the implications of the situation to the crown prince. The latter, drenched in cold sweat, instinctively interjected, Father, Before he could finish, Kangxi interrupted, I am aware you harbor no ill intent, but they are your sons. You must guide them, rather than neglect them. For reasons unknown, a vision of Hongghu, his youngest son, earnestly sharing wisdom with him about how the fourth prince imparted knowledge to him, crossed Kangxi's mind. He focused intently, his fingers trembling slightly with unbidden emotion. I understand, and I will be more vigilant in the future. The crown prince promptly assured Kangxi of his resolve to amend his ways. Suddenly losing the desire to continue his analysis, Kangxi waved his hand, return, and ensure matters with the crown princess are handled appropriately. As for Li Jiashi, indulging a concubine at the expense of a wife is no trivial matter. Yes. The crown prince bowed and withdrew. As he exited the Yangxin palace, he felt a profound sense of relief. Liang Jiogong, how fares Hongghu of late? Once the crown prince departed, Kangxi leaned back in his chair, his expression inscrutable. Liang Jiogong promptly recounted the recent affairs concerning Hongghu. Kangxi had ascended the throne at 8 and taken on governance at 14, with informants scattered throughout the capital. Whenever he sought knowledge, it was swiftly delivered. And as a prime focus of Kangxi's attention, Hongghu was accompanied by more than one shadow guard. Thus, if an emperor truly desired to protect someone, could he not succeed? It was merely a matter of genuine concern. Hongghu reads to the child within the fourth prince's consort daily? Kangxi nodded in silent approval, realizing that with Hongghu leading, the future offspring of the fourth prince would likely flourish. Liang Jiogong, noticing Kangxi's easing demeanor, continued, the fourth prince engages in debates with Hongghu during his days off. Kangxi's protective instincts flared once more. He dares to argue with a child no older than 6. Yet, the fourth prince is truly devoted to Hongghu. Indeed, your majesty, I have seldom seen a prince so dedicated to the education of a child. Liang Jiogong concurred. Kangxi pondered for a moment. Hongghu will soon turn 6. It is time for him to move to the front courtyard, is it not? Liang Jiogong readily confirmed. In the Qing Dynasty, princes were expected to commence formal education at the age of 6. Those within the palace would attend the academy during the day and return to their respective residences at night, while those outside typically moved to the front courtyard upon reaching that age. Kangxi remained lost in thought for an extended period, as though contemplating a significant decision. Half an hour later, he made his way to Yonhe Palace, striding purposefully. Meanwhile, at the fourth prince's residence, Hongghu stared intently at the small trinket, a golden piece shaped like a foal, which Yinzhen had just given him, lost in contemplation. Within, Yinzhen was listening with an expression of exasperation as Yinzhen elaborated on his grand aspirations for a commercial empire. Speak plainly, Yinzhen's forehead was lined with tension, clearly reaching the limits of his patience. Yinzhi, startled, nearly leapt from his seat, hastily clarifying, "I wish for my fourth brother to speak well of me to Fuchong and secure some silver on my behalf." Fearing rejection from Yinzhen, he quickly added, "I assure you, I will not cause him any losses." Yinzhen regarded his younger brother, who appeared as cunning as a monkey, and sighed, "You must understand why Fuchong declined your request." Instantly deflated, Yinzhi muttered, "I know that last time the disaster relief cost the Yularen family a considerable amount of silver. If I ask for more, it might draw the envy of others. You understand, yet still ask me to intervene?" Yinzhen retorted, exasperated, "I am merely in a tight spot." Yinzhi's voice dwindled, taking on a tone of feigned innocence. Yinzhen could no longer bear it. "Don't think I am unaware of your true intentions. I do have some silver. Take it and make it grow." Yinzhi's face brightened instantly. "Thank you, fourth brother. I promise I won't let you lose any silver." Rumors in the capital spoke of the ninth prince, Yinzhi, being extraordinarily beautiful, indistinguishable between male and female, untouched amidst a flurry of admirers. Observing Yinzhi in that moment, Yinzhen found himself somewhat convinced. With his goals achieved, Yinzhi cheerfully exited the study, ruffling Hongghu's small head. He swiftly produced another item from his pocket, placing it in Hongghu and Appo's hand, and flashed a grin at Yinzhen before departing with satisfaction. Left behind, Hongghu once again found himself contemplating the golden piece shaped like a sword. Is the ninth uncle and Appo's residence truly piled high with gold? Chapter 72. The twins at the beginning of the 41st year of Kangshi's reign, Yijun was already 5 months pregnant. However, her abdomen was considerably larger than that of an average expectant mother, making her movements somewhat cumbersome. In a state of anxiety, Yinzhen hurried into the palace to inform De Fei of the situation. Although De Fei had her suspicions, she refrained from voicing them directly and summoned the imperial physician to accompany Yinzhen back to examine Yijun's pulse in the main courtyard of the fourth prince's residence. After the physician completed the pulse examination, he displayed a look of astonishment and proceeded to check again. Yinzhen, filled with trepidation, held his breath. After a moment, the physician stroked his grizzled beard and announced, "Congratulations, fourth prince. Your noble consort carries twins." Yinzhen was momentarily stunned, feeling the world darken before his eyes. After a while, he regained his composure and requested that the physician elaborate on the precautions needed. Only after Yinzhen confirmed that nothing had been overlooked did he allow the physician to return to the palace, simultaneously instructing Su Peisheng to inform Kangxi and De Fei of the twins' news. After issuing his orders, Yinzhen exhaled deeply, sitting on the edge of the bed, placing his trembling hand on Yijun's abdomen, where 2 lives were nestled. Yijun, too, was taken aback by the diagnosis, staring at her prominently rounded belly. Suddenly, she felt a vigorous movement from within, and Yinzhen, who was most attuned to the sensations, felt his legs weaken with joy. "The baby is moving," Yijun exclaimed, sniffling as she called to Yinzhen. He grinned widely, replying, "I felt it too." Another gentle movement followed, less forceful than the first. "Look, they are greeting us," Yijun thought, convinced that the 2 little ones were already vying for attention. After a moment, Yinzhen embraced Yijun carefully, mindful not to apply too much pressure on her abdomen. "Twins are a greater challenge. You shall have to endure more," he said tenderly. Yijun grasped his hand, replying, "As long as you are by my side, I do not feel the burden." Su Peisheng brought the news of Yijun's pregnancy with twins to the palace, delighting both Kangxi and De Fei, who promptly opened the private treasury once more. Unable to contain his inner joy, Kangxi decided to bring Liang Jiogong to Yonghe Palace to share the good news with De Fei. In Yonghe Palace, as Kangxi strode in with purpose, De Fei greeted him as usual. Kangxi personally assisted De Fei to her feet and said, "My beloved, have you heard that the fourth prince's consort is expecting twins?" Su Peisheng had just exited Yangxin Hall and arrived at Yonghe Palace with this news. De Fei was equally thrilled, her eyebrows dancing with joy. "The fourth prince's consort is truly blessed. The children she bears will undoubtedly be spirited," Kangxi praised Yijun lavishly. He felt a deep fondness for her, especially since she was carrying twins. Defei seized the moment to bolster Yijun's standing in Kangxi's eyes, stating, "Indeed, the fourth prince's consort has raised Hongghu well, and her character is commendable. Just look at how well the eldest princess has thrived under her care." Kangxi, hearing Defei and Appo's words, felt reassured that his visit to Yonghe Palace was indeed worthwhile. She truly understood him. His gaze softened as he looked at Defei. In the following days, the news of the fourth prince's consort expecting twins spread like wildfire among the influential circles of the capital, eliciting mixed reactions of joy and concern. Meanwhile, in the fourth prince and Appo's residence, Yinzhen was discussing with Yijun the prospect of relocating Hongghu to the front courtyard. Now that Hongghu was 6 years old, it would be more convenient for Yijun, who was pregnant with twins. Given your condition, it would be best for him to move to the front courtyard, Yinzhen suggested gently. However, Yijun and Appo's eyes reddened, as if she had suffered a grave injustice, and she stubbornly retorted, "He still has 2 months until he turns 6. Yinzhen, frustrated by their lack of progress, began to perspire with worry. Consequently, during dinner, Yijun was disinclined to engage in conversation with him. Observing his parents and Appo's unusual demeanor, Hongghu cast a curious glance at Yinzhen, as if asking what was amiss. Yinzhen responded with a look that suggested they would discuss it after their meal, hastening to finish. After dinner, Yinzhen took Hongghu to the study, prompting a heavy sigh from Yijun, while the maid Chun cast knowing glances at the eldest princess. In the study, Hongghu asked, "So, mother is reluctant to have me move to the front courtyard?" He pouted, revealing his own reluctance to leave her. "You are growing up. It is time to move to the front courtyard, especially since your mother is now pregnant with twins. Her mobility will only become more challenging," Yinzhen explained. "Twins? Does that mean I will have 2 little brothers or sisters?" Hongghu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yinzhen took a moment to explain the symptoms Yijun would experience as her pregnancy progressed. "Father, I promise I will convince mother to allow me to move to the front courtyard," Hongghu declared, prioritizing his mother's well-being over his desire to remain close to her. As Hongghu exited the study, he found Yijun reclining on the bed with a book. He approached her softly, "Mother." Setting her book aside, Yijun pulled Honghui to sit beside her. "You wanted to tell me you wished to move to the front courtyard, didn't you?" she asked gently. Hongghu nodded sheepishly, feeling a wave of embarrassment under her tender gaze. Yijun sighed softly, taking his small hand in hers. "Mother knows that your father must have informed you about my pregnancy with twins." Seeing that Hongghu did not protest, Yijun continued, "I understand your concerns for me, fearing that staying in the main courtyard might distract me." As she caressed his hand, her heart swelled with affection for his understanding nature. "But you, my dear Hongghu, are also my child. Despite the 2 little ones in my womb, my love for you remains unparalleled." Hongghu looked up abruptly, and Yijun could see her reflection in his clear eyes. "It is customary for boys to move to the front courtyard upon turning 6. I accept this tradition, but you still have 2 months. How could I bear to let you go early?" Tears welled in Hongghu's eyes as he leaned into her embrace, calling out "mother" repeatedly. Yijun gently patted his back, reassuring him, "Do not heed your father's words. Remember, you need me, but I need you even more." As her words echoed, soft sobs broke forth from the child who had tried so hard to appear mature, finally shedding his hardened exterior in the warmth of his mother's embrace. Yinzhen, who had been standing at the door for some time, finally spoke, "Su Peixiong, there's no rush to prepare the room for Hongghu in the front courtyard." He realized that compared to Hongghu's need for Yijun, her need for him was far more profound. Chapter 73. The clingy Hongghu. Ever since Yijun resolutely allowed Hongghu to remain in the main courtyard, he has noticeably become more attached to her. Each day after school, he would return to the main courtyard to read to the little one growing within her womb. After finishing, he would excitedly recount the amusing anecdotes shared with his teacher during the day. Yijun would attentively listen, occasionally offering comment. Yet she refrained from interfering too much in Hongghu's way of navigating the world. "Mother," the physician mentioned that the risks of carrying twins are heightened. During the day, when your son is not by your side, you must take extra care, Hongghu said, his small face mirroring the seriousness of Yinzhen. "Mother's little steward, mother knows," Yijun replied, delighting in the concern expressed by her beloved son. Suddenly pausing, Hongghu glanced around to ensure that Grandma Chun and the others were not too close. Then shyly leaned towards Yijun and whispered, "Mother, please don't tell my younger siblings about how much you adore me. They will be heartbroken." Yijun couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her little turnip head, who was struggling to suppress his shyness while trying to appear mature. "Mother cares not. Mother's favorite is Hongghu." After saying this, she gently caressed her belly. Hongghu felt a mix of embarrassment and urgency. He couldn't let his mother express her affection for him in front of his future siblings. Determined, he resolved to treat them better in hopes that his mother would love him just a bit more. Yinzhen returned home just in time for dinner, looking somewhat weary from recent days of early mornings and late nights. "What troubles you? You seem to be out all day," Yijun finally inquired, noticing his fatigued demeanor. Since the day Yinzhen had instructed Hongghu to move to the front courtyard, Yijun had secretly been at odds with him, and her stubbornness had caused him considerable distress. However, witnessing his exhaustion softened her heart, prompting her to ask. Upon hearing Yijun's voice, Yinzhen's lips curled into a smile, which he quickly masked by lowering his head to eat. Once he contained his inner joy, he pretended to speak gravely. "There have been some issues in the internal affairs court recently. Ling has consistently targeted the Wuya family." Seeing the worry etched on Yijun's face, Su Peixiang, who had entered to deliver something to Yinzhen, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Although Yinzhen had been busy these past few days, his handling of Ling's affairs was anything but sluggish, and it was amusing to see such a composed master appear troubled before Yijun. Noticing Su Peixiang's gaze, Yinzhen cleared his throat, causing Su Peixiang to hastily set down his items and exit. Hongghu, observing the unusual exchange, looked at Yinzhen and then back at Su Peixiang, inadvertently spraying a few grains of rice. "Are you choking?" Yijun's attention was immediately drawn back to Hongghu. Yinzhen cast a disapproving glance at him, but Hongghu boldly returned the look before sweetly exclaiming, "I'm fine, just ate a bit too quickly." "Slow down. Mother will stay with you until you finish," Yijun said, smiling at Hongghu, who remained unfazed by Yinzhen's scrutiny. Yinzhen, gritting his teeth, thought to remind Zhu Shi that Hongghu's daily studies were somewhat lacking. Meanwhile, Hongghu pondered how his father intended to garner his mother's attention through pity. He would not allow Yinzhen to succeed in that endeavor. At the dining table, the atmosphere was filled with paternal warmth and familial joy. It took Yijun a while to realize she had forgotten to inquire further about Yinzhen's matters and quickly rectified her oversight. "So, Mother is aware of the issues in the internal affairs court?" Yinzhen, noticing Yijun's renewed focus on him, quickly replied, "Yes. Mother has already warned the Wuya clan to be cautious. If Ling catches them off guard, no one will be able to save them. Should we allow Ling to proceed unchecked? Self-restraint is not a sustainable solution," Yijun silently calculated. In her past life, Ling Pu's downfall stemmed from the revelation of the late Empress Heshi's title within his household, leading to a furious Kangxi ordering Ling's execution, with even the crown prince too fearful to plead on his behalf. Subsequently, the internal affairs court came under the control of the 8th prince, gradually becoming his domain. Of course, we cannot allow this to continue. However, as a close minister of the crown prince, we must strike decisively against Ling Pu, leaving him no opportunity for retaliation," Yinzhen stated. Yijun nodded in agreement, contemplating how to subtly convey some of her past insights to him. Given Ling Pu and Appo's position as the head of the internal affairs court, he must have accumulated considerable wealth illicitly, Yijun remarked, carefully choosing her words. Yinzhen raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the truth in her observation. If that is the case, then raiding Ling's estate could yield unexpected rewards, Yijun added with a smile, speaking lightly of the matter. A glimmer of realization flashed in Yinzhen's eyes. This was indeed a clever idea. Seeing that Yinzhen had taken her suggestion to heart, Yijun refrained from saying more and turned her attention to the quiet and contemplative eldest princess. The eldest princess seemed to have become more composed recently. Suddenly called out, she was startled, causing her chopsticks to clatter to the ground. Gu He, who had been at the door, hurried in to bring her a new pair. The eldest princess, flustered, explained, "I was lost in thought." See, when you're deep in thought, don't forget to eat. You've hardly touched your food, Yijun said with a smile, reflecting on how her daughter had matured. The thoughts of a young girl were often incomprehensible to anyone but herself. The eldest princess quickly nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her understanding. Yijun, satisfied, allowed the family to continue their dinner in peace. Before bed, the eldest princess lay tossing and turning. Earlier that day, a strange maid had hurriedly handed her a note on her way home from school. The wet nurse nearby informed her that the maid appeared to be from Yiru Pavilion, prompting the eldest princess to signal her wet nurse to keep the matter secret. After dinner, back in her room, she opened the note, and her complexion turned pale upon reading its contents. Late concerns mingled with sordid schemes stirred within her. The eldest princess sprang up, burning the note in the candlestick until it turned to ash. As she lay back in bed, a montage of past moments played vividly in her mind. Her mother had advised her to be aware of the intrigues in the rear courtyard, but not to be overly concerned, for she was born of noble blood. She had recounted the circulating tales to caution her against falling too easily into romance and to discern wisely. She had taken her out of the fourth prince's residence, diligently crafting a good reputation for her. The eldest princess clenched the quilt tightly, resolutely making her choice. Chapter 74. The Imperial Study Room in the second month of the 41st year of Kangshi's reign. The emperor issued an edict, instructing each royal household to select one grandson who had reached the age of 6 to enter the imperial study for education. Simultaneously, Zhu Shi, the left chief censor, returned to the court, forcefully positioning himself among the various factions of the Qing Dynasty. In the fourth prince's manner, Hongghu gazed up at his teacher and asked, "Sir, does this mean you will no longer be able to teach me?" Zhu Shi smiled gently. "Your daily lessons will be sent to my residence for review, after which I shall send them back to you." Hongghu pressed his lips together and bowed respectfully. "Then I shall trouble you in the future." Zhu Shi nodded in satisfaction, looking at the 6-year-old boy before him. Upon the emperor's decree, countless shattered teacups were collected in the Yuqing palace and the prince's manor. Ever since the crown prince had been reprimanded by Kangxi, he had been cautious in his words and actions, diligently inquiring about the studies of Hongxie and Hongjin, making evident his intention to amend his ways. Upon hearing the emperor and Appo's command, the already irritated crown prince was further enraged. "Your Highness, the emperor clearly wishes for brother Hongghu to enter the palace for his studies." Ling, instead of advising the crown prince, fanned the flames of his anger, causing Hilu to furrow his brow. "I suppose the emperor is preoccupied with thoughts of Hongghu," Yinzhen coldly remarked. Sensing the situation escalating, Hilu quickly interjected, "The emperor has not only summoned brother Hongghu, he has also granted each household a quota. Such a quota, obtained merely as a mere accessory, is not worth having." The crown prince clenched his fist and slammed it onto the desk, with Ling eagerly agreeing beside him. Suid sighed internally, pondering why the crown prince cannot comprehend that as long as he did not err, no one could surpass him. The more anxious he became, the more mistakes he would make, ultimately inciting the emperor's displeasure. "What news from the Interior Ministry?" The crown prince bit out. "Your Highness, the Waya clan is now as cautious as mice before a cat," Ling replied with a sense of triumph. "Speed up your actions. Your duty is to firmly maintain control over the Interior Ministry." Yinzhen resolved inwardly. "Yinzhen, do not blame me for disregarding past favors. Hongghu's rising prominence is vexing to me." Meanwhile, at the prince's manor, Yinzhen's expression was inscrutable after he heard Kangxi's decree, while Yinzhen lowered his head, deep in thought. "Eighth brother, what are your thoughts?" Yinzhen casually called Yinzhen's name, his tone reminiscent of commanding a subordinate, causing Yinzhen to tighten his grip. "Elder brother, we should not be the ones in a rush." Yinzhen suppressed his disdain for Yinzhen, lamenting his mother's lowly status, forcing him to rely on the person before him for survival. Indeed, Yinzhen imagined Yinzhen's current demeanor and couldn't help but sneer. Our esteemed crown prince appears radiant on the surface, but harbors a heart more calculating than anyone. Yinzhen, cautious as ever, refrained from agreeing, knowing too well the perils of speaking too freely. Recently, Ling has been dealing with the Waya clan. "We shall act when they are at odds with each other," Yinzhen stated, casting a glance out the window. He then looked at Yinzhen, meaningfully suggesting, "It is about time you sought a position from the emperor." Yinzhen felt a surge of joy, though his face remained impassive. "I shall heed your words, elder brother." Yinzhen, satisfied with Yinzhen's obedience, assured him, "Fear not, I shall not treat you unjustly." A few days later, Hongghu, with his backpack in tow, waved farewell to his beloved mother, reluctantly boarding the carriage heading to the palace. Yinzhen, with an air of frustration, remarked, "It's not as if you won till you return. You'll be back this evening." Yijun shot Yinzhen a glare. "Why do you always pick on Hongghu? It's not the same in the palace as it is at home. During the day, I can visit him. I can have Wei Ji send him treats. Can I do that in the palace?" Yinzhen rubbed his nose, somewhat abashed. "Mother will look after Hongghu in the palace." Yijun snorted, and Yinzhen quickly shifted the topic. Ling Pu's actions have become increasingly bold of late. Yijun's attention was immediately captured by Yinzhen's words, prompting him to relax a bit. "Have you found the evidence regarding Ling Pu's embezzlement? We're almost there. We just need one final push." Yinzhen relished the companionship of tackling challenges with Yijun, whose wisdom and precision in addressing problems constantly impressed him. If Yijun were a man, he would undoubtedly be a pivotal minister in the court. "We lack someone to expose the matter," Yijun astutely pointed out, identifying Yinzhen's dilemma. Yinzhen opened his hands in agreement, realizing that either he or the 14th prince could not act themselves due to their ties with the Wei family, which could lead to accusations of bias. If a minister were to intervene, it would also raise suspicions as Ling Pu was close to the crown prince. Yinzhen had a suitable candidate in mind, but was uncertain how to present the idea naturally. After a moment's contemplation, Yijun gestured for Yinzhen to lean closer, whispering something in his ear, causing Yinzhen's eyes to brighten with newfound clarity. The next day, Yinzhen sat leisurely in the study, awaiting Yintao's arrival. Yintao, appearing perplexed, entered the fourth prince's manor and immediately addressed Yinzhen. "Fourth brother, can I still not retrieve the silver you invested last time?" Yinzhen's lips twitched slightly as he signaled a servant to bring tea for Yintao. "Today, I did not summon you for the silver." Yintao visibly relaxed at this. Yinzhen then recounted the recent developments between Ling Pu and the Wei clan in detail. After a moment of contemplation, Yintao responded, "So, fourth brother, you have devised a plan against Ling Pu?" Yinzhen nodded slightly, remaining silent as he awaited Yintao's next words. After all, Ling Pu was aligned with the crown prince, and Yinzhen believed Yintao had not yet been entangled in these royal disputes. Thus, if Yintao wished to remain uninvolved, Yinzhen would regard today as uneventful. However, Yintao's agreement came more swiftly than Yinzhen anticipated. "Rest assured, fourth brother, I shall handle this matter," Yintao declared, patting his chest in assurance before hurriedly departing, leaving Yinzhen momentarily stunned. Turning away, Yintao wore a gloomy expression. How could he miss out on such an opportunity to undermine the crown prince? Why is the 9th prince behaving unusually today? Yinzhen pondered silently while seated in his chair. After leaving the 4th prince's manor, Yintao nonchalantly inspected the businesses under his control before eventually making his way to the Yinchao manor. Chapter 75. The majestic 10th prince, eldest brother Yini, the son of noble consort Nu, possesses a lineage second only to that of the crown prince. His demeanor is characteristically carefree and forthright. At this moment, Yini scratched his smooth head, seemingly perplexed, and addressed Yinzhen. "Ninth brother, you know my temperament best. I can't comprehend your roundabout speech." Yinzhen gazed upward in silence, reformulating his words. Recently, the Internal Affairs Office has been engulfed in conflict between the factions of Ling Pu and the Wei clan. As for fourth brother, he has managed to acquire some leverage against Ling Pu. He gestured with his hand to mimic the motion of counting silver coins. In an instant, Yini grasped the implication. Fourth brother intended to take action against Ling Pu. Yinzhen nodded with satisfaction, pleased to see his younger brother's understanding. However, Yini pondered, what relevance does this have to me? His guiding principle had always been to follow 9th brother for sustenance, without 9th brother and oppos, as support his meager stipend, often have by their father, would leave him destitute. Your temperament and status, coupled with your illustrious reputation, make you the most suitable candidate to intervene. Yinzhen's words struck Yi like a thunderbolt. What do you mean by my illustrious reputation? The 10th prince nearly leapt 3 feet in indignation, while Yinzhen chuckled softly nearby. Pray tell, the formidable 10th prince, would you be willing to lend your assistance? Upon hearing this, Yi deflated like a punctured balloon. 9th brother often spoke in half-truths, leaving him to fear he was being likened to some nefarious figure. 9th brother, are you planning to side with 4th brother from now on? After a moment of hesitation, Yi voiced his concern. Yinzhen sighed internally. Indeed, none of the royal brothers were truly foolish. Some were genuine, while others merely played along with false pretenses. 4th brother is quite capable, Yinzhen succinctly replied, yet the brevity of his words conveyed his determination to Yi. But what of 8th brother? A sense of agitation washed over Yi. These convoluted matters were ill-suited for him to manage. Previously, when I sought his assistance, he refused me, Yinzhen stated softly, as if his words could be swept away by the wind. I will heed your advice. If you choose to follow 4th brother, then so shall I. Unable to bear the sight of Yinzhen's demeanor, Yi puffed out his chest and acquiesced to his request. Yinzhen smiled wryly. Old 10th, you know I cannot allow the crown prince to ascend the throne smoothly. Yi's bravado crumbled instantly. 9th brother, you have always protected me. I shall stand by your side. Days later, a significant incident occurred in the capital. Ling Pu's son, Ling Feng, had provoked the notorious 10th prince, known throughout the city. It was said that Ling Feng, a frequent visitor of the renowned flower houses, had dared to entangle himself with the 10th prince's beloved, the enchanting Jinsei. This reckless act stirred a hornet's nest. Yi, accompanied by the guard from his residence, confronted Ling Feng at the gambling den, delivering a sound thrashing. The servants of the Ling family dared not retaliate. With his face bruised and swollen, Ling Feng defiantly threatened Yi. Standing amidst the crowd, Yi crossed his arms, coolly responding, in my lifetime, aside from our emperor father, no one has ever dared speak to me in such a manner. Come, let us visit the Ling residence and see what audacity this little wretch possesses. Without allowing the Ling family a moment's respite, Yi led his guards toward their estate. Fortune favored him. Ling Pu was absent from the residence, allowing Yi to storm in as if traversing an unguarded realm. The Ling household, intimidated by Yi's status and fearsome reputation, refrained from making any rash moves and hurriedly informed Ling Pu. Search, Yi commanded, and the guards, well-trained, dispersed in various directions. The steward of the Ling residence, sweating profusely, gazed at the leisurely Yi sipping tea. 10th prince, this is utterly unreasonable. Oh, my actions have never been dictated by reason, Yi retorted, leaving the steward momentarily speechless, praying for Ling Pu's swift return. Half an hour later, Ling Pu rushed back. 10th prince, you are brazenly invading an official and Oppo's private residence, he exclaimed, his face flushed and voice trembling. Very well, I shall report you to the authorities. Well, have I ever feared such matters? Yi remained unfazed, patiently awaiting the revelation of Ling Pu's misdeeds. 10th prince, are you openly opposing His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Ling Pu bellowed, invoking the Crown Prince in hopes of halting Yi's actions. Do not wrongfully accuse me, Ling. It is your disobedient son who dared threaten me. I must find out what gives him such audacity. The bound Ling Feng shrank back as Ling Pu advanced, delivering a resounding slap. Unfulfilled. Apologize to the 10th prince at once. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ling Feng hurriedly crawled forward, repeatedly bowing and confessing his sins. Observing Yin and Amp, Oppo's, Yin and Amp, Oppo's, unyielding stance, Ling Pu gritted his teeth and signaled to a hidden accomplice, who promptly rushed toward Yuqing Palace. Alas, Ling Pu did not await the crown prince and Oppo's arrival. Witnessing his son's incriminating evidence being brought forth, he collapsed in despair. It is over. The Ling family is finished. Yi opened one of the boxes, and upon seeing its contents, hurriedly closed it, urging, take it directly to Yangxin Hall. Under no circumstances let it enter my residence. He cast a glance at the despondent Ling Pu, scoffing before following toward Yangxin Hall. At that moment, Emperor Kangxi was reviewing memorials but felt an incessant twitch in his right eyelid. Unable to resist, he set aside the documents and closed his eyes to rest. Your Majesty, 10th Prince. 10th Prince is approaching Yangshin Hall with several boxes, a guard reported in haste. Kangxi halted, his hand mid-motion, gritting his teeth and inquiring, until when will old 10th's stipend be withheld? Your Majesty, 10th Prince's stipend has been suspended until May of next year, Liang Jiugong replied, stifling a laugh. Kangxi's lips twitched. He knew that the twitching of his eyelid foretold trouble. Seizing the opportunity before Yin and oppose, he reached Yangshin Hall. He rummaged through the table for a suitable object to throw. 15 minutes later, your son pays his respects to the emperor. Yin and oppose. He feigned innocence, much to Kangxi and oppose's chagrin. Cease causing me trouble, and I shall consider you filial. Kangxi retorted with annoyance, glancing at the 6 boxes laid out before him. What is this? He gestured with his eyes. Unaware of the profound psychological impact his next move would have on Kangxi, Yin cleared his throat. Open the boxes. Allow the emperor to see the wealth of Lord Ling. One by one, the boxes were opened, illuminating Yangshin Hall with their treasures. Boldness. Kangxi and oppose's voice thundered, akin to issuing a death sentence, causing the majestic 10th Prince to shrink back in fright. Chapter 76. Severing the Crown Prince's arm, summon Ling Pu to me at once. And bring the Crown Prince here as well. Kangxi descended the steps, his eyes scarlet, his hand trembling as he touched the Empress and oppose's grand coronet within the chest. An item only she was entitled to wear. Ling Pu, damn him! The mere thought of Ling Pu potentially defiling the Empress's cherished mementos in solitude filled Kangxi with a desire to obliterate Ling Pu's entire lineage. A quarter of an hour elapsed before Delengtai hauled Ling Pu over as if he were a mere chicken. With a release of his grip, Ling Pu crashed to the ground with a thud. Disregarding the pain radiating from every part of his body, Ling Pu incessantly kowtowed, begging for mercy. Your Majesty, this humble servant is aware of his transgressions. I am aware. Before long, Ling Pu's forehead was streaked with blood. Yin, standing to the side, curled his lip in disdain. Rather than imploring the emperor to spare him, he'd be better off begging the emperor not to condemn the Ling family to the 9 familial exterminations. The Crown Prince, upon arriving at the Hall of Mental Cultivation, beheld this scene. His steps faltered momentarily. Your imperial father, I offer my greetings. Rise. Behold the deeds of the servant you harbor. In his incandescent rage, Kangxi did not offer the Crown Prince a pleasant countenance. Upon hearing these words, the Crown Prince's gaze swept over the open chest. Suddenly, his eyes arrested, and his face flushed crimson. He lunged forward, seizing Ling Pu by the collar, constricting Ling Pu's throat as he roared, entirely losing his composure. Have I ever mistreated you? How dare you lay hands on my imperial mother's relics? As Ling Pu's struggles diminished, Kangxi slowly intoned, Baocheng, release him. The Crown Prince released Ling Pu and collapsed beside the late Empress Heshali's relics, bursting into unrestrained sobs. For a fleeting moment, Kangxi felt a pang of remorse for having treated Baocheng in such a manner. Observing the gradual return of tenderness in Kangxi's gaze towards the Crown Prince, Yin inwardly scoffed. Only his imperial father could believe that Ling Pu's misdeeds were unrelated to the Crown Prince. But then again, the Crown Prince was the apple of his imperial father's eye. Yin was dismissivity. Guards, the criminal Ling Pu, for privately hoarding the late Empress's relics, has committed an unpardonable offense. Exterminate his 9 generations. Kangxi's frigid pronouncement extinguished the last vestiges of hope within Ling Pu's heart. The Ling clan had ultimately paid the price for ill-gotten wealth and power. After Ling Pu was escorted away, Kangxi, gazing at the Crown Prince with his reddened eyes, deliberated before saying, These relics shall be placed in the Yuqing Palace. Let them serve as a memento. The Crown Prince sniffled, his voice still tinged with hoarseness. I am grateful for your imperial father's benevolence. Yin, witnessing the emperor's countenance instantly softening, involuntarily widened his eyes like copper bells. Kangxi's peripheral vision caught sight of Yin. Recalling the sequence of events that the secret guard had conveyed to him before Ling Pu's arrival, Kangxi's suppressed fury reignited in an instant. You rebellious son! Kangxi's visage transformed once more as he berated Yini. Yini, with practiced ease, dropped to his knees. Imperial Father, please investigate thoroughly. This son has been wronged. Kangxi's lips twitched. Each time, the same kneeling posture, the same rhetoric. How could he have sired such a doltish offspring? You dare to assault the son of an official in the streets over a courtesan. The very image of Yini's insolent demeanor as he pummeled the man in the streets caused Kangxi to feel as if his aged face had been utterly disgraced. A courtesan is also a subject of the great Qing. As a prince, it is my duty to ensure they are not subjected to oppression. Besides, Ling Pu is no longer an official. What claim does Ling Feng have to being the son of an official? Yini, braving Kangxi's wrath, spoke with a righteousness that left the crown prince momentarily stunned. Thwack! The paperweight that Kangxi had preemptively prepared found its purpose. However, Yin and Amp, Oppos, Yin nimbly dodged, evading the Emperor and Amp, Oppos, as assault. You rebellious son. You dare to evade. Cough, cough, cough. Kangxi's face flushed crimson with rage. Do not think that I am unaware that you are a patron of that gents. Yini touched the tip of his nose, his phoenix eyes narrowing as he offered a conciliatory smile. Imperial Father, we are all men, after all. Get out. Your stipend for the entire next year is forfeited. Kangxi decreed, utterly devoid of leniency. Yin and Amp, Oppos, S frame stiffened, his handsome face contorting into a grimace. He wished to voice his protest, but upon seeing Kangxi brandishing an inkstone, he sullenly took his leave from the hall of mental cultivation. As the 10th prince made his way back to his residence, he seethed with resentment. This venture had been a monumental loss. He would have to demand that the 4th brother and 9th brother each supplement his stipend for the coming year. With this thought, the 10th prince's spirits lifted, and he redirected his steps towards the Manchu brothel. Within the 4th prince's residence, Yinzhen and Yijun, upon learning of Yini's handling of the situation, exchanged glances and burst into laughter. The 10th brother is truly. Yijun struggled to find the appropriate words to describe Yin and Oppos. Profoundly wise in his seeming foolishness, Yinzhen rejoined without hesitation. In the eyes of Kangxi, who placed great emphasis on the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring and valued the status of a prince and Oppos, as birth mother, Yin and Oppos, S importance was by no means negligible. Moreover, Yini was the only one in the entire Great Qing who could consistently provoke Kangxi's fury, yet emerge unscathed, with the punishment typically limited to the forfeiture of his stipend. With this realization, Yinzhen, his eyes twinkling with amusement, instructed Su Peixiong, deliver some silver to the 10th prince. Remember to be discreet. Yijun, equally cognizant of Yin and Amp, Oppos, as financial straits, could no longer restrain her mirth and erupted into peals of laughter. Thus, the triumvirate of Yinzhen, Tang, and Yin and Oppos, it was tentatively formed. The struggle within the imperial household department concluded with the severing of the crown prince and Oppos' arm. Upon returning to the Yuqing palace, the crown prince's countenance was somber. After instructing his servants to carefully transport the late Empress Heshily's relics into the storeroom, he secluded himself in his study, forbidding his attendants from entering. Exterminate Ling Pu's 9 generations. Had his imperial father ever considered that the wet nurse who had raised him was also among Ling Pu's 9 generations, along with a childhood companion? Yinren found himself engulfed in an inner void. Was his imperial father intent on driving away all those who were close to him? Half an hour later, the crown prince pushed open the study door. Yizhu, make preparations. We're going to the estate. Seated in an elegant private room on the 2nd floor of a restaurant, Tang, peering through the curtains, watched as the crown prince's carriage slowly departed in the direction of the outskirts of the capital. His knuckles turned white as he gripped his wine cup. After gazing for a long while, he drained the cup in a single gulp. Let us return to the residence and visit your Wanyan mistress. Li Jinzong, observing his master's expression, sighed inwardly. Only the Wanyan consort, whom his master cherished as a treasure, could bring a smile to his face during such times. Alas, the Wanyan consort had suffered injuries in her youth and had remained childless for many years. Chapter 77. the resolute eldest princess, esteemed consort. Do you anticipate a younger brother or sister in your womb? The eldest princess inquired with a tender smile, seated beside Yijun's bedside. Yijun was now 7 months pregnant, her belly burgeoning, rendering her movements increasingly cumbersome. Reclining against the bed, she responded, "Either would be a blessing, so long as the child is healthy." The eldest princess gazed adoringly at Yijun, seemingly forever captivated by such tender maternal affection. "Esteemed consort, why do you treat me with such kindness? P-if-if-t, Yiyun tsiokut. Silly child, you were exceedingly well behaved upon your arrival at the main courtyard. Now that I have nurtured you into the young woman you are today, my affection for you shall only deepen." The eldest princess reminisced about the subtle interactions between Yijun and Honghui, pursing her lips before gently leaning her head against Yijun, like a kitten seeking affection. Yijun smiled and stroked the crown of the eldest princess's head. The eldest princess desperately suppressed the urge to weep, sweetly declaring, "Esteemed consort, I shall also treat you with utmost devotion." The following day, at the lakeside pavilion in the fourth prince's rear courtyard, Lady Li regarded the eldest princess, who had remained silent since her arrival, save for the customary greetings. Irritation welled within her heart, though she maintained a cheerful facade. "Behold, I carried you for 10 months. Yet seeing you now is more arduous than ascending the heavens. If mother truly desired to see me, she would find a way." The eldest princess retorted with a measured tone. Stung by the eldest princess's tepid response, Lady Li abandoned all pretense of maternal affection and bluntly inquired, "Have you considered the matter I raised a few days ago?" She added, betraying her anxiety, "Do not be deceived by the consort and oppos, as current kindness. She has no daughters of her own. Should she bear a princess, how much attention do you believe the consort and his highness will spare for you? Only I will genuinely care for you are the flesh of my flesh." Lady Li then sipped her tea, confident that this argument would sway the 9-year-old girl. "Mother genuinely cares for me?" The eldest princess scoffed, as if hearing a jest. Lady Li's hand faltered. "Since childhood, my health has been delicate. You frequently exploited me to entice father to your courtyard. Later, when you conceived Hongfun, you paid me even less attention. The servants in Ero Pavilion dared to be insolent, yet you never intervened." The eldest princess and Appo's countenance grew colder with each word, her eyes reddening. Finally, the esteemed consort arrived. She took me back to the main courtyard and meticulously cared for me as if I were her own flesh and blood. You must not know, but I have often pondered that had the esteemed consort not come, I would not have survived until now. The eldest princess chuckled mirthlessly, rising to her feet and gesturing to the hair ornaments adorning her head. Each and every one of these was carefully selected by the esteemed consort. She then pointed to the exquisite fabric of her garments. "The esteemed consort provides me with clothes even more frequently than she does for Honghui," extending her slender hands. She added, "Behold, the calluses on these hands are from practicing the zither and learning to paint. Whenever I desire to learn something, the esteemed consort hires a tutor for me." Observing the transformed eldest princess, Lady Li realized that her daughter was irrevocably lost to her. She slammed her hand on the table and hissed, "But I am your mother." The eldest princess approached the lakeside, gazing at the shimmering water, reminiscent of the scene she had witnessed in the Yuanminjuan Gardens. She remembered Honghui and Appo's promise to reserve a courtyard for her in the future. The kindness of nurturing outweighs the debt of birth. Abandon your sordid schemes, lest I be compelled to take drastic measures. The eldest princess whirled around, her frigid tone causing Lady Li to feel a palpable drop in temperature. "Your disrespect for elders will tarnish your reputation," Lady Li retorted, jabbing her finger at the eldest princess, her voice laced with malice. "I came here today with no intention of preserving my reputation. In any case, my current good name is bestowed upon me by the esteemed consort, is it not?" Seeing the eldest princess's face, so similar to her own, now contorted in mockery, Lady Li's tightly wound nerve snapped. "If the kindness of nurturing outweighs the debt of birth, then I shall reclaim the debt of birth." Lady Li had completely lost her composure, perhaps due to the shattering of her long-held illusion that the eldest princess would eventually return to her side. or perhaps due to the utter failure of her meticulously crafted plan. Lady Li lunged forward, shoving the eldest princess backwards. A splash echoed as the eldest princess plunged into the lake. Tao Hong, who had been guarding the area to prevent others from approaching, shrieked in terror. Help! Someone! Help! Awakened by Tao Hong's piercing cries, Lady Li's hands trembled. Realizing that she had pushed the eldest princess into the lake, she began to scream hysterically, Help! Someone! Save the eldest princess! Servants arrived swiftly in response to the cries for help. Fortunately, the lake was not deep, and the eldest princess was quickly rescued. The eldest princess leaned against the maidservant, biting her tongue to maintain consciousness, her face ashen as she stared at Lady Li. With this act, I have repaid the debt of birth. She then succumbed to unconsciousness. Lady Li watched as the servants frantically carried the eldest princess towards the main courtyard, collapsing to the ground in a heap. The eldest princess is my daughter, not the consort's daughter. She is my daughter, Lady Li repeated incessantly, while Tao Hong wept silently beside her. Main courtyard. What is all the commotion outside? Yijun, who had been napping in the inner chamber, awoke upon hearing the noise. Gui's face was pale, but she feigned nonchalance. Consort, it is merely the eldest princess and Honghui playing outside after their lessons. Yijun eyed him suspiciously. Where is Nurse Chun? Nurse Chun. Nurse Chun is. Gui could not reveal that Nurse Chun was in the eldest princess's room. Nurse Chun was usually inseparable from the consort, and Gui's face flushed with anxiety. Help me up. I wish to see what is happening. Yijun was increasingly certain that Gui was concealing something. Whatever could compel Nurse Chun to leave her side and Gui to deceive her, at a time when Yinzhen had not yet returned from his duties. Yiyun's heart suddenly leaped. Supporting her belly, she attempted to rise. Consort. Seeing Gui attempt to restrain her, Yijun fixed her with an icy glare. Has something happened to the eldest princess or Honghui? Her voice trembled with an emotion she did not recognize. Consort, your body is delicate. Please, do not agitate yourself. Gui dropped to her knees, pleading. Insolent. Are you now defying my orders? I demand an answer. Yijun's heart pounded with increasing dread, her voice growing sharper. Is the eldest princess? The eldest princess has fallen into the water. Yijun felt a wave of darkness wash over her, and a warm trickle began to flow from beneath her. Chapter 78, Difficult Labor. Gui, hurry. Summon the midwife. Yijun felt a sudden rush of warmth beneath her, her face paling instantly. Upon hearing this, Gui dashed outside. The midwife had been prepared well in advance. After summoning her, they quickly realized that the noble lady was in premature labor. The midwife wore a grave expression, causing Gui's heart to tremble. Wei Yi, quickly go to the Ministry of Revenue and bring the master back. By the time Yinzhen returned to the residence in a hurry with the imperial physician, Yijun had already dilated 7 fingers. Beads of sweat covered her forehead, her lips cracked and dry. Yijun mechanically swallowed the ginseng soup fed to her by the servants, while following the midwife's instructions to breathe in and out. The physician, peering through the curtain, checked Yijun and Appo's pulse with a solemn expression before writing a prescription. Yinzhen stood in the courtyard, his imposing presence making it difficult for anyone to approach. The child's position is somewhat incorrect. The midwife repeatedly massaged Yijun's abdomen, and with each press, Yijun felt as though a knife were tearing through her flesh, her consciousness fading. Noble lady, noble lady. Seeing Yijun on the brink of unconsciousness, Mama Chun decisively pinched her acupoint. The physician outside was also sweating profusely, finally risking a step forward to address Yinzhen, 4th master. The 4th noble lady is carrying twins, and now, with this sudden premature labor, compounded by the incorrect position, if it comes to a choice, should we save the mother or the child? Yinzhen's hawk-like gaze fixed on the physician, his voice heavy with a tremor. We must save the mother at all costs. As Ulanara, the noble lady, stepped into the main courtyard, she immediately heard Yinzhen's declaration to prioritize the mother. Her eyes reddened instantly, and after a hurried bow to Yinzhen, she entered the inner chamber. Seeing her daughter, who appeared as if she had just emerged from water, Ulanara grasped Yijun and Appo's hand tightly. My dear child, mother is here, mother is here. Hearing the familiar voice, Yijun slowly opened her eyes. Once she confirmed it was indeed her mother, her voice trembled with panic. Mother, mother, I cannot give birth. Ulanara hastily wiped away her tears, recalling Yinzhen's words that they must protect the mother. You will give birth, mother will be with you. Protect the mother, Yijun murmured repeatedly, suddenly feeling a surge of strength. The midwife, ever vigilant of Yijun's state, quickly interjected, Noble lady, the child's position is incorrect. I need to adjust it. Please endure. With that, the midwife hastened her actions, fearing that Yijun might slip back into unconsciousness. Yijun's nails dug into Ulanara's palm, yet the noble lady remained oblivious. Her gaze fixed on her daughter, wiping the sweat from Yijun in damp Appos as forehead and speaking to keep her awake. Buckets of blood were carried out from the inner chamber, and Yinzhen felt unsteady on his feet. Su Peisheng, how long has it been? It has been over 2 hours, Su Peisheng replied promptly. Yinzhen attempted to shift his feet, but stumbled slightly. Su Peisheng hurried to support him, but Yinzhen waved him off, resolutely stepping towards the inner chamber. Su Peisheng watched him leave, unable to voice the ominous thought about the delivery room. Inside, Yijun had dilated to 10 fingers, and the position of the child had been gradually corrected. The midwife gestured for Yijun to take deep breaths and push rhythmically. Mother, I am out of strength. Yijun weakly expressed. Ulanara was increasingly anxious. If this continued, the child would not be born, and the mother could be lost. I will do it. A deep male voice resonated, striking a stark contrast, yet feeling entirely appropriate in the delivery room. Ulanara stood frozen as Yinzhen took her place, leaning close to Yijun, whispering encouragement. Seeing Yijun muster her strength once more, Ulanara sighed deeply. Her cherished daughter had indeed found a worthy partner. As Yijun felt as if she might be torn apart, she heard the midwife's excited voice, summoning all her energy to push. It's coming, it's coming. Congratulations. Master, congratulations, noble lady. It's a healthy little prince. Yet, Yinzhen had no time to attend to the newborn son. He noticed Yijun's consciousness fading again and grasped her hand tightly. Yijun, do not sleep, do not sleep. When Yijun was roused once more, the midwife urged, Noble lady, hold on a little longer. There is still another little one. The arduous nature of childbirth weighed heavily on Yijun. Memories of joy upon learning of her pregnancy, the fervent clasp of her hands over her belly with Yinzhen, and their anticipation for Hongghu and the elder princess flooded her mind. Yijun bit her tongue and summoned her strength once again. After a cry of maternal agony, the vibrant wail of a newborn followed. It's a little princess, a dragon, and a phoenix, a harmonious union. Just as the midwife announced the joyful news, she noticed Yijun's condition change, and her expression shifted dramatically. Noble lady is still bleeding. The jubilant atmosphere outside came to an abrupt halt as the physician hurried to check Yijun and Appos' pulse. Soon, a female physician entered the inner chamber to administer acupuncture. For a time, the only sounds in the main courtyard were the bubbling of the medicine pot. After the physician checked Yijun's pulse, he quickly returned to the nearest position to her, observing as the female physician inserted needles into Yijun's body, noting her lifeless complexion. For the first time, Yinzhen felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Taking pulses, administering acupuncture, feeding medicine, and repeating the cycle, each action carried a heavy, oppressive weight. Ulanara took the 2 children to the side hall, instructing the wet nurses on their care before heading towards the elder princess's room. Is she still not awake? In the elder princess's chamber, only the wet nurse was present, while the household physician awaited outside. Not yet, but the household physician says she should awaken by tomorrow. The wet nurse replied swiftly. Ulanara reminded her to take good care of the elder princess before returning to wait outside Yijun's door. What weighs on my daughter's mind, which the 4th master cannot attend to, shall be borne by this old woman. As dawn broke the following day, Yijun still had not awakened. 4th master, the noble lady's bleeding has ceased, but due to the significant loss from this premature labor, when she will awaken depends on her physical condition. As the physician most skilled in obstetrics, Dr. Gua had exhausted his knowledge, yielding only such results. Yinzhen nodded at Dr. Gua. I shall trouble you further. Dr. Gua bowed, repeatedly expressing his humble gratitude. Chapter 79. The auspicious arrival of Dragon and Phoenix. Ulanara Fujin observed that Yinzhen still had not entered the palace. Outside, Su Peixiang was anxiously pacing without daring to speak. After a moment of contemplation, Ulanara Fujin finally said, Fourth Bail, it is time for you to convey the good news to the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, and also to inform Hongghu. Upon hearing Ulanara Fujin mention Hongghu, Yinzhen's body stiffened, and he forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Mother-in-law, how should I speak to Hongghu? Ulanara Fujin's eyes brimmed with tears again. Indeed, how should she address Hongghu? Should she congratulate him on the arrival of his new dragon and phoenix siblings? Or encourage him to come to terms with Yijun's unconscious state? After quickly regaining his composure, Yinzhen bowed respectfully to Ulanara Fujin. Mother-in-law, I must trouble you to take care of Yijun for a while. With that, he strode out of the main courtyard alongside Su Peixiang. Moments later, Ulanara Fujin suddenly realized that Fourth Bail had yet to see the two children. How could he convey this to the Emperor and the Empress Dowager? In Yangxin Hall, upon hearing Yinzhen and Amp, Appo's words, Kangxi and Amp, Appo's brows rose in delight. Good, good. This marks our Qing Dynasty and Amp, Appo's first pair of dragon and phoenix twins. He then eagerly inquired, how were the children born? Kangxi mused to himself that since they were dragon and phoenix twins, the names he had previously considered were no longer suitable and required rethinking. Yinzhen looked up in confusion. He had not yet seen his son. Kangxi and Appo's jubilant expression froze as father and son exchanged wide-eyed glances. Unfulfilled, your Fujin gave birth, and you were not by her side, not even a glance at the children. With that, Kangxi angrily rose from his dragon throne and approached Yinzhen. Your Majesty, the Fujin gave birth early and is yet to awaken. Yinzhen spoke slowly, the weight of sorrow halting Kangxi's steps. Why the early birth? Kangxi's mind raced with thoughts. This was the Qing Dynasty's first pair of dragon and phoenix twins, a divine affirmation of their reign. If anything were amiss with the twins, it would indicate malicious intent from someone. Son is unaware. Yinzhen's gaze turned vacant once more. Yijun had not yet awakened. He had no heart to concern himself with anything else. Kangxi inhaled deeply, reminding himself that this son had brought dragon and phoenix twins to the family and that he must remain composed. Noticing Yinzhen's disheveled appearance, the weariness etched on his face, and the nail marks on his hands, Kangxi began to understand. After a moment of silence, he spoke with a hint of shade in his tone. You entered the delivery room? Are you not aware that it is inauspicious? With a grimace that mirrored a painful smile, Yinzhen replied, Your Majesty, for over 2 hours, the Fujin cried out in pain, yet the children did not arrive. Dr. Gua said the position was incorrect, and given the early birth, asked whether to save the mother or the children. Last night, when leaving the palace, I promised Hongghu that I would ensure his mother and siblings were safe. Yinzhen's voice quivered, attributing his entry into the delivery room to the pressure from Hongghu. Your Majesty does not favor singular affection, hence Yijun cannot draw too much attention. Kangxi had never witnessed such a side of Yinzhen. He gestured for Liang Jiogong to take Yinzhen away to freshen up. In his current state, how could he face his mother and Hongghu? After Yinzhen had cleaned himself, Kangxi ultimately instructed Delangtai to investigate the cause of the early birth. The simple truth was quickly uncovered, and a quarter of an hour later, Kangxi handed a document to Yinzhen, who had just finished washing. Vile woman. Yinzhen clenched his fists, the deep marks on his hands indicating they were close to bleeding. Kangxi's heart was in turmoil. When Empress Heshley had endured a difficult delivery, he had been unable to resist entering, but it was the Empress Dowager who had stopped him, ultimately leading to the loss of the Empress. Now, with the fourth Fujin in a similar plight, no one in the fourth Bail's residence dared to stop him. The twins were born, yet the fourth Fujin remained unconscious. It was this son, whom he had frequently overlooked, who resembled him the most. Kangxi finally spoke. Your Fujin gave birth early due to the eldest princess, displaying a tender concern for her offspring. Li Shi is merely a concubine. Handle it as you see fit. This indicated he would not pursue the matter of Yinzhen entering the delivery room any further. Yinzhen quickly grasped Kangxi and Appo's meaning and responded affirmatively. Dr. Guo has mentioned when the Fujin might awaken. Kangxi pondered other matters in his mind. Not yet. Dr. Guo said it all depends on the Fujin's health. After a moment of thought, Kangxi continued, the birth of dragon and phoenix twins is a significant event. With your Fujin in this state, you cannot adequately care for the two children. Furthermore, the celebration for their full moon should be grand. Why not take the children to Yonghua Palace for now? Yinzhen abruptly raised his head, instinctively countering, the children are too small. They cannot be exposed to the wind. It is not advisable to move them. Kangxi snorted coldly. Once your Fujin awakens, the children will be brought back immediately. Upon hearing this, Yinzhen and Appo's objections weakened. With Yijun still unconscious, he indeed could not spare any attention for the children. Ultimately, Yinzhen acquiesced to Kangxi's request. Kangxi instructed Liang Jiugong to ensure the carriage was tightly sealed and to bring 2 accompanying physicians to the 4th Bale's residence to retrieve the children. He also sent someone to Yonghua Palace to inform the Empress Dowager. Dr. Guo will stay at your residence for the time being. Having benefited from the convenience of attending to the twins, Kangxi extended a favor to Yinzhen. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. As Kangxi and Yinzhen walked along the palace path, Yinzhen maintained a respectful distance behind Kangxi as they made their way to Yonghua Palace. Inside Yonghua Palace, upon receiving the news, the Empress Dowager felt both joy and sorrow. She was delighted that Yinzhen had welcomed a pair of twins, yet sorrowful for the uncertainty surrounding the 4th Fujin's awakening. Meanwhile, Hongghu stubbornly stood at the entrance of Yonghua Palace, his little face tense, awaiting an explanation from his father. Upon seeing Hongghu at the palace gate, Yinzhen lowered his head to conceal a fleeting moment of distress. Kangxi sighed inwardly and gestured for the Empress Dowager to give the father and son some space. In the inner chamber, the Empress Dowager hesitantly asked, Your Majesty, are you truly going to bring the children over? Given that the 4th Fujin has yet to awaken, it would be best for the children to be raised in your palace for now. Once she regains consciousness, they can be returned. Listening to Kangxi's words, the Empress Dowager felt relieved. She and Yinzhen had both endured the pain of separation between mother and child. How could they bear to let their grandchildren suffer the same? Kangxi observed the Empress Dowager's reaction, noting her similarity to Yinzhen, and found it amusing. Do not worry. I merely wish to host a splendid full moon banquet for them. Feeling embarrassed, the Empress Dowager smiled at Kangxi before instructing the maid Qing to prepare all that was necessary for the dragon and phoenix twins. Outside, Yinzhen broke the suffocating silence with great difficulty. You should know now. The son does not know. He wishes to hear it directly from his father. The young boy stifled his tears, stubbornly awaiting an explanation. Just like that year, young Yinzhen stood resolutely outside Yonghua Palace, eyes red-rimmed, waiting for the palace doors to open for him. Chapter 80. The obsession of Hongghu, your mother, in her concern for your elder sister, experienced a miscarriage, leading to a premature birth. However, due to the improper position of the child, there were signs of severe hemorrhage after delivery. Fortunately, Dr. Guo and others provided timely assistance. And although the bleeding has been halted, when she will awaken depends solely on your mother. Yinzhen spoke each word with great difficulty and hesitation. Hongghu, with a trembling nose, implored, Father, please help me request leave. I wish to return and accompany my mother. The Empress has decreed that the children be brought to Yonghua Palace for a time, and you may stay there. Before Yinzhen could finish his sentence, Hongghu suddenly broke down, exclaiming, But my mother has yet to awaken. I like them because they were born of my mother. Witnessing Hongghu and Appo's complete loss of composure, Yinzhen felt a sharp pain in his throat and finally managed to utter a single word. All right. Hongghu gathered his belongings and returned to the residence of the 4th prince. Upon seeing him rush in, Ula Nala Fujin, disregarding her surprise, quickly made space for him. Hongghu respectfully greeted Ula Nala Fujin, saying, Hongghu pays his respects to grandmother. Thank you for taking care of my mother yesterday. He then slowly settled by Yijun's bedside, clumsily and tenderly wiping her hands with a handkerchief provided by Ula Nala Fujin. Noticing this, Ula Nalafujin quietly stepped out of the inner chamber, gazing at the azure sky and fervently praying. "Mother, I regret my actions. I should not have stayed at Mama's last night," Hongghu murmured, meticulously tracing the imprint of Yijun's fingers and gently touching the wound on her lips. "Mother, my heart is filled with resentment. Resentment towards Li Gij for her cruelty. Resentment that my elder sister fell into the water. Resentment that Aunt Guhi did not conceal this from you. Resentment that father did not care for you properly. And resentment towards my younger siblings for causing you so much suffering. I know some of this resentment is unwarranted, yet I cannot help it." Hongghu expressed his innermost feelings without concern for being overheard. "Mother, I have taken leave. I can accompany you for a while." He leaned affectionately against the bed, inhaling the familiar scent from Yijun, as if only this could soothe his inner turmoil. Unlike her usual self, Yijun lay silently on the bed without her customary smile or gentle touch on Hongghu's forehead. Hongghu fought against the impulse to weep, believing that his mother would eventually awaken. The news of the fourth Fujin giving birth to twins swiftly spread throughout the capital, accompanied by reports of her falling into a coma following the birth, prompting the emperor to bring the twins to Yonghe Palace. The sentiments within the various palaces differed greatly. In the Yinshi Palace, Yinqui spoke gravely. "Father intends to hold a full-month banquet for the twins in the palace." If previously he had been puzzled by the crown prince's inexplicable animosity towards the fourth and Hongghu, he now genuinely felt the increasing importance the Kangxi emperor placed on the fourth prince, heightening his sense of crisis. Sitting in the upper seat, Huifei's expression was equally unkind. The fortune of the twins had indeed fallen into Yonghe Palace's lap. Huifei expressed her disdain for the deceased Urjin Goluo clan, lamenting the series of daughters born before finally giving birth to a son who passed away shortly after. She pondered how long this fortune would last, her thoughts filled with bitterness, aligning with those of the empress and her son. Due to Yijun's condition, a simple ceremony for the twins' third-day celebration was held within Yonghe Palace, attended solely by a few princes. The only significant difference from Hongghu's third-day celebration years ago was that the first to add water this time was Kangxi, whereas it had been the crown prince before. Hearing the resounding cries of the twins, Kangxi waved his hand grandly, bestowing upon the newborns their names. The boy was named Hongyan, and the girl, Wunashi. Heaven and earth in harmony, the world at peace, we name him Yan. A treasured heirloom, a precious legacy, we name her Wunashi. The crown prince and Yinqui could only maintain strained smiles, with the crown prince's gaze towards Hongyan growing increasingly cold. Just then, Yinzhen stepped forward to express his gratitude, inadvertently blocking the crown prince's view. After the third-day celebration for Hongyan and Wunashi, a semblance of calm returned, yet turbulent undercurrents brewed beneath the surface. Yinzhen appeared increasingly fatigued, having to allocate time to converse with Yijun while also navigating the machinations of the factions led by the direct prince and the crown prince in court. Though Yin Cheng and Yin Er offered their assistance, the burden remained heavy. Hongghu spent his days in the main courtyard, completing his studies before sending them to Zhu Shi's residence and returning to converse with Yijun. "Mother, my elder sister has not yet awakened. The physician said she would awaken in a few days, but she still hasn't tea. Could it be that she is aware you have not awakened, and therefore she too is unwilling to wake? Also, the empress has named my younger brother Hongyan and my sister Wunashi. I think they sound beautiful, especially when spoken from your lips." As Hongghu continued to share his thoughts with Yijun, he was interrupted by Gu He's cheerful voice from outside. "Hongghu, elder sister has awakened." Hongghu pressed his lips together, gently placing Yijun's hand back down. "Mother, elder sister has awakened. I will go see her and return to keep you company." Within the elder sister's chamber, Hongghu had not stepped inside for several days, nor had he exchanged many words with Yinzhen, nor sought trouble with Li Shi. It seemed that aside from Yijun, nothing else could stir Hongghu's heart. Only his wet nurse understood that Hongghu harbored grievances against everyone, including himself. Meanwhile, the court physician was checking on the elder sister's pulse, confirming her near recovery, with only a few more tonics needed for her recuperation. The wet nurse breathed a quiet sigh of relief. "Where's our mother?" the elder sister inquired. surprised that Hongghu had not gone to the study and puzzled by the prolonged silence from Yijun. Suddenly, Hongghu stood up abruptly, the chair scraping noisily against the floor, and stiffly stated, "Since elder sister is well, I shall be reassured." He said this before striding out, returning to Yijun and Appo's side. The elder sister cast a suspicious glance at the wet nurse, who sighed internally and recounted the events of the past few days in full to her. A quarter of an hour later, the well-dressed elder sister knelt at the entrance of the main chamber with a thud. Chapter 81. The fate of the Li family. Upon Yingzhen's return, he encountered the eldest princess stubbornly kneeling at the entrance of the main house. Despite the servants' repeated attempts to persuade her, she remained unmoved. Hongghu briefly emerged, uttering only that their mother would not wish to see her in such a state before retreating back inside. Yingzhen strode purposefully towards the eldest princess, commanding her to rise. His voice was low, tinged with an underlying tension. The eldest princess, silent, continued to kneel, her defiance causing veins to throb at Yingzhen's temples. "What purpose does this kneeling serve, other than alleviating your guilt? Have you even attempted to see her?" he questioned, unflinchingly exposing the truth behind her obstinacy. The eldest princess trembled slightly at his words. "Come with me to the study," he instructed. As she attempted to stand, her legs buckled beneath her, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. Yingzhen paused momentarily at the sound, but continued on to the study, without looking back. "The physician has stated you are on the mend. Why are you tormenting yourself?" he remarked, watching as the eldest princess, supported by her nurse, painstakingly made her way into the study. A pang of compassion pierced his heart for her. With reddened eyes, the eldest princess choked out, "It is my fault that mother was startled into an early labor." "That is not your fault. She loves you as her own. And how could she not worry when you are in distress?" Yingzhen and Appo's words pierced through her anguish, igniting her sorrow, and she erupted into tears. "Li Gij from Yiru Pavilion. She sent me a message, urging me to find an opportunity to bring you to Yiru Pavilion, and then..." The eldest princess covered her face in despair, unable to utter the word mother any longer. Yingzhen pieced together the machinations of the foolish Li, who had plotted to lure him to Yiru Pavilion and drug him, aiming to use some dubious remedy to conceive again. In a fit of rage, he swept everything off the table, venting his inner fury. "But I will not comply. How could I act against my own mother's interests?" The eldest princess's sharp voice rang out, her eyes ablaze with emotion. "I only wished to tell her to abandon such vile intentions. She bore me, but did not raise me. I could have avoided falling into the lake, yet I did not. I wanted to repay her kindness. How foolish I have been, so foolish that I hardly resemble your child." As her composure crumbled, she lamented, "I never anticipated that mother would give birth prematurely. I should have foreseen it." With that, she made to dash toward the pillar, but Yingzhen swiftly intervened, calling for the nurse to carry the unconscious eldest princess back indoors. "Come out," Yingzhen commanded, and Hongghu stepped from the shadows. "Do you still harbor resentment towards her?" Yingzhen's voice was weary. Hongghu remained silent, unable to articulate his feelings of blame or forgiveness. Yingzhen chuckled bitterly, realizing that perhaps the one he should feel most sorry for was himself. What shall be done with Li? Yingzhen posed the question, but refrained from making a direct decision, entrusting the matter to Hongghu. Without hesitation, Hongghu replied, "Send her to the estate." After bowing, he departed, his silhouette elongated in the fading light. Supei Singh. Do you suppose Hongghu's suggestion to send Li to the estate was a spontaneous thought or a well-considered decision? Yingzhen mused aloud, while Su Peixiang, bowing, was unsure how to respond. Yingzhen continued, "To grant Li a death sentence would indirectly seal the eldest princess's involvement in this affair. Only by sending Li to the estate can we dissociate her fate from this incident, while concealing the conflict between the eldest princess and Li." Yingzhen sighed, a pained smile gracing his lips. "Let us proceed, as Hongghu has suggested." In the inner chamber, the eldest princess mused, "Mother, I cannot articulate feelings of blame or forgiveness. As long as you awaken, I shall harbor no grievances. If you remain unresponsive, then none, including myself, shall find absolution." The following day, a small blue sedan chair emerged from the side gate of the fourth prince's residence, en route to the estate in the outskirts of the city. Inside, Li was bound hand and foot, her mouth gagged with cloth to stifle her cries. Beside her sat a burly woman, Lu, who sneered at Li's futile struggles. You'd best conserve your strength. There will be ample opportunity to exert yourself once we reach the estate. Li's eyes widened in desperation, silently pleading for her release. Lu continued, once you step beyond the gates of the fourth prince's residence, do not entertain thoughts of returning. Henceforth, there shall be no leakage from Yiru Pavilion within these walls. For added emphasis, Lu added, from now on, the esteemed Hongyun will be the progeny of Gung Gij, and the eldest princess, upon the matriarch's awakening, shall be recognized as the legitimate daughter. Overcome with rage, Li struggled fiercely, her eyes wild as she pounded on the carriage in a desperate bid for help. Lu erupted in laughter, remarking, some people simply cannot appreciate the good fortune they possess, instead seeking to grasp for more. Now, it seems heaven has turned a deaf ear to your plight. Exhausted, Li slumped within the carriage, her spirit crushed. Everything was over. After dispatching Li, Lu summoned the servants of Yiru Pavilion to hand them over to the Internal Affairs Department for sale, then directed her subordinates to remove the sign hanging at the entrance. Hurry up, Gung Gij will be taking residence here tomorrow. We must erase all traces of the past. Thus, the fourth prince's residence was devoid of Yiru Pavilion, and the back courtyard was free of Li Gij. Meanwhile, in the Gung family's courtyard, Gung stood frozen in disbelief at the news relayed by her servants. Gij, Gij, called out Lu Chui gently. Snapping back to reality, Gung instructed, Lu Chui, gather our belongings. Unlike Lu Chui's joyful demeanor, Gung wore a somber expression. Hongyun was already 2 years old, and the eldest princess remained the offspring of Li. Whether this was a blessing or a burden remained uncertain. When the eldest princess awoke once more, she learned of Yinzhen and Appo's handling of Li and coldly remarked, she brought this upon herself, preferring to say little more. The nurse, torn between her loyalty and concern for the child she had watched grow, hesitated before speaking. Your Highness, both the master and Hongghu are exceptionally kind-hearted. You need not blame yourself. It is far more important to remain steadfast for the matriarch's sake. The nurse understood that Yinzhen was shielding the eldest princess from the fallout of Li's actions. If the eldest princess wallowed in guilt, it would only serve to tarnish her dignity. Tightening her grip, the eldest princess rose and walked towards the main house, inadvertently colliding with Hongghu. Are you here to see Mother? Hongghu inquired unexpectedly. Yes, I wish to see our mother. The eldest princess responded, feeling both awkward and cautious. Hongghu slightly shifted to grant her passage, and the eldest princess hurried to follow, as they both made their way into the inner chamber. Chapter 82. The appearance of Hongyun, the eldest princess gazed at the serene figure of Yijun lying quietly on the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mother. The words faltered on her lips, unable to escape. Mother will be fine. Hongghu's voice resonated, persistent and haunting, as Hongyun and Wennaxi grew day by day. The two infants transformed remarkably, their skin as delicate as that of a freshly peeled egg. However, Hongyun's resemblance increasingly unsettled the Defei. King Mama, do you recall what will look like as a child? I find myself struggling to remember, often thinking that Hongyun bears a striking resemblance to Zhua, the Defei remarked, her gaze fixated on the infant in the cradle. Your Highness, I have observed that Hongyun and the sixth prince share considerable likeness, Qing Mama replied. Having noticed the resemblance early on, but refraining from mentioning it out of concern for the Defei and Appo's feelings. The Defei paused, her hand holding the fan still, as her eyes scanned Hongyun's small face. Yes, there was a resemblance. Unable to remain seated, she rose and began to pace, seeking to calm her tumultuous heart. Go! Summon the emperor to dine at Yonghua Palace this evening. Upon receiving the message from the Defei, Kangxi felt a twinge of surprise. The Defei seldom summoned him without reason. Could something have happened to Hongyun and Wennaxi? The thought made him restless. Since Hongyun and Wennaxi had entered Yonghua Palace, Kangxi had visited frequently, especially drawn to Wennaxi, whose smile warmed his heart like honey. Liang Jiogong, let us proceed to Yonghua Palace, Kangxi declared, setting aside his official documents and making his way to the palace. At Yonghua Palace, upon hearing Liang Jiugong and Amp, Appo's voice, the Defei hurried to greet Kangxi. Your Majesty, what brings you here so early? I was concerned when I heard you sent someone to inquire. I worried something might have happened to Hongyin or Wenaxi, Kangxi replied, relishing the Defei's attentive service, his tone gentle. The Defei smiled and glanced at Kangxi. Your Majesty, guess what I discovered today? Kangxi, intrigued by this unusual demeanor, replied, Oh, pray tell, my beloved. The Defei gestured towards Hongyin. Every time you come, do not solely dote on Wenaxi. Take a moment to closely observe Hongyin's features. Kangxi suppressed a cough, managing to refrain from glancing at Wenaxi. Approaching Hongyin, he scrutinized the infant closely. There is something familiar about him. As he continued to gaze, Kangxi's expression stiffened. Hongyin indeed resembled Zhua. The Defei's tears welled up. Yes, he is my Zhua. Zhua, a child whose name itself reflected immense expectations, had ultimately vanished amidst the palace's conspiracies. Kangxi cast a wistful glance at Hongyin before reassuring the Defei. This is Zhua's spirit watching over the fourth prince. The Defei nodded, dabbing her tears, utterly unwilling to divert her gaze from Hongyin. Meanwhile, Kangxi had already been drawn to the cheerful antics of Wenaxi. Wenaxi, your emperor father has come to see you again. The familiar, teasing tone resonated, pulling the Defei from her sorrow over losing Zhua. With a playful huff, the Defei began to engage with Hongyin, while the composed infant stared back with his clear eyes. In contrast, Wenaxi flailed her limbs, inciting hearty laughter from Kangxi. After a moment of contemplation, the Defei joined Kangxi in entertaining Wenaxi, who shot a triumphant glance at the Defei, as if to say, See, my Wenaxi is the most adorable. The corners of the Defei's mouth twitched, while Hongyin remained blissfully unaware that he had been momentarily cast aside by the emperor, lying still with an air of a seasoned general. Later, after supper, Kangxi voiced his concerns. We must find an opportunity for Hongghu to visit and see Hongyin and Wenaxi. That child spends all his time beside the fourth prince and Appo's as consort. He must not become ill from such devotion. The Defei agreed inwardly, recognizing that Hongghu was too emotionally attached, a trait he shared with the fourth prince. However, the Kangxi of today was not the same as he had been a few years prior, when he had found Yinzhen and Appo's temperament unbearable. Immediately, he retorted, A pure heart is only natural. The Defei stifled a smile while feigning concern. What solution do you propose, Your Majesty? Kangxi took a sip of tea and cleared his throat. If we allow him to visit and see Hongyin and Wenaxi just once, I assure you, he will find it irresistible to return. Even if Hongyin's allure is insufficient, Wenaxi's will surely suffice. The Defei mentally applauded Wenaxi, recognizing that despite the numerous princesses in the palace, the emperor could hardly recall their names. Yet he showered Wenaxi with affection. Perhaps it was the charm of the dragon and phoenix twins? Yet, she pondered, why not Hongyin too? If only Kangxi could hear the Defei and Appo's unspoken thoughts, he would assertively proclaim, Of all my grandsons, it is still Hongghu who brings me the greatest pride. Days later, under Kangxi's insistence, Hongghu stepped into Yonghua Palace. Hongghu, this is Hongyin, the Defei introduced, guiding him to the cradle. In a departure from his usual aloofness, Hongyin instinctively smiled at Hongghu, prompting the Defei to exclaim. He smiled. After all this time, he smiled upon seeing his elder brother. Hongghu gently touched Hongyin's small face, quickly retracting his hand as if fearing to harm the delicate infant. Hongyin, I am your elder brother. Likewise, Hongghu displayed his first smile since Yijun's coma. The Defei dabbed at her eyes, leading Hongghu to another cradle. This is Wenaxi. Wenaxi fixed her gaze on Hongghu, seemingly verifying his identity, before reaching out toward him. Hongghu bent down, feeling Wenaxi's tiny hand brush against his face. This was the sister he had long awaited. A quarter of an hour later, Hongghu politely declined the Defei's invitation to dine and set off on his way home. As he walked, he meticulously recalled the moments spent with Hongyin and Wenaxi. Mother, today I met my younger brother and sister. Mama has taken good care of them. When I return, I will recount everything to you. Chapter 83. Bound by marriage as days passed, Yijun remained unresponsive, and Yinzhen became increasingly distracted with his duties. During a rare day off, he stayed by Yijun's side, recounting the recent developments of Hongyin and Wenaxi. Yijun, if you do not awaken soon, I fear the two little ones will forget your scent, he jested lightly. Since Yijun fell into her coma, the residence had lost its previous joy and laughter. Yinzhen seldom dined with Hongghu and the eldest princess, and their lives underwent a significant transformation in Yijun's absence. Yinzhen paused and continued. I usually prefer writing over painting, but today, with a rare moment of leisure, I shall create a few artworks for you. He then instructed servants to bring the writing desk into the inner chamber and, grasping the brush, delved into his memories. The first piece depicted a beautiful woman adorned with a phoenix crown and a flowing bridal gown, accompanied by a 10-mile red wedding procession. On the parchment, Yijun donned the attire befitting a prince's consort, kneeling beside Yinzhen in a ceremonial bow. Upon completion of the rites, Yijun's name, Olenara Yijun, was inscribed alongside Eisenjoro Yinzhen in the family tree. On their wedding night, Yijun shyly remarked, "They are raw," after spitting out the undercooked dumplings presented by the servants. Shortly thereafter, they welcomed Hongghu into their lives. The second piece illustrated the four of them gathering daily, joyously sharing meals at the dining table. Yinzhen reminisced about the first time Yijun expressed her desire to dine like a common couple. For the following years, the dining table in the residence became a cherished symbol of home in Yinzhen's heart. During meals, Yijun imparted lessons on life and conduct to Hongghu and the eldest princess, guiding them through their occasional challenges. The third piece captured the essence of longing, depicting the sky's hues at dawn and dusk. With thoughts of her beloved lingering in Yijun's mind, Yinzhen recalled last year when Yijun bore their child. He learned from his mother-in-law that during her most severe morning sickness, she yearned for him the most. The artwork showed Yijun, her belly slightly rounded, reclining on a chair in the courtyard, savoring sour plums while gazing at the sky, clearly missing her husband. The fourth, fifth, and sixth pieces followed. For an entire morning, Yinzhen immersed himself in the memories of the past, his hands never ceasing their movements, creating lifelike paintings that he placed beside Yijun's pillow. "Master, it is time for your meal," Su Peisheng announced, interrupting Yinzhen's artistic endeavor. "Ah, very well," Yinzhen replied, glancing at the time. He washed his hands and took his seat at the familiar dining table. Yet as he dined, he found no pleasure in the meal, for Yijun's presence lingered everywhere in his thoughts. "Su Peisheng, what does it feel like to love someone?" Yinzhen suddenly inquired, startling Su Peisheng. "Master, such matters are beyond the understanding of a humble servant like myself," he stammered. Yinzhen did not seek a response, but instead inquired about Li's situation. "Has the matter with Li been resolved?" "Yes, master. Everything has been settled. Gung Gij has moved into the new courtyard, now named Jingxin Pavilion." "Understood." With that, Yinzhen strode back into the inner chamber. He removed his shoes and socks, carefully lay down beside Yijun, embracing her gently to share his warmth, his mind replaying their cherished moments together. After lying there for about an hour, Yinzhen arose, fetched scissors from the room, and cut a small lock of hair from both himself and Yijun. After carefully entwining them, he treasured them in a fragrant pouch at his waist. "I understand your heart. Bound by marriage, our love shall remain steadfast." Later that evening, when Hongghu and the eldest princess entered, they beheld the freshly completed paintings beside the bed. Hongghu, gazing at the vibrant portrayal of his mother, bit his lip and meticulously rolled up the artworks, placing them before Yijun and Appo's as vanity. In stark contrast to the gloom of the fourth prince and Appo's residence, Yonghua Palace brimmed with the promise of new life, thanks to the arrival of Hongyin and Wenaxi. Following Kangxi's reign, Yinzhen found himself captivated by Wenaxi, visiting Yonghua Palace almost daily. Today, after approving all memorials, Kangxi, in high spirits, planned to visit Wenaxi and, of course, Hongyin. Beside him, Liang Jiogong, pale-faced, cautioned, "The 14th prince is currently at Yonghua Palace." Kangxi paused, his expression turning furious. "This fourth prince, engaged to be married next year, spends his days in the inner palace. What an absurdity!" After scolding Yinzhen, he felt insufficiently appeased and declared, "Let us head to Yonghua Palace." Liang Jiogong, following closely, wore a pained expression. Previously, Only the 10th prince dared to provoke the emperor, and now the 14th prince had joined him. In less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at Yonghua Palace. "Son, I pay my respects to you." "Father," Yinzhen greeted Kangxi calmly. Kangxi huffed, bypassing Yinzhen to approach Wenaxi's cradle. Unfazed, Yinzhen rushed ahead, beaming with a love-struck smile at Wenaxi. Kangxi cast a disbelieving glance at Defei, silently questioning how Yinzhen had transformed into this smitten figure. "Defei se presta esmai." "Your Majesty, the 14th prince is merely enamored by the adorable Wenaxi." With Defei's intervention, Kangxi chose not to reprimand his rebellious son. "I hear you've been frequenting Yonghua Palace?" "Father, Wenaxi is simply too charming. How can my fourth brother father such a delightful daughter?" Yinzhen struggled to divert his gaze from Wenaxi, glancing at Kangxi for merely 3 seconds before returning to her. Kangxi instinctively nodded in agreement, but upon noticing Defei and Appo's gaze, awkwardly touched his nose, conceding that Wenaxi was indeed charming. "I believe Hongyan is equally endearing." Defei seized the opportunity to draw attention to Hongyan. However, Yinzhen merely nodded without turning his head, and Kangxi responded with a perfunctory agreement, leaving Defei feeling disheartened. Gazing at the remarkably similar Hongyan, Defei thought, "My dear child, this is all I can do for you. The rest you must strive for on your own." Still an infant, Hongyan remained blissfully unaware that for many years to come, he would endure such inequitable treatment as he slept soundly, his tiny fists clenched. Years later, on his wedding night, the now youthful Hongyan solemnly addressed his consort. "In my life, I am most grateful to my imperial mother, followed closely by my imperial grandmother. Only she tirelessly advocated for me to receive the same fair treatment as Wenaxi, though that goal was never realized. Nonetheless, I remain thankful to her." At this, his blushing consort could not help but chuckle softly, and the couple exchanged smiles, their bond flourishing as they embarked on their journey together. Chapter 84. The consort Hui, due to Kangxi's considerable regard for Hongyan and Wenaxi, the preparation for the twins' full-month celebration commenced with great fervor several days in advance. The Defei was busily occupied, her feet scarcely touching the ground, fearful that any misstep could mar the momentous occasion for her beloved grandchildren. Everything was proceeding along the meticulously laid plans, yet in recent days, Wenaxi had seemingly lost her vitality. This distressed Kangxi greatly. As soon as he concluded his state affairs, he hurried to the Yonghua Palace, bringing a multitude of toys to cheer her up, but to no avail. "My beloved, what ails Wenaxi? She has appeared so listless for several days," Kangxi remarked, bending down to gaze at Wenaxi in her cradle, concern etched upon his face. Beside him, Defei wore a troubled expression as well. Several physicians had visited, all declaring her in good health, perhaps simply longing for her mother. As Kangxi and Defei endeavored to amuse Wenaxi, Hongyan's wet nurse entered, her demeanor submissive. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, it is time to feed Prince Hongyan." Just as Defei was about to signal the nurse to bring Hongyan into the inner chamber for feeding, Wenaxi suddenly let out a loud wail. The nurse, startled, nearly dropped Hongyan, but quickly regained her composure and took him to nurse. Meanwhile, Kangxi's attention remained solely on Wenaxi, shaking toys in a futile attempt to soothe her cries. While Defei keenly observed the nurse's flustered movements, her eyes dark with suspicion. After dining, upon returning to the Yangxin Hall, Defei summoned Granny Qing and inquired, "Have you noticed that Hongyan sleeps more soundly of late?" Granny Qing's heart sank. After a brief contemplation, she replied, "Your Highness, indeed. While it is common for infants to sleep deeply, Hongyan appears notably less spirited compared to Wenaxi." Defei tightened her grip on her prayer beads, her gaze sharpened, instructing Zhou Yin to investigate Hongyan's wet nurse. The following day, Defei entrusted the arrangements for Hongyan and Wenaxi's full-month celebration entirely to Granny Qing, remaining in the nursery with the twins. She even intervened to prevent the nurse from taking the children into the inner chamber for feeding, asserting that there was no one here besides herself. Observing Hongyan's evident revival of spirits, Defei's eyes hardened. It seemed there were those in the harem who lacked discernment. It appeared that her temper had softened in recent years, allowing those with ill intentions to intrude upon Yonghua Palace. 3 days later, Wei Yin thoroughly investigated Hong Yin's wet nurse, uncovering her sudden disappearance of a child and clandestine dealings with the consort Hui's palace. "Take her away and bind her," De Fei commanded, donning her armor and applying exquisite makeup as she gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror. Since Hongghu had begun frequenting Yonghe Palace, De Fei had adopted a more understated appearance, but now, adorned in full regalia, she exuded an air of formidable authority, reminiscent of the once favored mistress of the harem. When the wet nurse was brought before De Fei, she crumpled to the ground, overwhelmed by the sight of the radiant consort. "I recall that shortly after you gave birth, you were chosen as Hong Yin's wet nurse," De Fei remarked, absent-mindedly toying with her armor, which had become a rarity in her wardrobe. Yet, the nonchalant tone only heightened the wet nurse's panic, as if her very life hung by a thread. "Your Highness, I swear it was not my doing," the wet nurse pleaded, trembling. "I have not even spoken to my purpose here. Why do you begin to babble?" De Fei scoffed. "Just days ago, Zhou Yin discovered a male infant in a back alley, injured and pitiful. How it pains the heart." The wet nurse trembled, desperately prostrating herself. "I beseech you, spare my child. He is still so young. My Hong Yin has not yet reached his full month." De Fei rose abruptly, her eyes blazing with palpable fury. "You have one chance to recount the entire truth. Should I uncover even a hint of deceit, I fear the wolves of the wild will soon find their meal." With that, De Fei strode past the wet nurse, as Wei Yin tossed a pen and paper before her, commanding, "Write." Half an hour later, a complete testimony was presented to De Fei. After reviewing it, she crumpled the document into a ball before methodically smoothing it out again, gazing at the wrinkled pages. "Take this to the Yangxin Hall," she ordered. When the testimony reached Kangxi, who had just been sharing a heartfelt conversation with the crown prince, his expression darkened with rage. "Liang Jiugong, ensure a thorough investigation of all servants within the Yinchi Palace. Those who are discontented should be swiftly sent to the Ministry of Justice. Also, inform Consort Hui that if she cannot maintain her decorum, she shall be demoted to Huipin." The crown prince, sitting across from him, was taken aback. The consort Hui had incurred the emperor's wrath to such an extent that she was to be lowered in rank. The distinction between a consort and a pin in the harem was as vast as a chasm. Descending was easy, but ascending was akin to reaching the heavens. The crown prince suppressed his delight and feigned concern, asking, "Father, what has transpired?" Kangxi dismissively tossed the crumpled testimony towards the crown prince, muttering, "I shall visit De Fei in Yonghe Palace," before hastily departing. Left behind was the elated crown prince, excitedly smoothing out the document, eager to witness the unfolding drama of Hui Fei. No, Hui Pin, and the eldest child. However, the name Hong Yin leapt out at him, halting his joy. It was yet again the fourth prince. The freshly smooth testimony was once more crumpled. As Kangxi strode purposefully along the corridor, he had no time to ponder the crown prince's thoughts. De Fei, typically gentle and attentive, must have been deeply angered to have so transformed the testimony. Yet, observing De Fei and Appo's affection for Hong Yin and Wenaxi, Kangxi could easily surmise the profound impact this situation had on her. In Yonghe Palace, Kangxi looked fondly upon the revived spirits of Hong Yin and the no longer listless Wenaxi. Addressing the physician beside him, "Are you certain that Hong Yin is unharmed?" The physician bowed, assuring, "Your Majesty, the substance was absorbed only through a cloth, and thanks to the timely discovery by De Fei, the amount Hong Yin ingested was minimal and poses no danger." De Fei, her voice quivering with emotion, added, "How could my little Hong Yin attract such ill intentions? To be targeted in such a manner through his wet nurse fills my heart with dread." Kangxi took her hand reassuringly. "Rest assured, I have sought justice for you and Hong Yin." De Fei lowered her gaze, dabbing at her eyes, reflecting, "Hui Pin sounds far more melodious than Hui Fei." Chapter 85. Transformation of the main courtyard. A distinct slap mark appeared prominently on Yinzhen and Appo's face, lowering his head to conceal the gloom in his eyes. Yinzhen was met with indifference from Yinzhu, who remained unconcerned about his brother and Appo's inner turmoil. "What a foolish idea you have concocted. Mother has demoted from consort to concubine." Yinzhu felt a surge of frustration, as he too had been relegated from the status of a consort son to that of a concubine son. Brother, this matter is a result of my thoughtlessness. Yinzhen suppressed the impulse to throttle Yinzhu, vowing that one day he would make his brother experience the taste of being a pawn. Get out. I do not wish to see you. Accompanying this command was a cup hurled by Yinzhu, shattering at Yinzhen's feet. Your humble brother takes his leave. Upon exiting the prince's residence, Yinzhen did not hide the slap mark on his face. Instead, he held his head high, staggering as he walked away. In the Yangxin Hall, upon receiving a report from the secret guard, Kangxi's expression was inscrutable. Did the 8th prince truly emerge with a slap mark? The guard bowed in affirmation. Kangxi's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, the sound echoing ominously in the quiet hall. The 8th, 9th, and 10th princes are reaching the age for assignments. After a moment of contemplation, Kangxi spoke again, instructing the 8th to go to the Imperial Household Department, the 9th to the Ministry of Revenue, and the 10th to the Ministry of War. Understood. As Liang Zhugong left the Yangxin Hall, he gazed up at the azure sky, anticipating the forthcoming excitement. Time swiftly passed, and the full-month banquet for Hongyin and Wenaxi arrived as scheduled. In a grand display, Kangxi chose the Qinqin Palace as the venue. The ministers, upon hearing the news, flocked to congratulate Kangxi on the birth of the dragon and phoenix twins, provided they were not gravely ill. According to Qing regulations, grand banquets were to be held at Qinqin Palace for occasions such as the emperor's birthday, the empress dowager's birthday, the empress's birthday, the marriage of princes, the marriage of princesses, as well as the Spring Festival, New Year's Eve, and New Year's Day. Kangxi's decision openly showcased his significance placed upon the twins. Kangxi and consort entered the banquet hall together, prompting everyone to rise and pay their respects. No need for formalities. Today we celebrate the full month of Hongyin and Wenaxi, the first set of dragon and phoenix twins in the Qing Dynasty. I invite all of you to join in the festivities, Kangxi proclaimed, gesturing for the nurse to present the 2 infants. The children, splendidly healthy, gazed around with sparkling eyes, melting the hearts of the ladies present. Some older noblewomen were secretly astonished at Hongyin's resemblance to the late 6th prince. Recalling the well-known affection Kangxi and consort had for him, it seemed that Hongyin was destined for a life of prosperity and honor. Within minutes of their appearance, the 2 infants were taken back at consort's signal. The palace banquet was filled with music and dance, and everyone feigned genuine joy at the arrival of the twins. Meanwhile, sitting in a lower position, Yinzhen pondered in silence, clutching his wine cup after the twins were whisked away. After the banquet concluded, Yinzhen did not return home immediately. Instead, he intercepted the Ulanara family's carriage, speaking to Fei Yonggu. Fei Yonggu's expression was a mixture of joy and sorrow as he nodded in response, allowing Yinzhen to board his carriage, heading toward the Ulanara residence. 4th Master. This is Yijun's boudoir. Fei Yonggu and Ulanara Fujin led Yinzhen to Yijun's former chamber. This swing was crafted by my own hands during her childhood. Yijun always loved to sit on it and daydream, Fei Yonggu said, pointing to the swing in the courtyard. And these flowers, their blooming together was her delight. Hence they are frequently changed, Ulanara Fujin added, introducing the surroundings to Yinzhen. For the next half hour, Yinzhen quietly committed Yijun's favorite things to memory. And just before departing, he paused and asked, his voice hoarse, "Did you have a pet name?" Fei Yonggu hesitated for a moment, finally responding in a voice so soft it seemed it could be whisked away by the wind. "Yes, it is Qinqin. In the north, there is a fair maiden, unique and independent. One glance captures the heart of a city, another glance that of a nation. Little do they know that the beauty who captivates both city and nation is a rarity." In her later years, Fei Yonggu held little Yijun aloft. Listening to the tinkling laughter above, he turned to Ulanara Fujin, who smiled gently beside him, saying, "Madam, I have thought of a perfect pet name for our daughter, Qinqin." Ulanara Fujin laughed heartily. "You shan't mind what others think." Fei Yonggu stood tall. "I care not for others' opinions. My daughter, such a name is perfectly fitting." Thus, Qinqin became a cherished name within the Ulanara residence, seldom shared with outsiders. Hastily returning to the main courtyard, Yinzhen sketched the items from his memory, summoned artisans to work overtime, and meticulously drew the swing. instructing Su Peisheng to procure the necessary materials. In the following days, after his duties, Yinzhen spent time in the main courtyard assembling the swing, while new items, a potted plant or a familiar screen, were continually brought in. When Yinzhen finally completed the swing, an overwhelming affection surged within him. He gently sat upon the swing, watching as items beloved by Yijun were brought in, swaying gently, reminiscent of Yijun's movements before her marriage. Hongghu and the eldest princess watched the swing for a long time, both silent and contemplative. In the evening, after bathing, Yinzhen lay down as usual, instinctively pulling Yijun into his embrace. Suddenly recalling something, he chuckled softly. "So your name is Qinqin. No wonder. There is a beauty as graceful as a clear melody, destined to meet and share a life together." Abruptly, Yinzhen's expression stiffened as he sensed a subtle movement beside him. He trembled, struggling to believe his recent feelings. "Qinqin?" A soft melodic voice responded after a pause. "It is I." Yinzhen abruptly clutched the person in his arms, as if to merge them into his very being, his voice trembling. "It is good to awaken. It is good to awaken." Yijun allowed her tears to flow freely. Throughout the month, she had heard the words spoken to her, felt the sorrow emanating from those around her, yet remained trapped within the confines of her past existence, unable to break free. Wiping her nose, she recalled Yinzhen's various reactions over the month and slowly spoke. "I remember someone saying we would become husband and wife with unwavering love and trust. Indeed, as husband and wife, with unwavering love and trust." Chapter 86. Awakening despite Yijun's repeated assurances of her complete recovery, Yinzhen insisted on summoning Dr. Guo in the middle of the night to check Yijun's pulse. Observing the hurriedly dressed Hongghu and the eldest princess, Yijun shot a fierce glare at Yinzhen. The lady had indeed recovered, but given the considerable toll of childbirth, it would be prudent for her not to conceive again in the coming years. Dr. Guo let out a sigh of relief. As long as the fourth princess remained unconscious, he would have to stay in the fourth prince's residence. Although, as an elderly man, he was indifferent to where he spent his time, he could not quell the persistent inquiries of the masters in the manor about when the fourth princess would awaken. As Dr. Guo's words hung in the air, everyone present collectively exhaled in relief. Yijun surveyed her surroundings and noted the red-rimmed eyes of those gathered, feeling a swell of emotion within her, but still insisted. "You should all go back and rest. Dr. Guo has confirmed that I am well." Hongghu and the eldest princess hesitated, but eventually succumbed to Yijun's firm gaze and obediently returned to their chambers. The two shared a silent gratitude, relieved that their mother had awakened. Yinzhen and Yijun lay back down, and perhaps due to Yijun's revival, the weight on Yinzhen's heart lifted, leading him to drift into a deep slumber. As Yijun felt the warmth radiating from her waist, her thoughts began to wander. After falling into a coma, she found herself, as an observer, returning to her previous life. Witnessing how Hongghu would often raise hopeful eyes seeking her affection, only to be met with disappointment. Ultimately, spending his days in solitude within her courtyard, melancholy. "In that past life, Mother excelled in my studies today, and Father praised me," little Hongghu would say, aware that such declarations were the only means to capture his mother's attention, followed by a few uncontrollable coughs. Indeed, upon hearing Hongghu's words, Yijun's face brightened with joy. Yet fearing that he might become overly proud, she admonished, "You did well today. In the future, let your father check your work more often. As the legitimate son of this household, no one should surpass you in any aspect." With his head hung low, little Hongghu responded despondently and bowed to take his leave. As he walked away, his expression grew pained, and his cough became more pronounced. A nearby young eunuch could not help but interject, "Elder brother, you have been coughing for several days. Why not tell the lady directly?" "There and oppose. Es no need," came the stubborn reply, as the small figure resolutely turned back. Witnessing this entire scene, Yijun felt an urge to slap her past self, unable to resist embracing Hongghu, only to suddenly realize that she could no longer touch the Hongghu of that life, forced to silently follow, watching him toss and turn in discomfort from his cough. Wrinkling his nose as he drank medicine, devoid of his mother and father's care. The scene shifted, dressed in a manner deemed outdated. Yijun sat stiffly at the dining table, while Yinzhen, across from her, consumed the meal prepared by Su Peixiang with an impassive demeanor, showing no desire for conversation. Perhaps today's meal suited Yinzhen's palate, for just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks again, Yijun suddenly interjected, "Your Highness, moderation is key." Yinzhen and Appo's chopsticks faltered, and after a few more bites, he claimed to have urgent matters to attend to and hastily departed, leaving Yijun with an array of untouched dishes. While behind her, old Madame Chun sighed deeply. As Yinzhen walked away, a cloud of frustration marred his expression, while Su Peixiang internally lamented. The scene ultimately froze on Yinzhen, exhausted, collapsing onto the dragon throne. Throughout my life, I have never earned the favor of my father, nor the affection of my mother. I have become estranged from my first wife. My eldest son has passed away, and it seems I have scarcely experienced warmth. After Yinzhen fell ill, the now elderly Su Peixiang remained by his side. Your Majesty, the noble consort, the she consort, and the other ladies are all worried about your health. Su Peixiang spoke softly. You do not understand. It is not the same. It was recorded that on the 23rd day, the late Emperor Huang you returned to the palace, and the grand examination was to commence. Yijun wiped the tears from her face, breaking down. Let me return. Why must I witness the events of my past life again? Why reopen those ugly scars that rend me so painfully? Enough. The past is the result of the present. You may return now. A deep voice resonated from the distant east. A ray of light approached, and in the next moment, Yijun heard Yinzhen calling her tenderly. Yijun slowly turned, her delicate fingers brushing against Yinzhen's brow, then his eyelashes, the corners of his eyes, his nose, and finally his lips. She leaned her head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart, resolving to treat the past life as a mere nightmare, hoping to amend all regrets in this lifetime. The following morning, upon waking, Yinzhen found Yijun gazing intently at him. After a moment of surprise, he grasped the situation. Qingqin, you have worked hard during this time. Yijun leaned closer and pressed a kiss on Yinzhen's forehead. Yinzhen smiled slightly. I have prepared a surprise for you. Rise and see. Hearing this, Yijun quickly called for Gu He to assist her in getting ready. She was grateful for Gu He and old Madame Chun, who had helped her bathe daily. Otherwise, lost in thought, Yijun cast a thankful glance at Gu He, leaving the latter perplexed. Words failed Yijun in expressing her current feelings as she beheld the transformed courtyard. Her heart skipped a beat. Is this all for me? Yinzhen chuckled. I specifically consulted your parents. Yijun, akin to an enchanted child, approached to touch the swing, then sat on it, swaying gently, her gaze drawn to the blooming flowers in the courtyard, eagerly running over to kneel and inhale the gifts of nature. Take it slow from now on. I shall bring you everything you desire, Yinzhen said, trailing behind Yijun, his eyes brimming with affection. They're named Hongyin and Wenaxi, aren't they? Yijun exclaimed, her face radiating joy as she admired the vibrant flowers. Yes, your father personally selected the names. Do they take after you or me? Yijun turned, beaming with a smile that made Yinzhen feel as if the world had lost its colors. Hongyin resembles Yinzhua, while Wenaxi embodies the finest traits from both of us. Yijun nodded cheerfully, glancing down at her flat abdomen and recalling the time when it had swelled. How wonderful! Chapter 87. Yijun teaches her children with great reverence. The eldest princess stepped out of her chamber and stood approximately a meter away from Yijun, offering her respectful greetings. Have you had your breakfast? Yijun approached the eldest princess, taking her hand and leading her into the main hall, conversing as they walked. That boy Hongghui must have overslept. Never mind him. Let's eat first. The tenderness in her tone when speaking of Honghui was unmistakable. The eldest princess shook her head, but obediently followed Yijun. Upon witnessing this, Yinzhen refrained from commenting and took a seat at the dining table, while the diligent Chun Mama summoned the servants to bring forth the meal. Why have you lost so much weight? Yijun observed the eldest princess from the side, startled to see her cheeks slightly sunken and her jawline more pronounced than before, feeling the warmth she had long missed. The eldest princess lowered her head to conceal her tear-filled eyes. Mother, It is my fault that you have suffered. With a sharp clap, Yijun dropped her chopsticks onto the table. Has someone said something to you? Was it your father or Honghui? Yinzhen quickly shook his head, fervently asserting his innocence. The eldest princess, seeing this, hastily put down her chopsticks. No, that's not what I meant. No one blames me. Rather, they all come to comfort me. Yijun's expression softened upon hearing her words. It is natural for a daughter to be sensitive. If it were said that you, mother, have endured because of her, that would indeed be unreasonable. Child, do not blame yourself. Seeing you like this pains me greatly. Soft sobs filled the air, and Yijun took the eldest princess and Appo's hand. From now on, do not call me mother. Just call me an Appo's, mama and Appo's, as Honghui does. The eldest princess raised her tear-streaked face, her eyes shimmering with remarkable brightness despite being washed by tears. I wish to call you mama, but I cannot change my birthright. Yijun's heart tightened with emotion. Very well, as you wish. To be able to call you mama is already a blessing from heaven. It is not easy for a girl to survive in this world. What belongs to my younger sister must be completely given to her. After the meal, Yijun watched the eldest princess's retreating figure, letting out a long sigh. It truly pained her to the core. The eldest princess seemed well, but Honghui was likely to encounter some troubles. After saying this, Yinzhen recounted Honghui's actions over the past month to Yijun, causing her to weep uncontrollably. My son pays his respects to you, mother. Honghui and Appo's cherubic face radiated joy as he gazed intently at Yijun, fearing that she might vanish at any moment. But have you rested well? Yijun managed to smile, teasing him. Honghui bashfully scratched his head. Had she not heard Yinzhen's words beforehand, Yijun would never have linked this adorable, obedient child with the taciturn and somewhat gloomy Honghui of the past month. Suppressing her own feelings of sorrow, Yiyun bikono Honghui tu heasil. Come, let mama take a look at you. Honghui settled beside her, resting his head on her lap, while Yijun gently caressed his cheek. Have you been keeping mama company all this month? As she felt the softness of his skin, Yijun reminisced about how he appeared when he was first born. Receiving no response from Honghui, it seemed he was absorbed in the affection of his mother, languid like a pampered Persian cat. Mama knows that when I was unconscious, you hardly saw your elder sister and seldom spoke to your father. Can you tell mama why? Honghui closed his eyes. Because mama was not awake. Yijun thought to herself that Yinzhen still did not fully understand Honghui. He believed Honghui's greatest resentment was directed at him, when in truth, it was aimed at himself. Why gave birth to you? It was equally painful. You were so small then. Yijun gestured to illustrate his diminutive size. I wonder how to care for such a tiny child. I wanted to keep my eyes glued to you, watching you grow day by day, blossoming into a clever and exquisite being. I felt like the happiest person alive. Observing Honghui's little ears perk up, Yijun sighed and continued. When your elder sister came to the main courtyard, she was only 3 years old, quite timid. Yet she adored playing with you. Every morning, she would wake up to accompany you, and if you glanced at any toy, she would fetch it for you. I even laughed with Chan Mama, saying that the eldest princess and Honghui were destined to be siblings. Honghui, resting on Yijun's lap, slightly moved his lips and clenched his little fist tightly. And your father, he was not as he is now, but he cherished you deeply. In this royal family, it is hard to find a father like him. Your royal grandmother and grandmother also did everything they could to make you happy. Yijun cradled Honghui's small face. Honghui, mama hopes for your safety and well-being, but at the same time, mama has the responsibility to teach you, to help you maintain your reason in the face of right and wrong, to instill in you the importance of giving back after receiving love, and to cultivate the courage to overcome thorns while steadfastly holding onto your original intentions. Honghui gazed at Yijun, his eyes brimming with unspoken words, then lowered his head dejectedly. Mother, it is my fault. Silly child, in this world, many matters do not possess absolute right or wrong. However, we must have a yardstick in our hearts. The bonds between people require careful nurturing. After saying this, Yijun let out a soft breath, rubbing Honghui's little face. Moreover, knowing how important you find mama makes me secretly delighted. Honghui's eyes sparkled once more. Thank you for your guidance, mother. Before dinner, elder sister, I was wrong before. I apologize. Honghui stepped into the eldest princess's room, straightening his posture as he bowed deeply. Get up, get up. What are you doing? The eldest princess quickly rose to assist him, a bit flustered. I should not have blamed you for mother's unconsciousness. I owe you an apology. Upon hearing this, the eldest princess felt her vision blur. It's all right, it's all right. She gently patted the back of Honghui and Appo's hand, just as she had done when he was a child, soothing him to sleep in his cradle. Standing at the door, Yinzhen gritted his teeth. Little rascal, you should have apologized to your father first. After striding into the study, Yinzhen sat down and immediately noticed a letter addressed to him from his father. Dear father, I sincerely apologize for my actions over this past period. I should not have lost my composure in the face of adversity and blamed fate, which must have disappointed you. Now that I have come to my senses, I realize my previous behavior has betrayed your and Mother's teachings. I will use this as a lesson, constantly reflecting on myself, and hope to earn your forgiveness. Yinzhen folded the letter and relaxed his furrowed brow. At least this child is perceptive. Moments later, Yinzhen reappeared at the door of the eldest princess's room. Would you like to try the swing? Honghui nodded eagerly, and Yinzhen strode forward, lifting him effortlessly toward the swing. Honghui clutched the fabric of Yinzhen's shoulder, his face alight with the anticipation and liveliness characteristic of his age. Higher, higher! Who would have thought you had such courage? The harmonious sounds of father and son filled the air, mingling with the laughter of Yijun and the eldest princess, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Chapter 88. Hongyin and Unaxi in the main courtyard. Yijun's usual calm demeanor had vanished, replaced by an intense gaze fixed on the entrance. Do not fret, my lady. Chen Mama smiled reassuringly. Wei Ji has informed us that the master has already brought back Hongyin and the second young lady. They shall arrive shortly. Chen Mama, I have never held these two children since their birth. I wonder if they still remember me, Yijun said, clutching her handkerchief tightly, her heart racing. At long last, the two little ones, swaddled snugly, were brought into the courtyard. Yijun hurriedly instructed the wet nurse to place them in the prepared cradle within the inner chamber, her eyes greedily scanning the tiny figures. Both Hongyin and Unaxi gazed curiously at Yijun, their innocent stares melting her heart. Come, mother will hold our little lady. Yijun gently lifted Unaxi into her arms, pressing her forehead against the child's. As she rocked and smiled, she remarked, Your eyes resemble your father's, while your lips and nose are just like mine. Unaxi reveled in her mother's embrace, babbling and reaching out to Yijun, eliciting peals of laughter from her. It seemed clear that the second young lady would not be easily trifled with in the future. Chen Mama, standing nearby, echoed her sentiment with a smile. Our little lady of the Manchu clan possesses a delightful temperament. Just as Yijun was lavishing praise upon Unaxi, the typically composed Hongyin suddenly burst into tears. Yijun quickly set Unaxi down and anxiously scooped up Hongyin. The moment he was cradled in her arms, ceased crying and settled comfortably, fixating his gaze around. Does Hongyin wish for the lady to hold him? Gui exclaimed in surprise. Yijun shared a look of astonishment with Hongyin's newly assigned wet nurse, who cautiously replied, In truth, my lady, Hongyin is usually quite composed and does not cry like this. Yijun Kuden and Appo's, helped but gently poke Hongyin and Appo's, as forehead, teasing. Mother sees no signs of composure here. Chen Mama chuckled inwardly. This was better indeed. Both Hongghu and the eldest young lady were of a steady temperament, while Hongyin and the second young lady's lively spirits were far more endearing. As the sun descended, Hongghu and the eldest young lady returned to the main courtyard after resuming their studies. Upon seeing that Hongyin and Unaxi had been welcomed back, Hongghu swiftly changed his clothes and entered the inner chamber to greet the two little ones, with the eldest young lady following closely behind. Unaxi is truly adorable. With no lingering burdens on his mind, Hongghu gazed at Unaxi with growing affection. Such a sweet and soft little sister belongs to our family. She resembles Mother more in her lips and nose, the eldest young lady affirmed after a lengthy examination. Hearing this, Hongghu and Appo's fondness for Unaxi deepened. Indeed, Mother had given birth to such a beautiful child, and he felt a tinge of regret for not resembling her more. At that moment, Yinzhen, who had just returned from an errand, overheard Hongghu's somewhat regretful tone. He clenched his fist and deliberately cleared his throat. However, Hongghu displayed no sign of embarrassment at being caught. With a cold snort, Yinzhen tossed the materials he had prepared for Hongghu today, instructing, "We shall debate these materials this week during our break." Hongghu's eyes lit up as he touched on Naxi's tiny hand before eagerly rushing into the study with the documents. "Why is he behaving like a monkey?" Yijun remarked, observing Hongghu's spirited demeanor as she entered the room. "He must be determined to outdo me in this week's debate." Yinzhen replied, reclining leisurely with his hands behind his head. "I see you're increasingly competitive with Hongghu." Yijun shot him a playful glare, prompting a quiet laugh from the eldest young lady. Caught in the act, Yinzhen chuckled awkwardly and quickly lifted on Naxi to bond with her, attempting to evade Yijun's gaze. Yijun and the eldest young lady exchanged knowing smiles before engaging Hongyan with a playful toy. In Yonghe Palace, the Defei stared vacantly out the window, the food on the table untouched, while Qing Mama fidgeted anxiously nearby. "My lady, please eat something," Defei self-deprecatingly remarked. Yonghe Palace was lively for just over a month, and now returning to its former quietude, I find myself unaccustomed to it. "My lady," Qing Mama called out with concern, "I have no issues. I merely worry if Hongyan and Anaxi are being well fed and comfortable. Yet, I remind myself that Yijun is their mother, and she would never allow them to suffer." My lady is indeed concerned for the two young masters. It was not only Defei who found the sudden stillness of Yonghe Palace disconcerting. Even Qing Mama felt the void. "Alas, I am growing old, and the children have all grown up." Defei picked up her chopsticks, symbolically putting a few morsels into her mouth to stave off hunger. "My lady," Zhouyan entered the room slowly. "What is it?" Defei initially expected news from the emperor, but was pleasantly surprised to learn that Yinzhen and Yijun had been considerate enough to account for her feelings. "Master Su from the 4th Young Master's residence has come to relay that Hongghu will stay at Yonghe Palace for a few days after school before returning to the residence during the weekend." Zhouyan expressed his gratitude towards the 4th Young Master and 4th Lady in his heart. Even the most gentle-natured lady would need time to adjust to the sudden departure of her grandchildren, whom she had kept close for over a month. "Very well, very well, very well. Qing Mama, please prepare the east wing for Hongghu." Qing Mama responded with a smile, and Defei's movements with her chopsticks became noticeably quicker, a glimmer of moisture sparkling in her eyes. In the inner chamber of the main courtyard at the 4th Young Master's residence, Yijun, having bathed and changed, chuckled, "We have brought back Hongyan and Anaxi, and now Mother has another Hongghu to care for. She truly cannot catch a moment's respite." Lying beside her, Yinzhen understood Yijun and Appo's good intentions and felt more at ease. He pulled her close and whispered something in her ear. Yijun precisely pinched the soft flesh at his waist, teasing, "Aren't you worried that when the children grow up, they will resent you?" Yinzhen begged for mercy, finally managing to appease Yijun. Yet, he was still plotting to find an opportunity to send Hongyan to Defei while keeping Anaxi by his side, reveling in the thought. Chapter 89. The most ordinary day on this tranquil morning, Yinzhen and Hongghu enjoyed a day of respite, gathering as a family of 4 along with 2 little ones for breakfast. "Have you finished reviewing the materials I provided last time?" Yinzhen inquired, delicately serving dishes to Yijun while casting a glance at Hongghu. "Rest assured, Father, I have thoroughly examined them," Hongghu declared proudly, puffing out his chest as if ready to engage in a spirited debate with Yinzhen. Meanwhile, Yijun and the elder princess exchanged amused glances, silently observing the exchange. After breakfast, Yijun found herself nestled between Hongyan and Wanaxi in the cradle, playfully alternating her attention between the two, while the elder princess meticulously embroidered with her fan. Now 9 years old, the elder princess had expressed a desire to learn embroidery, prompting Yijun to engage a master embroiderer for her instruction. At present, the elder princess was working on little pouches for the 2 toddlers. Opposite them, the father and son were engrossed in a lively discussion. "Since I am older, I shall allow you to begin," Yinzhen said with a measured tone. Hongghu eagerly accepted the challenge, diving into the annotated materials with fervor, while Yinzhen adeptly countered his arguments, their debate intensifying to the point of flushed cheeks. Remarkably, Hongghu, at just 6 years old, managed to hold his own with his father for nearly half an hour. The elder princess set aside her half-finished pouch, seeking relief for her weary eyes. It seems these two are thoroughly enjoying themselves, Yijun remarked, as she playfully tucked her fingers into Hongyan's palm. Mother, why can't women enter the court like men, wielding power? The elder princess's unspoken thoughts were evident in her envious gaze directed at Yinzhen and Hongghu. Yijun did not shy away from this seemingly unconventional question. I do not believe women are inherently inferior to men. Women can indeed enter the court and wield authority, but the current societal constraints render such aspirations distant. However, should the world change one day, what you envision may very well come to pass. The elder princess nodded, her heart filled with hope for that day to arrive. What is it, dear elder princess? Do you wish to become a female general or an official? Yijun teased, causing the elder princess to blush. Mother, I was merely pondering. She quickly clarified. Meanwhile, Winaxi, who had been patiently awaiting attention, began to coo and babble. The elder princess leaned closer, gently shaking Winaxi. Be good, little sister. Big sister will make you beautiful clothes to wear. On the other side, Yinzhen and Hongghu concluded their spirited exchange, both feeling invigorated. Yinzhen, in high spirits, casually chatted with Hongghu. Which dynasty before the Qing Dynasty did you favor the most? The Ming, Hongghu replied without hesitation. Yinzhen raised an eyebrow. And why is that? The emperor guards the nation's gates. The sovereign dies for the state. In that moment, Yinzhen felt a profound connection to the essence of the Qing Dynasty reflected in Hongghu's words. Well said, Yinzhen exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he openly praised Hongghu. Yijun, listening to their conversation, could not help but smile. Yinzhen too had a fondness for the Ming Dynasty. As the phrase "the sovereign dies for the state" resonated with his own past, the saying that like begets like held true in this case. After lunch, Hongyan and Winaxi were taken to rest in the inner chambers, while Yinzhen and Yijun tidied up before visiting Consort Da. In Yonghe Palace, Consort Da looked at Yijun, her complexion radiant, and could not help but express her relief. Thank goodness, all is well. Indeed, I must thank you, mother, for helping to care for the little ones, nurturing them into such chubby cherubs. Consort Da beamed at Yijun's words. You say that, yet I am merely their grandmother. With them around, Yonghe Palace has become much livelier. Once Hongyan and Winaxi turn a year old, don't be surprised if they are sent to your Yonghe Palace, Yinzhen interjected, only to amend his wording under Yijun and Appo's reproachful gaze. Not at all. The more the merrier. Grandmother, is Brother Hongxing at Consort Rong and Appo's? Hongghu inquired sweetly, drawing near to Consort Da. Yes, indeed. Hongghu's eyes sparkled, and he tugged the elder princess toward the door. Yijun smiled and nodded at the elder princess, who then allowed herself to be led by Hongghu in search of Hongxing. Meanwhile, Yinzhen and Yijun remained to converse with Consort Da, whose presence infused Yonghe Palace with warmth and vitality, uplifting the spirits of the servants. 2 hours later, the group boarded the carriage home. Yijun's mind was preoccupied with worry, wondering if Hongyan and Winaxi had been fussy. The bond between mother and child is unbreakable. Do not fret. We shall arrive shortly. Yinzhen reassured her gently. To Yijun's surprise, the little ones were remarkably well behaved. Upon seeing Yijun return, Hongyan began to babble for attention, causing Yinzhen to raise an eyebrow. This temperament was certainly not inherited from him. Have my little darlings missed me? Yijun cooed, showering affection on each child, feeling a bittersweet pang of overwhelm. Mother, the younger siblings are too small to understand our words, Hongghu remarked solemnly, his little face scrunched in feigned seriousness. With a playful pinch, Yijun squeezed Hongghu's cheek, eliciting a chorus of protest from him, but her playful demeanor showed no signs of fading. When you were little, I spoke to you just as I do now. Only after Hongghu surrendered did Yijun relent. He clutched his reddened cheek, internally lamenting how increasingly frightening his mother had become, realizing he had not been wrong in his assessment. After dinner, while Yijun bathed, Yinzhen discreetly instructed the wet nurse to take the little ones to the side chamber, aiming to minimize any disruption to their time together. Once Yijun emerged from her bath, Yinzhen swiftly washed himself and then pulled Yijun onto the bed beside him. It has been 6 days, he stated abruptly. Noticing Yijun's lack of response, Yinzhen cleared his throat and leaned closer, whispering in her ear, Qinqin, you have been awake for 6 days. As he spoke, he placed his hand gently on her waist. Feeling the warmth radiating from his hand, Yijun's cheeks flushed as she playfully pinched his hand. One looks at the city, another at the nation, he mused, his breath brushing against her delicate skin, the sound of his heartbeat growing increasingly pronounced. Did you paint the artwork on the vanity? It is an honor to create for you. Qingqin. Sensing Yinzhen's patience waning, Yijun suddenly smiled, her eyes sparkling as she said, my favorite is the third one. In the morning, I gaze at the sky. In the evening, I watch the clouds. Whether walking or sitting, I long for you. As soon as she finished, Yinzhen leaned in closer, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The candlelight flickering as the night sky transitioned from pitch black to a soft blue. Chapter 90. Daily life in the study room in the sweltering heat of August. Yijun carefully selected the finest, lightweight fabrics while preparing garments for Hongghu and the eldest princess. As Hongyin and Unaxi observed Hongghu being dressed and groomed, they eagerly called out to capture his attention. Clad in the robe and boots prepared by Yijun, with a white jade pendant adorning his waist, Hongghu resembled a striking young gentleman. He affectionately touched the small faces of the two little ones before setting off towards the palace with his attendants. Upon entering the study, Hongqing immediately gestured for Hongghu to sit beside him. Once settled, Hongghu leisurely placed his schoolwork on the desk, while Hongqing swiftly snatched it up, reading it with impressive speed. He muttered to himself, urging haste, as their instructor would soon pose questions. The mere thought of the instructor, Su Yuanming, instilled a sense of dread in Hongqing. Known for his strictness, having previously taught the crown prince, Su was notorious for his severe methods, including punishment for incorrect answers, of which Hongqing was all too aware. As Su Yuanming entered, he cleared his throat loudly, and the previously boisterous study room fell into an immediate silence. The room was filled with the emperor's grandsons, all of whom were at an age of mischief, much to Su Yuanming's chagrin. Despite their noble standings outside, within the study, they were required to adhere to the decorum of student and teacher, a mandate established by Emperor Kangxi. Today, I shall share with you a passage from the records of the grand historian. Su Yuanming began, delving into the text. He recited, at the gates of Shijiazhuang, a reward of 1,000 gold is offered to any scholar who can amend or add a single word. The moment he finished, the students echoed his words in unison. To truly grasp the essence of a statement, one must read it repeatedly, savoring the text and reflecting thoughtfully on its interpretations, for this is the essence of learning. Su Yuanming instructed the grandsons to continue their loud recitation. Hongqing, a frequent target of Su's reprimands, after 3 readings began to glance around, whispering with the 15th prince. Hongghu, noticing from the corner of his eye, felt a twitch at his mouth. How could his brother never learn, getting caught every time, yet remaining unrepentant? As predicted, Su Yuanming's voice soon called out, Hongqing, please stand and explain whether El Bui's statement is appropriate. Stammering, Hongqing rose, observing Su Yuanming's increasingly stern expression, and hesitantly raised his slightly swollen palm. With a sharp clap, the instructor's hand struck down, causing tears to spring from Hongqing's eyes. He was promptly reminded to refrain from whispering during lessons and was allowed to sit down. Meanwhile, Hongghu silently counted down in his mind, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment he reached 1, Hongqing's sorrow vanished, replaced by a cheeky grin. Hongghu sighed inwardly. Indeed, it never lasted more than 5 seconds. Hongxi, please answer this question. Su Yuanming redirected his attention. Outside, Emperor Kangxi, having just positioned himself, narrowed his eyes, eager to hear Hongxi's response. The student believes the statement is inappropriate. Hongxi replied confidently. Elaborate, Su Yuanming prompted, and upon hearing no rebuttal to his viewpoint, Hongxi became even more assured. The student contends that El Bui's actions are rather peculiar, publicly offering 1,000 gold for any modifications to his text. This shows not a humble pursuit of knowledge, but rather an overestimation of his own work. Hence the student believes his statement is flawed. Su Yuanming nodded, indicating Hongxi to sit, then called upon Hongjin, whose opinion mirrored that of Hongxi. Outside, Emperor Kangxi remained silent, his thoughts inscrutable. "What are your insights, Hongghu?" Su Yuanmeng inquired. Rising slowly, Hongghu addressed Su Yuanmeng. "The student holds a differing view. This act is within reason." "Oh!" A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Su Yuanmeng's eyes. Elboway sought to attract guests, directing them to document their observations and collaborate on a work exceeding 200,000 words. No small feat, moreover. He did not hoard this knowledge, but chose to publish it at the gates of Xianyang, offering substantial rewards for refinement. In my view, this reflects a confidence derived from effort and an earnest regard for the text. Thus, it is indeed reasonable. Su Yuanming's expression softened. There is no right or wrong in this matter. We merely express our opinions. He then proceeded to elucidate the meaning of the passage. Hongqing gazed at Hongghu with wide, starry eyes, and upon Su Yuanming's cough, he promptly returned to attentive listening. Outside, Emperor Kangxi pondered thoughtfully. Su Yuanmeng was correct. There was no absolute right or wrong. Yet, to carve out a new perspective amidst consensus was a manifestation of keen intellect. Furthermore, as a dynasty founded on horsemanship and archery, one must be bold when the occasion calls for it. Hongghu's response clearly resonated with his own sentiments. After class, having completed his tasks as instructed by Yijun, Hongghu made his way to Yonghe Palace. To his surprise, he found Emperor Kangxi waiting there, a smile illuminating his face. "Grandson pays his respects to the emperor," Hongghu greeted. Kangxi beckoned him closer, inquiring in detail about the day and Appo's lessons. When Hongghu recounted the discussion about Elbo Wei, Kangxi remarked, "I believe your thoughts are sound." He then elaborated on the segment from the records of the grand historian and guided Hongghu. "While I agree with your perspective, remember to maintain the same confidence as Elbo Wei at all times." "I have learned much," Hongghu replied, performing a respectful bow. Kangxi gazed at his young grandson, whose upright posture and keen intellect shone like the rising sun in the east, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening as he smiled. "Very well, let us dine together," the Empress Dowager cheerfully invited, and the atmosphere was one of harmony and warmth. Chapter 91. The contest between father and son as time swiftly passed. It was already February of the 42nd year of the Kangxi reign, and only a month remained until the grand celebration for Hongyan and Wennaxi's first birthday. The fourth prince's residence was bustling with preparations. Now 7 years old, Hongghu resembled a miniature version of the stoic fourth master, when his little face bore a serious expression. The servants around him dared not utter a word. It was only within the main courtyard that he occasionally revealed a glimpse of the whimsical nature typical of his peers. However, the father-son relationship between Hongghu and Yinzhen had soured, transforming from cordiality into an irreconcilable rift. Ever since Yijun regained consciousness, Yinzhen had become noticeably more clingy, repeatedly interrupting Hongghu's moments of respite to prevent him from getting too close to Yijun. He even tasked Zhu Shi with summoning Hongghu to his residence for extra lessons on rest days, which left Hongghu harboring resentment. "Mother, I heard from Uncle Shi that father recently showed leniency toward the corrupt official during an investigation. They say the official's daughter is breathtakingly beautiful." Seizing the opportunity while Yinzhen was away on official duties, Hongghu brazenly instigated trouble. "Beautiful, beautiful." Wennaxi, clutching her little bell, mimicked Hongghu and Appo's words in her stuttering manner. Yijun rolled her eyes discreetly, bemused by the incessant antics of the father and son. "Your father is not the type to confuse personal feelings with duty," she remarked. At that moment, Hongghu's cherubic face contorted in thought. After a brief pause, he replied, "I saw father visiting Princess Geng's Quietude Pavilion a few days ago." "Your father must have gone to see Hongyun," Yijun said, shaking another bell to signal Wennaxi to come over and take it. Undeterred, Hongghu continued. Father was smiling all the way to the Quietude Pavilion. With a decisive motion, Yijun placed the bell on the rocking bed. "Kin Manga, skip the sweet and sour pork tonight. Replace it with steamed shrimp. It and Appo's. That's my favorite." Achieving his goal, Hongghu eagerly echoed Yijun and Appo's request to Chinmama, who smiled and promptly left to make arrangements. Feeling elated, Hongghu found himself more inclined to regard Hongyan with fondness, and in a good mood. He helped Hongyan to his feet, gently guiding him to take a few small steps forward. When Yinzhen returned, he noticed that Yijun had not risen to assist him with changing clothes as she usually did, leaving him perplexed as he gazed at her indifferent back. Scanning the room, he caught sight of Hongghu's triumphant expression and silently ground his teeth before retreating to the inner chamber. At the dining table, Hongghu persistently reached for the plate of steamed shrimp, even displaying filial piety by serving a chopstick full to Yinzhen. "Father, since I love this dish, Mother specifically ordered it to replace the sweet and sour pork. You should try it too." Yinzhen looked at the shrimp resting peacefully on the plate and coldly responded, "I didn't realize you were so dutiful." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yijun stepped on his foot with considerable force. Of course, he is dutiful. The Qing Dynasty values filial piety. Such statements should not be made lightly. Hongghu quickly lowered his head to eat, concealing his smile while Yinzhen's temples throbbed, wishing to lift Hongghu and let him experience the full extent of paternal affection. Round 1. Hongghu wins. The day before the holiday, within the Yangxin Hall, Kangxi inquired, "Did Hongghu truly say that?" He smiled proudly while intentionally asking again, as if fearing the surrounding servants had not heard clearly. "Reporting to your majesty. Hongghu mentioned that he greatly benefits from your lessons. Thus, he has decided to compile the knowledge you have imparted over the years, along with his own insights, so that he may revisit it for enjoyment in the future." Yinzhen maintained a serious demeanor, unbeknownst to anyone that he was subtly pushing his son into a precarious situation. "Ha ha ha." Kangxi was elated. "It is rare to have a grandson who appreciates my teaching style and wishes to compile my lessons. What does that signify? Clearly, my teachings surpass those of his other instructors." Kangxi nodded repeatedly. "Liang Jiogong, go to the study and inform Hongghu to bring his compilation to the palace tomorrow for me to review." As Yinzhen walked along the palace path, a smile crept onto his lips, concealing his accomplishments. A quarter of an hour later, a bewildered Hongghu stood to the side, puzzled by Liang and Appo's words. While he recognized each individual character, he could not grasp their meaning when combined. Liang Jiogong, equally confused, summarized Yinzhen's instructions for him. "Please inform Liang Gonggong that I have not completed my compilation. I will bring it to His Majesty the day after tomorrow." Hongghu gritted his teeth, internally cursing the irresponsible father who had put him in this position. The next day, during the holiday, Yinzhen basked in contentment beside Yijun, while Hongyan and Wenaxi played with their cherished toys. "Shall we go to the countryside for some fun?" Yinzhen inquired, noticing the weather was milder than in previous days. "Really?" Yijun's eyes brightened, and Yinzhen understood that she was eager to go. He instructed Su Peixiong to prepare the carriage, providing Yijun with a hot water bottle, and leaving Hongyan and Wenaxi with Chen Mama to ensure Yijun would not be cold. Together, they set off for the countryside, in stark contrast to Yinzhen's cheerful mood. In Hongghu's courtyard, the young boy was fervently writing, while a nearby servant occasionally checked the fire in the stove to ensure the little master remained warm. "What is Mother doing now?" Hongghu paused, rubbing his stiff wrists, and directed his question at a nearby eunuch. The familiar young eunuch hesitated, wary of speaking directly. Hongghu's eyes flashed with determination. "If I ask you to speak, then speak. Why stutter?" His tone mirrored that of Yinzhen, startling the eunuch. "The master has taken the Fujin to the countryside." After a prolonged silence, Hongghu picked up his pen once more, his grip tightening as his serious expression deterred anyone from approaching. Round 2, Yinzhen wins. "Can you stop nitpicking at Hongghu?" Yijun cast a few reproachful glances at Yinzhen from the carriage, fully aware of the subtle exchanges between father and son. Currently, Hongghu presents a demeanor that discourages approach. "If I did not engage with him daily, he would truly become an iceberg," Yinzhen defended himself. "Yet you must allow him some leeway. He is only 7 years old." Yijun understood Yinzhen's good intentions, but with a rare day of rest, she felt sympathy for her son, who was forced to stay indoors completing his so-called compilation. Yinzhen's lips twitched. "Despite being only 7, he can still spar with me verbally. If I truly concede to him, he may well be writing my compilation instead." Yinzhen insisted that Hongghu should not be underestimated. Treating him merely as a child could lead to a significant downfall. Yijun glared at Yinzhen, who quickly added, "Next time, I shall certainly yield to him," while silently thinking otherwise. Thus, the animosity between father and son only deepened. Chapter 92. The first birthday celebration. The long-awaited first birthday celebration for Hongyin and Wu Na, she finally arrived. The number of guests at the fourth prince's residence exceeded the expectations of Yinzhen and Yijun, prompting Yijun to hastily instruct the servants to add more tables. When Yijun saw Emperor Kangxi arriving with consort, her eyelids twitched in surprise. No wonder many uninvited officials had come. They were evidently drawn by the presence of the venerable Kangxi. Dong Yishe arrived with Hongqing, and as soon as Hongqing entered the fourth prince and Appo's residence, she dashed off like a wild horse, pulling along Honghui. Dong Yishe, observing the scene, wore a look of helplessness. Yijun quickly remarked, "They are quite close. It brings us comfort to see." Upon greeting the fourth mistress, a young lady clad in a pink outer garment caught Yijun's attention. She appeared particularly charming and youthful. Yijun turned to Dong Yishe with a puzzled look, and Dong Yishe whispered behind her handkerchief, "This is our future 14th sister-in-law." Although she spoke softly, the girl in pink blushed deeply. She must be from the Wanyan family. Her radiant demeanor complements the 14th prince perfectly. After hearing Dong Yishe's introduction, Yijun felt a sense of kinship with the Wanyan girl, hoping that she would possess a pleasant disposition, as harmony among sisters-in-law is never easy, especially given that Yinzhen and Yinzhen are blood brothers. The Wanyan girl smiled shyly, and her interaction with consort brought a sense of ease to the older woman as well. Owing to Honghui's astonishing performance during his own first birthday, Yinzhen and Yijun abandoned their initial plan to teach Hongyin and Wu Na how to grasp objects and instead meticulously selected items for the ceremony, ensuring that everything the children picked would elicit praise. As the ceremony commenced, Kangxi and consort took their seats at the head table, observing the two little dumplings placed in the center. "Go on, choose something you like for your mother," Yijun encouraged, gesturing for the children to select their items. Kangxi, watching the scene, reminisced about Honghui's own first birthday, expressing with a hint of nostalgia, "I recall when Honghui chose his items. He was quite clever and managed to pick something for each of us." Indeed, time is a poignant element, evoking a myriad of emotions. Now, both Hongyin and Wu Na could walk, though Wu Na, accustomed to being held by Yinzhen, was less steady on her feet than Hongyin. The two little ones could also babble and call out to others. Hongyin glanced at Yijun, then climbed up from the table and confidently made her way to the designated area, heading straight for a small wooden sword. As she picked it up, the onlookers began to cheer, proclaiming, "Hongyin will surely conquer the battlefield and achieve great feats." Kangxi and consort laughed heartily, their joy evident. However, Yinzhen and Yijun felt a sudden surge of tension. Yinzhen's forehead throbbed with visible veins. This wooden sword was not one they had prepared, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Just as Yinzhen grappled with his uneasy feeling, Wu Na, inspired by the applause for her brother, wobbled to her feet and approached the table. She picked up a book, but before anyone could commend her, she tossed it aside with little regard. Next, she seized a piece of jade, lifting it beside Yijun's headpiece as if comparing their qualities. Once she reached a conclusion, she discarded the jade with equal indifference. As Yijun struggled to contain her reaction, Wu Na and Appo's eyes gleamed as she deftly retrieved a small golden rabbit from beneath several items, clutching it with delight. The atmosphere fell into a stunned silence as everyone stood speechless. Yinzhen's gaze shot towards Yinzhen, who flinched and quickly hid behind Yin, muttering resentfully, "Liking gold is fine. Ninth uncle has plenty to spare." Yin, maintaining a stern facade, recoiled a meter away, leaving Yinzhen feeling even more exposed to Yinzhen's scrutiny. The latter mumbled, "I thought I hit it well. Besides, that wooden sword was placed by the 10th prince." Nearby, Yin also began to tremble involuntarily, desperately trying to uphold his dignified image while inwardly cursing Yinzhen profusely. "Liang Jiogong, instruct the Ministry of Internal Affairs to produce more such items and send them to the fourth prince's residence," Kangxi commanded. As he finished speaking, everyone scrambled to praise Wu Na. their minds racing for flattering words. Yinzhen withdrew his gaze and began to rub his ring incessantly. Yin shot a glare at Yinzhen as if to say, "Remember, that's a month's salary." Yinzhen nodded absent-mindedly, still puzzled as to how the items he and the 10th prince had set out had been chosen by the two little ones. After the ceremony concluded, Hongyin and Wu Na, she continued to bask in the affection of their father, mother, and elder siblings. However, the impact of the celebration lingered on Yinzhen and Yijun. They discovered that Wu Na, she possessed an innate affinity for gold. The golden ornaments sent by Kangxi were swiftly stashed away by her, as if she feared they might be discovered. One day, Yijun watched as the Ulanara consort handed a small golden lion to Wu Na Shi, letting out a long sigh. "My daughter, it is not that I do not assist you, but your sudden fame and formidable influence have made it widely known among prominent families in the capital that the second miss of the 4th prince's residence has a passion for gold that rivals that of 9th Prince Yinzhen." The Ulanara consort chuckled, her back bent from laughter as she observed Wu Na Shi, who had been captivated by the golden lion. "Oh, this little clever one," she exclaimed as she pushed the lion into Wu Na Shi and Appo's as hands. Wu Na Shi weighed the lion thoughtfully, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Then, with a swift motion, she tucked the lion beneath the pillow on Yijun's bed, feigning nonchalance as she engaged in playful chatter with Hongyin. Yijun, pretending to converse with the Ulanara consort, felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. "Mother, I wasn't like this as a child, was I?" The Ulanara consort pondered for a moment before replying, "You were not like this." Just as Yijun sighed in relief, ready to confront Yinzhen later, the Ulanara consort added, "However, your fondness for Jade was quite similar." Yijun and Appo's expression fell instantly. Her handkerchief crumpled in frustration as she retorted, "Jade is far superior to gold." The Ulanara consort merely smiled in silence, reminiscing about her own childhood passion for pearls, which her parents had gone to great lengths to procure for her. Chapter 93. The vengeful 4th prince in the Ministry of War. Prince Ini sat regally in his chair, while the officials beneath him were drenched in sweat, their hearts heavy with dread. This is the will of the Duke of Ji." One bold official ventured to speak. It was no wonder these men feared Ini. His illustrious exploits were numerous, and he consistently managed to turn disasters into triumphs before the emperor. "Father has assigned you an elder brother to oversee the Ministry of War. Will you only heed elder brother's commands and disregard mine? Is he truly your master?" Ini's sharp gaze seemed poised to accuse them of collusion. "Brother, do not speak recklessly." Yinzhu, with a pallid complexion, entered the room, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the officials. "Elder brother, these men refuse to listen to me, only repeating what the Duke of Ji has said." Apos complained. Yinzhu felt a throbbing in his temples. It seemed their father had indeed summoned a troublesome ancestor. He steeled himself and reassured, "You are new here, and these officials may have their reservations. Allow Guo Gang to guide you in familiarizing yourself with the ministry's affairs." "Just to familiarize myself?" Ini questioned, raising his voice. Yinzhu, feeling his heart race with frustration, reluctantly replied, "Once you are acquainted, the management of military records will be entrusted to you." Ini felt a surge of satisfaction, but still pouted. "I had hoped to manage the weaponry as well." Noticing his elder brother's barely contained irritation, he quickly added, "Guo Gang, why are you not taking me to familiarize myself?" With that, he strode out with an air of indifference, leaving behind a fuming Yinzhu and his reticent attendants. "Surely, 4th brother will not hold me accountable for this," Ini mused contentedly. Misfortune was not confined to Yinzhu. Yinfei found himself in a similarly vexing situation. Upon receiving the Emperor Kangxi's directive, Yinfei felt a surge of hope, eager to seize control of the inner ministry. However, he was met with a rude awakening at the hands of the Wuya family. 8th Prince, here are the financial accounts of the inner ministry from the past year. These are the stewards. Feel free to inquire with them." Wuya Zayuger spoke with an impeccable demeanor that left no room for criticism. Yinfei perused the presented accounts, yet found no discrepancies. Undeterred, he continued to scrutinize the records, summoning each steward for inquiries, only to be met with unyielding respect and no faults to expose. Upon returning to his residence, Yinfei smashed anything within reach in his study. Upon hearing the commotion, Guoluo hurried in. "Master, what troubles you? You must take care of your health." Exhausted, Yinfei slumped into a chair, lamenting. He punctuated his frustration with a heavy fist on the desk. Guoluo, concerned, offered, "I shall visit the palace tomorrow to speak with my aunt. If the Weia family can hinder you, then my aunt can surely impede the defay." Yinfei grasped her hand, speaking earnestly. "You have endured much for me." Meanwhile, in the palace of Consort, "On what grounds can you assert that Jiro will seek me out tomorrow?" Consort idly played with her jade rui, her tone languid. Yinzhen urged anxiously. Previously, when eldest brother and eighth brother targeted Hongyin in the palace, fourth brother remained unresponsive, but now that fourth sister has awakened, with fourth brother and oppose as temperament, he would surely retaliate against eldest and eighth brothers. Reflecting on this, Yinzhen's demeanor turned serious as he remarked, "Mother, I know you have never acted against the emperor's children. Yet eighth brother has already taken action against Hongyin, has he not?" Consort paused, as if struck by a thought, her voice distant. "I understand. Ever since I entrusted your fifth brother to the Empress Dowager, I have been aware that a child is a mother's lifeblood." Hearing his mother's assurance, Yinzhen's expression softened. "Rest assured, mother, though fourth brother may be somewhat petty, if one does not provoke him, he will treat you kindly." With a chuckle, Consort tapped Yinzhen's head. "Are you certain that your words will be well received by the fourth prince?" Realizing his slip, Yinzhen quickly covered his mouth, causing Consort to laugh heartily. The ninth prince is indeed handsome, and his heart is pure. He has only ever been accompanied by the 10th prince. Since his trip to Huzhou with the 4th prince, he often mentions him, indicating the 4th prince treats him quite well. The next day, Yinzhen and Yini sat before Yinzhen like students in a classroom, earnestly recounting their deeds of atonement, glancing nervously at him afterward. "Half of this silver, 9th brother has invested in my new venture, and the other half is for 10th brother." Yinzhen, prepared, gestured for Su Peixiang to bring in a small box. As the box opened, both brothers' eyes sparkled with delight. "4th brother, is this appropriate?" Yini questioned, staring at the silver with feigned reluctance. "It does seem a tad inappropriate." Su Peixiang, "Take it back," Yinzhen replied leisurely. Hastily, Yinzhen seized the small box. "4th brother, a gentleman's word is his bond. We graciously accept your kindness." With that, he hurriedly dragged Yini away, fearing Yinzhen might reclaim the silver. A soft laugh escaped. "Su Peixiang, have matters with the Niu Hulu family been handled?" "Master, the medication has been administered for half a month. It should all be resolved shortly. Ensure to erase all traces," Yinzhen instructed. "Rest assured, master, the daily dosage is minimal, all personally administered by my servants." A fleeting glimmer of cunning crossed Yinzhen's eyes before reverting to an innocent Ade. "Su Peixiang, let us head to the main courtyard. I find myself lacking funds and must seek some silver from your noble wife." With that, he strode purposefully toward the main courtyard. As Yinzhen and Yini exited the 4th prince's residence, they began to exchange blame. "Why did you utter those formalities?" Yinzhen grumbled at Yini. "You called them mere formalities. How was I to know 4th brother would take them seriously?" Yini retorted, equally displeased. At that moment, both shared a mutual understanding. 4th brother was indeed not to be trifled with. Hongghu was formidable. Chapter 94. The abduction of Hongghu in the month of May during the 42nd year of the Kangxi reign. Hongghu, as was his custom, returned home from the palace in a horse-drawn carriage. Approximately 15 minutes later, while resting his eyes within the carriage, Hongghu suddenly opened them wide. Something was amiss. Logically, the journey from the palace to the 4th prince's residence should take no more than half an hour. Why, then, did the carriage show no sign of slowing down? "Gaoi, are we nearly there?" Hongghu inquired. However, he was met not with the familiar voice of his attendant, but rather felt the carriage accelerating further. Clenching his fists, Hongghu attempted to part the curtains to ascertain their location, only to be met with the voice of the driver outside. "Your Highness, it would be wise not to move about too much. It will spare you some suffering." The voice, though deliberately subdued, unmistakably belonged to a palace eunuch. Sweat began to bead on Hongghu's forehead, Who from the palace would dare to act against him? Would his father be able to find him? His mind raced, and suddenly an idea struck him. He quietly tore his homework into small pieces and slipped them through the cracks of the carriage window. It felt as if he had been in the carriage for 2 hours, suggesting he had been taken to a villa on the outskirts of the capital. At least he had not left the city, he thought, allowing himself a moment of relief. Blindfolded, he was led into a room, and once inside, he removed the cloth from his eyes, discovering a young girl curled up in a corner, weeping. Her attire indicated she was a girl from a prominent family. Upon noticing Hongghu's arrival, the girl shrank further into the corner, realizing she too had been abducted. Hongghu found a corner for himself and listened intently to the voices outside. "We're still missing one?" A gruff voice echoed, sounding like a soldier. "Brother, there has been a small issue with the other one. We must wait a bit longer," another voice responded. "Wait for what? By the time we're done, the city will be sealed off." The leader spat, concluding, "We'll wait another half an hour." At that moment, Hongghu felt a flicker of hope. Half an hour was manageable. Meanwhile, at the fourth prince's residence, Yijun, who had been anxiously awaiting Hongghu's return, suddenly felt a wave of unease. "Weiji, please check if Hongghu's carriage has arrived at the gate." Seeing her distress, the elderly maid Chun quickly reassured her. "Perhaps young Master Hongghu was detained by the emperor for an examination or is dining with the Empress Dowager. Do not worry." Yet Yijun remained unconsoled, her heart racing. She abruptly stood, "Prepare the carriage, we're going to the palace." If Hongghu was merely delayed on his way home, she would surely encounter him. Otherwise, the emperor and empress would be informed immediately. Although those around her could not comprehend her anxiety, they hastened the carriage, covering the half-hour journey in a mere 15 minutes. Upon entering the palace, Yijun's heart sank. She had not encountered Hongghu along the way. Hurrying towards Yonghua Palace, her first words upon seeing the Empress Dowager were, "Mother, something may have happened to Hongghu." At this, the small bronze mirror in the Empress Dowager's hand shattered upon hitting the floor. "Was Hongghu detained in Yangxin Palace today?" she asked, her voice trembling. "No, Your Majesty," came a reply. The Empress Dowager stumbled back a few steps, quickly informed the Emperor. "Tell him that Hongghu is in trouble," she commanded sharply. Yijun added urgently, "It is imperative that a lockdown of the capital is ordered immediately." With that, Yijun felt darkness close in around her, collapsing from the weight of the situation. The disappearance of the fourth prince's eldest son incited the emperor's wrath, who ordered the city sealed off and dispatched the chief imperial guard with 3 squads to conduct thorough searches throughout the capital. In an instant, fear gripped the city as no one dared to speak loudly. Simultaneously, the fourth prince, upon hearing the news while attending to affairs in the Ministry of Revenue, remained silent, yet took his own men to begin searching the city. The 9th prince, Yinzhen, and the 10th prince, Yin put aside their usual playful demeanor, moving through the streets of the capital like phantoms. The Waya, Ulanala, and Tong families also dispatched their own people to assist in the search. Long after, those who witnessed the search would recall the chilling memory of a city mobilized for one individual's plight. "Brother, it's bad. The palace has suddenly dispatched numerous soldiers. I hear the 4th prince, the 9th prince, and the 10th prince are personally leading the search." A small errand boy rushed in, breathless. "What? The city is completely sealed off? All exits are under the control of the Imperial Guard. We certainly cannot escape." Bang! The leader kicked the messenger boy aside. "How long until they reach here?" Probably less than half an hour." The leader erupted in anger, then decisively declared, "Regardless, they haven't seen our faces. Pack your things, we're leaving the city ourselves." But the higher-ups said, before the other could finish. The leader sneered, "Then you may stay behind." With that, he left for another room to gather his belongings. Hearing this exchange, Hongghu felt a smirk tug at his lips. He had never delayed returning home for any trivial matter. Today, however, he had not returned on time. Others might speculate, but his mother, who awaited his return daily, would surely sense something was amiss. With a sense of relief washing over him, Hongghu approached the little girl, crouching down beside her. "It's all right. Soon someone will come to rescue us." "Is someone coming for you?" the girl asked, her tear-streaked face lifting as she looked up at him, her voice choked with emotion. Hongghu hesitated for a moment before responding, but they will rescue both of us. The girl gazed at the youth before her, softly uttering a thank you before curling back in herself, her face buried in her knees. Is it that your father did not send someone? Have your parents not realized you are missing, too busy with your brothers? The thought sent her into a fit of quiet sobs, reminiscent of a small, distressed animal. Please, don't cry. My name is Hongghu. What is yours? He awkwardly attempted to comfort her, his inexperience evident. After what felt like an eternity, during which Hongghu believed he might never receive a reply, the girl finally looked up, her eyes reflecting his image as she spoke clearly. My name is Mingwei. Fucha Mingwei. Remember my name, benefactor. I shall certainly repay this life-saving grace in the future. Chapter 95. The case of child trafficking. When Yinzhen and his companions noticed the distinctive royal paper scattered along the road and subsequently searched the village, Hongghu had already been confined for over an hour. Upon forcefully entering the door, Yinzhen was met with Hongghu's gaze, which suddenly sparkled with life. Yinzhen swiftly lifted Hongghu, ensuring there were no other wounds on him before speaking. I have arrived too late. Hongghu pressed his lips together, replying, You are not late. He struggled to articulate anything further. At that moment, Yinzhen noticed another young girl in the room, her eyes inquiring. She is Fu Cha Mingwei. She was already here when I arrived, Hongghu explained, sharing all he knew with Yinzhen. You're the daughter of Lord Fu Cha? Yinzhen inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice, as he had never heard of a daughter from the Fu Cha family before. Fu Cha Mingwei nodded, and Yinzhen gestured for Su Peixing to take her back with them. In the carriage on their way back, Hongghu asked, Father, have they found Gao Ji? Yes, he has been found unconscious in a secluded alley, Yinzhen replied. After a moment of contemplation, Hongghu spoke, Father, this is undoubtedly not merely a kidnapping aimed at me. Yinzhen raised his eyebrows in surprise, prompting Hongghu to elaborate. The leader's demeanor resembles that of a bandit, yet bears the discipline of a military man. Furthermore, Fu Cha Mingwei was also abducted, and most importantly, their delay in taking us out of the capital is due to the failure to capture a third child. Hongghu's reasoning was clear and compelling. Yinzhen nodded seriously. I understand. I will report this to your imperial mother. Thank you, Father, Hongghu replied softly. Yinzhen raised an eyebrow, unaccustomed to his son addressing him with such respect. Devoid of their usual banter, Hongghu recognized his father's surprise, but chose not to elaborate. As he watched his father, weary from travel, open the door, and recalled that his father had taken his words seriously, the thank you slipped out naturally. Yet, in his desire to explain, he realized that this gratitude felt insufficient to match the bond he shared with his father. Hongghu and Mingwei were taken directly back to the palace, where Mingwei was too shocked to speak. She had been kidnapped alongside a royal prince, and the one who had come to rescue her was the fourth prince. Upon reaching Yonghe Palace, Hongghu saw his imperial mother, the Empress Dowager, and his mother gazing at him eagerly, though his mother and Appo's, as complexion was pale. After hastily greeting them, he inquired, Mother, you do not seem well. Before Yijun could respond, the Empress Dowager gestured for Hongghu to approach, her eyes red with emotion as she said, Your mother sensed something was wrong and rushed to inform your imperial father and the Empress Dowager. She fainted immediately after speaking. Mother, Hongghu exclaimed, turning to Yijun, his concern palpable. She is fine now. Your safety is what matters. Yijun reassured him, feeling a weight lift from her heart, though exhaustion washed over her. After a brief conversation between Hongghu, the Empress Dowager, and Yijun, Kangxi summoned Hongghu to his study, with Yinzhen accompanying him. Before leaving, Hongghu quietly informed the Empress Dowager and Yijun about Fu Cha Mingwei. Yijun and Appo's heart raced at the mention of the name. Fu Cha Mingwei, hearing Yijun and Appo's words, cast a timid glance her way before quickly lowering her head. Something feels amiss. She does not align with the Fu Cha Empress of the past. The Fu Cha Empress was doted upon from a young age, her character gentle yet not so timid as to avoid eye contact. Yijun pondered. Are you not the daughter of Lord Li Rongbao? The Empress Dowager inquired, noticing Yijun's interest in Mingwei. Yes, your highness, Mingwei replied. How many siblings do you have? Though she seemed shy, her beauty was striking, suggesting that she would indeed grow to be a great beauty. I have an elder brother and 2 younger brothers. That ruled out the possibility of her being the Fucha Empress of the past, Yijun thought. However, she had never heard of the Fucha Empress having an elder sister. With the recent kidnapping incident, Yijun suddenly felt she was on the verge of a revelation. In the study of Yonghua Palace, Hongghu recounted his conversation with Yinzhen verbatim to Kangxi. After listening, Kangxi and Appo's expression was inscrutable. Fourth, investigate if there have been any reports of missing children in the capital. Understood, Yinzhen replied, satisfaction gleaming in Kangxi's eyes as he observed Hongghu's quick wit and composure in crisis, noting how he retained the details with clarity, a true descendant of the Yizhen clan. The following day, Yinzhen initiated a search for any reports of missing children in the capital. Little did they know, the kidnapping incident involving Hongghu concealed a vast network of child trafficking. Kangxi was furious upon receiving Yinzhen's report. In the shadow of the emperor, there are those who dare to engage in the trade of children. This is utterly audacious. I grant you the authority to mobilize the imperial guards. Uncover the organization behind this, Kangxi declared, his face dark with anger. Unbeknownst to him, he had previously entrusted such significant matters to the crown prince or the eldest son. Yet now he directly assigned it to Yinzhen. A glint of determination shone in Yinzhen's eyes. I shall obey your command. The titles of son and subject were distinct. Clearly, the emperor favored familial bonds over mere capability. Emotional ties proved far more advantageous than political maneuvering. Meanwhile, Hongghu had taken a leave of absence from his studies, his sincere heart warming those around him. Uncles, I heard father mention that you both were searching for me yesterday. I have come to express my gratitude. He bowed earnestly to Yinzhen and Yinair. Yinzhen and Yinair, who had only been serious for a brief moment during the search, now wore smiles, recognizing Hongghu's heartfelt gesture. Hongghu, since you're grateful to us, remember to stand up for us if we inadvertently provoke your father next time. Yinzhen thought to himself, calculating their next moves. Hongghu beamed, certainly. Yinzhen and Yinair were momentarily taken aback. Yinair patted Hongghu on the shoulder, saying, your smile is far more charming than your father's. In that moment, laughter filled the air among the 3 of them, and though Yinzhen and Yinair did not voice it, their hearts swelled with admiration for Hongghu and Appo's sincerity. Meanwhile, from his personal treasury, Hongghu carefully selected gifts for the Ulanura, Wuya, and Dongyi families, thoughtfully composing letters to accompany them, which he entrusted to Gao Ji for delivery. In the annals of the imperial court, approximately 10 days subsequent to the aforementioned events, Prince Yong, adorned in a gown of 4-clawed python silk, stepped forward with a visage of icy resolve. He delivered a scathing indictment against Sima Shang, the Minister of Justice, and his cohorts, accusing them of the heinous crime of child trafficking for illicit profit. The evidence presented was irrefutable, with each testimony bearing witness to the anguish of countless families bereft of their beloved children. Upon hearing the damning words, irrefutable evidence, Sima Shang frantically attempted to signal, but the latter remained impassive, seemingly oblivious to the desperate plea. Meanwhile, the crown prince's countenance turned ashen. The emperor, visibly agitated, emitted labored breaths as he scrutinized the testimonies and memorials. The rustling sound of the documents echoed ominously, weighing heavily on the hearts of every official present. Guards, seize Sima Shang and execute him forthwith. The emperor roared, slamming the paperweight onto the dragon throne. The assembled officials prostrated themselves in fear, their hearts trembling before the monarch's wrath. Your Majesty, Sudu interjected, his voice strained, as the Minister of Justice. Sima Shang's crimes should be publicly disclosed to ensure justice is seen to be done. Humph, the emperor scoffed. Liang Jiogong, read it aloud. Liang Jiogong retrieved Prince Yang's memorial and, in a resounding voice, proclaimed, Sima Shang, the Minister of Justice, colluded with Ren Bowen, the Salt Commissioner of Jiangnan, to engage in child trafficking in the capital and Jiangnan region. Girls were sold into prostitution, while boys were clandestinely sold to wealthy families in need of children, all for exorbitant profit. As Liang Jiogong and Appo's Words reverberated through the hall, Suo and Oppos. A2 and Oppos. Clenched fist relaxed imperceptibly beneath his sleeve. At least the crown prince and Oppos' name had been spared. Take them away. With a wave of the emperor and Oppos' hand, imperial guards swiftly apprehended Sima Shang and his accomplices, escorting them out of the palace. Following the morning court session, Prince Yong visited the imperial prison. He observed Sima Shang, who, a mere hour before, had been resplendent in his official attire, now clad in the drab garb of a prisoner. "You know why I am here," Prince Yong stated. Sima Shang chuckled mirthlessly. "I have lost everything. I possess nothing that would warrant the esteemed Prince Yong's attention. It seems that your involvement in child trafficking has hardened your heart to the point where you disregard the well-being of your own children," Prince Yong remarked, his voice laced with menace. Those familiar with Prince Yong recognized that, in his eyes, Sima Shang was already a dead man. Your Highness," Sima Shang stammered. His composure shattered. "Have mercy on my children. Spare them." "Ah, it seems that pain is only felt when it strikes close to home," Prince Yong sneered. "Your crimes warrant the severest punishment, extending to the 9th degree of kinship." Sima Shang collapsed to the ground, his spirit broken. "However, the fate of your 5-year-old illegitimate son rests upon your cooperation," Prince Yong continued, his voice a blend of angelic promise and demonic temptation. I will tell you everything," Sima Shang pleaded. "Then begin by explaining the abduction of Hongghu," Prince Yong demanded. Sima Shang trembled, his face contorted with fear. "I was only responsible for delivering Hongghu to Jiangnan. I do not know the specifics of what was to be done with him." "Umph," Prince Yong scoffed. "It seems you're unwilling to protect your last vestige of blood." With that, Prince Yong turned to leave the prison. It was Suedo. Sima Shang cried out in desperation, realizing that Prince Yong was indeed departing. "Suedo ordered me to send Hongghu to Jiangnan with the other children, and then to deliver him to a remote village." Prince Yong struggled to maintain his composure, resisting the urge to immediately confront and eliminate Suo and Oppos. What about the other girl? The one from the F family? Her family divulged their desire to abandon her. They planned to send her to a scholarly family in Jiangnan, as a Taoist priest had prophesied that she was inauspicious for the F family. Prince Yong silently strode out of the prison, ignoring Sima Shang's desperate cries. Supei Singh spread the word about Sima Shang and Oppos' illegitimate son, a man as depraved as he does not deserve to have his bloodline continue. Within the walls of the Crown Prince's palace, Yuqing Palace vehemently asserted, "Your Highness, I have previously advocated for the direct elimination of Hongghu." Sima Shang. Prince Yong's intervention and the subsequent downfall of Sima Shang had effectively severed a crucial revenue stream for the Crown Prince. "Hongghu is the Emperor's cherished grandson," Prince Yinzhen retorted, his face clouded with displeasure. "If we were to eliminate him, the Emperor would not limit the investigation to Sima Shang, as he did today." "Your Highness, could Sima Shang reveal anything while in prison?" Sueto inquired, his voice laced with concern. "Arrange for Sima Shang to be silenced, ensuring no trace is left behind," Prince Yinzhen commanded, making a swift decision. In the grand scheme of things, the sacrifice of a pawn was inconsequential. "May this matter end here," Prince Yinzhen sighed, rubbing his temples wearily. Within the hallowed halls of the Hall of Mental Cultivation, the Emperor sat in contemplative silence. To Ling Tai, he finally spoke. "Investigate whether others were involved in Sima Shang's scheme. Conduct the investigation discreetly, ensuring utmost secrecy." However, half an hour later, the Ling Tai returned with the urgent news that Sima Shang had committed suicide in prison. The Emperor paused, absorbing the information before uttering, "Enough, cease the investigation. They will not escape retribution. Let's remain oblivious for now." Within the main courtyard of Prince Yong's residence, Hongghu inquired with disbelief, "Father, was Mingyue truly abandoned by her parents?" Prince Yong nodded, and Hongghu and Oppos' head drooped in dejection. "Does Hongghu feel sympathy for her?" Consort inquired, observing Hongghu and Oppos' demeanor. "Mother, she is a year younger than me. When confined in the room, she huddled in the corner like." Hongghu gestured like a little rabbit. "When I told her that our fathers would come to rescue us, I saw the disappointment in her eyes." She must have wished for her parents to rescue her as well. Consort smiled, taking Honghu's small hand in hers. I thought I had given birth to a little iceberg, but I was mistaken. She affectionately patted Honghu's hand and said, since our Hongghu wishes for her to have a good life, then I shall assist her. Seeing the sparkle in Honghu's eyes, Consort chuckled inwardly. Very well. She is but a pitiful child. Since Hongghu is fond of her, I shall lend a hand. Chun, send a formal invitation to the F family, stating that I intend to visit their esteemed daughter in 3 days. Yes, Consort, Chun responded, while Hongghu quietly curved his lips into a smile. Chapter 97. Fu Cha Mingyu. Despite Sima Xiang's tragic demise in prison, Kangxi decreed the execution of Sima Xiang's entire clan, leaving no one unscathed, not even his concubine. On the day of the execution, the streets were awash with blood, the stench lingering long after. Meanwhile, Rinbo and the Salt Inspector Jiangnan was dismissed from his position and imprisoned. Subsequently, all of Rinbo and Appo's misdeeds came to light, including his use of silver to pave roads and his substitution of innocents in place of murderers to spare his brother from imprisonment. Unable to wait for Rinbo and to be escorted back to the capital, Kangxi commanded that Rinbo and's head be severed on the road. The people of Jiangnan rejoiced, exclaiming that the days of being oppressed by corrupt officials had finally come to an end. 3 days later, Yijun arrived at the Fu Cha residence accompanied by the eldest princess, Qinqin. The noblewoman of the household welcomed them personally. Today, I have come with the eldest princess to visit your esteemed home, primarily to see the young lady of the house. Why is Mingyu not present? After taking their seats, Yijun smiled and glanced around, noticing Mingyu's absence before inquiring. For a fleeting moment, Zhu Luoshi's expression faltered, but she quickly regained her composure, forcing a laugh. Mingyu is startled and is recuperating in her chamber. Yijun, maintaining an impeccable smile, remarked, at such a tender age, a girl is indeed delicate and requires proper care. How about this? Let the eldest princess visit Mingyu in her room. She's only 4 or 5 years older and can surely offer some comfort. Zhu Luoshi instinctively wished to refuse, but swallowed her words under Yijun's unwavering smile. Mama, please take the eldest princess to the courtyard. Do not neglect her. Yijun's smile broadened as she continued to exchange pleasantries with Zhu Luoshi about recent happenings in the capital. As the eldest princess walked along the path to Fu Cha's residence, her heart grew increasingly uneasy. As the legitimate daughter of the Fu Cha household, Mingyu and Appo's quarters were surprisingly distant from the main residence. Mama, is Mingyu and Appo's courtyard far off? The princess inquired. Mama replied with a smile, Your Highness, the young lady cherishes tranquility, thus she specifically requested a secluded courtyard. The princess nodded thoughtfully and chose not to press further. After 10 minutes, they finally arrived at Mingyu's courtyard, which was small and remote, comparable to the southern courtyard of the 4th Master's residence. What family would allow their legitimate daughter to reside in such a place? Your Highness, I shall wait for you here at the gate, Mama said, halting at the entrance and taking no step further. The princess smiled gently at Mama and stepped inside without hesitation. Who are you? Upon entering, the eldest princess found Fu Cha Mingyu absorbed in a book, appearing entirely unfazed by Zhu Luoshi's description of her being startled. Girl before her, feeling an innate connection. And that young man, Honghui, is? Mingyu inquired, setting her book aside. He is my younger brother. Upon hearing this, Fu Cha Mingyu hastily prepared to kneel, but the princess quickly intervened, exclaiming, What are you doing? Mingyu's bright eyes sparkled like they had been washed by a clear lake. Your family saved me, and I have no means to repay you. The eldest princess chuckled softly. Oh, come now, sit down. I am merely here to see you, and I must say, you are truly remarkable. Mingyu lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her radiant cheeks as the princess teased her. Mingyu, why is there not a single servant to attend to you in this courtyard? The princess asked, voicing her curiosity. Mingyu fidgeted with her handkerchief, seemingly hesitant to speak. If it is inconvenient for you to share, that is quite all right, the princess quickly reassured her. Given the princess and Appo's upbringing, such personal inquiries were somewhat presumptuous, yet her interest in Mingyu warranted the question. It is not. That is not my intention. Fu Cha Mingyu stammered, her eyes reddening. A few years ago, a Taoist priest visited the household and claimed that I was born under an ill omen, that my presence would bring misfortune to the family. Thus, they sent me to live here. The princess felt a surge of indignation upon hearing this. So they banished you here? She exclaimed, her expression one of fury. Mingyu shook her head. I requested this myself. I do not wish to bring misfortune to anyone, so I chose to remain here. Although I am alone, I find it peaceful and serene. But how did you come to be abducted? The princess pressed, concern etched on her face. Mingyu lowered her gaze and spoke softly. My mother expressed a desire for the pastries from South Alley, so I thought to venture out and fetch some. For a moment, the princess was at a loss for words, realizing that this delicate and perceptive girl likely possessed a heart as clear as a mirror. In the carriage, after hearing the princess's words, Yijun sighed deeply. What a pitiful girl. How could a mother treat her own child so cruelly? The princess's voice trembled with indignation. Indeed, how could a mother do such a thing? In a past life, the Fu Cha Empress, as the sole daughter of her family, was cherished by her father, mother, and brothers. Who would have imagined that there was once another legitimate daughter of the Fu Cha household? Yijun reflected. In her previous life, none of the princes born to her lived long. Could it be that fate had a hand in this? Such kind-hearted sisters, yet they had such heartless parents. Yijun pondered, vowing to take better care of Mingyu from now on. At the very least, after this incident, the existence of the Fu Cha family's legitimate daughter would become known. The eldest princess nodded in agreement, and for a moment, a somber atmosphere enveloped the carriage. At the Fu Cha residence, Mingyu sat alone in her chamber, recalling the princess's parting words. If you are ever mistreated, send a message to the fourth master's residence, and I will do everything I can to assist you. Carefully retrieving a leaf she had collected last autumn from her cosmetics box, placing it between the pages of the book she had been reading and slowly inscribing today's date. Once she finished her task, she resumed her reading, gazing into the distance, where the beauty of the world paled in comparison to her own grace. Chapter 98. The nemesis of the 10th Master following the conclusion of the child trafficking case. Hongghu returned to a semblance of normalcy in life. However, he would occasionally inquire about Fu Cha Mingyue, while the eldest princess would visit Mingyue periodically. If there was anything that troubled Yijun at present, it was Hongyan's excessive mischief. He had transformed from the calm infant he once was into a veritable little tyrant. Hongyan, Yijun exclaimed, watching as he spilled the prepared goat's milk onto the floor, struggling to suppress her rising frustration. With a smile that resembled a grimace, she gently admonished, Hongyan, it is not appropriate to waste goat's milk like that. Look at your sister, she does not waste it. Hongyan pretended to ponder her words for a moment, seemingly weighing their validity. After a brief pause, he nodded in agreement, causing Yijun and Appo's irritation to dissipate slightly. Not long after, a loud crash resounded, followed by the wailing of Anaxi. With a furrowed brow, Yijun stepped out of the inner chamber, only to find the floor littered with shards of a broken vase. Anaxi was crying loudly in the nurse's arms, while Hongyan wore an innocent expression. Yijun felt that if Hongghu had come to repay a debt, then Hongyan had come to collect one. Suppressing her anger, she instructed the servants to tidy up the chaotic room and, after soothing the distressed Anaxi, took Hongyan to the courtyard. With a stern expression, she confronted him. Why did you break the vase? Hongyan looked at her in confusion, as if questioning, Mother, what are you talking about? Yijun, exasperated, placed a hand on her forehead, momentarily forgetting that he was merely a toddler of just over a year. Forget it. I shall let your father and elder brother teach you when they return, she declared, a hint of frustration in her voice, while simultaneously Yinzhen and Hongghu, who were busy with official duties, both sneezed loudly. That evening, both father and son exchanged bemused glances after hearing her tale. Yinzhen promptly assured that he would address the situation with Hongyan appropriately, while Hongghu nodded in agreement. Yijun, however, felt a wave of concern wash over her as she reminded them. He is but a little over 1 year old. Rest assured, I know how to handle it. Yinzhen replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he had concocted some amusing scheme. However, it may require a bit of silver from you, my dear. The following day, Yinhao lounged in the study of the fourth prince's residence, reclining with his legs crossed. Yinzhen gestured for Su Peisheng to present the silver he had borrowed from Yijun the previous night. Old Ten, I must trouble you to look after Hongyan today. This trivial matter is no trouble at all, Yinhao replied enthusiastically, his eyes fixated on the silver, blissfully unaware of the impending chaos brought by his mischievous nephew. To ensure the safety of both Hongyan and Yinhao, Yinzhen had Su Peisheng and Hongyan's nurse remain in the front courtyard and summoned several maidservants from the main hall to assist. Once all arrangements were made, Yinzhen strolled leisurely towards the Ministry of Revenue. In the main hall, Yijun cradled Anaxi in her arms, her thoughts drifting towards the front courtyard. After a prolonged silence without a response from Anaxi, she looked down to find her gnawing on a small piece of gold, causing her to feel a pang of embarrassment. One after another, they come to collect debts. She mused. That day, Yinzhen returned home earlier than usual, heading straight for the front courtyard. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes widened in shock. Yinhao, who had previously exuded confidence, now wore a grass crown atop his head, his eyelids drooping with exhaustion. Upon seeing Yinzhen, he merely lifted his gaze momentarily before letting it fall heavily again, sighing, "Fourth brother, you have finally returned." Yinzhen raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What happened to you?" This question ignited Yinhao's frustration. He removed the grass crown from his head, dusted himself off, and pointed accusingly at Hongyan, saying, "Ask your son." Following Yinhao's gesture, Yinzhen turned to see Hongyan energetically directing servants as they gathered flowers, then scampering over to retrieve the grass crown Yinhao had discarded, signaling for the servants to place the flowers inside it. The servants quickly and skillfully arranged the flowers, while Hongyan beamed with delight. He rushed over to Yinhao, urging him to squat down. When Yinhao ignored him, Hongyan tugged insistently at his sleeve. With a resigned sigh, Yinhao adopted a look of utter surrender and squatted down, whereupon Hongyan promptly placed the grass crown back on his head, nodding in satisfaction before darting off to continue his search for new amusements. "Fourth brother, your son is truly a handful." Yinhao gritted his teeth. Yinzhen suppressed a chuckle and remarked, "Wasn't today meant for you to discipline Hongyan properly?" The moment Yinhao heard this, he felt that he had been thoroughly